We're going to go through that. If you'd like to go through our grid walk, please.
Oh, of course, buddy. So, of course, as the race goes on here, sitting on the absolute pole for these drivers, of course, you have the number 214 Bentley. In second place is the number 44 car, the Aston Martin. Rounding off your podium positions is the number 81 Nissan. In fourth place is the Aston Martin, the 192 car. Rounding out the top five, the number 98 machine, a McLaren. In sixth place is the 118 Porsche. Seventh place is the 889 Aston Martin. And of course, lots of Astons here as time goes on. In eighth place and ninth place, you got the 147 car, followed by the number 45 machine. In the top 10, rounding out the top 10, of course, you got Bourne in the Lexus, and then Gardolani in the number 33 Aston Martin. In 12th place is the 88 Mercedes AMG. 13th place is the number 16 Lexus car. Then you've got Jay Donnell in the 119 Porsche. Rounding out the top 15 is the Acura NSX, driven by Veronin, number 22 machine. Lamborghini, the 333 car, in 16th, followed by the 17th. Currently, they have the fastest lap, the number 27 McLaren. In 18th is the 222 Audi. 19th is the 714 Aston Martin, followed by the 777 car. That's the Audi, rounding out the top 20. 21st is the 720 McLaren car. Nice number for that McLaren. 22nd place is the 23 car, the Porsche. 23rd is Jay Shaw, number 69, a nice Aston Martin car for those drivers, followed by, in 24th, it's the 853 BMW. And 25th is the 711 Aston Martin, followed by another Aston Martin, the 84 car, starting 26th. Rolling off in 27th is the number 67 McLaren, followed by the number 13 Audi.
And what was it? Thank you very much for that. And what was a lot to go through, of course, because there's a lot of cars on the grid, 28 of them. What's very, very interesting, my friend, that was so very surprising. One Bentley that there is out of chosen, of course, and all the car manufacturers, and they're the ones that put that baby on pole.
Yeah, man, and there's only one in Nissan as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how all these different cars cope with this surface here today. Of course, we've got about 2 minutes or less before the green flag gets dropped here. These drivers getting closer and closer to the start of this race. This is where the butterflies start to come.
Yeah, exactly. This is where you want to put a heart rate monitor on the drivers, and in the case, it would be putting it on Chris Neuring, the Danish driver. He's the one that will be alongside both of his Belgium teammates in the NSN Racing team. That's the 214 car that'll be on pole. But right next to them is that Aston Martin. That'll be driven by Mr. Goles. The 44 car, that's going to be, you see all the rubber, of course, those discarded bits of rubber there on the track. But a short run up into turn one is going to be very, very interesting. Once again, if you were engineers, of course, and your teammates, you'd be like, okay, guys, just take it easy, you know, no heroes into those, and just bring that car around for a couple laps. And then we're starting to see the race pace after that, which would be very, very interesting going into the first few minutes of a 9-hour race, of course, presented by HyperX, many of the other fantastic sponsors. All three streams simultaneously going on, as well as a Spanish commentating. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, of course.
I'm Dean and you're Austin. Yes, exactly. Go ahead, mate.
I was just going to say, you can go to twitch.tv/VCO Esports. Go to click on the command center. We've got less than 10 seconds to go here for this VCO HyperX 9-hour race. Time starting down. 3, 2, 1. This is where we see the green flag fly in the air. We're going to see a lot of drivers now start to fire up their cars and get this race underway.
Yeah, don't stall it. It's the key thing right
now.
Don't
stop. There's lots of pride on the line there. So now these drivers are going to get to go around. So green for them to fire the engines. They're going to take their cars around now for the sighting lap. Just make sure everything is kind of where it should be, just following one another until they get back to the grid, kind of just Formula One style. These guys are going to go one lap around the track to get everything close as they can to optimal temperatures and pressures. All four corners of these cars obviously going to have to warm them up. You're going to see a lot of drivers start to swerve. And what else can you do to kind of bring the temperature up in these cars, Dean?
A little bit of braking sometimes, but that's also bold and braking. You got to have that distance between the drivers there. You don't want to be brake checking them. so soon in that. It'll annoy everybody, but nobody's really doing that. And they're not really weaving to get too much temperature in those tires that you see at the moment. It's more nerves. Once again, it's nervous for the driver that's inside that car, just as nervous for the two other teammates that are sitting in the pit lane watching it from their perspective. Just fingers crossed, of course, hoping that everybody gets through all cleanly. Whether or not you're going to make some gains or losses, no doubt. You just want to try to avoid major pileups. At turn one, it's always going to produce excitement. And then, of course, once you survive that, I mean, I can't wait to see the power difference, the straight line speed you're going to see out of 11 going all the way down that second straightaway into turn 12. That's when we're going to see that weight balance difference.
Yeah, that's going to be the true deciding factor of who took the right amount of weight, who took the wrong amount of weight. And of course, that's all relative. Obviously, if you took no weight, you're going to have the absolute fastest car down all the straightaways. But then at some point, taking no weight today, that's going to come around to butt you big time as the season goes on, because you'll have to take more weight and slow that car down, especially down the straightaways. You see all the drivers. This is turn 11. Turn 11, and of course now these drivers all going down that super long straightaway. It's a hard braking zone into turn 10. Get that car left as fast as possible, go all the way out, use all that runoff out there, and of course you have to get a really big run in there. If you don't, you're going to be hurting for certain down into turn 12.
Your opponent, you'd even know it, hurting for certain. I'm going to look forward to casting with you this 9-hour race. This is going to be fantastic. This, as you can see there, going down the back straight away into turn 12. And then they're all tight, of course, 10, 13, 14, 15, and 16, as you'll see in a minute. They are all like drop your gears down there, and it's also about how to hit the loud pedal, isn't it? Because you want to hit the loud pedal as loud as possible. You don't want the rear end to slip out on you, and there's plenty of marbles and all that's going to be out on the track that will affect the drivers a little bit later on. Welcome everybody, of course. This is the challenge as part of the split, and we're getting ready for some green flag racing. In the chat, hello. Anybody you want to shout out for? Any teammates, family members, anybody? Give us a shout out. We'll try to check that in a little bit when we get time to take our eyes off the screen, because I guarantee you very soon we're not going to take our eyes off any of this action.
Oh yeah, you don't even want to go to the bathroom as the race goes on, because everything happens so fast here. You don't want to miss a moment of the action. If you want to stay on this racing course, you can. If you want to watch all three at the same time, kind of simulcast, you can go to the VCO Esports, the command center, to watch all three of the different races as time goes on. These drivers now rounding out the last couple of corners here, getting closer and closer to the ever-important turns 20 and 21. You see them all kind of checking up here just to make sure they're not going to fire off before they should as they get closer and closer to that lone Bentley at the front of the field. This, of course, is rounding through turn 20.
Yeah, the lone Bentley, of course, the only Bentley, exactly. And a Nissan MP in P3, but here we go. Green. Anytime soon is going to go side by side. Look at the elevation change up into turn 1. Over to you.
Still waiting Austin. On the green. Waiting.
Austin casting and Austin. Go ahead, mate.
Yeah, waiting here. You see all the red lights up there. These guys are going to wait till they have to put their foot on the loud pedal. Still waiting on the green flag. They're still all in formation. Green flag finally flies. You can see all the lights above right there going to green as well. Huge elevation change up into turn 1. Fast and hard on the brakes. Look at the Aston Martin going a little bit wide on the outside. They're 3 wide at apex. They're door banging off each other as they now go down the hill. And while there's one car sideways up in the back.
I'd say pretty good so far. So far, so good, actually. I was very, very surprised that everybody did get through that. Of course, there was definitely bumping and grinding. It was racing. And just straight into the fence in the background. We'll get an idea of that.
Some mayhem there.
Yeah, that's called the caution.
As time goes on, of course, you still got the Bentley up front. Very, very calm, cool, and collected from all these drivers at the front of the field. Of course, the Bentley, for right now, being piloted, the number 214 car by Chris.
Another car off just there too. Before that, had a little bit of a spin there. That's maybe a little bit cold tires, as you mentioned.
Oh, you got 2 Aston Martins trying to pass one another. Very, very fast corner there. That's turn 10 into turn 11. You see that outbraking maneuver by the blue Aston Martin onto the yellow one. And look at the McLaren. He's going to take advantage of both of them.
2-for-1 special already. Yeah, exactly. Great timing. That's also bold and brave, because you have to find the gap in between there and let the car slide in between. Otherwise, you could have been straight at rear-ending or police maneuvering per se.
That's some slide job maneuvers there. You only see that on a dirt track. Of course, there's dirt tracks here in America all over, of course, the continental U.S., so interesting to see that slide job there. This is their top 4 cars. They've kind of all got themselves just a tick separated from the driver in 5th place. You can see you've got Klaus up there in the BMW, the number 214 machine.
So far, so about 4 or so investigations will be under there at the race start. But there, as you can see currently at the moment, your top 4 drivers making their way around, and then you got a little bit of a gap starting to form, but obviously it's very, very early days. So far, so good, you'd have to say that Mr. Klaus has actually helped, well, obviously just dropped that position there in P2 there. It's been the Aston Martin, but holding on. And you've got to say, in an endurance race of 9 hours, P2, nothing at this point, nothing to worry about. And he's retaking that position.
Separating themselves, going 2 and 3 wide as they turn off of turn 20 and down the front straightaway. Of course, so Klaus still perfect at the front of the field. The 214, the sole Bentley on the field. Here's the Porsche of Jonas. The LHR number 11 car goes for an outbreaking maneuver around the outside. We'll see if he can get it done here into turn 2. Of course, the S's, most of this track is very difficult to pass on, Dean.
Oh, the S's are you can do it if you're bold and brave. And I'll tell you what, they are trying it. Somebody said to go Lambo out there in the chat. We are the first, I believe, they're going to be starting one of the other series off in a minute. So the challenges are started, and we're going to have 2 other series. So you got to see this first. This is a dress rehearsal, isn't it, for the other 2 tiers right now to start this. They can perform a pretty relatively clean start that we've had so far.
Oh yeah, it's so important too. If you've got, teammates in this split compared to your other ones, you can kind of talk between yourselves to say what went right, what went wrong as time goes on. Boy, look at Dominic Goals. He is absolutely all over the back of Klaus here for this lead. We'll see if he can duck out down the straightaway here. This is where all that weight comes into play. Even if you have the draft and that Aston Martin behind the Bentley, you might not have the top end. He's going to pull out though, look for an outbraking maneuver. This is into turn 12.
Gets it done. I'd say, yep. If he can make that car break. That's a massive difference, isn't it, in speed? But it comes back immediately with the cornering of the Bentley.
Man, look at that. That was a textbook crossover there from Klaus onto onto Dominic, excuse me. Absolutely textbook there.
That's the difference, because you've seen those positions already being changed already between the top 2, and that is definitely that straight line speed that you mentioned. But now it's also getting further into this race. You also want to take care of that car, not burn through all your tires immediately so quick in these very, very close battles.
Well, you've got a long way to go. Conserving tires as the race goes on. It's super important, but it's very hard to do. There's a couple things that, namely you can do as time goes on. What can you do if you want to save the tires of these GT3 cars?
Keep them off the curbs. Isn't that what they tell the drivers all the time, Formula 1 drivers, stuff like that? Lay off those curbs later on there and start chewing through those tires. They're also battling closer at this point. You're trying to secure yourself in early positions. They're starting to form a little bit of a gap actually the top 4. You can see there's a 2.3 seconds gap there down to the Porsche. Sorry, my apologies, the other Aston Martin. There's going to be a lot of Aston Martins in the critical course. There's about 12 of them, 11. So when we do say Aston Martin, you're going to have to look through.
Just about a quarter of the field today. You'd be awfully surprised. It's closer, honestly, to a third of the field are comprised of solely Aston Martins. So you're going to hear a lot of us are talking about the Aston Martins as time goes on. And it's so important, too, if you can help yourself to get some clean air as the race goes on. You can see Alexis there just neatly going for a pass. I believe that was for 10th place between those 2 different drivers. Looking at the Luca Filippi. In the 711 Aston Martin. He's trying to see if he can't get himself around the 714 Aston Martin just ahead. Lots of Aston on Aston action.
Yeah, it looks like there could be a little bit of an overtake as they make their way down into the classic overtake. Well, sometimes 11 you can overtake in there. Here we go.
Trying to set up for the old over-under, get a long run straight up the exit there out of turn 11 to give him a larger boost there into turn 12. And you can see that McLaren just barely got the number 67 there of Ballawender, just got to his inside corner, kind of just forced him to basically lay back for the rest of the lap here.
Not an easy thing to tell a driver.
Oh, and then he
McLaren goes
broke
straight
a little bit
on
too
through.
late and almost rear-ended the 714 Aston of Dove just ahead of him. So he is going to lose that spot there to the number 67 car of Bellawender.
Philip gets the job done, but here we go.
Oh,
Philip's
he's going to continue on the attack there.
Absolutely.
As Bellawender. He's going to try and see if he can't steal away 16th position. He's going to do just that there.
Making early gains into the race in just under 7 minutes gone by already and gaining a couple of positions. Bit of a smile on the face for his team members. Also
Oh
gaining
boy,
the
and
back
for
around there
Duffy,
as well.
looks like he might lose another position here. He's putting up a really good fight, though, in terms of the other Aston Martin. We'll see if through the rest of the lap if he can't get anything else going on. Of course, up at the front of the field, though, you still got the 214 Bentley. Got Klaus still in the lead. He's done a perfect job so far, and he's got the fastest lap. Further through the field, this is the closest battle we've got going on for the minute. This is Marco Heinen trying to see if he can't get around Prama just ahead, the 889 Aston Martin.
Got to give it everything he got. Mum is really making some gains, as you can see the screen on the 8118 car there. As you can, you know that the Porsche is just so quickly through those S's, just hugs it, doesn't it? Like they say, like Ronald would say, you're hugging it like your favorite grandma. Car sticks, but hasn't got straight line speed for those overtakes in the long straightaways.
Yeah, I mean, that car, it's really just the tale of two kind of stories for the, the Porsches out in the field today. Like you mentioned, it does really well in all these kind of short, low speed corners to really good, get good momentum off of these things too. Of course, it is rear engine, and the drive axles for that car is on the rear end, so it gets a lot of power, a lot of grip in those corners. But as soon as you get to the straightaway, it's like you've got a parachute on your back. It's really difficult to catch people and then even run away from them as well down the straights.
And once again, we don't know their strategy as well too, so they could not be giving it everything they absolutely have at the moment. Well, the Bentley's under attack again, and we're going to probably see that straight line speed of the Aston Martin. Again, like just comparing it, we know that Klaus Noring, the Danish driver, has been pretty cool, calm, and collected for holding off at the moment with his Bentley. So he gets under attack from the main straights, and still keeping it, of course, is the Nissan there of Chamberlain, hanging with that pack. They've dropped the fourth driver there now, the other Bentley, because that was they were at the top four, and then they've dropped it down to three now. It's starting to pull a little bit of a gap away. Here we go, a bit of a run. Backs off for now.
Chamberlain was looking there, and Klaus really just covered off that move. It's very interesting to see. If you're Klaus, this is a 9-hour race. Usually you don't fight too hard for these positions, but obviously he feels like he's still faster. We'll see if he can challenge the Aston Martin of goals just ahead. Late braking here into the turn, just barely missing the apex.
Just sit there comfortably. It looks like this car's under pretty good controls. We're on board right now with Harley Chamberlain in the Nissan. My car, I had back in Australia, but not quite, a little bit more modern than my car that I had when it was a GTR Skyline R32 Classic. But these are a little bit more advanced than my Nissan, but I might be a little bit biased towards Nissan during this one, but we'll see. Another further battle roaring at the moment between P10 and P11 side by side. Here it is. You got to, at that point, you're committed. You got to put it through the S's now. This will be very, very interesting.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Yeah, there's
contact made between the two of them. It's going to send the Lexus sideways. Boy, that's going to be a penalty, I feel like, as the race goes on. We'll have to see, though. Of course, this is back further through the field. This is again with Philip Allewender. He's in the number 67 McLaren. 3 wide as they go down into turn 11.
No, not always go through. Well, you can go 3 wide in turn 11, but not through those S's as we just saw this contact. And it's very, very lucky that
you couldn't even go 2 wide.
He actually went across to the apron a little bit there and avoided a massive pile-up behind. So good driving there, even though obviously they will be up for review for stewards and stuff like that. They'll be, but you like to see sportsmanship. You don't want to see anybody else accidentally taking out somebody else's race, because we still have a long time to go. McLaren putting pressure right there. Felipe.
Yeah, I mean, we still got 8 hours and the better part of 49 minutes before this race is over. You can still see in the middle of the field here, this is about, 6th place to, I'm going to say, 22nd position. These guys are absolutely hounding one another, kind of all in a row, kind of like ducks in that regard. Oh, boy, look at that Lamborghini kind of dancing around the track. And, oh, man, that Acura just ahead. That was a big bounce.
I didn't think they had porpoising in the GT class, but they do, obviously. So take
I
that
think
one away from Formula 1.
porpoise if you go a little bit wide and hit those giant sausage curves there on the outside.
Exactly. G'day out there, Arriba España. I should know a little bit of Spanish. I speak living in Panama, but don't worry about that. We are in Texas, and Carlos.
Boy, look at Philip go. He's
so much
absolutely just rip that position away. See what he can do here down into turn 1. He should get a little bit of draft off the Lamborghini. He's going to have the inside. Hopefully, for his sake, he gets the position done. We'll see if that the Acura there of Veronin backs out of it. He's not going to. They're still side by side as they go into the S's. I think advantage right now to the McLaren.
Yeah, you got to hold track position right now because you want to go
he
straight
just
through.
slung the thing in there. I think that was a little
Yeah.
bit of Philip knowing he was going to go through, and I think that was a little bit of Verona just kind of backing out to make sure he can live another day. Because, while it might be more opportune for you to hold on to that position for another lap, you don't want to have what we saw happen the lap previous in the same exact corner where 2 cars went in there and only 1 came out.
Exactly. And because of the S's too, you go off that racing line because you're talking about about 6, 7, 8 turns there of just continuous S's. You go off your racing line, you scrub so much speed, it's a lot to get it back, and you're under a massive attack. Of course, you can see a massive pile, a massive freeway jam of cars. Also, it's like the traffic getting in here to Austin, Texas earlier.
Oh, yeah, an absolute gaggle right there. It's interesting, too. Dean, you see Philip go through that corner. He hits the apex perfectly, but there's a lot of other drivers just running a little bit wide. Some of that, of course, is going down the hill. Oh, look at a lot of cars there kind of squirming, scrambling for grip.
And speaking of wide, just in the background there, one of the cars going right off into the apron. Not the quite perfect racing line you would like.
Oh, one of the better things, though, about Coda is there's not a whole lot of things to hit if you do get your braking point just a little bit wrong. You can kind of go wide and tick and still have room to get back onto the track. So not too much to worry about. But, boy, it's always a hit to your pride. And, of course, look at all the marbles, by the way, out there as well. You have to be very careful that you don't go too wide and then, just get all those tires dirty because it takes you pretty much the better part of a half a lap to get those things back to where they want to be.
And there's going to be more and more and more of those marbles forming, of course, over the endurance race. So once again, they're going to come more and more into play. Back up the top of the timesheets, there's your top 3. You still have Mr. Harley Chamberlain hanging in with the Bentley, and the Aston Martin's taking the lead again. They've been exchanging a few of those positions tooth and nail already in this race, but once again, they've dropped the other Bentley, Aston Martin, sorry, there for 2 seconds and change down there. So I'd have to say not really gaining a massive difference there to P4. P4's hanging in there, but they are looking pretty comfortable at this point, P4 and P5.
Well, that's the thing, Dean, is all these cars are so close together, and all these drivers are too. These guys are separated in terms of best lap by a couple tenths from one another, and of course, some of that can be dictated by the weight they're running. Look at how wide he's going to go. He's going to get a monster run here down the back straight as Harley Chamberlain. We'll see if he can do anything. This Nissan, though, did not look as strong as the Bentley did through the S's to start the lap.
We might have to call Harley the Iceman to see his livery on the side there. He's licking an ice cream cone there. You can see that in the Nissan. Maybe you see the pictures of that one, but further back, of course, there's much more battles that are occurring here. It's Felipe Batwender is in this as well. Somebody was asking in the chat before whether or not Max Verstappen is in the series. I'm not quite. You won't be in the Challenger series. Might very well be in the other series.
Not in the split, that's for darn sure.
No. Maybe in the other splits. You can check that one out, of course. They're all streaming. I think one of the splits that we are not live currently at the moment. We do have 2 currently. Maybe some technical issues. For now, it's race time, and once again, the Bentley's back up at the top of the timesheets, but the Nissan Chamberlain's now in P2.
Yeah, he's been slowly but surely climbing up the field. So, obviously he started in the 3rd position, slowly gotten up to the 2nd spot. You can see they continue to trade spots back and forth now going into the final turn for the lap. Going to get a monster run here off at this last corner, see if you can't get a draft on the Bentley.
Yeah, it looks like it. Is he going to be willing to get it? Because once again, the drafting, saving your fuel, saving your tires, do you really want to take the overtaken opportunity here? Well, I would obviously, once again, hold off. Go through the S's, follow it through that. Nissan looks comfortable through those S's. It's looking like it's hugging quite well. Then maybe take him out of 11 that long straightaway. But doesn't Nissan have the straight line speed?
Too, but really, I mean, going through all these S's, I think the line that Colossus is taking is just a little bit better. I think the Nissan overall might be better in these corners, but it's so hard to tell as the lap goes on. I feel like, though, that Bentley does have a lot more of the top-end speed because you can see there wasn't a whole lot of draft that Harley was able to get. I think if he gets a good enough run and he gets the draft, he can maybe send the car up the inside, but you don't want to just lick the stamp and send it. You need to do high-percentage moves in these races, especially, we're still not even an hour in to this 9-hour event.
Trademark Daniel Ricciardo, like to stamp and send it. I'm not going to kidding, of course. That's where you got that one from. Further back at P19. Patrick, at the moment for Fun Racing Beer. And somebody was asking in the chat there about the stewarding, what the live 1 penalties, because we had about 3-4 cars, of course, in lap 1. That's what generally does occur, of course, when you have so many cars, 28 of them, making their way into turn 1. We'll ask our race producer, of course, and get you some of that information about when penalties may be noticed. We'll give you any of that information, of course, from the stewards look at that. Teams can protest stuff and bring it to the stewards, bring it to their attention, like a no Mikey no kind of scenario, but a lot less dramatic. A lot more professional,
no table smashing, no smashing of a headset as the race goes on. But yeah, if you're angered by something, you don't feel like you were raced very fairly, and the opportunity is always there to make the stewards say, hey, why don't you go back and look at this, because I don't think what went on was right.
What's right at the moment is we're 8 hours and 43 minutes left of this race. As you can see the observation tower up there to see the whole 360 degree here. Chamberlain's now been overtaken back by the Bentley, so there it is right there as you're kind of retaking it back into turn one at the top of the hill. If you can stick it there on the outside seat, you're going to maximize the exit speed through the S's. They should be not going side by side through the S's, and they wisely backed off, of course, because once again, it's a long,
I was surprised
long race.
Chamberlain kind of backed out of there. I was, kind of looking for him to do the old crossover, but these cars, obviously, they're full throttle through turn two at that point, so there's not a whole lot of opportunity for passing as that goes on. So he's just going to slot back in there to the last step on the podium. But these two cars, very close together. They got to be careful, though, that they don't continue to fight, because the Aston Martin in front of the field is continuing to step away. Last when when these guys started to battle, he was about a second clear, and now he's the better part of two.
I do apologize before. I did say one of the other splits weren't running at the moment. That's because I was looking at too many feeds. That's, of course, our fantastic Spanish broadcasting I was looking at there with those casters bringing that one. So the splits are racing currently at the moment. I'll get that one correctly. Too many screens and too much racing entertainment as you're watching right now. Another one of those overtaking opportunities up in turn one.
Boy, Luca Filippi going to go 2 for 1 again.
Why not give it a shot? Keeping us entertained, of course, and that's what you want. As the field still spreads out, but believe it or not, majority of the field at the moment is in. Here we go. Before I even answer that question, but let's have a look. Trust in the brakes, trust in the car, trust in the tires, and trust in the driver. It's good to see that. Yeah, still, that's great to see so far at the moment in the race. We do have majority of the cars at least into 2 sectors alone. And no traffic, but probably I'd have to say, a little bit of a mistake here. You'd be bold brave to go around the outside on that one. Especially if those marbles are haunting you. You'd mentioned there before, Austin.
Oh yeah, as soon as you go a little bit wide, and you can't see it from too many of these angles. Sometimes you can see it this far away. There's so many of those marbles off the track. They're even on the track too. As soon as you get just a little bit offline, you start to get those tires extremely dirty as the race goes on. This is, of course, looking at Luca Filippi in the 711 car, the Aston Martin, currently in 12th position. Right now, he's going to get closer and closer to being hounded by Felipe Bellawender, and then we're the McLaren just behind him. Boy, Filippi has been on an absolute just a charge up through the field. He's gained about at least 10 positions since the drop of the green flag.
Loving the camera action, getting more and more exposure here for the Challenger split. Exactly, putting on a fantastic show for the Pit Stop UK team. Getting it done. That's another thing too, isn't it? Like, which of the, obviously, are they some of the teams putting their, let's say their top driver, per se, in their team? Are they starting off your top driver? Most of the teams generally do at a race start. I'll check, of course, between all those 28 teams to see what sort of statement he has within his team, if he is. Watching another battle, of course, continuing down here at Battle 23. They're the Porsche versus the BMW right there.
Yeah,
just
got
in the background.
Velikov in the 23 car. He's trying to see if he can't get around Bornemann in the 853 BMW car. This is going down from turn 10 into turn 11. Hard on the brakes here to get these cars. Oh, contact there. He's going to punt him.
Yeah, no pun on Roost just yet, guys.
There
I know they're getting hyper, but it's HyperX is one of our sponsors. Don't get that hyper.
Yeah, maybe cool down a little bit. Leave being hyper to HyperX. Why don't you cool yourself down just a smidge here? This is looking at Raf Malinsky, number 16 car, 17th right now. See if he can't get around this McLaren. These guys have been fighting since the drop of the green flag. Not a whole lot of position changes for those two drivers right there. Pretty much following one another heel and toe.
I think it's bumper and tire, isn't it? Heel and toe. I know exactly what you're talking about, of course. Welcome along. There's plenty of puns that'll be coming between myself, Dean, and Austin this evening. We've got lots and lots of time to do puns, and the drivers have lots and lots of time to hopefully not punaroo each other.
Well, it's going to be really hard, too, because as you get to these heartbreaking opportunities, you want to slow the car down at the exact last second to gain as much time as possible. But if you do that, and the guy ahead is trying to brake a little bit early to get a better run off the corner, you know,
Speaking
that difference of opinion. Oh, look at this overtaking opportunity here. Look at Ralph go down the inside. Yeet. That was a yeet up the inside for Ralph. Boy.
You stole that one away from me. I was going to be like, yeet. Exactly, yeet Esports.
Sorry, buddy.
That's all right. Absolutely. Yeet. I'm sure yeet. Ralph is going to be giving us much, much more of those moments. Good to see that great racing.
On this overtaking opportunity for a long time, Dean. He was behind that McLaren there for quite a while, so I'll be very interested to see what he can do to see if he can't catch up to the Acura NSX there of Verona just ahead of him. Verona has been, I think he's been licking his chops here, just kind of pulling away for these guys, realizing that the McLaren behind him was just a little bit slower.
It's fun. Well, I'd say more of it you want to be doing is foaming at your mouth a little bit later on for the bubbly stuff, isn't it? So finishing the top 3. Still early days for that, but you're always going to be foaming at the mouth. Of course, hydrate, no doubt, as the drivers have to be hydrating. You're going to be doing about a 3-hour stint each. Is that mandatory or not? Just to confirm to everybody out there in the chat wall, which is also hello if you're tuning in to watch.
You know, that's a great question. I don't think I ever saw a rule relating to that, especially. I feel like, you know, I mean, obviously these guys are going to set up for everything to be equal as the race goes on. I'm not sure if I saw a rule for the drive time requirement.
I didn't quite see it either, but I was probably too busy hanging around those barbecues here trackside in Texas, here at the Circuit of the Americas. This is the Challenger splits, of course, the Cash split and the Rival split is all occurring at the same time. So once again, hit the exclamation mark command center, pull up all the streams, and if you hablo español, there's also the 4th stream there, so you can listen to the Spanish commentating team.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job. Tuned into that just a little bit, had them in my ear as the race went on. Those guys are having a good time watching all the races. So if you do speak Spanish or want the Espanol broadcast, you can go ahead in the command center, click on any of those streams that you want. And if you do have just a real hankering for racing as the day goes on, you know, this maybe race isn't going fast enough for you, go ahead and hit the command center. You can watch 3 all at the same time. We did get a note here from Jack Maloney, producer. Each driver can drive 195 minutes. All 3 must drive. These stints are about 65 minutes, so we have quite a long time until we get going.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sharp. He is the sharpest broadcast producer in the shed, as they say, and he's actually broadcasting multiple races at the moment as well, too, so fantastic job for him.
Yeah, Jack
information
Maloney,
whenever he can.
Boy.
Yeah. Well, you got the best in the business when it comes to broadcasting here, as well as casting crew. So I had to bring all that entertainment.
He is just continuing to march his way up through the field. Right now he's in 12th place, trying to see if he can't get around Van Vliet, the 45 car for 11th. The Aston Martin just ahead. He's got an Aston train in front of him. See if he can do another 2-for-1 move here.
2-for-1 on the Felipe special.
I mean, you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Felipe's
here it is. Yeah.
4 of them. You know, there's one. We'll see if he can't get the other here. Usually when he's done it out of turn 11. Oh, he's going to look for a dive down to the inside turn 13. My goodness.
Got it.
Made it look easy.
It did make it look easy.
Do we call that another 2-for-1 for Philip? I feel like we should, because he's had so many already, but that one is kind of spaced out.
Well, he's in P11 right now, so he's got 2 1s, doesn't he?
Oh, you know what? I like it. That was probably the best pun we've had all day to this point. So, go ahead and move Philip Bellawender up to 11th position here in the number 67 McLaren car. And I'll be interested to see how fast he can gain that, almost 2 seconds up to Danielle, just ahead of him in the Porsche.
Absolutely brilliant. Good to see that.
It's hard to miss that Porsche just ahead. That thing is sprayed on pretty much every body part except for the hood. You got a matte black hood.
Things are heating up in the Austin, Texas. Of course, the music capital, I'd have to say, of the Americas. One of the fastest growing cities as well, too. Why not? Because you plan to have a fantastic racetrack here, and you draw all the attention, of course, of all the universities and stuff like that here as well. So sure, there'll be a great party atmosphere later on, of course, in the stadium or having after the race.
Lucas been doing a really good job.
Bring some of the bands.
See if he can't follow Philip here.
And the Bentley currently at the moment has dropped to P3, but we'll keep an eye on this battle because there's nothing happening at the moment. You can see on the top of your timesheets up there that Bentley just started on pole position at the moment. It's hanging in that P3. A bit of a gap forming, of course, between P1 and P2 at the moment, but you expect that to happen in a long endurance race. But once again, this is where the action, the 711 car, trying to retake that position in a...
Well, he's trying to see if he can't retake the position, obviously. But with how easily he was passed, I'm going to call it easy, by Ballawender, number 67 car. Philip is going to see if he can't just follow Philip, see if he can gain some time up to that Porsche. He's done a phenomenal job to stay on his rear end. This is what you want to do if you're passed by one driver. You want to stay on his rear end to see if you can't. Oh, look at this! He's going to get absolutely neck and neck with him as they go into turn 13. Again, though, Philip is on the inside. This is where he took that position to begin with. Trying to retake it there was Luca.
I love it. They are wheel-to-wheel racing like it's the last hour of the race, but it's good to see early, of course. You want to take those visions, but once again, it is very, very clean. It's good to see. Hope we're seeing that across all the splits as well, too. Kind of got my eyes on some of those other races as well. Once again, so you can check them all out at once. Now, probably people go, well, I only have one screen. Like, you have a phone too, remember? I'm pretty sure everybody has a cell phone these days, so pull it up on your cell phone as well if you can.
Yeah, you're probably watching this on a computer. Maybe you've got an Xbox or a PlayStation. Pull up Twitch on there. Maybe you can increase the amount of screens you have. And if you don't, you just want to use one screen, but you want to have 3 races on all on at once. Twitch.tv/VCO Esports, and then click on the command center. There's a button to do that right next to the follow button, or of course you can always hit the exclamation point command center. It'll give you a link. Click that to view all these. Whoa! Look at how loose Ralph got at the top of the hill.
He had to lift big time when he hit the loud pedal, and the car tweaked, and very, very clever to lift there. Otherwise, he could have been spinning around all the wrong direction.
Yeah, and how about Fonza just behind the number 27 McLaren car to go ahead and check up just to make sure you can get into the back of him.
Yeah, once again, because it's clever, smart driving here because they realize it's endurance too. You don't make too little mistakes too quickly. But so, yeah, driver awareness 101. That's what you need.
Interestingly enough here. Yeah. Brad Volansky is caught up to the Lamborghini of Verona just ahead. Excuse me, not the Lamborghini, the Acura NSX, and brought with him. He's brought Fonza and the McLaren. We'll see how fast work here Ralph can make on this Acura car. He's going to get try to cut the apex just a little bit more than the Acura ahead. I don't think he's going to have quite the run here going down this long back straightaway.
We got traffic coming up at the moment. Are we looking at? No, it just is something else I'm looking at the moment. There's the Porsches. So watch for the Porsches P9 at the moment, tucked up right behind. It's not NASCAR bump driving, but they're driving it like it is. Got to follow through the S's now. Not the S's, my apologies. You're talking about the tricky third sector, start of the third sector.
Yeah, such a technical piece of racetrack. You have to, lots of these, I'm not going to call them blind corners, but they're blind apexes where you look in one direction, you stop on the brakes, you turn the car in, you basically just have to hope you're going to hit the apex because this part of the track is so tricky and you have 2 different sections that look exactly the same. That 14-15 complex looks very close to a 17-19. You see the cars now coming off of turn 20. This is down the front straightaway. We'll see what Heinen can do to see if he can't get around Meyer, but I don't think he's close enough just yet.
Maybe that short climb up into the 300 and something meter elevation changes. I think it is a little less than that. My apologies, but I love it.
If that Porsche is going to make a move, I think it's going to have to be in either Sector 1 or Sector 3 and all those fast corners, and he's going to have to hope that down the straightaways that Aston Martin of Meyer can't get close enough to him to make it pass.
Arian Racing Team you're watching at the moment. It's pretty straightforward, nice, clean livery. I like to see it's where there's a bit of silver and white in that 118 car. You can see in the background.
You can see all throughout this sector, though, Dean, he's gotten a lot closer to that Aston Martin than he was when they started out. And that, of course, you mentioned it earlier at the top of the show. That Porsche absolutely loves the corners.
Yeah, they naturally always are a car, aren't they? They're just losing the corners. Same, I have to say, with the Nissan as well. Audis, probably, we haven't seen too much of them, obviously, because they're running currently at the moment, P20, P21. And but then you get top line speed, don't you? The Aston Martins get some great straight line speed. McLarens as well. That's up to how everybody likes to tweak their car. In the chat, please give us a shout out as to your favorite cars and what do you think down there is what do you think would be the car that would be better in the cornering? There it is. That's what I was looking for. We'll get it right.
Up at the front of the field, it still calls the number 44 Aston Martin, followed by Klaus. The number 214 Bentley, of course, Klaus sat on the pole. He's still currently got the fastest lap. He's got Hayden Chamberlain just behind at number 81 Nissan, and then in fourth, it's Prama. Rounding out the top five is Diakowski. So the top five pretty much just how they started. The top three cars, of course, pulling away massively from the rest of the field. But boy, Goals up in front. He has got a 4-second gap back to Klaus in second.
He's just pushing. I've seen those laps they could really be putting in, which is about a 207. 207.6, 207.3s is what they're doing. We saw that they're doing 206s and 205s a little bit earlier. 206s, I believe it was.
At the top of the show, the track temperature was only 33 degrees Celsius. Currently, it's risen another 2 up to 35 degrees Celsius. So pretty toasty track conditions out here as the race starts to continue to go on. So far,
and I guarantee you, we'll continue to go on because we're 30 minutes into it right now.
Oh, it's going to get hotter and hotter as the race goes on, too. So these cars are going to start to slide it more and more as the race goes on. You got two Porsches now all over the rear end of this Aston Martin just ahead. This is, of course, the 118 and 19, trying to see if they can't get around that 147 machine of Mayer.
Going to give it a shot. Great on board. We're watching at the moment from Jonas.
Of course, producer and director here today with all the different camera angles. Jack Maloney always does a fantastic job. Whoa, look out down the inside. There was Philip Ballawender. Would have been good to know for our sake that he was down there. It scared the absolute bejesus out of me to see him just shoot down the inside. Another 2-for-1 move. Look at him go.
No time for Code Browns just yet, mate. Lots of racing to go. Guess who's involved in all this party again?
Yeah,
he's got. They both had to lift off right there.
Take evasive action.
Snapped a brake, of course, and there was very, very awareness once again, 101 between the other drivers had to make sure they didn't get involved in that accident. But there's your Code Brown moment right there.
Oh yeah, what a save though too by Mayer in that Aston Martin. He went for a big old slide. Congratulations, for all those drivers just to kind of check up there a wee bit and make sure they didn't get into one another.
Love to see it. You got live timing as well too out there in the chat if you want. Those links have been up there. The bot will post that. All the commands are underneath the description right there. And so if you want to follow all the live timing and all the different splits, you can and get an idea if you have your friends and family and drivers that you'd like to support there. You can see their own individual lap times and how they're performing in their sector times.
Oh, look out for Ballawender making a big old move here down the inside. This is into turn one. See if he can't take away the 8th position. Oh man, he's going to get an absolute great run out of that corner now, set up for turn 2. And watch out, the two Porsches side by side behind him.
If Gap Car seizing opportunity, here we go. We're on about lap 16, give or take. It's a time race, but yeah, look at that. Bang, exit speed. Probably the best performer right now, isn't it? At the moment, the 67 car, McLaren, just cruising on by like a Sunday drive, some of these other drivers.
He's gained about 15 spots as the drop of the green flag, so he continues to march up through the field. This gap, though, the next one ahead of him, it's about 6 seconds from him up to Jurka Love, and then the next McLaren up the field, a 98 car. We'll see how long it takes him to get up there, but I'd say by and large, he's one of the fastest cars on the track. Still doesn't have the fastest lap, though. That, of course, still goes to Klaus Neering at number 214 Bentley. Of course, he sat on the pole, so no surprise there for him to have the fastest lap.
His ELO rating is about 2,000 and change as well too. So he's definitely the strongest driver in that team. And that's an indication of how well he's been driving in that team. I'm pretty sure there's a cheer from that garage there of the Petrol Auto for Danas. I can't pronounce the second part of that. My apologies, that team name. As well as Cryonics Racing Team at the moment. Here's a battle for P5 that's brewing.
Yeah, this is Johannes Prest in the Aston Martin trying to see if he can't get around that Lexus there of Dykowski in the number 192 car. These guys have been throwing crossovers on one another all throughout the third sector. Now they come out of turn 20 up onto this big old long front stretch. You'll see what kind of run each other can get. And they got to watch out behind them, though. There's a car just behind that pink machine.
Can't miss the pink machine, isn't it? The McLaren. Here we go.
Oh, another crossover. He tried to look.
Oh, yeah, he just sent a dummy there at the moment.
Just a smidge.
Yeah, but the inside line's going to go back here, and then, I don't know if they're going to go through side by side, and those S's, no, you had to lift off there.
Yeah,
for
they
sure.
thought better of it. Oh, they're still looking, though. They're still scrambling all
Sending
around.
dummies, of course, trying to throw your opponent off. Psychological games, you throw your opponent off by doing that, but he's done it in the tight S's, and look how much of like speed's been scrubbed off by doing it. Once again, you straight line possible you want through the S's, and that little bit of a dummy through there probably dummied themselves at that point.
Yeah, second, third place continues to stay close to one another. They've gotten even closer in the last couple laps. This, of course, is Chamberlain on Nearing. This is for second place overall. You see that light blue and orange Nissan absolutely hounding the rear end of that black and green Bentley there.
I think you're right. I think what's happened at the moment, there may be a bit of hurry up because you got the 889 car that's just starting to bring back into play. Remember, they did drop them for a little bit for P4. Now P4's come back in. So obviously something at the moment here, the Bentley's slowing down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Prama might have maybe saved his tires just a little bit, because you're right, though, Dean. He was about a second or two behind these guys, and now all of a sudden he's right up on their tailpipes.
That's why they hurry up, because, of course, you don't want to be held back too much because it's bringing the other drivers into play. So, yes, if I was Mr. Chamberlain right now, Harley, I'd say, like, your teammates say, should I go for the overtake? Because they can also be communicating to their teammates. And again,
he'll have known that that Prama was catching him this entire time. No doubt he's got his two other driver teammates kind of in his ear going, hey, that Aston Martin's getting closer and closer. You might want to dispatch there of Klaus just ahead.
You'd have to, because you got to remember too, there's also a gap growing. It's like 5.7 seconds now to our race leader of the Aston Martin. Somebody's screaming out, "Go! I love the Aston Martin." Yep, there's lots of Aston Martins in all the splits we have this evening. Plenty of them here in the Challenger split.
Reba, yeah, loving the Astons. Always a fast car as well. See the qualifying two going on for the cash split as the race goes on. Of course, all the three of the splits can be seen on the VCO Esports channel and just the command center.
Oh, classic overtake up the hill. And now, they will go side by side for the S's. This is definitely going to be interesting.
Not recommended, for sure.
Look away. Tray tables upright. Hold on tight. No, they did actually have to back off through there. Clever racing. He's going to go for the gap. If you no longer go for the gap, you're no longer a racer driver. Talk to Ensign about that one. He knows. One of the greatest of all time.
Oh, he'll tell you, exactly. And those two just barely sorted it out in time. They almost went through there door to door, and I'm sure there would have been quite a lot of banging going on between those two drivers. So still, though, you got that Philippi just ahead of these guys. And then Ballawender, he's been doing a really good job to kind of continue to march his way up through the field, draw a big gap to these guys. You're going to see this camera angle switch. There's Ballawender quite a far distance up the road. He started, Philippi was doing a good job to hang with him, but ever since then, Philippi's kind of fallen off just a little bit from Ballawender.
Because Ballawinder's just been absolutely a machine. We were kind of talking at the top of the show, weren't we? Like, okay, so who are we thinking about going into this race one? We're like, no idea, clean slate. Well, I think at the moment there's somebody that's stepping out of the shadows into the spotlight a little bit so far into this race one, and that's that driver you're looking at right now. Absolutely fantastic performance.
He's gained about 15 spots since the drop of the green flag to start a broadcast. We did talk about who do you think is going to be fast, and I said I'd rather be surprised, and I'm surprised that he's been this much faster than the rest of the field. That he catches up to guys, and of course, Dean, we always say it's one thing to catch a guy, it's another thing to pass him. When he gets up to these guys, he just puts on some weird, crazy move, textbook passes, makes it, and then drives away like it is not even contested. It might be maybe for like a lap. After that, though, he is just driving away from his competition. You can see him continuing to march up the road.
The pole driver as well, too, from Poland. At least he's driving under the Polish flag. Absolutely amazing. He's like, he flips that rule around. It's not one thing to catch it. It's like, it's easy to overtake. Easy. Of course, yeah, unfortunately, you don't get any points in a championship for the most amount of overtakes, but you certainly will get a lot of exposure for your livery.
A lot of exposure for your name too, and your team. Of course, your team's always going to be really happy with you if you continue to march that car up through the field. And I'm sure there might be a lot of pride on his part too to say, I didn't qualify very well, and when I do my absolute best to make it, up through the field. Of course, if you're going to make any positions, now's the time to do it. I always say, if you catch up to me in the earlier part of this race, by maybe a second or two, I'll just pull over and let you go. I'm not going to fight you too hard because you still got 8 hours left in this 9-hour race. There's no reason to fight a guy tooth and nail for a position that might easily be changed after he makes a mistake around the racetrack or a mistake on pit road.
I got a technical question there for you there as a race driver there, Austin. When are you expecting, one for the chat as well, when are you guys starting to expect the first round of pit stops to occur?
Well, director-producer Jack Maloney, of course, giving us all these camera angles. He said the stint's about 65 minutes, so instead of pulling a number out of my own brain, I'll just use Jack's. That way, if it's wrong, he gets to look bad. But, of course, he doesn't normally look bad. Quite the handsome lad. So it should be all right. I would assume 65 minutes. So, of course, if that time rings correctly for these drivers and the timing up on the top middle of your screen is correct, we should see these guys in about 27 minutes. Or excuse me, you got the 17 to get us to the 60 minutes of the race, so about 23 minutes I expected to see these guys down pit road.
See, pay attention in your math class, of course. Pay attention in your math class out there, boys and girls, if you are. And once again, that'll be interesting because now they're going to start getting to a approach. So you obviously got the 214 car leading the race. They're going to start getting into a bit of the traffic scenario as the field spreads across there. How's that gentleman's agreements work out with the cars being lapped? Is it the gentleman's agreement, or they didn't bring too much on the rules and regulations stating you have to move out of the way?
Well, there's nothing to say you have to, but of course you'd much rather do that. I mean, there is a lot of pride in being lapped. You don't want to be lapped, but at some point too, if you were the leader and that guy who was hounding you was a lap car, you wanted to move out of the way. So usually, more often than not, you'll see these guys kind of understand blue flag. They'll kind of move out of the way just to the side of the track to let that leader, that faster car, right on through. There's still a large gap between the leader to the last car on the track. It's about the length of the back straightaway. So, the number 44 car is catching up to the rear end of the field faster than you think, but it still will be a while before we get there. Of course, pit stop's coming. You'll see the field get a little bit jarbled, and then it's kind of going to sort itself out within about a good lap or two.
That's why that 27-minute marker you were talking about might very well be where they start to catch the back markers and then the box. And then when they box at that point, that's going to be very, very interesting because there's going to be traffic absolutely everywhere.
I'm really interested to see too, though, Dean, just how much these McLarens rise up through the field, because the drivers always talk about how much faster the McLarens are as they burn off fuel. They get a lot lighter as the run goes on. So I'll be interested to see just how much room and ground they can make up on the cars ahead and around them as the fuel continues to get lighter in these cars.
60 to 65 minutes into it. And remember too, the different cars also have their kindness and not so kindness on the fuel, as well as the driver and how heavy they've been on the lad pedal and how well they've taken care of the car. I always say, take care of that car. That's the one that's going to help you win the race. Buy it flowers, take it out to dinner if you need to. Make sure you take it out to a nice restaurant. And,
anything you can do to improve your chances.
Yeah. Sebastian Vettel, of course, used to name his cars women names. Name the car, of course, something. I don't know, whatever works, That's what I say.
Oh yeah, whatever works. Generally you'll have a lot of the guys, even sometimes girls, giving their cars girl names. Whoa, look at that big bounce out of that Lamborghini there.
Porpoising again, as you mentioned.
Yeah, think nicely. You wouldn't want to do that to the girl you're going to take out for dinner. Just go ahead and throw her over a giant curve and bounce her about a foot into the air, slamming her back down to the pavement. Lots of damage to the suspension components there if you continue to do that.
Yeah, that's another question actually I would ask you about that as a race driver. As you see the Porsches battling for a tooth and nail. Now they're in the same machinery. We'll have to confirm whether or not they use the same.
Look at how loose Jonas got in that 119 car. You got all that dirty air just ahead. You get that car rotated. Just as soon as you do that, the 118 Porsche heading just comes right across your nose. You lose all that downforce. A big old wiggle out of that car.
Depends how much of the weight that they've elected to start with as well too for the balance of power.
You talk about that weight, boy, Klaus, the number 214 car, continues to stay just ahead of the two drivers behind him. I'll be really interested to see. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at you look at all the weight these guys have elected to take as the run goes on. It's really interesting to see just what they're doing. So, the budget, of course, for the Bentley is only 31 kilograms. I don't believe they've taken to use any of those. So lots of top speed in that Bentley, and I think that's why it's just so hard to pass right now for those two guys behind them. I mean, they've been on it for the better part of about 5 laps now, and absolutely no ground has been made.
Right, that's the reason why I thought that, because of the long straightaways you have in those passing overtaking opportunities from those long straightaways. Of course, you'll scrub off that speed, won't you, with those S's? But once again, we know how hard it is to overtake through those S's.
Oh, it's pretty much single file through everywhere on this track, except for the hard braking zones off these long straightaways. So there's not a whole lot of opportunity to pass if you're in one of these Porsches. You basically have to take advantage of somebody in Sector 3 if you want to make a move. And look at how wide that number 118 Porsche went there, the Heinlein car.
They're still going for it too for now, which is fantastic racing. It's entertainment racing every single way. There's your blue flags being waved. Actually, you just saw there from our start line finish. I used to call him Barney, but there's no Barney in ACC. Here we go. Overtaking opportunities at turn 1. Last of the late break. He's outbraked himself. You can see that clearly, right? Couldn't you?
Yeah, typical crossover there. Just textbook outbraking opportunity. Outbroke his competition, like you said, Dean. Outbroke himself, went a little bit wide. Now he's going to have to see if he can't catch back up to this Porsche just ahead. I love the opportunity there, and just the gutsy move of trying to outbrake him in terms of going into that corner. It didn't work out, but you know what? I still, round of applause to that move.
And also, psychological games. Once again, you're playing with the other drivers, the rivalries that you are around there. Rivalries are building up, as you can see, between certain drivers already. And that's what you want to do. You want to play those psychological games. Try to throw your opponent off and force them into mistakes. That's all a part of the motor racing. So you're keeping to your own deltas and your times and try to do your own thing. And you're also trying to throw your opponent off. Say, remember me, I'm here. So to make them try to check their mirrors all the time as well, too, if you're under attack. This is another question out there to everybody in the chat. If you are listening, hello, welcome along. And to you, Austin, I've always said this before, do you like being the car chasing a car down, or do you like to be the car defending against a car chasing you down?
Well, whilst it is always hard to, look at these cars. I would much rather be kind of the chaser instead of the chasee, I think, because as soon as you can get that move done, you still have the overall speed. And to be honest, it always feels like, look at them, still side by side trying to fake one another out. Is the 118, 119. So move the 118 right now through up into, I believe that is the 10th position there.
Bringing the other players into play as well.
I'd much rather be the faster car trying to make that pass. But Dina, I'll ask the same question to you. Would you rather be the chasee or the chaser?
I'm not a driver. That's the thing. Unfortunately, just a caster. Ooh, make it stick. But I think it takes a lot of skill to be cool, calm, and collected when you've got a fast car trying to overtake you behind a lot. So I'd have to say, not for me, but I'd say a little bit more sweatiness, of course, in your palms and on the wheel. Trying to handle the pressure. That's Mercedes. A back marker. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah.
Yep, got the blue flags there. He is very nicely going to just continue to pull off to the track, let everybody through. You can still see the marshals waving the blue flags, and he's just going to continue to check up. And there is an art to overtaking cars. There's also an art to being overtaken. That was absolutely textbook there from that Mercedes.
Also, I've said this before as well, too. If I've race engineered drivers before, and I just say, snap those mirrors off and don't even look backwards. Just go, go, go. Not a wise thing to do, of course, because then you can get into accidents pretty easy to do that. But,
of course,
focus on your own race.
Your spotter's going to know. You'll also have that car in the bottom middle of your screen to kind of say where the other cars are around you. And at that point, you can say, he is to my inside. Typically, of course, I'm a big short track oval racer, and usually you don't look in your mirrors. You'll know if a guy gets out of your inside because your spotter tells you to, and at that point, he's gotten to your inside down the corner. As long as it's before you've started to brake and set the car up for the corner, it's your corner. If he gets to your inside before that, you gotta let him through. Speaking of let him through, Chamberlain has made his way through up into second position. Slowly but surely made his way around Klaus.
Yeah. That's taken some time to get that done, but they've got it done. That's because there's a 9-second gap. Remember when he was battling, he got a bit of a hurry up there. That was when there was about a 6-second gap. Now it's 9. And obviously, shout out HyperX in the chat. Maybe one of the other fantastic broadcasters and commentators here have mentioned something about a giveaway or something like that. I can't confirm that one, of course. But if everybody's shouting HyperX, good. Shout HyperX. They're one of our sponsors.
Yeah, there is a giveaway. I can't remember what it was, but I know for sure in the old cash split they'll be talking about it a lot more than we will be. You see the Protma machine, the number 889 Aston Martin. He's in the exact same position as Chamberlain was just a couple of laps ago. We'll see if he can't make his way around Klaus here in the number 214 Bentley. Klaus sat on the pole. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, but boy, the changing temperatures and as the race has gone on, those changing conditions have not really suited the Bentley.
So much yet. And the Bentley's still sitting in P3. Early days to come. Endurance is endurance for a reason. And yeah, it gets sweaty at the moment. I hope drivers are comfortable and hydrating as you can. I mean, you know, as a race driver, you get to hydrate probably only because there's 2 straightaways to hydrate. The rest of it, you get up turning. You're lucky if you have actual real spotter with you to maybe bring the drink bottles to your mouth so you can have the drink, as Kimmy would like to say. You get the drink, and you don't get the drink.
Yeah, you can always ask your mom, maybe come into your bedroom, you got a girlfriend or a wife, maybe she can bring you a fresh sports drink every now and again and kind of replenish those electrolytes. Tell you what, I'm going to need some before the day is over. It's even, 8 hours, 9 hours doing anything is always going to be pretty taxing unless you're kind of just sitting on the couch and chilling.
Look at the gap already. This is pushed away from this battle you're buried between P3 and P4. As you said, that Bentley's coming on a little bit of attack now. But there's Harley off down the road. He wants to cut that 10.3 second gap down now.
I mean, ever since he got clear, though, Dean, he hasn't made any sort of inroads into that. I mean, Gauls is just absolutely flying at the front of the field. Speaking of flying, though, that McLaren, though, Bellwender, he was a second faster, more off than not, of the other McLaren in the field. I believe that was the number 98 car. That car went down pit road, had a driver swap. So you see some cars already going down into the pits.
That is very true. A little bit early, but 65-minute marker we're looking at, 60 to 65
look at this
minutes.
Here
we go.
The Aston Martin on the Bentley into turn 1, late braking zone.
Contact.
Door banging, little netcode there.
Oh, now is there going to be a lift to let them through? Generally, you see a gentleman's green if you say my bad and let them through, or are they going to race on like Max Verstappen versus Lewis Hamilton? Nothing ever happened kind of scenario?
Still too wide?
Yeah.
Oh, man, he just barely backed out of it just in time, did Bruno Protma. I don't know if that was his fault. I feel like that might have been just a tick of netcode there. Certainly a dealing drag off the track. I don't know if he got loose. It's really hard to see from that angle, but at that point, I'm going to have to assume that might have been Protma's fault because he didn't see old Klaus give him any sort of room after that.
And that's because we will have race stewards, of course, that will be reviewing those and they can review at different angles and different all that sort of stuff. Hopefully not. I mean, sometimes it's up to really whether the team will protest. Of course, the driver will say, hey, I want to protest that one to the stewards. Of course, you don't want to be protesting every little thing to stewards. At some point, the steward's going to go, look, you know what, you guys are protesting too much there. We're not going to take you any seriously.
Yeah,
and
well, at some point, you're going to be the boy who cried wolf.
Boy who cried wolf, yeah. And at some point, they'll probably just go, you know what, it's okay, it's racing. We've only 1 hour into this race. We're still pointing the right direction. We're still racing each other. I would leave it slip.
Well, I think at some point, too, you're going to realize that, Klaus has been hanging on for dear life here more often than not. So, he's not going to be putting Protma in the most advantageous of situations, especially to make a move.
Now, last lap, of course, of the race, if you're the dying stages and you're counting down to a couple of minutes left for 9 hours, absolutely, you'd have to be going for it tooth and nail. And you have to send a dummy if you need to. Now.
Definitely. Yeah, it's no holds barred at that point. Pay window is open to go ahead and get yourself some points before the end of this race. You're going to do everything you can in your power, even if you're going to rough a guy up to do it. I'm not a big fan of roughing somebody up. I'd hate to have it done for me. I'm not going to do it to other people, but it is very entertaining. It always makes for good TV.
It would be very entertaining, isn't it, to go further back down the battle for P17, 16, and so forth. But yeah, I mean, hey, would that be fantastic at 9 hours down and you're still seeing all these battles resuming?
Hey, talking about those Audis, Dean, they're starting to make a play into this race. You've got Van Delft in the number 13 Audi. He's in now 16th position, so he's slowly making his way up through the field.
They certainly are, and if you want to capture all the way they're making their way up through the field with their times and their lap times and their sector times, exclamation mark live timing, and we are the Challenger split, of course, but you can follow all the other splits, the multiple screens you're watching. Pit stop time is approaching. We had a couple of early pit stops.
Yeah, sometimes too, I don't know if that's one driver not being too comfortable in the car. Maybe he abused one of the axles on these things and kind of just upset the tires. So he's like, you know what, I'd rather kind of step out of the car, at least maybe, recenter myself on what's going on here in the race. It's a good opportunity to refresh, maybe hand the car off to one of your teammates. And sometimes too, maybe you got some damage, so you bring the car back down pit road, see if that virtual pit crew cannot repair it. This is Filippi. He's caught all the way back up to Philip Ballawender, number 67 machine. I'm really surprised by this, Dean.
You are, yeah, because of course Mr. 2-for-1 special is now under a little bit of attack. That's a 67 car under attack by this 711.
Yeah, the 711 car, the Aston Martin there, that light blue and green machine just behind that white, red, and black McLaren there.
Spinner in the background there.
Just good
to the left-hand side.
Oh, that was Klaus, our pole sitter. Oh, contact me just ahead of him.
This is all gone pearl-shaped here. All of a sudden, local caution, of course, for that corner. But yeah, that had to be definitely caused by, you said, the pole sitter, because that's what's going on there. That's caused them off, because you're flying around the speed trying to take a racing line and you're trying to race with the other drivers around you. All of a sudden, bang, there's a car off to the side that caught my attention. So no doubt it caught their attention when they're flying around there at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, we'll see if we can't get any sort of call from the stewards here to identify what happened. Of course, replays and this split and the rival split kind of few and far in between as the race goes on. But we'll see what we can do before the end of this thing. But yeah, that was our pole sitter Klaus going for a bit of a spin. He'll have lost about 3 or 4 positions on this last lap alone.
Just like that, isn't it? Just like that, a little mistake. And remember, we're only an hour into an endurance race, so, the fatigue kicks in later on. Not so much right now.
I tell you what, I feel really bad there for Philip Ballawender. He had caught almost all the way up to that 192 car just ahead, and he was about to make a move on him. He, of course, being hounded then by the 711 car of Filippi, but we were going to have to see. I was anxiously anticipating what was going to happen for Mr. 2-for-1 special there.
Yeah. You got time. You're lucky you got 8 hours to get that battle to resume a little bit later on. It looks like the Porsche, the 119 car is visiting the pit lane from P13, so a little earlier, but we don't quite know. We'll get some message there from our fantastic producer from Jack in just a minute about that. Remember, Jack is handling multiple streams and multiple things. He's probably doing the laundry as well, too, and mowing the lawn at the same time. Knowing Jack, he could do a bit of everything.
Yeah, Jack Maloney, our producer, giving us all the fantastic camera angles for today. Let's see if we get any sort of an update here.
But yeah, for first, I think we'll go to a little bit of a short break while we have a little bit of time in our racing course. We have lots of time to go. Challenger split, so we'll be back in just a minute.
Welcome back to the 9 hours of the Circuit of the Americas. This is the HyperX VCOxLFM race here. I'm Austin Belke. Joining me in the booth is Dean Hompton with Jack Maloney up in the production trailer. And Dean, it's been an absolutely phenomenal first hour and 8 minutes. We've had our first round of pit stops, and we've had some early controversy as well.
There is controversy at the moment, as you can see. But you're watching, obviously, the battle of the overtaking king and under a little bit of pressure. That's the 67 car there, Felipe Balwinda. And yes, well, look at that. A stop-go penalty has been issued to the Bentley, the 214 car that's serving it right now in pit road. So, yep, stewards have deemed that there was a bit of naughtiness there. And a stop-go penalty, of course.
Is, too, so.
Yes. So is that maybe that incident before that we saw, remember?
Yeah,
break.
When Klotz was off track there, just at the end of turn 12, we saw him just barely doing something there, a little bit of an excursion, maybe some adventuring going on, extracurricular activities. So obviously the stewards deemed he was at fault for that. You can see now that he's gone down pit road, he's holding that 30 seconds, the stop-go, that SG30 beside his name on the ticker for Dexter has gone away, and he continues to fall down the order faster and faster.
That's pain. It's pain, isn't it? But I guess if you take the pain, you take it an hour and change into the race. Because you can certainly climb your way back up through there. That's what you don't want to be taking one of those stop-go penalties when you're about 30 minutes away from race finish. First race, of course, round of the season. We have 6. So a lot to go.
Yeah, you want to make sure, especially you set yourself up better in these races so you don't have to climb out of a hole. But, you know, in my case, I always go back to college. I was an engineering student in college, got a mechanical engineering degree, and in like pretty much 90% of my terms in all my classes, I would always bomb the first test and have a giant old hole to climb out of before the rest of the semester. So you want to make sure you don't do that. You want to make sure you have a pretty solid run here in the first race and kind of just build on that momentum. Speaking of building on the momentum, Luca Filippi, he was in about 6th or 7th for a majority of the race, and as people have kind of made a little bit of mistakes, he's made sure to make up some positions as the race has gone on. Of course, he was the big beneficiary after that little bit of a get-together, though, between the 67 car and the 192 car. He just slipped right on through.
Just at the fastest lap, too, and a 206.3. So flying, of course, down, flying the opposite direction, keeping the car downforce to the track rather than flipping it upside down and trying to find a way.
He must have got a lot of draft off that McLaren ahead. It's been a while since we saw a new fastest lap.
He's going to go for it now. Absolutely. As makes it stick, but there's the cut back. Has to tuck in behind now. You got to time that perfectly, don't you, if you're going to send that little bit of a late dive in there because you scrub your exit speed.
Yeah, you really do. You want to make sure that you set it up perfectly. Don't give your opponent any kind of opportunity to kind of cover that off. You really just want to catch him out like you're doing right here. Look at him. He's going to pull alongside. Oh, look at that. Perfect. That was a textbook outbraking maneuver. Didn't even outbrake himself there. But, boy, this McLaren's going to come up on the outside. I think it's going to be done and dusted, though, right about now.
You had to earn your paycheck on that one, don't you? You got to give it everything you got just for an overtake.
This is Bjorn Schaubner. He's been slowly but surely catching up to Philip Balwinda, number 67 car. Balwinda is one of the fastest drivers up through the field. He's gained about 15 positions since the drop of the green flag, but ever since the last, I'm going to say 10 laps or so, he's kind of slowed down to, I'm going to call it normal pace because he hasn't been catching up to people by like a second a lap.
Somebody in chat saying the 333 car. I'm not quite sure if you're referring to this league or not. There's currently a Lamborghini in 333 and P13. There's what 1.7 seconds and change. But we're not quite sure if that's related to that. But there's obviously P12 and P11 battle that's also brewing there. So as we're watching the battle between P6 and a P7, McLaren's looking strong so far and making some gains into this one.
And just to update here on the cash split, they've got about 3 minutes, closer to 4, before they go ahead and do their sighting lap, and then the green flag will drop on that. So if you want to go ahead and look at the cash split, tune over to them in a couple minutes. And if you want to look at all 3 of the races simultaneously, you can go ahead and type in that exclamation point, the command center. You can view all 3 of the races at once. And of course, if you don't want to type anything in chat, right next to the follow button, you'll see that command center button. Go go ahead and tap that. You get to view them all kind of in a command center.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? They're about to get underway when we're at an hour and 12 minutes into this one. Of course, everybody's shouting at HyperX because that's what there's HyperX giveaways out there. So
yeah,
even
throw
if
that
you're
in
listening
the chat.
to the, if you're listening to the other ones, you're still in it to win it. You know, if you're in it to win it, throw HyperX in there.
Yeah, mob mentality. Do what everybody else is doing. Join the fun.
Getting some gifted subs out there too, just for being a part of the party there from VCO Esports. So make sure you get get in the chat. That'd be hype, right? Get hypo, get excited. And you'll get maybe a couple of gifted subs. Fantastic racing.
Dean, up at the front of the field. Yeah. I don't know if that 44 car had a little bit slow of a pit stop, but Bernard in the number 81 Nissan car, he's caught him up by about 6 seconds compared to the gap between themselves before the pit stop. It was about 10, so he's gained a lot of time in the last couple laps as that 81 car.
Different driver changes as well too, so different drivers are handling the new pace of the car that's been passed on to them. We also don't know about the little bits of damage and stuff like that do occur to the cars, as you mentioned. If you start rubbing over those chicanes a little bit too rough, it might
we see a lot of cars.
it.
You were calling it porpoising. That is, I mean, porpoising in the purest form, up and down motion. But boy, when you slam some of those sausage curbs on the inside and the outside of the track, that does a lot of damage to the car overall.
I say you need a good chiropractor, don't you? Because your back might be a little bit painful in the morning. I mean, we've all done it before. I'm sure pretty much everybody's driven the old go-karts, go around the old go-kart track, and you know that's pretty rough on your body when you throw those around. Imagine trying to do it in a proper GT3 sports car.
Oh, and not just, you know, the 30 laps that you're going to end up doing there in a go-kart. This is for the better part of, I'm going to say, 100 laps per driver as the race goes on. Maybe even more than that. Really just depends how you split it up. Looking here at Philip Bellowender, he's done a really good job to gap the Aston Martin behind him, and now he's hounding the other McLaren just ahead of Mayer. See what he can do here. This is the guy. More often than not, it's one thing to catch a guy. We say it's another thing to pass. They're basically the same to him. He catches a guy, he passes him. It's been pretty much easy for him for, I'm going to say, the majority of the race so far. But it's very interesting to see. You know, he was a lot faster than everyone else, and then he slowed down towards the end of the stint. He was a little bit slower than that at the beginning of this stint. Now he's picked up the pace.
He got the call up, didn't he? Get back on to Felipe overtaking Master. I'm calling it Felipe. There's no eating into that
There's not even a sky comment.
We're allowed to butcher your name, but we don't need to worry about that because you are butchering the other cars on track with your overtakes right now. There you go.
Yeah, well, look at him. I mean, he's just absolutely carving up this track. He does really good in this last sector, especially to go ahead and hit every apex. And you're going to see a lot of cars. Look at that, just going a little bit wide there. Phillips really dotting his I's and crossing his T's in this last sector here.
I needed to bring Grandma into this. I was waiting for that. So it's fantastic. The castle on side for you for the first time, of course.
It's been a dream.
The cold weather.
An hour and a quarter in.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Still going for it, too. For now, once again, make sure that car is in your opponent's mirrors. Try to throw them off the psychological game. Yep. Enjoy the warm weather down here in Texas, my friend. I know it's cold back home.
I'll do my best. It's
not
probably
raining
honestly
where I am.
A little bit cooler for you, maybe a little less humid as well.
It rains, well, then again, it's early in the morning at the moment. I'll wait till 3 o'clock in the afternoon for that rain to come down.
But probably a little bit less humid here in Austin, Texas than for you, buddy.
Yes. Oh, my humidity's not too bad. It's up and down. But it's humid inside those cars right now. I guarantee it. They are sweating. You know, a lot of drivers use race gloves, of course, and depending on using socks and shoes. And look further back at the moment. Up top of the hill, of course. Look at this pack. Wow,
it's
definitely some luck cars. And
boy, look at those two Porsches, by the way. The battle that they had for, I'm going to say, the first 20 laps of this race in the middle of what it's gone so far. And Aston Martin is splitting them for right now, but they're all trying to see if they can't catch up to this Lexus just ahead. Not a whole lot of a Lexi in this field, very few and far between. But boy, what there are, these drivers are making sure to thrash around this track.
And this is actually, you were right, this legitimately for these positions here. So usually we call it a DRS train. There's no DRS activated here, but look at this.
Well,
this is all the way
train
down.
For sure.
Slipstream, yeah, from P8 down currently at the moment. You're looking to P13. That's battle for position. A little bit of net code there. You can see the Porsche is up in the outside, side by side.
They're too light
right
at the
now.
front of this train. I'd look in for that third Aston Martin. The second Aston Martin line, third car overall in the gaggle. He should get a pretty big run here. I'll be interested to see if he does anything with it. The Porsche behind might be on the offense here.
They're
Oh, look at
all-
that Aston dart to
Here
the
we
inside.
go.
This might be one spot for him. A little bit of blue flag action. So one of these cars is not like the other. Look at that Aston dive to the inside.
Oh, yeah, and he got a hand blown too, hitting, as you said, the rough stuff.
Whoa, a little bit of
that's
contact between the Porsche and the Lexus. Got him a little bit upset there. He's going to try to squeeze him off the track.
not
Oh,
yielding.
they're still hitting ignoring each other.
They're going to put them on the rough stuff as well, of course.
Yeah, forcing that second Porsche. I believe that's the 118 car. Just a little bit wide. It's a 119 car, excuse me.
Right on board at the moment and get a bird's eye view there from Andreas. Back up. 118 car and he's watching this battle brewing ahead of him. Now, what you do at the moment, you want to be close to the action, of course, but you don't want to be that close to the action because
Yeah, there's going to be mayhem here up into turn one. I'll be really interested to see who in this group is going to dive out and try to see if they can get a spot. I think it's going to be that lightly colored Porsche just ahead of the car we're on board with. That's the 119 just ahead.
loving all the lovely, beautiful liveries on show. There are plenty of them.
Oh, outbroke himself.
Yeah, gonna take it around the whites. Here we go, get over. Doesn't go right on the racing line. It's going to compromise your exit speed coming out through the S's now.
Yeah, I have to wonder too if he might have been challenged there just a little bit by the 333 car, Mike William behind. Oh, look at that Porsche. I had to go just a little bit wide. Look at the big advantage.
Yeah.
That's just the racing mentality. I love that fighter pilot.
You can see though, I mean, basically you don't need a racing line right now because it's there. It's called all that rubber that's gripped down on the track, and that's where you want to be. That is your perfect line, because once you're in dirty air, of course, and you're upshifting and downshifting, it's a little easier said than done when you're riding shotgun on these cars, but be in that driver's seat right now, it's a little different.
Aston ahead trying to shoot him down the inside of that Lexus. They're going to try to fake each other out.
Drive-through penalty for Edison, the 222 car back in the Audi. That's probably a speeding in the pit lane drive-through. But early days still. And this is a great battle that's brewing up here, of course.
Oh, we got the two McLarens going after it as well. This is Bellwender all over the rear end here of Mayer. Bellwender has consistently been the one driver able to catch people and then pass him just as soon as he's caught him. So very interesting to see he's still all over this other McLaren. But you know what? Both these cars have very close strengths and weaknesses. So I think usually it's been Bellwender using his strengths against the weaknesses of other cars. But these two just so closely matched, being that they're both the McLaren.
Yeah, now he's up to the McLaren challenge, of course, as well, because he hasn't been really battling with the McLarens until now. So the petrol racing team definitely got a lot of the highlight reels currently at the moment for the first 1 hour and 20 minutes into the race. And if he doesn't do something in the background, don't forget just lurking in there is the Aston Martin.
Yeah, he's been really just kind of back there, kind of wading into weeds, looking to see, kind of stalking these guys just ahead, waiting for one of them to make a mistake, and then he can just follow the other McLaren through if the move gets done. But there's a big gap behind him, so right now he's just kind of in the catbird seat, we like to call it.
Captain's seat. I like to be in the HyperX seat. I certainly love being in the custom booth seat next to you here in Austin, Texas. That's where battle is heating up, track's heating up, racing's heating up.
Yeah, battle for the lead's heating up too. So far we talked about it being, whoa, look at this move up the inside. That's Bellwender. Oh, he forced the other McLaren just a little bit wide. That's Mayer in the pink and purple McLaren just going a little bit wide. He should get a pretty big run here down the back stretch. We'll see if he does anything into turn 12.
Opportunity, of course, on the major.
Oh, it's going to get ruined. He's just closed in. He's boxed in by this Aston Martin. He's going to go 2 for 1 here on Mr. 2 for 1.
Back marker's going to come into play, isn't it?
Contact.
Oh, yes, exactly. And that's going to scrub the speed out of it. And there we go.
Well, if you're Bellwender, I mean, I really feel like Scheibner was there. You kind of had to let him have that opportunity there. If I were Scheibner, I'd be pretty mad about that experience.
You're right, because
I mean, he was there, like he was pretty much half a car alongside. You know, some of it too might be that European racing mentality where, you know, unless you're all the way up, kind of front axles are parallel with each other, even I should say, it's still not your corner. It's still whatever car is in the lead.
They can't make those decisions in Formula 1 these days, mate, so I'm not quite sure how if we're going to get that.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a fan of too much of just forcing that guy on the outside off the track, but the stewards in F1 seem to be okay with it, so it's kind of just however they call it. You got to play those games.
That's the beauty of GT3 racing, but isn't it? It's a little bit more flexible with that, and this battle still brewed, of course, at the back. Not at the back, of course, because, you know, out of a lot of race cars, 28, we've got this brewing in the middle.
Whoa,
there's a power slide. He's locked up the
spin.
brakes. Who was that?
That was a 333. I think he was hit by the 118 car. No, that would be the 119.
No, I don't feel it was contact or not, but yeah, you might have been possible because it just, obviously it's
I feel like they were close enough. Yeah. And you'll have difference of opinions too for some of these hairpins, some of these hard braking corners before a long straightaway. Some guys will just want to go even in, even out. Sometimes you want to brake a little bit early, get the car pointed, and then turn out an early apex versus a late apex. And sometimes if you're going to go for the early apex before a long straightaway and the guy behind you isn't prepared for that, he's going to run into the back of you.
And I'm not quite sure. We're not, unfortunately, sponsored by GoCo, so they're not going to save 10% off your car insurance if you do get run into the back of. And it will damage your car. Remember, your other two teammates, they'll have to drive that car later on. Make sure they drive that car with the steering pointing at the right angles.
Well, sometimes, too, you just kind of got to point the wheel in the direction you want to go, even if your hands are off by about 15 degrees. You basically find the new center and go from there. And hopefully, though, for a lot of these drivers, they don't have to deal with that as time goes on.
Yeah, like an LMP car, of course. They just tap the wrong angle and bang. All of a sudden, you have to reset your steering if you can. But luckily, these cars are a little bit more strong, per se, aren't they? A little bit more armor on them.
Oh yeah, you can door bang in these cars quite a lot. You can even bump draft with some of these cars and still not get them too messed up. We've seen a lot of drivers make contact front to rear bumper a lot and send one guy spinning. Not a ferocious contact, but still enough to upset one another's cars, but not a whole lot of damage to the fascias of these machines. As you can see, this is Marcus Van Vleet in the 45. He's trying to see if he can get around this 267 of Weiss just ahead, but he's having a pretty rough go at it so far.
See where Weiss is parking that car? He's going a little bit off the racing line to say, okay, if you're going to go around me, you're going to go around the difficult way. And that very good job they're defending the Lexus, one of the so two Lexus, and so in this race.
Yeah,
haven't spoken too much about the
job.
Lexus, have we, so far? Yep.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job of just putting that car everywhere he needs to in order to make sure that Van Vleet doesn't get around him, old MWV. And now looking too long, you know, this Porsche behind the 118 car has caught up to these two drivers. I'll be interested to see if he can't get around based on how fast he's caught it. But again, you know, this Porsche, it has such a deficit for the long straightaways. It doesn't really have the top end speed. He's basically just got to wait for one of these guys to mess up in the S's or even Sector 3 and kind of just take advantage from that point on.
And look at the 267 car, of course, of the Lexus. He's really, I'm really interested to see, it's more than anything you have to be worried about what's in these mirrors behind. Because you see up the top of the hill, he really maximized the outside of the chicane on the track. So he increased his speed going in to that turn. See how he's right off the racing line now? He's going to be braking a little bit heavy here. Of course, that's not into turn one. However,
it's still a big braking opportunity, though. Of course, you're going downhill as well. Super challenging to get that braking zone right.
Yeah, he's probably happy at the moment. The battle's pouring behind him at the moment with our overtaking master trying to put an overtake.
Oh, yeah, look at Andreas. He's just going to duck out at the last second, try to charge up the inside. Look at that. Room given, room taken.
Room denied. Maybe. Well, inside line's going to come
I think
here.
for right now, he might be able to pull the old crossover here. We'll see if he can do anything. No, he's going to stick it around the outside. If he can make the stick, he'll have the inside. He just needs to hold out. I don't think he's quite there anymore. He's going to try. Yeah, just too little, too late there in that opportunity. Might still try another crossover here before we get done with this Sector 3.
I do love those corners. And now you've got to be thinking about right now, aren't you, if you're Andreas, just think about an overtaking opportunity into turn one, I'd say, right now, once you get past the straight line finish out of the final quarter
so,
at 20. Yeah.
You're either
get a good exit here. This is it. Get on the power, hit the loud pedals as loud as you possibly can right now, and then get ready for turn one up the hill. Is he gonna? He's got to send up. Look at once again. Look at the defense up the road too. Like right off the racing. He's going to maximize. It looks like it goes really wide there. That's up the road there. But look at the exit speed. So covered it off, of course, the Lexus. But the battle brewing, of course, here is finding a way. Can the Porsche get past the Bentley? That's the question on everybody's minds right now. Certainly on Andreas's mind.
Oh, yeah, I think right now, if you're Andreas Backer, you've got to wait just ahead for that MWV to make a mistake in these S's and see if he can't get on through. But just behind these guys, McWilliam in the 333 car has made his way around that other Porsche of Galka, the 119.
Yeah, this is when because the battle course brings everybody else into play. This wild head, scrubbing speed, bumping and grinding, you just start sticking to your own deltas, and all of a sudden you're back onto the action.
Look at Backer, he's all over the Aston Martin just ahead. We'll see what he can do down this next straightaway.
Once again, keep an eye out. Just having a look at, the 267 cars just parking at the right places. See how he's using as much of the track as possible. Goes right out on the chicane. That means a slow in, fast out. That's what they say in motor racing. Gets it covered, of course. Very, very difficult to overtake. And once you got to mention too that you got Marcus there at the moment. That's trying to find a way around, but also trying to hold off the Porsche behind.
Oh boy, that last corner, he was looking all over the
there it
rumble
is.
strips. It really upset his car.
That's a mistake there. You can't make a mistake at that level, but still should hold the line.
See if he can make any sort of challenge here, can the Aston Martin of Marcus? I don't think he's going to be close enough. He's still thinking about it. Oh, they're too wide there for just a brief second.
I think
he's going to have it now. Look at this run he's going to get. He's going to have the outside, then a comeback. Oh, he wasn't able to.
No, he's actually going to lose
Look out for the
place,
Porsche.
maybe. Yeah, this is going to be 3 wide into turn 1, maybe, for sure. Look at the exit speed from both of them. Now, you're going to see...
Yeah, the Porsche's going to have the deficit down the front straight.
Try to use as much of the outside line right there. You're on board right now with Andrew.
Boy,
Andrew did it perfectly.
was caught up to these guys in a hurry.
Yeah, because he used as much of the track limits as possible, of course.
And he had that big old, just break of air in front of him. A lot of drafting capabilities for this car. He was basically, they were too wide in front. Big old, a gap of air.
And this is the tricky part, isn't it? Because you're trying to follow your own racing line. All of a sudden, your racing line's covered up by it. Drop a couple of gears maybe to slip it through here. Lift and coast, and there's a good exit speed, but you've got nowhere to go. Heavy braking to your right here. Get the exit speed here. A little swing to your left.
Oh, look at the bobble out of the Aston. These guys are all over the track.
And now overtaking opportunities.
He might get him here. If he can pull the crossover, if he can do that, Van Vliet, if he can do that right about here. No, he wasn't able to. Still side by side with the Lexus. He's going to force him wide. He left him enough space, though.
Now it comes down to straight line speed. Overtaking opportunities into the kink N12, we like to call it.
Yeah, watch out for the Lamborghini here. He's going to have the most opportunity. A lot of air off his car.
If you go too much off the racing line here, you're going to have switcheroos. Downshifting, here we go. Heavy, heavy, heavy braking. Who's going to hold the line? Don't get too much off. It's the rough stuff. It's only going to hurt your back.
I feel like the Aston Martin of Marcus, I feel like he always gets a better run through the corners, but that Lexus head just checks up just enough to make sure he can't pull the crossover. Super aggravating right now if you're Marcus, but if you're Andreas, you're feeling pretty proud of what's going on up ahead. You see, you got some opportunities here to make some moves just ahead.
Yeah, we're still holding on, really. Holding on. You can see all the pressure there for the Lexus course. You can get running aboard in the rear wing. You can see, just holding. Where's he going to park it right now? He's going to have to go the middle, which means he's going to scrub off speed. They might go side by side here. There's contact.
Oh, contact.
Yep. I know anybody's going to send one up the inside now. If I was the Lexus, I would commit to the racing line.
Behind him.
Yep,
look at the Lambo here up on the inside.
This is going to get interesting. Where are you going to turn? Where are you going to turn? Who's going to brake?
Look at McWilliam. He's going to come out the bandit of this thing. Look at him go up the road. He got a 2-for-1 special.
That's all it takes, but you're trusting the other drivers around you, RC, trusting where everybody's braking. You're hoping.
At some point,
praying.
If you're Marcus, you are going to get a little bit ticked off here with Linus. You're just going to send the car up the inside and go, you know what? You forced me off the track enough. I'll force you off the track for once.
Be surprised if we don't see this for another 7 hours. It's 27 minutes at some point, give or take, with those pit stops. I would not be surprised if this is something we're going to notice 15 minutes left of this first round.
Oh
of
man,
the
look at those
season.
two cars duking each other. That's the Aston there, the number 192 car of Scheibner, or excuse me, that is Van Fillet, and then the McWilliam machine, the Lamborghini just ahead. Those two guys were faking each other out pretty quick.
And it changed for the lead of the race too as well, but don't worry about that at the moment because just those two drivers. This is where the battle is, of course, because there's 4 to 5 cars in the mix.
Yeah, Bernard, the number 81 Nissan has gotten around the 44 Aston Martin for the lead. Oh, Marcus might lose out another position here, the Porsche on the outside. We'll see what McWilliam could do with Linus and the Lexus.
Now you got a single file. Not quite yet. This is the third sector.
Oh, bit of a contact, some concertina effect there.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a door banger. It might send an airbag off. You're up.
That was probably the hardest contact we've seen today, just, based on, of course, they were all checking up for one another. I think, again, this is Linus kind of checking up a little bit early, then slowing fast out. All those guys basically, again, differing opinion of how they wanted to take that corner.
I wonder if you got any damage from that too. That's going to be something crucial. But further back here, Andrew McWilliam, the 333 car, is he going to make a run here? Look at that blocking, but blocking. Got to go around the outside.
Yeah, talk about those track limits. We'll see if he can do the old switcheroo on them. We'll see what kind of run he can get. They are going to be side by side. We'll see which one of them gives.
He's got it now.
He's still stuck to nose it, did Linus.
Because he's got to have the inside line here. If he could break a little bit early here, get it done, bang, tuck in through the S's. Wow,
yeah,
it's taking some time.
I mean, he just straightened that corner. Bang. Textbook.
Yeah, and then that little speed difference already. Just got it done.
Linus had to check up. That was basically 2 corners and 1 for him, just based on how he entered that. He really had to check up before he hit the apex of the next one. And look at McWilliam now. He was basically last in that whole gaggle of cars, and then second to last for maybe 5 laps or so, and he just took advantage big time of that whole thing.
You have to give it to Wes, actually, at that point, isn't it? He's been obviously under that massive pressure for so long, so many laps there now that they were battling it out tooth and nail, doing such a great defensive job. At that point, probably just decided, as we're seeing Nicolao, I think, Galaya,
the 119 Porsche going a little wide. I don't know if that was contact behind or maybe he outbroke himself.
I just thought at that point, Weiss just elected to say, look, enough is enough. I can't defend anymore. It's too much pressure.
Well, I mean, you
settle in behind.
Yeah, you're about an hour and a half into a 9-hour race. There's no reason to fight that hard for one of these spots this early into the going. Pull over, see if you can't tuck in behind that guy just ahead.
And yeah, it's stress as well too, isn't it? It's just you want to battle, you want to race. At some point, yeah, you got your teammates and stuff like that. You go, okay, enough is enough. Or he clearly wants to get past. There's no point in perhaps facing the wrong direction so early into a race. There, one again, we're going off the track like that, and getting a little bit of a backbreaker. Somebody's asking if any drivers are sweating on cam. I'm not quite sure if anyone's sweating on live cam. I'm not going to get here. You can't give our fantastic producer Jack any more work to do. He's got 10,000 things to do. I'm sure they're not referring to us.
Well, look at that.
But I guarantee you this.
In the back. He got mega loose. Almost looked like he was going down onto the pit road.
It's got a little bit too much spicy tacos, perhaps, there in Coda.
Yeah, it really lit up that rear axle more than I'm sure he wanted to. Now all eyes right now go to the Marcus car and the 100 and no, this 45 machine, excuse me, Van Villet. He's trying to see if he can catch back up to that Lexus just ahead. He was a whole lot faster than him before that Lamborghini got through, so see if he can continue to catch up, and we'll see what happens between those two cars when he does. And, of course, you've got Andreas Backer here, the number 118 Porsche. He's been very fast as well, but, of course, I have to feel like he's limited by the straight line speed differential between that car and all the others here today.
I think you're absolutely 100% right. Battle break, and back in P17, of course, that's the McLaren, and one McLaren's in P2 at the moment, the other McLaren P17 on the back there of the Audi. There hasn't been too much McLaren and Audi action, but guess what? 1 hour and 36 minutes into the race, you're getting McLaren and Audi action. Of course, 13, unlucky for some, 27 car, lucky for some.
Yeah, the Audi has been They've been pretty slow here for today. I feel like a lot of those cars, and you look at the BOP adjustments, a lot of these guys have taken more than their fair share of weight for the one race out of the four, so I feel like they're definitely hurting from that straight line speed. I just feel like this track especially doesn't really suit that body, because you see a lot of those pretty much all in the bottom third of the field. You've got that one Audi there, that Brocken machine. He's about right smack dab in the middle, but I have to feel like those cars had just a bit of a disadvantage here. You see him trying to make a move up the inside. Looks like a fair move. We'll see if there's a crossover. There is. Easy.
As you say, lick the stamp and send it. It does look easy. I love the livery at the moment there, isn't it? Like you can see the front fender there, the bonnet, I think you'd like to call it, in whatever part of the world. Very lovely livery. Probably talked that one there. That's not old, but not obsolete there for the racing team. I like it. Old, but not obsolete. I say you can't teach old dog new tricks. Well, you can certainly with their old but not obsolete team.
Up at the front of the field, it's still the Nissan, the number 87 car in first. Then it's the number 44 car of Steinbauer in second. And then in third, just a little bit further back down the road, is Pratma. We said that lead change happened about 5 laps ago. Since then, the lead's been about 1.3 seconds pretty steadily here. So both those, the first 2 drivers of the race, pretty much heel and toe throughout these last couple laps. Very similar lap times they've been putting down. You got Pratma in third. He'll round out the podium. All 3 of those guys pretty much the same kind of lap times. Not too much movement there in the top 5.
You're right, speaking of lap times, they are all conducting the 207. Now a 206 on the last lap there for currently at the moment 711 car running in P4. But that's kind of the general rule of thumb. You got the midfields doing the 9s and 10s. Once it gets early down the racing, we're not quite sure their strategy at the moment. They're fuel saving a little bit there, trying to save those tyres for the next pit stop run. Of course, they're swapping the drivers as they take a few laps to get up to speed of the cars that have been driven by their teammates already. So that, you know, that scrubs a few laps off. You don't want to jump into a car that your teammate's been driving, or, you know, in excess of over an hour or so, and then all of a sudden start putting out banker laps there, because you know it's very easy just to spin off and lose a lot of speed. So yeah, you take a little bit of warming up to your car, and then you build your speed back up, and then you get into the groove and get into the zone here in Coda for our first race of a championship season of 6.
Look at Brocken. He's going to shoot the car down to the inside once again in the Audi. This time, though, he doesn't overshoot the corner, allow the McLaren just behind to pull the old crossover. They're going to be side by side as they head into the next couple turns. We'll see if he can keep it to the outside. Not quite.
Defense, defense, defense. I say sometimes the best offense is defense. Once again, yeah, looking at your mirrors.
You know, he continues to pull the crossover, but it's just at the exact wrong point in time, because the McLaren has the inside for the next pretty much 3 corners in a row.
Throwing some psychological warfare again, once again, between drivers, which is what you want to see. You force your opponent into a mistake, I say, cleanest way possible, mentally.
Oh yeah, you talk about drivers in the zone, though. You've got Philippi just up the road. He just put down a 206.9, so he is still absolutely flying compared to the rest of these drivers. Bellawender as well in the 206s, so lots of fast guys out there, mostly 207s and 208s, but every now and again you will get a glimmer of true speed in the 206.
I've been getting a glimmer of speed all day long. It's fantastic. Day and night, of course, wherever you are in the world. Welcome, tune in.
Andreas Backer all over the rear end here of Linus White's in the 267 Lexus. Of course, Van Fillet just behind these guys in his Aston Martin, so he's continued to fall back through the field. He was faster in the earlier part of the stint. I have to wonder, though, if he got some damage when he was hit from behind, and maybe that's kind of hurt his speed in the later goings of this race. And now there's 2 Porsches on this Lexus.
Yeah, the first round of pit stops are done, so you're looking at about 30 laps that they do for the pit stops. We're about 17 and change into the second stint. So we're about halfway approach to the next part of the old pit stops there. When you go down and visit your team there, hello, sign some autographs if you got time. To the fans. I see some autograph signing at the moment there from Andreas. Is trying to sign the back of the car of Mr. Wees for P11.
Yeah, he's still all over that Lexus, just ahead of him, trying to see if he can make any move. He's going to have the outside here, but we've seen Linus have the inside in all these corners and not really give any sort of position away or even help to that car behind him. And why would you if you want to go ahead and win the race? You know, the Ryan Newman mentality, harder to pass than a kid. Oh, we got it all sorts of loose coming out of the last corner. Both those cars go for a spin. That's heavy damage.
Ooh, that's massive. Exactly. Out of the final
you gotta
corner
feel bad for Backer too. He was doing everything he needed to shoot that car up the inside, and you know, Linus was already there sideways, and he didn't know that. There's no way of knowing. It's very limited visibility outside of these cars.
Well, we'll know whether or not they'll be filing a complaint there to the race stewards about that. Maybe a penalty. We've seen one
feel like
penalty already, haven't we?
There's really no way you can. I mean, you know, there's no fault to be blamed. You know, he lost control of the car. What else can you do in that point?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. I prefer that. Doesn't have to.
You know, you can try to protest that or submit some sort of protest, but I don't feel like there's any sort of grounds to do that. It's just sort of a racing deal, and while it does suck to be on the receiving end, you know, he didn't try to spin the car out.
And the beauty of it in the esports world is that you don't have to do it like they have to obviously do it in Formula 1 and other motorsports, because they're kind of contracted, aren't they? The teams say never admit a mistake immediately until you come and chat to us. And the other teams will file protests because there's millions of dollars at stake, and there's a million ways to try to defend up in turn one, and job done there, of course, holding off. But of course, you know, they're kind of told to not admit mistakes until the team has spoken to them. But that's because they get paid millions of dollars a year. But in this case, we're a lot more friendly, aren't we, in the esports world, of course, presented by HyperX. Shout out HyperX in the chat. I don't think you'll be shouting out later on, Ken, but it doesn't hurt to shout out HyperX, will it? And if you want to watch all the racing, mate, exactly, what do? Type in exclamation mark. Exclamation command center. Shout command center. That's what the exclamation mark is. Shout it.
Yeah, and of course, once you get there, too, you got the channel streams up at the top. You can click all those different camera buttons, and they all say what they're called at the top, too, so you know what you're turning on and what you're turning off. You get all four of the feeds up. Of course, there is a Spanish feed. If you do Habla Español, you can turn that on for the cash split.
Sí,
and then you also have the rivals and the challengers split.
Yeah. Muchas gracias. Muy bien, muy bien. Rápido, rápido.
Yeah,
is,
muy
what
caliente.
we'll be going through. Yeah. Muy caliente. It is muy caliente here in Texas.
Yeah, racing's getting hotter and hotter as well. You see the McLaren of Rappy. He's currently just been overtaken by the 714 car of Doobie just up the road. These cars continue to swap back and forth. A little bit of door banging action between the two. Move the McLaren up one position. That was a bit of a dirty move. If I'm the Aston there of Doobie, I might be a little bit angry. You see the 118 car down pit road. Very unfortunate. Again, we talked about that damage, so he's in the pits.
Well,
as is the 267 twice.
Bumping and grinding is racing and driving, mate. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, you talk about we putting on some poetry in motion there. That was pretty good.
Well, Mr. Poetry Motions to Porsche, 118 car heading in the pit lane, currently from P16. So I drop a few places. Pit road,
That's
pit lane, whatever you want to call
car.
it. Yeah, it starts with a P, ends with a T. I like Andrea's surname's Rappi. Oh, very fast. All but not obsolete there. The 27 car as you look the rear wing of the man that might not have been agreeing so much with the bumping and grinding a little bit before on that turn, as you said.
Oh man, he blew that apex pretty good. That allowed the Aston just behind that 714 of Dubas to get right up back to his rear wing there. Trying to scoot away as they go down the back straightaway, but boy, you know, that 714 car is going to get a whole lot of draft. We'll see if he ducks out towards the end.
Open up the DRS if you can have it, of course, but those rear wings are pretty much thin enough that you're not going to need a DRS activation. I like a push to pass, but that'd be quite fun, isn't it? Add a little push to pass there.
That'd be interesting. Some IndyCar mentality.
Yeah, just get. Well, I'd say an endurance race, you'd have to give him like 40 push to passes or something to use during the whole race. It'd be interesting. Anyway. It's not IndyCar, it's not Formula 1, it's GT3.
Yeah, GT3 here at the Circuit of the Americas, put on by HyperX for VCO and Low Fuel Motorsports today. 9-hour race. We currently have 17 hours and 13 minutes left. The current track time here is 2:55 p.m. I believe there's Central Time here in old Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas and Austin today.
Yeah, it's Central Time where I'm at the moment. It's 8 a.m. in the morning almost. So
Yeah,
not
I'm
track
Eastern,
conditions.
so it's about 8 a.m. for me as well.
Exactly, that's right. Of course I am, and I'm an Eastern now, so it's changed because of daylight savings. But what hasn't changed too much is the lead of the race, of the Nissan, the 81. Just hanging in there. As you see, these battles are brewing all over the track. Of course, we have to give everybody, I always say, Mr. Austin, you choreograph your overtakes so that we can capture all the action on camera, isn't it?
Yeah, if everybody could just wait,
Yeah.
you know, and let one overtake happen, and then as soon as that was done, we'll go to the next one. And maybe give old Jack Maloney a little bit less work to do overall. Look at that
Just like
crossover. That was
Yeah.
textbook. He's going to try to do the crossover here. Is that light green Porsche there of Galka, the 119 car?
And right on cue too, when there's not a lot of action happening on the track at the same time, which is perfecto, el perfecto.
Yeah, there's going to be a drag race down the
Spanish
backstretch. I think the Aston is going to have the advantage. The Porsche got a better run out of the corner, really straightened his exit out. But again, they have such a straight line speed deficit compared to all the other cars. The Aston Martin especially. That's going to be Marcus Van Villay up one more positions there, up into 12. We'll see if he can catch and dispatch the 214 car of Decasayer. They were the pole sitter earlier on in the race. They went for a little bit of a spin. The stewards decided that was their fault for the contact, and so they had to do a stop-go 30-second penalty.
Yeah, it's punishing. You get your logistics right if you want to dispatch it.
Well, it hurts to sit on pit road just to get your tires changed and your fuel in the car. So it's got to hurt even more to now sit there for 30 seconds while no work's being done at all.
You can sign autographs. If you have to sit for 30 seconds, jump out of the car there, run across to the main stadium, sign some autographs and jump back in the car. If you do it in 30 seconds, go for it. Why not? You got fans? There you go.
Yeah, you're a race car driver. You're fast. You do stuff fast. Whoa, look at that Aston Martin, that big yellow banana car in the background going up and down.
I was going to say, I didn't see you. Do you dissing the banana car there now?
No, not dissing.
I thought
he was just all over the rumble strips.
Bananas on that one, weren't you? Anyway, there's puns. Don't worry. We got plenty of them to come. We're barely 2 hours in this, so you're still going to have 7 hours of puns.
Well, you got to have a little bit of fun here. It's what makes work a better time, and so it's a little bit more fun than just work. This is the number 17th place, the number 22 machine of Sokolov. He's trying to see what he can do to battle brewing here for this blue Aston just up the road.
It's like a deep midnight blue too, isn't it? Don't miss that car on the track. As they make their way through the snakes. Do they have snakes in Austin, Texas? No, there wasn't snakes in Australia.
Yeah,
really? Okay, there you go. Rattlesnakes, probably.
Yep, rattlers. Yep, big time. Yep.
Who's going to rattle their way past the other cars? As a Valtteri is trying. Yeah, the 22 car you're watching right now.
Yeah, Valerie is trying. We'll see what he can do down this backstretch in terms of overall draft. It looks like he was right on his tail going into the S's. I feel like this car, though, maybe a little bit tighter than he'd like because he really just could not kind of slither that thing through the S's on the first part of the lap. We'll see what he can do down the backstretch, but I feel like, again, this car may be a little bit tighter than he wants because it's just not making all these corners the way he should be.
I love it, the slithering. You certainly got the bite on that one, didn't you?
Now, speaking of puns, see, look at all three of these cars now. They close up as soon as they get into these tight braking zones. Opportunities for all three of them to gain and lose positions here. I think in the catbird seat for right now, that Aston Martin, I think he's a little bit faster than he's letting on. It's just really hard to pass the McLaren. He's got a lot of straight line speed.
I see Marcel. I can see what in the front of the Marcel's car, and it starts with a H and ends with an X. I believe that's HyperX. Of course, one of our sponsors. So getting in there. I wonder if he's driving in the next level racing gear seat as well too. That put on those fantastic gear for your rigs you'd like to have. Make it go a little bit faster, a couple of tenths.
Oh yeah, good gear is worth at least a couple of tenths. Not even just steering wheel and pedals. If you got gloves or maybe some racing booties you put on, that's worth at least a good tenth or two.
Oh, you don't race barefoot then, obviously?
I wear socks personally, but I know other drivers like to wear shoes sometimes.
Down the main straightaway, we'll see if anybody's going to be bold and brave to take your foot off. Where are you going to take your foot off the brake pedal, isn't it? That's going to be the key.
Oh boy, that was really close there, getting a little bit sideways. But of course, the Acura there of Sokolov not really able to take advantage there. He kind of just saw that car get loose, didn't know where it was going, and checked up.
You check in, and hopefully you'll be able to leave, isn't it? Hotel California style here.
I don't know, man. You check out, but you can't leave. Luckily, though, we're in Hotel Austin, Texas.
Yeah. We can hopefully check out of the hotel later on, and these drivers will be checking out of the medical centers if they do anything wrong. And Mr. The Porsche 119 car is in pit road at the moment, getting maybe a driver change over.
Yeah, speaking of checking out, though, that 81 car, the Nissan in front, he's been doing a really good job to pull away ever so slightly from the rest of the field. He's been doing a phenomenal job to just kind of eke away any sort of an advantage he's had.
Yeah, I loaned my GTR Skyline for them this weekend, so please bring it back in one piece, Mr. Bernard.
Yep, important numbers are on the wall. Leave the keys where you found them.
Yeah. And in one piece as well too. Okay, it'll buff out.
Keep all the fenders on the car, please.
It's doing an absolutely fantastic job. But
see
they'll be
light blue Mercedes on the right-hand side of your screen. He's just getting out of the way. That's a lap car.
That's true, and it's good to see a lot of drivers have been doing that because there's a lot of lap traffic. Of course, they're spread safe around. Get more and more and more. It'll get a little bit more difficult, of course, for us as casters up there to see who's who, where, and what. We'll do our absolute best, and I'll tell you who's doing the absolute best. Mr. Jack, of course, our producer, isn't he? Doing so much behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, Jack Maloney. He's doing 2 broadcasts at once, and every now and again, us and the other group of commentators for the last 2 splits, if we have questions, we type them in the chat, and he responds. And I don't know how he's able to do 5 things at once, but he makes it work quite flawlessly, as you can see. Look at Valerie Sugalov. He is all over the rear end of this Aston Martin. Still, he's been hounding him for a while. I think in turn 1, he's realized that mistake happened last time. I think he might try to make a move. I think he'll try to go for the inside, but outside can work as long as he stays out there and has the inside for turn 2.
I think we'll throw Jack a little bit of action right now. We can go on board right now.
Oh boy, look at him go sideways. He's going to get him
here. No, he's got him. Yeah, exactly. A little bit too deep. Daylight, dollar short, as they say on the brakes.
Checked up a little bit. They're going to go single file now down into the S's. That was textbook there. Look at both those drivers. Thank you, Jack, for the onboard cam.
Jack's on the money right now, isn't he? Jack, I'm taking you to Las Vegas later on. Okay, let's go gambling on that one. You've got all the aces up your sleeve. Obviously.
Oh, that was a little bit deep there for that Aston. He's going to lose a little bit of time. Look at that Acura just pull away. I do like, though, this line out of the Aston. He is using all the curving here. That's the line you got to take. You want to use all the runoff as possible.
Straight in, straight out, isn't it? Basically, if you got S's, you draw a straight line
straight to the curve.
That's the quickest way to go. If you have runoffs, of course, you get penalties if you go a little bit too off the track limits. Not as bad, of course, as you would get in Formula 1 and other various motorsports activities that there are around the world.
Around on the rear end, isn't it? You lots of wheel spin off that corner.
Hey, you get some great dancing, some old-fashioned country dancing down there.
Oh yeah,
here in Texas.
Yeah, dancing queen.
Yeah, you're using the runoff area. See, as much as that.
Whoa, look at that
Esports line.
Super wide into the corner.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's going to allow the Acura to have the outside. I think he might be able to get it done. Not so often will we see the outside car in this area of the track have the opportunity to go ahead and complete the overtake, but I think he will get it done. No, they still get to single file.
I think they have a smile on their face right now. And you know for a fact as a driver, you don't want to, I mean, it's fun to be lonely on the track in the moment running your own race, but you also want to be racing on the people, isn't it? Because it's exciting knowing there's a car to your left, there's a car to your right.
Without the other cars, it's not really a race, you know, so it is kind of fun to have these battles. It's very unfortunate when you're getting a little bit ticked off that you can't get around the guy ahead, but that's just part of it. That's what you signed up for.
And it's exciting because, you know, the heart rate's through the roof. It's probably not 15, 16,000 RPM per minute. I hope not. Otherwise, you'll be in the medical center. But you certainly heart rate will be in there. As not just them, of course, but there are other teammates. There's now Iron Team. And they're also sitting there with nerves.
Boy, look at Valerie. He's making a move down to the inside. He's
thinking about it. Neck
and neck.
Got to make it stick. That's the thing, isn't it? You got to hope. Trust in
McLaren went a little bit wide. He's still going to contest this. Oh, door banging.
Yeah. The door banging might home. It might make him under the blue midnight machine at the moment. They're hunting him down at the moment. So, well, they've been exchanging places like Christmas cards, aren't they, currently at the moment, these three?
Oh, yeah. I mean, these guys have been in a really tight battle all along. We saw as soon as that Acura there caught up to Marcelli got around him. And now we'll see what Valerie can do to get around the car just ahead of Rappi. He's been having a really rough go at it, though. This McLaren has been super good on all the straightaways, and that's what makes it so hard to pass.
That's what I was wondering about the weight that they were going to have added to the cars, of course, that they get to choose, how much that was going to influence this race. Drive-through penalty for the car back in 21. Is now, I think, 777 car that may have to serve that one soon. Pit stops there for the McLaren in P7, so they expect to see some of the top runners in there to visit the pit lane for the second time.
Yeah, looking at that number 27, the old, not obsolete McLaren, their budget was 72 kilograms. Today they're using 18 of them. So pretty much setting that thing up to be about, 18 kilograms for every race, an even split of them. So they do have quite a bit of top-end pace in that car for today.
I think that's the key, isn't it? You need that little bit of top-end pace for around here. So whoever's timed that perfectly may very well be looking at the great.
Look at these Astons going at it. 3 Astons in a row here, of course. 2 on the podium, 1 off on the outside looking in. That, of course, being Philippi.
This is crucial too because they're approaching pit stop window time. So, do you want to go for it tooth and nail, or do you want to just try a little bit of an undercut or an overcut? You know how it pans out, that kind of scenario.
Well, I mean, if you're faster too, I'd say go ahead and dive down pit road. Maybe you can get them on exit. You see Valerie must have gotten super sideways there coming off the corner. I think this is going to be Marcel. He's going to shoot it up the inside. He's going to have all that momentum. We'll see. He's ducking out. I think he's going to think better of it. He shoved it up in there.
Yep. But is he going to have braking himself?
Valerie just a little bit wide.
Brilliant. Gets it done.
Oh, yeah, textbut pass there. And you know what? Valerie didn't make it hard on him. He didn't make it easy. He just did everything he expected to do. Held his line around the outside. Knew when he was beaten.
You also got to know, you got to slap the brake pedal and just hope it sticks, because that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes it doesn't always stick if you lock a brake too. Bang, you've gone too deep. And let's see whether or not be locking a brake here right after the Bentley.
Oh, he did. That was very close to preventing the over-under.
Remember, only one Bentley in the race too. Running in P10.
Yeah, there's only one Nissan as well. He's up in the front. He's been, talking about checking out. He's not really checked out, but he does continue to grow that lead up in front.
He's had his tacos, hasn't he? Yeah, you're talking about the tacos.
Certainly has. Right here, we're about 2 hours into the race. I expect pit stops to be coming up, though, Dean, in just a couple of minutes. I expect to see most of the field. Not all that at once. We saw pretty much, about 5 laps difference between the first cars to pit and the last cars to pit. So any second now, I expect to see a little bit more cars come down pit road. You'll, of course, see that on the left-hand side of your screen when you start to see drivers drop positions rather quickly down the order as they go down pit road to get 4 fresh tires, full tank of fuel, maybe do a driver swap, maybe not.
Pick up a quick snack as well too while you're at it. Hydrate, then driver swap. Maybe driver swap, of course. You do have a certain amount of hours that the drivers have to commit, but you can obviously switch it around a little bit if you want to have a double stint and have somebody else do another stint. It's flexible.
Yep, 165 minutes required for these drivers. Of course, 9 hours divided by 3 is 3 hours. That's 180 minutes for these guys. So there is a little bit of flexibility in terms of overall drive time. But of course, it's just easiest to be right smack dab on. You see one car down pit road. I believe that is the 98 machine, the 147. Really hard to tell from this far away, but they are down pit road already. As you can see, the Aston Martin now shoves it up the inside. That's Marcel and the number 714 car just drifted a little bit further up the field.
Welcome to racing. That's what you like to see.
It's like the 44 car and the 777 machine right now down pit road.
Yeah,
that's our leader.
Eagle eyes, of course, for the United States caster with me at the moment. Of course, Eagle is your national bird, and Eagle Eyes is, of course, your national casting as well, too. Inspired you, Mr. Austin?
Well, I tried. He also got those little keys on the left-hand side of the screen. So in case you folks at home are wondering, how do I tell when a car comes down pit road if we don't see the pit road down the front stretch all the time? That's how you know. Just look to the left-hand side of your screen, the timing and scoring column. You see all those P's there. And of course, Dean, if you want to see all the timing and scoring at home, there are some links as well. You go look at the pit wall timing and scoring. You can see everything customizable. You can see a track layout. Super cool, very interactive graphical user system.
Exclamation mark. Live timing right on cue. I was just about to mention that as we're seeing a cue of an overtake.
Oh, jeez. That's now down 2 positions for Mr. Rappy and number 27 McLaren. That was pretty fast. As soon as he lost one, he lost the other. Now he's got to look out, too. He's got the Aston Martin of Viglione just behind him.
Yeah, 11 Aston Martin cars in there. Oh,
Oh,
that's not
boy.
the way you do that. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
What was that? He had the number for the chiropractor, Dean. He's going to need it.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have to give this to a lot of the drivers at the moment. If you are practicing your chiropractic there as a medical profession, well, maybe you
Come
need
on
to come
down to
down here
Austin, Texas.
trackside.
We're going to need
Exactly. Yeah, you got to remember, this is one of the splits, of course. You have many of the other drivers, the other splits that are no doubt doing the same thing as he enters into pit road. The number 33 car.
Yeah, pit road, business on pit road is picking up. You see all those drivers now flashing lights. That indicates the pit limiter for these drivers. Hopefully we can stay with you through the pit stops here. What do you say we go to break in just a couple minutes here, Dean?
Yeah, exactly. Let's let those drivers have a bit of a break, and let's have a bit of a breather, of course, sponsored by HyperX. Let's have a little bit of an ad time. Let's give our fantastic producer, Jack, a little bit of a breather. We'll be back in a couple of minutos. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Circuit of the Americas here in virtual Austin, Texas. You're joining us on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. I'm Austin Belke alongside with my co-commentator Dean Hopton. Up in the production trailer is Jack Maloney bringing us all these fantastic camera angles. We're about 2 hours and 8 minutes into the overall 9-hour race. We've had our second round of pit stops just now. Up in front in the lead is the 889 car of Pratma, although I expect that to change in just a couple laps here as the rest of the pit stop cycle seems to play itself out. You see more cars down on pit road as well.
Bernard going the pit road as well. Welcome back, everybody, of course. Yes, you want to get the live timing hashtag, well, hashtag, of course, exclamation mark live timing, exclamation mark command center if you want to watch all those races. And I feel bad. Jack is not in a, what'd you call it, a trailer? He's in a very fancy media center that we have trackside there. Poor Jack. Anyway, it is heating up, of course, because that's that second round of pit stops that you mentioned, because they generally do 30 or so laps per pit stops and driver swaps. We have to get to see who the rest of those 3 team members they have on each of the
30
teams.
laps, about 60, 65 minutes. So even if you run the car all the way out of fuel, you've got a pretty large pit window. Even at that 65-minute dealio, you're pretty much going to run out of fuel in about the next minute and a half or so. So we should see the rest of the field down onto pit road and look for everything to cycle out once that number 81 car, that Nissan in 6th place right now, driven by Froth. Once he gets back up to the overall lead of the race, that's pretty much when you can bet that everyone has made their second pit stop on the day.
Well, also come and think of it, mate. Well, if you travel a couple of states over, of course, you can go to the old moonshiny days and fuel up a couple of that and give you an extra couple of laps there out of that. And of course, it's a little pun, but of course, Rama Motor Racing was formed because they beefed up those cars to try and escape from the police back in those days of Prohibition. So yeah, there is a little bit of history to my nonsense.
Oh yeah, back in the NASCAR days, that's how NASCAR started. A lot of the old bootleggers suiting up their cars, and they said, hey, this is pretty fun. Why don't I race my bootlegger souped up car against your bootlegger souped up car? And that's how NASCAR was born, of course, over across the pond. Grand Prix racing was started a little bit different, a little bit more, I'm going to say clean.
It was the Mutton, if you go back to Silverstone, of course, it was the Mutton GP. That's what the first GP was called in Silverstone, when a couple of guys got together with per se guys up some money and say, let's just drive around a little bit of a track here and race, and they actually did drive over accidentally hit a mutton, and that's what was called the Mutton GP. Anyway, it's not Silverstone, it is a Circuit of the Americas, a relatively newish track, of course, in the Formula 1 calendar, as well as the GT3 and other motor racing series, and a great track at that. And a great amount of 28 gladiating teams at the moment. They're fighting their way around the arena as pit stops are occurring tooth and nail for the final time. For the second time, there is not the final time, but the second time of pit stops around here as we're 2 hours into this race.
Yeah, you can see our pole sitter Bentley coming down onto pit road. There's also that McLaren there of Filippi on pit road as well. He's been one of the faster cars all day long. Didn't qualify very well, but since then he's been on a charge up to the field. Now you're looking at the second place car, the 889 car, currently in the lead. That's Pratma. Just ahead, though, I believe the timing scoring just a little bit messed up because, yeah, you can see that Nissan up the road, the 81 car, Frost currently in the lead.
I bet you Frost is going to be cool, calm, and collective at the moment, isn't he, in the 81 car, knowing they have a little bit of a lead, but it's not that much of a lead.
No, it's only about a second. Yeah. It was 2 seconds before the pit stop, so you saw, some drivers coming out, and it's always weird to start your stint, especially the first time you've driven that car on the race day. You come off the pit road, you haven't driven it, you don't know what the car is capable of. The track conditions can vary so much, and of course, you got new tires on the car. Those things feel like absolute junk when they're that cold.
And that's the key, isn't it? Temperature. Getting it up there. This is the crucial part at the moment, of course. Your teammates have jumped out of the car. And that's the thing. Your teammates can't even go run in the bathroom or anything like that yet. They're going to have to sit there and spot them for a little bit and give them the information about how the car's feeling. And, where, if you need to adjust your brake balance and stuff like that, they'll be communicating immediately to their teammates because they want to make sure their teammate gets off for a good stint, their racing stint. And then eventually you can go disappear into your bathroom and have a breather. But I'm guaranteed the stress is in there currently at the moment between those drivers as they try to get it up there, bring that car there, keep it within the track limits there. Don't go too wide. Build up the temperature, as you said. It's like handling a crazy wild beast, isn't it, at this point?
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially too, when I do these long endurance races, you can change that brake bias as the run goes on. Basically, just creature comfort to help that car rotate the way you want it to, so it's more you can better anticipate what it's going to do, and it handles just a little bit better. My teammates and I are constantly talking about, hey, I moved the brake bias up a click or two, so now it's at 0.565 instead of 0.560, just to help me, my different driving style. Sometimes you change the brake bias to what your teammate did and it feels good. Sometimes that's not just your driving style. You have to readjust it to where you want it to be. So there's no doubt all these guys' teammates are telling them, hey, as the run goes on, you're going to have to move the brake bias either forward or back, depending on how the car changes. And sometimes you forget to change it before you get out of the car. So you have to tell that guy, like, hey, go ahead and turn the brake bias down about 3 clicks. Otherwise, you're going to spin out.
And I have broadcasted in my time a lot of basically racing teams sometimes for the 24-hour streams and stuff like that. And that's exactly what you mentioned. First of all, it's like remember the pit lane, remember the pit lane speed, remember the pit lane speed, of course, before they enter the pit lane, and then the rest of it's whether or not they do repairs. And here's the battle once again, resuming at the top of the hill. And we see all the, I think the 222 car deserve a penalty for 4-2 for a drive-through as he's got the blue midnight machine lurking down in the background after their pit stops, 714 car.
Yeah, Arrowin, he must have had some sort of a penalty going on for him as well. You talk about that drive-through for the 222 machine, but that 714 car was much further up the road. And I think at this point, most of the cars have come down pit road to take their second pit stop. So they must have had something weird happen to them, whether or not be on pit road or maybe perhaps when we were taking a break, he went for a little bit of an adventure off the track and lost a whole handful of time.
Probably stopped in to get some of those HyperX goodies that are up for grabs there. Maybe swapping over some headphone gear or HyperX, just headphones, of course, a little bit of everything. Primarily, they're known for those fantastic headsets, aren't they?
Oh, yes, sir, especially those fantastic products you can go out and buy yourself. Of course, there's some giveaways, too. Every now and again, when you see HyperX being spammed in the chat, go ahead and mob mentality. Join the crowd and, sheep mentality. Go ahead and type that in there and, maybe be entered for a sick giveaway.
Nothing wrong with the giveaway. And of course, hit the exclamation mark command set if you want to see all the action, of course. And Hablo Espanol is also streamed live for our fantastic crew. I was just mentioning, too, in a little bit of a break there, one of the Colombian drivers that I know, as a friend that's been racing for some years now, had contacted me and said, I'm in one of these teams, Dean. So, and hopefully I'll get a chance to chat to him. He may be even driving at the moment. I'm not quite sure which gear he's in, I'm to think of, but it's so many drivers, aren't there? So many teams. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of race drivers across these 3 tiers. We're just in the Challenger split.
Yeah, that's right. You think about there's 28 guys in this split alone. In the cash split, when we first started, had the absolute most drivers. I think they were at about 40 cars for that one split alone. So there's about, maybe 60 other cars, closer maybe even to 80 in this overall races. So 3 races going on all at once, 9 hours. And of course, their starts were staggered. So you had this race start, and then the rival split. This is the Challenger split. You can see that denoted in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen in that blue and white text. And then the orange and white text is for the rivals split, and then the cash split you can also see again. Dean, you talked about it, that's the red and white text. You can go ahead and enter in the chat exclamation point command center. You can see all 3 of the different races going on all at once.
And if you have more screens, you get an exclamation mark and get all the racing data as well too. I've got currently 5 screens at the moment, not including my phone if I want to pull that up. I use my phone for the text messages that you keep sending me. Sending me messages at the moment, but anyway, maybe Ryan Leach is sending some messages there up the road there, trying to message his way but into P3 there. Do you reckon he's texting at the moment the 44 car saying move along to the side? No,
I mean, I'm sure he isn't, but I'm sure he wishes he could. I'm sure if all these guys had text messages capabilities, he'd just be messaged like, hey, can you let me through kind of faster a little bit? But, he's going to have to do it the hard way. Luckily, unfortunately, these guys are both in Aston Martins, so, the strengths and weaknesses of both the cars are pretty much the exact same. Makes it a little bit harder to pass one another sometimes.
They do. We're not going to text you, Jack, at the moment because you're doing so much work behind the scenes. I don't know how he does it.
Oh, look, they're going to get a little bit side by side. They're not close enough to make anything, though. They're going to slip back down to single file before they get to the S's.
You hope. they switched back down single file pulley S's, because so far everybody has lived to see another 2 and change hours of this race.
Yeah, in both the times that we saw cars go through their double wide, one of them did not see the end of the race. They went smack dab into the barriers pretty much head on, ruined their day. Another time we saw them get spun out, that was at earlier on in going to the race. They lost about 20 seconds and about 10 spots.
Be all over in the blink of an eye, and in an endurance race you don't want that to be a blink of an eye, because once again you got to feel 10 times more gutted that you're upsetting your teammates as well too. But hey,
Ryan Leach got this thing rotated just in time, but again, it's a little bit too easy to light up the rear axle on these Aston Martins. Sometimes if you're a little bit too heavy on the throttle a little bit too soon, got that car just a little bit sideways, and he's paying the price down the straight. Luckily for him, there's a draft. Got to think about charging it up the inside.
He has to now. He's committed. Yeah, this could be that classic overtake.
He didn't even outbrake himself either. That was a phenomenal move.
Well, he's like Bernard Meyer. I may very well be the new safety car driver in Formula One. I mean, you drive an Aston Martin car around like that into a corner. Of course, won't be the green Aston Martin safety car, but textbook. That's because they're on together. Heavy car. So it's fully loaded full of fuel, and you got the fresh boots. HyperX is being shouted out in the chat, mate. Get your HyperX in there right now.
Yeah, throw a HyperX in the chat.
If you're listening, you're missing out. There's a possibility of getting some free goodies here, and free is good. Can't deny free.
Oh yeah, free is the price for me, man. Up at the front of the field, it's still the number 81 Nissan. Currently, it's being piloted by Frost. He's go ahead and he's basically increased the lead by double back to Segir, that number 889 Aston Martin. Aston Martin's currently make up second, third, and fourth place. You got Ryan Leach in third. He is the driver of the number 711 Aston. We've been riding along on board with for the last couple laps, and then you've got M. Houston, number 67 McLaren. That McLaren has been super fast all day. Good to see Filippi get out of the car, hand it over to his teammate. We'll see if he's got the same amount of speed in that McLaren as his buddy did.
I was about to say the 2-for-1 special car, isn't it?
Oh, Verona going off the track.
Yeah. A bit of a tiny little mistake, but the key thing is pointing in the right direction. Under attack now, of course, after going a little bit of a running wide. 27 car versus the 22 car.
Indeed,
he's going to be calling bingo.
Yeah, well, in these long endurance races too, you're going to have battles all over the track, but again, you got pros and cons, ebbs and flows to this. The good thing is that there's battles all over the track. The bad thing is that these guys are already one lap down, so the battle just up track ahead of them, that's not for position. Those guys are on the lead lap. They're currently a lap down, so you can see this battle. This is a Bram de Partre, the number 214 car. This was the pole-sitting Bentley, the only Bentley in the field.
And you would think, wouldn't you, Austin, that you're running in P10, you're like, damn, we're right up the top of the timesheets earlier, but you're only two hours and 20 minutes into this race. Anything can happen and does happen in motor racing. So,
I wonder too if these guys might have focused on their qualifying trim more so than their race trim, and that's why that qualifying time they had put them right up at the top of the timesheets. And anymore, they're only in the 10th position. I will say though, to their credit, they were running in the podium positions pretty much all day until they had a bit of a kerfluffle with another car fighting for the 4th or 5th spot, and then they got that 30-second stop-go penalty that put them back into 17th position. So they really do have the speed to be right up in, I think, 6th or 7th. They're just trying to claw their way back up to that top 10 spot.
Wow, Tiger stolen my kerfuffle as well too, mate. It took me ages to get out of that word kerfuffle when casting. And you bring the kerfuffle back. Yeah, here we go. Well, the Bentley's coming back. But it's still early days. I mean, you look at this at the end of the day, the Bentley really, at the moment, you're only running about 67 seconds away from the race leader. In an endurance race, that's not a lot.
No, it certainly is. I mean, there's no, full course cautions as the race goes on. But again, this Bentley too, he really has to make sure he manages those rear tires. You can rotate this car on throttle much like the Aston, but it's a little bit heavier too. Interestingly enough, also, a lot of people refer to the Bentley as the boat. It is not the longest car.
Would you like one parked in your garage or not?
Oh, I'd love one. I mean, if it gets given to me for free, I'll take it. Otherwise, though, I wouldn't mind a good Corvette in there. Look at RG barging going on between these two cars.
I think he decided to have that one, and gets it on up the road there. Well, I mean, you can shout HyperX if you want something for free. I'm not quite sure we can promise you Bentleys for free, unfortunately. We're not quite funded that well here at this network, of course.
You can try the type HyperX into the chat, just like everybody else. There are some giveaways all throughout the day. You could try typing Bentley into the chat, maybe get one of those. It'd be awesome. My absolute dream car. See them all around here.
Yeah, maybe
Whoa,
Bentley.
look, getting sideways,
no!
going for it. Oh, jeez.
And that's your casting curse of the day that used up. Now, it took a little bit, 2 hours. All the twos in the clock almost, too. 222. Something about that number didn't quite agree with Bentley.
Yeah, I always see that dream car, absolute dream car around where I live, that the Corvette C8, absolutely beautiful. I get the Z06, that'd be a perfect dream car, but a little bit out of my wallet range.
We might have a surprise appearance from somebody from Bentley Motorsports coming in there and go, we're giving away a free car right now to anybody that says anyone.
Oprah Winfrey style,
know.
You get a car,
yeah.
You get a car.
Frosty's got the Nissan car at the moment, which needs to be the car
look at the front of the field.
Yeah,
These
exactly.
last
Here
two
it is.
cars, they've absolutely caught up to our leader. You see that lap car, that's the Porsche. Right now, 1 and 2, it's the 81 Nissan, and then the 889 Aston Martin. That Porsche in the back, he's a lap down. He's trying to stay a little bit out of the way. Well, he ran him down. I don't know if that was Frost being kind of slowed up by the lap car, or if he's just been a little bit slower these last couple laps.
Have you seen the ice cream eating on the side of that livery?
I have.
Mr. Frosty right there, isn't it?
I can really go for an ice cream cone right now.
Exclamation mark, ice cream. Excellent. Just to shout out Frost at the moment if you guys think you can do it. Otherwise, shout out, of course, for Mr. Victory Seagull, I believe, the Legion of Motor Racers there. The Centaurians of Motor Racing on the 889, trying to, well, perhaps gladiate their way into the lead of this race as we're on lap 66.
Yeah, this battle is in the making here. You got a favorite ice cream flavor, Dean?
I'm just a simple vanilla. That's it.
Yeah, big vanilla guy too. If you're gonna do vanilla, you could add some other stuff like maybe a chocolate chip in there, or like a cookie dough, maybe like Oreo. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, it's one for the chat too.
You guys in
like
chat, you guys maybe exclamation point ice cream cone. Maybe throw in your favorite ice cream flavor in there as well. I'd love to see it.
Well, that's the great thing about endurance races, isn't it? You get to have the time to engage with everybody having fun racing while we're watching all the fun of the racing. You see that my Nissan's a little bit of pressure, but they're handling the pressure quite well. Have been handling the pressure quite well from essentially the start of the race, isn't it? And this has been, well, in the wars. I mean, P3 from very early at the start of the race there, managed to gain that place. And so far so good, have been just delivering the results at the moment.
Yeah, he managed to take the lead pretty early going, about 20 laps into this race. He took over the lead before even the first pit stop he had. Oh, look at how close that Aston Martin's going to get under braking. I feel like, though, it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when, in terms of when that 889 car of Seeger is going to get around old Stephen Frost.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's not if.
He's not close enough just yet, but he continues to get closer and closer every time they come down the Whoa, look at that outbraking maneuver, trying to outbrake each other. Oh, my goodness.
I thought that was a little bit, daylight dollar shot on that one. I mean, it's like, you know, he saw the Nissan parked it perfectly. The defensive had to go off a little bit on the racing line to make sure it defended. And, yeah, just a little bit of a moment there for the Aston Martin. And all of a sudden, you know, you're half a second gaps down at 2.4. So that's now about another 3 or 4 laps to, if you put some bankers in to get back up. Yeah. Just like that, isn't it?
It was a big bobble, yeah. Right, as soon as it looked like it was all over for that Nissan, he has just continued to scoot away again after we saw Seeger get a little bit loose there at the top of the hill. And don't look now, but, you know, Leach is coming up quick as well. So, you know, I don't know if this is him maybe getting a little bit faster towards the end of the stint, or now we're just focusing on him a little bit more. But Leach is now, he's got his eyes set on that Aston Martin just ahead.
This is why you focus on your own race, don't you? And not focus. And that's what I think Frost had to do. Handled that pressure quite well when under attack. Just all he could do is park it in the right place, make it difficult for the other driver to go on the outside.
I mean,
it was difficult.
It didn't even seem like he parked it, though, to be fair. You know, you saw Linus in that Lexus a little bit earlier. He was really parking that car on the apexes. It did not look like Frost was doing that. He still had a lot of speed in that car. I feel like it's just at that point in time that Aston was so much faster. I mean, look at the gaps, too, by the way. It's now 2.1 seconds. It was 2.5 just a second ago, so he is quite a bit faster at this stage in the race.
No, he's not a dirty air, but he can stick to his deltas and just do your times that you need to do. It's only when you catch the dirty air when it becomes very difficult, isn't it? Because then all of a sudden you got a bit of a car in front of you, which is also blocking your braking marker points as well too. You got to look at those braking zones, of course. Those boards that are thankfully foam boards, of course. Don't hit them. I'll tell you when you should be braking. I'm not going to tell you how to brake. I'm going to tell you when to brake. You choose to do that depending on how deep you want to go on that brake pedal or not.
It is going to change though throughout the course of the day as the track continues to get hotter and hotter, cools off at different times during the day. You will have to either push your braking markers forward or backwards just a little bit to make sure you continue to stay in that optimal window. And boy, Leach now has the fastest lap. So, talk about it going up and down through the field a little bit. We saw Leach just pass the 44 car of Morales a little bit ago. And now we'll look at the 214. This is the pole-sitting Bentley.
Still tucked up behind. Got to use that Bentley Stratline speed, I'd have to say. Got to get it done, but then again, you're versus a Lamborghini that we all know Lamborghinis are pretty quick down the main straightaways.
Oh yeah, especially straight line. That Lamborghini is quick, very good in the corners as well. So we'll see what this Bentley can do to see if he can't bring himself back up into 9th place. Oh man, look at the 333 car, just going to go a little bit wide again. We saw those cars again. The last time they had to go for a pass, it wasn't too big of a fight.
I think at the moment that comes down, I'm sorry, Mr. Bolishny, if I pronounce your name correctly at the moment. It looked like he might have been focusing on his mirrors rather than his...
I think so, yeah. I think he saw that lunge down the inside, opened up his wheel at just the wrong second. And, at that point in time, if you are hit from behind, it is what it is. It wasn't your fault. You just have to race your own race there. You're already committed.
Yeah, but you're lucky in the endurance race. It's not going to cost you, isn't it? It's not like it's 5 laps to go and you have to make it all back. You've got plenty of time. But, it's... Once again, we came back to that early, didn't we? In about an hour or so into that race. Like, do you like to be the chase or the chase down one? At this point, some drivers handle better. And guess what? It's just been given a drive-through penalty. Whoa. What happened there? You think there was contact? I didn't see contact, but obviously something might have been deemed contact. Or is that too many off tracks?
That might be too many off tracks. We'll have to see in a second. I feel like it's the off-track version. I don't feel like there was anything sort of argy-bargy in there. But that, of course, could be second, something we hadn't seen.
You will get, obviously, there are track limits. You are allowed to go and exploit them as much as you like, but of course you're exploiting too much. And that's it, bang. All of a sudden, race control will deem that you've gone a little bit too outside those all-important white lines for the track limits, and therefore you'll have to go and visit the pit crew that won't be smiling and cheering you so much when you go to the drive through the pit lane, which costs you at least 30 seconds and change.
Yeah, at least, a good rule of thumb for these cars, especially when you do have all the runoffs like this. Really, you should be kind of maximizing the track boundaries every opportunity you can. 2 wheels off the track. As soon as you get to that 4th one, that's when problems start to arise and you get those off-track penalties. iRacing scores them the same way, as does F1. 2 wheels off the track is just fine, but as soon as you get the 4 up, that's when it starts to invalidate your lap times.
And you also go quicker. Some drivers will, they'll exploit the track limits if you can, because you've got a couple of those warnings up your sleeve. And he's saving that right now. But also, I always say you save them as well, too, because what happens when you're in a battle and you do have to run off the track a little bit because, you get forced wide or whatever? Well, it's the race control is digital and doesn't always grant you some sort of favors if you do it, so you gotta kind of save a couple of little
Oh yeah, I really like
get out of jail free cards, right? Essentially, if you're playing Monopoly.
You get out of jail cards for going off the track. You get, in F1, it's kind of like we call the 3 strikes rule. You can go off track a couple times, then you get a penalty. Use those off tracks to your advantage,
in the game itself, because it's a game, not a simulator.
But in F1 especially, you see guys using it to their advantage all the time. And this, this simulator, though, you don't really get that opportunity.
And well, exactly. And F1, of course, because they're so quick in their racing, milliseconds apart for a lot shorter lap distance than an endurance race. That does make a difference. But in an endurance race, if you are shaving 1/10 or whatever out of a lap and pushing the track limits, it's not really going to get you that much, is it, at the end of the day?
Well, it depends. I mean, in endurance racing, it's such an ebb and a flow type of deal, and because it's so long, if you can save yourself, 1/10 of a second off a single lap, that's fine. If you can do it for every lap, you might gain yourself a whole 3 minutes or something at the end of the day. But you really, my mindset for an endurance race is always get the car to the finish line in one piece. Be quietly conservative and consistent. You don't need to be the flashiest guy out there. You don't need to be the fastest. Just get the car home in one piece, because to finish first, you must finish, as we see Tafik Moyhin, number 45, Aston Martin, currently in 13th place, 12th place, trying to see if he can't get up into 11th position.
He's got overtaken, I believe, by the Porsche out there. Danielle.
Yeah, trying to get back at him, so he can't get that place back.
You're right, at least gets puts in another fast lap, but you're right. As going back to the track limits, of course, like if you're pushing all the time, you also put yourself at that DT next to your name. Risk.
Oh yeah, and no, you
maximum
see the
risk and maximum reward.
McLarens.
Yeah, sometimes maximum risk. That's what they say.
Well, it's kind of that mess around, find out graph. The more you mess around, the more you're going to find out. There's a better word for it than mess around, but for the PG rating we're going to continue to have on the stream, we're just going to mess around.
I got you covered. There you go.
Oh, there we go. I like it.
All right.
You can see Uso number 67 car just up the road there from Berkeley up, the two McLarens back to back to one each other. That number 67 McLaren has been really fast all day long. They're especially quick in the middle of the stint, and then towards the end they fall off. So this is right about when he's at his fastest in the next couple laps. So I do expect for that 67 to slow down a bit. I don't think that 98 car will be able to get around him, but I think he will start to slow down on how fast he closes in on that Furhert car. Number 5th place, number 192 machine.
The 67 car boxed. Well, this is interesting as well too, because they were fresher tires. They only have 10 laps on those tires currently at the moment. The 98 car behind them had boxed a lot earlier, so they've done 16 laps on those tires. So you'd imagine you should be able to hold them.
Yeah, I would think so as well. So, you know what? Scratch what I said. It's interesting, too, that they pushed that number 67 car just a little bit longer in terms of that last pit stop, kind of an overcut maneuver.
But getting the toe, which is nice. It's also helping out those old boots if you don't slam into the back.
Oh, geez, those two cars were chasing each other around.
Yeah. And they still will. That's what you like to see. 2 hours and 34 minutes into this, my friend. The time is starting to fly pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're getting close into it.
Yeah, I was about to say, you rode my mind. Great casters think alike, don't we? A third through the race.
These two McLarens continue to hound each other. It's been really interesting to see one another follow each other through the race. And boy, you can see that 98 car get super tight there through that last complex of corners.
Drive-through issue there for the Honda in the 22 car.
Oh, Verona.
That's definitely an off-track excursion as well, too. They've been doing too many.
Yeah,
We're
to be fair, he's been taking a lot of those pretty much all day.
This is something that's going to be lurking in the minds, isn't it, of these other drivers at the moment. You don't know where you are. You might be comfortably in the lead of this race. All of a sudden, bang, hit the DT. It can change. And the wheel of the spin at the moment. They're on the dirty stuff. Look at the
look at these guys. I'm surprised they went all the way to that side of the track. Hopefully they get those tires cleaned up before they get to the corner. Otherwise, they're going to go for a pretty big ride.
And you see how it's slick. It starts to get the shine on it. It starts to turn into like a drag strip for those corners. That also means it turns into like an ice skating rink, doesn't it? Because you got rid of all that the grippiness of the track itself, and it becomes a slippery little slidey thing. You can see how much of a difference it is when they're breaking into those turns right now.
Man, look at these guys. They're continuing to swap places on the track, continue to do crossovers on one another. Lots of space given between these two cars. I love to see it. More often than not, you'll see cars forcing each other off the track, and it's not been the case with these two cars today. Both of them extremely clean and extremely fast, but they continue to go ahead. They get closer and closer to that 192 car just ahead, but they've got a lot of ground to make up before they're on his tail.
I know you're up in the northern states as well, too, and you're talking about crosses. I want to get a hockey reference out there or not to see if anybody's going to be checking anybody or not. Since I just thought I'd add hockey into this. Anyway, adding something into, I figured that from the northern states. So that's the first time hockey match I ever went to. Jumped off a plane out of Minnesota from the airport, went straight to the Minnesota Wild hockey game, and I went, oh, okay, I've never seen this before. But I am seeing some fantastic racing between two of the McLarens. And where's the McLaren team boss at the moment? I'm sure he owns a few of these cars.
Zach Brown?
Yeah, Zach Brown's owns a couple of these in his
maybe
garage.
throw
Big car
McLaren in
collector.
chat. Maybe he'll give you a car.
Yeah, oh, drive-through penalty issued. Oh, drive-through penalty issued right there for the 98 car. So,
oh,
see
wow.
an off-track excursion there. Oh,
geez, that's really going to mention his race too. One of the faster cars as well. I thought they were being quietly consistent, but geez, I'm not sure what that drive-through penalty was issued for in terms of, you know, just too many, or if it was one in general. Boy, look at this run. He's going to get off at turn 11.
I think there might be a lift at the moment. I'd have to say, yeah. I'd have to see 7 cars says, all right, I know you got a drive-through penalty, so I'll just let you go. There's no point in fighting this one. He's not going to come back in the moment. He's going to send a dummy
down the inside. No, he's just looking for clean air.
Yeah, he knows he's going to serve that drive-through in a few laps from now, so there's no point in fighting that battle at the moment.
That Aston Martin behind that Meyer car, the 147 machine, is going to get closer and closer as these guys continue to battle. The 67 car is going to have to make sure he gets the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, you're going to head out of Texas right now, isn't it? So welcome along, Pit Wall Live. Of course, you can get all that information on as well. So use the exclamation mark. All the description is in there. Can't remember for the timing.
And of course, there's 3 races going on simultaneously. You can watch them all on twitch.tv/VCO Esports. Then you can hit the old command center button or type into the chat ! Command center. You can view all 3 of the races at once. And if you do speak Spanish, you'll habla español. There is a Spanish broadcast as well.
Still waiting to see if I get some of my Spanish driver as well too. It's racing.
Geez, that 98 car did not come down pit road that last time by.
No, he's got a certain laps to do it.
I'm just kind of surprised he didn't, you know, go ahead and bite the bullet with how fast that car is. I figure you come down pit road and get this thing over with.
There is a possibility. I'm not 100% sure, of course, because we're not in race control, but whether or not teams will be debating any of those. Something that could very well be happening, but I'm quite sure. It's usually off-track excursions are digitally registered and very, very difficult to have those removed or not. A bunch of ifs, of course. We're not race control. We're just sitting up here, casting the best that we can on the entertainment. The gladiators are the ones down on the track that do all the work. We sit up here and sip some, not pina coladas. I'm not quite sure what the typical drink you would have here in Austin, Texas. But either way, H2O is one thing you need to be drinking.
Oh yeah, I got a cup of water with me right here. I think in Texas, I don't know, probably a beer or something. I know Coors Light always came from this place. You watch Smokey and the Bandit movie, Dean?
I have to say Smokey the Bandit here, right?
Coors Light,
yeah.
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
Drink of Texas.
All right, it's Coors Light. Unfortunately, not sponsored by Coors Light. And,
or even regular Coors, you know, I don't discriminate.
Well, no drinking and driving, that's for sure. Drinking and casting is okay. Drinking and watching is okay. But no drinking and driving.
If you're watching, definitely go to the fridge, get you out a nice cold beer. Eyes on transition, of course. They've been on this number 12, Tafik Moigman. He's in 12th place. It's number 45, Aston Martin machine. He's trying to see if he can't catch up to Jay Daniel in that 119 Porsche, that brightly colored green car just up the road. We've seen this guy on camera quite a bit today, this 119 Porsche. He's been on the film more often than not, I feel like. Everywhere we go, this guy is right where all the action is.
Yep, it's only for a Hollywood script room here right now, isn't it? Definitely. You can see at the moment looking over the rear wing. And under a little bit of attack, go down to pit lane there for a 7. Here we go, back to the pitches of the action, of course.
Down into pit road. Of course, now back to this battle on track. Aston Martin shoves the car down the inside. Porsche sees it coming, tries to go for the crossover. He's not close enough, I don't think.
All right, too deep. Oh,
he might get him. Oh, he got a little bit loose. He's forced to bob with the car. That's, of course, just going to gift the position.
He's flashing
back
as well.
over to Tufik.
Yeah, you see the lights are flashing a little bit of, hey. The drink.
I wasn't too pleased with what just happened.
Give me the wheel. Give me the wheel. What's that, Kimi Räikkönen? The wheel.
Yeah,
I need the steering wheel.
Steering wheel. Gloves and steering wheel.
Oh,
one car
stop car on track.
He was in 5th position.
That's either came out of a spin or unfortunately, your girlfriend said stop racing and just yanked the controller out of your computer. Hopefully not. Something like that might have happened. We never know. Of course.
Sometimes too, you can always have your monitor goes dark on you at that point, the best thing to do, if you can't Alt F4, just stop the car on the track. Hopefully you can pull off to one side. No doubt his teammates will be saying, hey, you're on the straight, just stop the car and pull over to the left.
That's true. It is unfortunate. You don't want to see it, of course. But this is, it's just kind of like real life motorsports. Apart from the cars just breaking down because of technical issues, we have technical issues, of course, when it comes to the IT world of all the gizmos.
There's our, hardware. Yeah. Ours can be more software, and sometimes too, you'll have an engine just explode. Whoa! Look at this. Super sideways on that number 119
Good
car.
Good catch. Wow. Jack's on top of this.
Look out behind him. He's going to be getting hounded now by the car behind him, that 333 car. Bachensky, the Lamborghini.
Honestly, how is Jack capturing all his actions? Jack, a fortune teller? Is he seeing the future that we're not seeing?
I don't know. Maybe his rival split is just very, very chill right now, and he has all the opportunity in the world to come over and watch what we're doing.
That's true, and we appreciate that. We appreciate everybody for tuning in.
Whoa, look at that deep dive.
Oh. Trust in the car, trust in the corner, and trust in the driver. Trust in your HyperX gear as well. It's in the chat right now. I'm going to click on that one. Find the right
type
gear
HyperX in the chat. Get entered in to win a HyperX piece of equipment. Honestly, I mean, you can type anything into the chat you want as long as it's reasonable, but go ahead and type HyperX in for right now.
Type in give Austin a... How did you want it again, my friend?
Corvette would be ideal, but honestly, any of these are awesome. Just any kind of supercar would just be awesome. Do you have a favorite car of these?
I had a Nissan Skyline, so I'm going for Nissan, especially because it's leading this race at the moment.
I like it. I like it. What color? What color?
This one looks like a little bit like a McLaren Golf livery, doesn't it? A little bit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I like the frosty picture. Black, unfortunately, which is I don't know. I didn't have much of a choice because they're imported into Australia from Japan.
Yeah,
but a black car in Australia is like sitting in a toaster oven.
Oh yeah, it's hot even up here,
melting.
brother, in the summer. In the winter, it's nice. You just take off your winter jacket, sitting up there in a t-shirt. You don't even need the heater on at that point. It's just like a giant greenhouse.
Because it's secondhand and imported, like, because they're a $40,000 car or something at the time. That's
you
don't
the
have
same
a
way
choice
I
of
bought.
colors.
Yeah, I bought my sports car, and it was already decided for me what color it was, bought it used, so I'm not going to get it repainted. Look good the way it is, but Stephen Frost, man, he is just painting the field by quite a large margin here. I think it's up to about a 4-second gap. You look at 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds now. Figure in the 88-9 car. It's just now across the start-finish line, so he has pulled away since the start of this stint, man.
I would hope that later on in the race, of course, they have enough time for basically a pit stop to pick up a fresh frosty ice cream cone there and come back out in the lead of the race. That's what you want. But still plenty of timing. If you want to catch up on that timing, of course, it's right there. Live timing for all the 3 races. And you can see how your friends and family and just any of the cars that you're supporting or anybody at the moment, there you can see all the timing that we're seeing. Same timing we're watching. So... we're sharing the wealth.
Track. Might have gotten an off track there. Got to be really careful though. If you're up near the front, you have to be extremely careful not to go off track too many times, because that drive-through penalty is going to absolutely kill you by the end of the day. And maybe it might be a scenario, Dean, where everybody has a drive-through penalty, and it just depends on who gets 2 or 3 of them by the end. But boy, you got to be really careful, man.
Dean time, DT. No, don't reference me to the drive-through. It's like you open up your Christmas present on the Christmas tree at the race slips between your fingers, and then you open up your Christmas card from Santa Claus and it says just this big red letters DT. Damn you, Santa! Damn you! Yeah, but it could be punishing. You're exactly right. So the teams are well aware of it. The teams, of course, the driver and there are other drivers, and as well to have spotters and stuff like that. Some of these teams, of course, in this serious event that we're having, may very well have engineers out there crunching numbers for them, because I've engineered before for driving teams, and I'm crunching numbers and working out scenarios and also working out, hey, if we go to pit lane right now, where can I squeeze the car out so we get clean air? All that comes into play.
Honestly, even behind the wheel, when I'm racing, I'm doing math all the time, like my own race engineer. It's just what you have to do if you want to be that and just a little bit more competitive when you go into these races. It's hard to do math behind the wheel. It's hard to even do math in your head, but sometimes you just have to do it in terms of how much fuel do I need to take or how much time am I gaining on the guy ahead. But some of these teams have people just solely for that purpose. And of course, when you've got 3 drivers per car, you got 2 guys able to do math at any point in time.
And you want to get out in clean air, of course, because if you look, there's a massive bunch up of cars at the moment. There is a lot of lap cars and stuff like that, but they're going through turns 14, 15 and stuff like that. So yeah, obviously if you're engineering the team or your teammates are engineering you don't want to be stuck in that traffic when you come out on fresh tires trying to get the temperature in time, got a full fuel load. You want to put your bank of laps in knowing that the other competitors that you're racing against at the moment are also going to be on equal pit stops coming up very soon. That's
these cars,
crunch time.
Yeah, these cars just handle like absolute trash when they're in dirty air. And all of a sudden they don't turn very well. They get a lot tighter when you go into the corners. It's also a lot easier to go at your own pace instead of having to follow somebody, because now all of a sudden you can't see the track as well. You've got this giant car, probably a GT wing, just ahead of you, so you can't see all the track that you normally would. You have that dirty air. It's going to make the tires go, to the wrong end of the stick faster and faster as the race goes on. Makes them overheat faster. So, you want to have that clean air. Just be kind of by yourself for the most part.
And we are getting closer and closer again to the next round of pit stops. Our current leader at the moment, I'll give you that representation there for the Frost, is driving the Nissan. Done 30 laps for their first started on those tires. 29 they did for the second stint. They're on 18 laps right now. So they're going to be close and closer to that magic 3-hour marker, I would say, soon. Of course, I'll extend over that a little bit. See how they're going to hold off, of course, the 8-9 car. And just to give you a bit of a reference, the Aston Martin running in second place is also on 17 laps. So they boxed a little bit earlier, actually, come to think of it, there for the Aston Martin. So you wonder if the Aston Martin at the moment is going to stretch a little bit further, perhaps, in their second stint, going in the third stint for their tyres. Pit stop strategy, who knows? Only they know.
Well, it's really hard to tell, and sometimes, Dean, they might not even know as the race goes on what they're going to do, because it's really hard to tell. All this stuff is situational and circumstantial in terms of when you're going to pit as the race goes on, because sometimes you say, well, right now, if we pit, we'll be 1 second clear of the car behind, so that way we come out into clean air. Otherwise, we need to stay out for an extra 5 laps, and after this point, we're going to come out in dirty air, so we need to pit now or don't pit at all for the next 10 laps. And, oh, by the way, we're going to run out of fuel if we don't pit within 7.
Yeah, it's kind of an important part, isn't it, in that car? So kind of the thing that powers the combustion engine. Like, kind of need that. But you're right about the fuel situation.
Yeah, that dinosaur juice is pretty important to the overall pace of these machines as the race goes on.
Dinosaur juice. Okay, I've never heard that before in my life, and trademarked that one. Welcome along to the brilliant casting you're hearing here from Austin. You got it right. Dinosaur juice. That's it. Yep. Hey, mate, my friend, we're no doubt going to be dinosaur juice some point in the future as well, too. Wait about 10 or 20 million years from now, and maybe somebody else will be casting racing right now using human juice. Who knows?
Oh, it's just, biomaterial being slowly but surely kind of just ground into the ground. It turns into gas at some point. It degrades, biodegradable.
You and I won't be around to wipe it up. So it's all fine.
Oh, no, surely. It will be what's been biodegrading for all that oil at some point.
Maybe they'll just pull out our brains and clone us, and then they'll go, okay, guys, you're back at it again. Now you're going to have to race something in the year 2671. Actually, no. That's what anyway, we're way off subject.
And boy, look at Brandon. He is caught up. This 214 machine is really caught up fast. The 147 Aston Martin car of Mayer just ahead. He's going to have this big old straightaway to get some more draft off him. He's not going to get close enough by the end of this, but boy, time is ticking.
Time's always ticking. It's linear. It has to tick.
Into the future. Good old Eagles reference for you. A little bit of outbraking maneuver. He tried to brake a little bit more, but that's one thing too that dirty air does. You don't have all that air on the car to slow it down forcing it into the ground helps you stop a lot sooner. So when you do get behind a car, if you haven't been for a while, you do have to remember, I got to brake a little bit earlier than what I've been used to.
You should be taking it easy with those Eagles references, my friend. As we're watching and Mr. Graham taking it easy for the NSN Racing Team 214 car, just tucked up on the back.
I'll be honest, it took me a second to get that take it easy reference, but I do like it. That was pretty good.
You gotta go pun and show with me, my friend. You're not gonna be up all day, and you will be up all day because 6 hours of more puns to come.
Look at Jonas here in this 119 Porsche. Like we said earlier, you know, if there's been a show on the track, he's been the one we've been looking at. Of course, it's really hard to avoid that bright neon green colored Porsche for him. That he's been up near the front all day long. He had that penalty a little bit ago, but he's recovered quite nicely from it.
You always have to recover, don't you? You got to put that out of your mind there. Tuck that under the mattress. And
kick it under the rug. Forget about it.
There you go. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Yeah, forget about it.
Forget about it.
It's so simple. But I mean, when I say it's simple, it really isn't. It's so hard to get your mind to reset after you've had the penalty. Whoa, holy cow! A little bit of a kangaroo action for you.
Eh? And bouncing around, my friend. Of course, yeah.
His rear end is like 4 feet in the air.
You don't mess with the kangaroos, of course, and the kangaroos, of course, would be those rubble strips here in
they'll
Austin,
throw
Texas.
a couple haymakers at you.
That's why they call it the Big Red Corner, isn't it? Up in the turn one, Big Red Kangaroo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity to be right up close and personal to some kangaroos at the zoo. The couple times I went with my girlfriend Jacqueline, and it's always surprising me just how big the kangaroos are.
Was it the cute brown ones or the big, nasty, boxing red ones? There's
both.
a difference.
Both. Mostly the cute brown ones, but you realize that the brown ones are smaller, like you say, so those big red ones, I mean, those are like as tall as a human.
Oh,
like
yeah,
6
they'll
feet
take
tall,
you down, man.
And they're just big old pieces of muscle. I mean, just one haymaker from those, you'd be knocked out in a heartbeat.
It is, Gunter would say, if you call them a bloody, as Gunter, I'll just put it this way, I'm putting a Gunter reference in there. If you call a big red kangaroo that, he's gonna box you away. Down.
I like that bleep button. I don't know how you've got that worked out, but I need one of those.
Shit, casting all the time, mate. You always need a bleeper in case whatever. And there's interviews later when one of those drivers had to say something. We'll beep them, of course. Maybe a few seconds. But we don't have to worry about that at the moment because we have to wait to see who's going to be spraying the bubbly stuff from the top of the step of the podium and all this. I think that's just a switcheroo. Some going to pit lane or just allowing them to drive on by.
Yeah, this race has been an absolute barnstorming thing so far. It's been really interesting to see how the different challengers come up to and from the field. You know, for the longest part, it was the pole sitter in that Bentley, the sole Bentley in the field. Ever since that started, it's been now in the hands of Frost, the 81 Nissan car. He's been doing a really good job. Continues to pull away from the 889 behind him.
Question out there from a fantastic producer, and that's up to you or not, my friend, as the text messages are coming in. This is the Midnight Blue. That's the team Brit, of course. I had imagined whether or not that there would be a couple of UK drivers inside that car. At the moment, Sophie is driving the 714 car. Now, I'm not quite sure if Sophie is a man or woman or not. It doesn't really matter. There's equal.
You know, at the end of the day, yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
equal. It doesn't really matter. Of course, when you get to pronouns, that's one thing, or you could just avoid them altogether and just say they and them, and it's a lot easier. That way you don't make anybody mad.
That's what I love about esports as well, too, isn't it? Because it's anybody can drive anything.
Oh yeah, equal playing field, equal playing field.
I mean, you didn't realize that my kangaroo was driving.
She and her for Sophie, but so I mean, she is doing a pretty good job though in that 714 car. It's interesting to see how that car moves around during the race. They've been sort of in battles all day long. I can't remember a single point today where that 714 hasn't been around other cars, and it's either getting past or passing someone else. More often than not, they've been the chasee or the chaser instead of the chasee.
Yeah, and he is, and that may very well answer the question very soon into this race. We're approaching the 3-hour marker, which will also be approaching the next round of pit stops. And Austin, you might have to give a bit of a recap, of course, over to one of the other streams.
Oh yeah,
what's happening here in the Challenger Series?
Been a great race so far.
Hope you got your HyperX headphones cranked up, my friend, because this is brewing up for a nice battle currently around here in 17th, 18th, and 19th. On lap 80. Ochente. I can get that one more correctly. Don't worry about that. Plenty of fantastic Spanish broadcasters will be able to give you that correct Spanish pronunciation as the battle's resuming. Unfortunately,
look at this crossover.
Yes.
Not quite close enough.
Not quite yet, but still plenty of overtaking opportunities. Of course, maybe even backing off a little bit through that corner gives you a little bit of a run down the main straightaway. Up into turn 1, tucks in behind. Switcheroo time as the big red corner. No kangaroos around there at the moment for a switcheroo. Thankfully, no cars are bouncing, but battles are definitely occurring.
Interesting too. Of course, we still have Frost up at the front of the field. Now he's got a 7.8 second gap to the rest of the field. Looking here at the time, though, Dean, different things from race control. A couple of accidents involving one more so recently, the 889 car. They were up at the front of the field too, so it'll be interesting to see what that looks like as time goes on. But boy, we've got lap traffic all over the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll expect a lot of lap traffic. Drive-through penalty at the moment for the 720 car. They're running in 23rd place. So drop them back a little bit, about 3 laps and change away from a leading pack.
Well, the 119 car is down on pit road as well. Be interesting to see if that's their scheduled stop or not. I think they've been pitting a little bit earlier there than the rest of the cars. You can see them now just coming back out on track. Thank you, Jack Maloney, for that angle. Way to catch that. Again, he's got 2 streams to look at. He always seems to key right in on whenever he says something that he could get a camera on. So thank you, sir.
Told you, chaps, Jack is the sharpest tool in the shed. You're absolutely correct about the 119 is your sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to that casting, because they 30 laps, they have to go box, box, box for sure. They did too because they're running on vapors. Further back, this battle, of course, occurring 18 and 19 on the grid. Nikolai in the 222 car you're on board with right now, trying to get it past that Holy Roll, I believe the Aston Martin 33 car up the road. Here we go. About to do another lap there. They'll be on lap 82 right now in this endurance race. Climbing your way up, shifting, of course, and then all of a sudden hit that stop pedal and hope that car stops in turn 1, and no, it does. And luckily it doesn't stops in time, so you don't get your front fender in the back of the car ahead.
It's really interesting too. I feel like this racetrack especially plays into the hands of a lot of crossover capabilities. Not so much in the S's in Sector 1, but as soon as you get into Sector 2, there's a lot of opportunities. In Sector 3, it's just filled with all those crossover opportunities that we continue to see, into and out of turn 12. And then all sort of those, that last sector there, there's so many opportunities to set up the guy ahead of you to go in the corner one way. You can easily cut back down the track the other way. There's a lot of opportunities, of course, to block somebody, and kind of like we saw that Lexus take earlier, that defensive line for a good couple laps.
Also, that's why I say everything's bigger and better in Texas, of course, and it's called the motor racing way of Second Americas, because there is so many overtaking opportunities on this track. It's not just one of those tracks where you just follow each other around and around and around and around. No, there's plenty of places to get it done. Straight line speed. Through the S's, of course. Speaking of straight line speed, look at Nikolai. He's going to poke out this 222 machine, shove the car down to the inside. He's got a lot of speed. We'll see what happens. Too much.
Just outbroke himself.
Yeah. You kind of read the writing on the wall there when they're a little bit too much.
Whenever he
that
racing that big of an advantage, to that Aston Martin behind him, and then you can see the black car, the black stuff on the track just get a little bit more to one side of the car. You realize he's gone a little bit wide.
Let's see the Bentley handles this battle here.
Oh man, he's got a lot of speed here. And this car again, qualified on the pole, had a bit of a, an off track there, was blamed at fault for that by the racing stewards. Had to do a drive through, side by side into the S's. Jack, if we could go back to that battle, if you're listening, wow, look at that. That must have been some archie-barchie there.
It could have been an illegal overtake when you're lifting like that. I'm not quite sure. You never know. Of course, they get those messages from race control. We don't, but it just looked a little bit too easy
Yeah, I'm going to have
peasy
to
on that one.
continue to look at pit wall too, and you folks at home, you're allowed to look at pit wall as well. A big opportunity to look here. This is where all the information we're using is. There's lots. There's a track map, a leaderboard with all the sector times and the last laps. And my favorite part, there is something from race control as well.
Oh, you getting that from race control?
Oh
Excellent.
yeah, but for my screen, it's in the upper left-hand corner. You folks at home, you can see that.
Ah.
It's got all the different accidents involving every car. So I'm going to continue to scan that to see if there is sort of any investigation put into this battle right here.
I thought that text messages from my ex-girlfriend. All right, now I
no,
got
sir,
it.
no, sir. These have been a lot less, how you say, toxic.
Pit stop for the 98 car. So once we are expecting the pit stops because they're on that 20 to 30
Oh yeah, but
range.
we're 3 hours into this. It's pit stop time.
Exactly.
And again, if you're pitting once on the hour, every hour, this is the time to come down pit road about the next 5 minutes. If you were going to stretch the fuel to the absolute limit, I expect some people to come in at the 5 hour and 45-minute mark. That's all three of your stints to the absolute max. Go ahead, Dean.
I was just about to say that, Austin, that 3 hour marker means break time. Perhaps we'll see in Manito because we're going to think about racing
go to
director.
the fridge, get something to drink.
Absolutely. We'll see if Jack is all ready for that one. That's 3:02 minutes. Yes, absolutely. So I think we need some HyperX break time, of course. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have much, much more action coming back in just a minute. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the virtual circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. I'm Austin Belke. Joining me in the commentary booth is Dean Humpton with our beautiful, as always, producer doing all the camera work, Jack Maloney. We're about 3 hours and 10 minutes into this 9-hour race. We've just about gotten done with our most recent round of pit stops, the third one for the day. The track has been fluctuating between that 35 and 36 degree centigrade mark. Right now it's down to 32. We've got some cloud cover over the racetrack, Dean.
That cloud cover is just to cool things down a little bit in the heat of the moment that's been occurring at the moment. Some pit stops are occurring at the moment as well. 714 car. And as you mentioned at the moment, so about 30 or so laps, usually on the hour marker that you get at the moment, you get most of the people boxing. You'll start to see, I guess, to say a little bit of a change. So you might people boxing a little bit 10 minutes early and 10 minutes later. And that, of course, that's exponential. So every action has an equal opposite reaction. Later on, as you get deeper into this race, you're going to start seeing probably a 30-minute gap between some of those pit stops. As number 6 position goes in, 147 goes in. And behind them as well, too, was the Yeet Motor Racing there for the Lexus team. We saw a lot of them earlier on. 16 car goes in the pit road. Yeah, it's glad to be back.
There's an active view of the pit road.
Busy
Business
down
is
pit road
picking
right
up
now, mate. Yeah, it's almost like a NASCAR and in-car race, isn't it? Everybody goes in. Don't see any of those wheel jacks being thrown across pit road.
Well, all these guys are going to see that for them, but for us, of course, from the camera angle, if it were to do that to all the cars, it'd be so much more graphics going on, really graphic intensive. I did, by the way, love that one of the three laws of physics there, Mr. Isaac Newton, Professor Dean Hopton, everyone.
No, race leader's in the pit lane right there. It's the Nissan, of course. Yeah, well, has he got a telescope? As he has the James Webb telescope, is he looking into the edges of the universe of this race at the moment? There you go, if you want to go scientific on you. But scientific, of course, would be timing yourself in pit road, because Leach also goes into pit road. This is great. How's this going to bunch them up right now, Austin?
I'll be really interested. I feel like both of them pitting at the same time, it's a lot easier to kind of stay in tune with the driver ahead and behind when you pit on similar laps. I'll be really interested, though, to see what that 889 car does. He's going to cycle to the lead. He's still going to be in clean air. All these drivers in the top 3 podium positions, they did already have clean air, but at this point, it'd be really interesting to see who catches traffic and when, because any sort of traffic when one of your competitors doesn't could put you back about a second or two on the track. So it'll be interesting to see how everything shakes out in about the next 2 laps here. I feel like the 889 car, he's got about 4 laps for 4 minutes, excuse me, maybe 2 laps before I'd say he's due down pit road.
And that pit road is busy as the Nissan exits right now. That was our race leader,
Interesting
of course.
to see Bernard get back in the car.
That is true. So they are switching. Of course, there is mandatory times.
Oh, look at that Aston off on the side of the road.
Oh, exactly. That's almost taken out potentially what's happened. What has happened? So cold tires, warm heart, cold tires.
Yeah, warm track too. I feel like he probably just spun that thing around at the top of the hill. He might have done that on pit exit. I don't remember when that car came out, but I'd have to say that's on pit exit. It's
a tricky pit exit, of course, because you're going downhill into the S's, and of course you want to get on a loud pedal, and the car just says, you buy me flowers first, you take me out for a date. And that's what happens when you don't buy your lady car some flowers.
Yeah, don't treat it nicely. That's one. I mean, it's interesting to see all these guys come on a pit road. You really do have to kind of dance around on those fresh tires because they won't have the grip. They can lull you into a full sense of security when you go to break into the corner, but after that, you will spin out before you know it. You see one of our other leaders go down pit road.
As well as Lamborghini 333 cars, so that's it. We expected it. It's about 30 laps that you can pull out of here before pull out of the car, of course, trying to eke out of the car before, and thankfully nobody's ran out of gas and had to push that car down into pit road.
It's such a long lap here too. It's really hard to even save a single lap's worth of fuel over the course of an entire stint. It's doable, but the amount of time you're going to give up this early on in the race, I really wouldn't recommend that. Maybe if you could win the race by not making that extra pit stop to get 1 lap's worth of fuel at the end, yeah, sure, go for it. Gamble, see what you can come up with. But for right now, it's not really worth it.
So risking it for the biscuit, as they say. But unfortunately, you can't do that now, like that recent NASCAR approach, isn't it? And try to slide your way into the barrier across the line. Yeah. We won't go back to that one. And P2's boxing at the moment. One that's they have to box, as you'd mentioned, otherwise.
Oh yeah, the top three all down
well,
on pit road together.
Yeah. So that means the Nissan should resume the lead of the race there. And there was
next time
Mr. Bernard. And Bernard's back in the car, as you mentioned, the 81 car, so he's winning another stint.
Look at this battle going on the track here, Dean, coming out of turn 11. This is between two Aston Martins. Nico Mayer, the 147 car. Oh, it's actually McLaren, excuse me. That is a Hant in the 67 McLaren.
I'm loving it.
Got to be careful, too. Got that lap car in the Lexus just behind. He is not with these guys for position. At least I don't think so.
Going to make a stick buck. He's got a heavy fuel load and some fresh boots. Heating up in Texas. Absolutely. Welcome along, of course. And if you want to hear all this in some fantastic headphones, slap on some HyperX gear right now. There may be giveaways, of course, in the chat a little bit later. Tune in for that. Got to be in it to win it, as well as all these drivers have to be in it to win it. Climbing their way down. What are we on? We're on lap 90 to 89, depending on where you are on the track currently at the moment. Austin may have to be departing us for a second. He's going to give us a bit of a recap on the other streams at the moment. What is happening here currently in the Challenger split? I can tell you what's happening right now. A run for a battle for P8 and 7. As well as there's a car a little bit further up the road there, so make their way around through the S's, up the top of the hill, down into the all-importance 2, 3, 4, 5, just S's really. I'm not even counting every one of those corners I need to do. Got to be straight in, straight out, quick in, quick out. That's the key. And if you want to see those speeds, of course, Pitwall Live is on there, exclamation mark. The telemetry information is there, the Pitwall timing. And don't forget to hit the command center as well, too, so you can go over there and listen to Mr. Austin right now. Give you a recap currently what's happening here for the Challenger split. They yanked him out of the casting box, and why not? And give you a recap. And we're watching Mr. Luca Filippini in the 711 or 711 car, of course, making the Aston Martin, which currently at the moment is now up into P2 because there's a lap down there from the 889 car. That's at 10 seconds and change for the Nissan team there, and Mr. Menard leading that one, has doing a solid job there for the 81 car. Still maintaining a nice gap that they are with 5 hours and 42 minutes remaining into this race, which is 3 hours and 17 minutes. We've gone through the third pit stop round. And make their way through the S's currently. We're looking at Mr. Luca Filippini, the Pit Stop UK team. Cool, calm and collective, a little bit alone on track. Just time to get the banker laps in and try to minimize that 10.8 second gap as they get the tire temperature back up into there. And that last lap time between P1 and P2 was about a 207.4, 207.2. So they're right on the money. Back further, the McLaren, currently in the moment 67 car there. Nicholas is trying to get that gap of 1.4 seconds down to Mr. Meyer in the 147 of the other. One of those Aston Martin cars there, 11 or so. Blue flags have been waved because there's traffic absolutely everywhere here in Austin, Texas, where everything's bigger and better. Racing is fun. First round, remember, of the racing. We have 6 of these. 5 more to come after this one. And the slate is clean for absolutely every one of the teams. Currently, even at the moment, with 3 hours, almost 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race, 0 points are awarded for everybody at the moment, apart from our qualifying earlier, though we have some points for that. But at the moment, race points are 0. And you always have to remember that as a driver, whether you're running in P20 or if you're running in P1, you still have not earned a single point yet until you get that car across the line in whatever position you're finishing in. That's when you get paid the points. So once again, that's what I would say as a race engineer and as a team to any of the drivers that I'm supporting. It's still 0 for everybody. So just drive the best you possibly can right now.
All right, Dean, back from my little excursion, my field trip. Up to the Top Split broadcast. Yeah.
I was running out of breath on that one. It was fantastic. How was that recap there? Any information you have from any of the other split series at the moment?
No, I mean, they just kind of took me in there, had me talk about the race. It was honestly like probably a minute. I tried to talk fast, but it flew by. It was good to give them an update on what's going on here.
Did you have a safe word? The safe word was HyperX, of course. You wanted to escape from the clutches of the other split tiers there.
Yeah, it was faster. They took me in, gave me a run around, let me go pretty quick. It wasn't too bad.
Did they buy you dinner and flowers at the moment? Because I'm not quite sure this is happening for the...
I think that was later.
Fantastic. Good to have you back at my mate, because I was running out of things to say at this point. Because
boy, Bernard, he continues to dominate this field, man. He's been stretching out his lead ever since he's been through the pit stop. He continues to get faster and faster. We knew he was fast when he was in the car earlier, but he continues to just branch out over Felipe just behind in the 711 Aston Martin. Of course, we've known Felipe was fast, but you know, Bernard is just ultra fast, super quick.
Well, Felipe's faster. He's got the fastest. He got that. It was about 11 seconds. He's getting it down. He shaved about 7/10 off that lap. So Felipe's in town at the moment. And, you know,
I'd be careful though too. He's got some lap traffic just ahead. I feel like for right now, Bernard has a little bit more traffic in front of him. So he's going to have to make sure he navigates that. You know, a lot very clean. Doesn't want to lose too much time.
It's been absolute. Oh, I'll tell you what, just so much more racing to go, don't we? To be out there, we of course, because we are family. I get all my producers and casters with me. There you go. It's heading into a karaoke night, isn't it? Well, not quite night yet. It's race day here in Dakota. I just realized there's a little bit of an echo.
7/10 of a second. He continues to get faster and faster as the day goes on.
Yeah, sorry, I just realized there's an echo because I have a metal cup there to try to keep the water nice and cold there, and it's echoing. But no echo at the moment. The battle on track at the moment is brewing. Oh, wow.
Oh, man, got that lap car out of the way just in time. I don't know if that was him realizing he gained a lot faster than he expected or what, but that was a very, very fast kind of just adjustment on track for that second car. I believe that was the machine. Whoa, look at the 222 car, Sebastian Renell.
How much time does he have to wait right now to flip that around too? Because it's a difficult place. It's coming into a braking corner, and there's traffic everywhere. You don't really
practice a spin turn like this.
No, you don't.
It's very hard to
wait
know how
for
much
it.
Space you need.
That's what it's all about. Yeah, that's where you need your spot up.
Oh, turn it into a 3-point turn.
Now you got to back it up, of course, and there's a lot of traffic.
A little bit too.
Oh, this is painful, but yeah, it's good.
Crank the wheel first. You
see frustration. Yeah, exactly. You see frustration sometimes when drivers kick in at the moment. They just want to spin that car back on the track, of course, and then bang, you're all of a sudden in a multi-car pile-up with everybody else. Good sportsmanship so far, all race long, I have to say, for everybody. I mean, because once again, it could have just been a silly thing. Didn't do it. You got to bite the bullet.
Out of anger. Yeah.
No, it's good. It's not good, unfortunately, for Sebastian, but it is good for sportsmanship.
He did a good job waiting, though. Yeah, sportsmanship on his part. Thank goodness for that. I've seen too many cars just get taken out and T-bone head-on incident.
I know, isn't it?
Car.
Because it's frustration. You get mad and you go bang, hit the loud pedal, the car spins around, and you take everybody out. They're not doing it at the moment. This is what to see. You're going to see. I can't verify for the other splits, but hey, based on what I'm seeing right now from the Challenger Series, I'm pretty sure the other boys and girls are behaving in their splits. I'm curious to even know what's going on.
You know, a good indication of a sample size here. These 28 boys and girls have been very smooth and considerate of one another. There's still been hard racing. There's still been some old arch-barge going on, but for the most part, everyone has been clean and racing very fairly with each other.
And of course, our fantastic producer of Jack out there has captured all the action. Jack, I swear, is a fortune teller. He foresees the action on track. That's experience, isn't it, I guess, as a producer. You do it enough, you just know what's going to happen, where it's going to happen on track, and how it's going to happen, and you put the camera at the right place at the right time. Bang. You got to remember, this is a one-man, essentially. Well, there's a couple of people, of course, assisting, but he's a one-man sitting there doing it, and when you actually look at the professional broadcasts from professional racing, live racing streams, they have a team, an army of people doing this. You have just Jack here. Done.
Did you see how loose that 23 car
did,
from Hal
yeah.
Vilkov got off that corner? Of course,
And
these
that's a
guys are
Porsche.
fighting for third to last, basically at the rear end of the field, but still having a good go at it out there, having fun in this split. So, and you know, that's what you get for these races. You know, you block off your calendar, you sit down, you kill it for 9 hours, you practice, no doubt, for 20 hours before this, hanging out with your team. It's just a good time. It's a nice environment.
Well, it's a Porsche too. You don't usually get loosey-goosey on the back end of the Porsche because once again, that thing's like glued to the track generally. So to do that, I mean, because once again, it's such a balanced car, isn't it? Like it's not so much heavy on the rear end with horsepower like the Bentleys and Lamborghinis. You know, it's like the ladder pedal a little too loud, then bang, you're spinning. The Porsches are pretty hard, just like my the Skylines as well too. But the Skyline's four-wheel drive car, traction control. I mean, as much as I, quietly, not on regular roads, but on non-regular roads in Australia, I'd slap that thing, hit the lad pedals as loud as I can. I can barely spin it up into, there we go. Oh, the boys is going to be trusting in the braking.
Oh, he's going to set it. Of course, this is around the outside, too. Oh, he's going to give him room over all the bumps. Oh,
yeah, no.
And to back out over those rumble strips there.
Yeah, Mikhail, sorry. It's probably a little bit on me there, talking a little bit too much about trusting in your traction control and your four-wheel. Hey, actually, one thing I actually noticed about the Skyline that I had, mate, was four-wheel drive, four-wheel steering. Four-wheel steering. You notice that when you're climbing up mountains and stuff like that. I'd like to do Nordschleife in that car, but it's parked back in Australia. It's gone.
Anyway, that would be an absolute dream to do the Nordschleife with that car.
Makes a difference. Like the four-wheel drive course is different, but the steering, you only get it at a certain speed. You realize that your rear axle is actually going to turn a little bit. It's quite amazing. That's why they call it the Godzilla, my friend.
Oh yeah, that car absolutely dominated Bathurst for a good couple of years.
Oh, you knew that? You too, didn't you? Okay.
Oh, dude, yeah, lots of history with that car. I've got a very good friend. Very good friend. Who has a car just like that. His is a Skyline as well, imported from Australia, previously from Japan. Right-hand drive as well. Very weird here in the continental U.S. And he knows just about all the history of that car. And he told me that during one of our social science classes. Not a whole lot to do in those classes. Pretty boring. A lot more fun to talk about cars.
I still do it. So today I live in Panama currently at the moment. Of course, it's the same. You know, you're on the left-hand side drive, not right hand. Is it? Yeah. No, it's left, yeah. But I still get in the wrong side of the car every single day.
Well, you know, it's hard to break old habits.
Every single time I still do it, even though I can drive on both sides of the roads. In fact, I probably drive better now on the left-hand side like you guys do. And, but I still do it. I still like people going, are you driving? Like, oh, wait, no, sorry. Just let me be. But yeah, but you know, thankfully today, of course, it's mostly automatic cars. But manual shift, of course, yeah, it's a little hard to. That's the one to get.
Oh yeah,
hard to get
you got to relearn it on the wrong side.
Yeah. Let us know in the chat out there if you guys are familiar with driving both sides. Of course, if you're in the UK or not. If
what
you're
you need, Dean, is one of those old-timey pickups like from the 70s to the 90s, where it's all just a bench seat. You get in the wrong side, you just slide right over.
I love that. Slamming that thing in the gear, like slamming the gear down the main straightaway to start lap 96, of course. Got a 9 and 6. We're getting close to the 100 mark. Here we go. We see it, don't we?
Oh, Archie Bargy goes for a bit of a spin. This is now he's going to lift. Position.
Oh, he knocked the cone off.
That poor cone.
I know. But do you lift off at the moment and go, my bad? I think so, right? You got to.
I would hope so.
Yeah. We've seen so much great sportsmanship so far, and you want to see it again. There's nothing wrong taking an opportunity. If you do it, all right, I tried it. I made a mistake. You go back ahead. Let's try it again. Got plenty of laps to go.
I'll get you next time. I'll continue trying. You know, it's just part of that, you know, having fun, not taking advantage, not being a jerk out on the racetrack. Tell you what, Dean, Felipe has gained another 2 seconds on Bernard for the overall lead.
Yeah, so, you're right.
You know, it's been a good couple laps, but he's gaining ever so slightly.
Good catch. Of course,
it might be
gets
about
past
the
Austin
end of the
and
stint,
Austin.
but before he gets to him. But we'll have to see before too long.
Well, 206.4 versus 207.1 is gaining time, and it is at the moment. And getting past the traffic, of course, and that's the Midnight Blue car just behind there getting past. That's lap traffic. We saw the Midnight Blue. I've just got a name in that car of Midnight Blue at the moment. It's 8 seconds. Now this is crucial. Because now you've got the fresh boots. Now you've got a little bit of a gap. We've got at least 30 minutes before they're going to be going back into the pit lane or a truck. Is it Filipino
we've got
time?
a long ways. For most of these guys, I'd say they're going to have about the better part of an hour for right now. Closer to an hour, I'd say 45 minutes for sure. The best you could do is 50, but it really just depends as all these guys continue to sort of, if you pit every hour on the hour, or you really try to stretch out that whole 65 minutes. At some point, it'll gain you a whole pit stop of an advantage, but, it's really just going to come down to who's got the fastest car at the end of the day. And even then, which of the faster drivers are in the fastest cars too.
I wonder if they have like unfortunately they have a Big Ben here in Austin, Texas. Just real quick before I go to Big Ben, somebody was asking about what does the command center do? That's already been answered, that the question there at the moment. And Grant, I'm not quite sure if you listen to us, but there it is. Somebody typed the exclamation mark in. The command center gives you all the feeds up at once. All 4 of them, including the Spanish casting version. But going back to the Big Ben, my friend, well, on the hour, every hour, you would hear how many dongs going into the next one? You'd hit 6 dongs on the Big Ben clock here in Austin, Texas, if you were. But don't worry about ringing the bells, my friend. The only bells you want to be ringing will be the ones that will be shaking down the cattle farm a little bit later on if you're going to be celebrating. No, I don't know where I got that
from.
That doesn't
you get
work.
a hard enough lick here into the wall, your bell's going to be rung for sure. You might be a little bit concussed before the end of the day. But yeah, Command Center is absolutely awesome. You could do, at the upper right-hand corner of the screen, you get all sorts of different options for the layouts. You can set it up differently like that, depending on which screen you want to be the largest, and you can turn on different feeds. In the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you got 4 cameras. You got the rivals, the Spanish, the cash, and then the challengers. Not in that order, of course. You hover over it, it'll tell you which one. And of course, you can look at live timing for all those. We just pasted a link into the chat. Otherwise, you can do ! live timing, and then you get a fresh link for yourself. Absolutely love it. The live timing, of course.
And on top of that, good call there, Austin. If you do tune into the Challengers Split Series right now, Austin will buy you a beer. If you're underage, he'll buy you a non-alcoholic beer. Either way, Austin will promise you out there.
I don't know about that. You put maybe exclamation point beer, we can give away a free one.
We'll shout you out. We'll read your comments and stuff like that. We can, of course, and I'm sure everybody else will.
Oh, yeah.
But,
continue to read
maybe we'll continue to see how if we can pull those puns that we're pulling at the moment as the 98 cars trying to pull his way around the other McLaren of the 67 car.
Yeah, I was really surprised, to see the 67 McLaren all the way up into 8th. He was in 10th just a little bit ago, but he's made his way back up through the field. These 2 McLarens have been fighting. They have been pretty much tooth and nail with each other for, I'm going to see, the last hour and a half. Just how close these guys are. They haven't had a driver change. Actually, the purple McLaren, hot pink maybe, that 98 car, they have had a driver change since then. They've had a drive-through penalty, so to see them fighting with the 67 machine once again is pretty astounding.
Oh, it's great entertainment, as we said. It's right on time. As we got McLaren versus McLaren, as you mentioned. Well, pink is fast, pink is the new red. Orange, perhaps. Orange is the new black, as they say, isn't it? Right? There you go. I love it. I'll keep an eye on those pit stops too. I'll give you that information.
Those strips like a champ too, by the way. Just running all over the track as well. Really taking advantage. I love the lines these guys are taking.
Looking at the pit stops as well too. So, the 67 car boxed on has done 25 laps on these tires. 81 cars done 30. Ooh, actually, I'm to stroll a little bit to the side there. I think I screwed up on the one. My apologies. Whoops. Apologies. Yeah, 9 laps versus 13 laps. So there it is at the moment. I'm going to scroll to the side. Get it right. Get it right.
All good. Tell you what, I'm really interested to see, the different handling characteristics that all these drivers look for in the car. For the first 2 drivers in that 67 McLaren, that thing was flying. Third driver not really handling that car quite like he'd like to. Further back through the field, this is for 22nd position. This is the 222 Audi versus the Aston Martin just ahead. That's the 33 car of Colafrone.
Sebastian, of course, at the moment there, and maybe in honor of Sebastian Vettel, of course, is trying Formula 1, but the 222 car, I remember, has a few penalties they served early for those drive-throughs. Still running it in 22, and I guess they love that number too, mate, because it's all in the numbers, isn't it? 22nd place running the 222 car. He's going to break that one up and say, I want 21.
Well, there's still a 2 in it, so it's still okay. He can get as far up as 20th, and then after that, he's got to go all the way up to either 12th or 2nd. So he's got his work cut out for him.
Somewhere he's a magnet with the 2 number. Well, there's another 2 number you can have.
Behind. He's on the lead lap. These guys want to get out of the way. Well, they don't want to get out of the way. He wants them out of the way as fast as possible. But boy, that Aston put up a little bit more of a fight than I'm sure that Bentley would have wanted.
It's true that Bentley, of course, was right up top.
Just up the track too. We've got Bournemouth in 20th place. The sole BMW in the field, I believe. So
it is
lots of different cars. We've only got one of a couple makes. We've only got one Nissan. We've only got one Bentley. We only have one Beamer.
And on top of it, only one Toto Wolff, unfortunately, with the Mercedes.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
and I think we only have one Acura as well. Oh, look at how far that Audi went up ahead and missed the apex by quite a large margin. This is a good couple cars here, all in a row at the back of the field. I think we only have one Mercedes as well.
I know. And one set of Bose headphones as well too. So
yeah, so enough right.
But you know who needs Bose headphones, man? HyperX are actually really good
HyperX,
headphones. Trust me.
Well,
look at this at the moment. Don't tell these drivers if you have Bose or HyperX headphones on at the moment. Just tell them how to navigate a corner as quickly as possible. As we're watching Mikhail Nikolov there in the 23 car there in 26th place there, trying to hold off this action-packed adventure at Kona.
Yeah, just interested to see that Lamborghini doing as well as he has. I believe that's the 333 car, trying to put these drivers another lap down for him. You see, I believe that is Seguero, 333 Lamborghini in 11th place. And the rest of these guys, you got Mihail Vikov, just behind him is the Audi, the 777 machine. Just up the road from that is the 84 car. And the Mercedes is another lap ahead.
Smart Mercedes, Bentleys, McLarens, Lexus Soul, maybe one of the solid 2 Lexus, of course, one running in P10, one running in 16th place. Bentley running in 6th place. Audi, the highest Audi is running in 14th. And the highest Porsche currently in the moment is running 12th. The Lamborghini, I believe. P11.
He should have been, yeah, 11. Yep.
Yeah.
I think we only have one Lamborghini as well. Lots of single car makes out here. Most of the field comprised of, if you're not in Aston, McLaren, or Porsche, you're in one of the other 3 makes there. Very interesting to see. We've got a couple Audis though. Speaking of Lexus though, we've got Ralph Molansky from Yeet and Yeet Esports in 16th position.
Loving the livery. Look at that radiator there and the Z. It's got the Z almost to it, doesn't it? Beautiful livery, of course, there for the Yeet.
Yeah, I like that car.
Yeah. Esports. I'm sure there's also there's side competitions going on and stuff like that too, where people actually can vote. And of course, if you like the livery of these cars, you know, hashtag that on Twitter. Get the social media all pumped up there for which of the other teams you like, and help promote the whole series. And of course, the drivers and the teams, many of them, and nothing like putting a smile on a driver's face, isn't it, when you shout out how much you love the livery and which livery you love. Whether you like Francisco's livery right now for the McLaren, who's putting pressure right there on the back there of the Lexus. Actually, not right on the back of the Lexus.
That's McLaren on McLaren action. Yeah. I believe that is all 3 McLarens on the track right together. 3 out of the 4 at least. They're putting that 27 car of Francisco Fonsa 1 lap down for them.
Yeah, that's right. You are the McLarens, of course. That's the 98 and the 67 a little bit further up, 8th and 9th.
Be interested to see how far we can get that going if someone else just goes a little bit wide here during the rest of the day.
Ooh, that's Twirly Willy coming out of the rear. But that's what you expect from the powerhouse machines. With so much more rear downforce. Well, the rear end speed, of course, you slap the biggest engine you could possibly find. With so many cylinders and so much power, and put it in the back of the car there. And of course, you have to be very, very easy on the allowed pedal to exit the corners. Take it easy, right? As you're going back to those Eagles moments you were talking about earlier.
Oh yeah, take it easy, peaceful, easy feeling. Yep.
Yeah, if we end up with the whole top 10 songs of the Eagles by the end of this, you'd be surprised. All right, here's one for the chat out there if you are paying attention at the moment, as we're going to throw a little bit of trivia down there. What is the most famous band that ever came from Texas? There you go. In your eyes, doesn't matter which, doesn't have to be the number 1. or anything. Just give me a famous band that comes from Texas. That's all I need.
I can't even name a band that came from Texas.
See, I caught you on that one, didn't I? And we'll see if anybody in the chat has got that one. Say everything's bigger and better in Texas, of course. You have.
I know. If you're gonna play in Texas, you need to have a fiddle in the band.
Yeah, well, I'm saying a famous band. It doesn't matter what, anything. But that's up for everybody in the audience to decide. No, HyperX is not an answer.
There's been a lot of Googs out there going on right now. I had to make one myself.
So the gap at the leaders, the race, the Nissan's still in a little bit of a dominating form. They're 6-point fight, but six is down to 6, mate. Remember, it was 10 and change after the pit stop.
Oh yeah, then it was 8. Now it's 6. Yeah. He's catching
Aston
up,
Martin's, putting the bankers in 207.5 to it, but then again responded now for the first time for the Nissan team. They're matching the pace. So is this that slow down moment where, okay, challenge accepted per se, and the challenge is split series?
Well, it's interesting too. I mean, they could very easily just be taking it easy right now. You can nurse that 6-second lead, of course, too, just to make sure you don't get any more off tracks and have to come down pit road, basically force your competition into trying to play with the track limits, make them get a drive-through penalty, and then all of a sudden you have basically a 16-second lead over the car behind.
You might be right. You said about taking an easier car, but there's certainly not any desperado moments, are they? And I can tell you why, because, love will keep us alive, and, time will keep us alive. 5 hours and 19 minutes left in this race. And we've gone through half of the top 10 Eagles shootout here in Austin, Texas. We still haven't even heard.
Tell you what, if that 7-Eleven Aston Martin gets any closer to the front, that 81 car falls up just a little bit, there might be a new kid in town before you know it, a new leader.
There it is. Well, that's what happens when the audience doesn't engage with us. They let us go free microphone at the moment, isn't it? It's freelancing. It's almost turned into an improv show. It's not an improv show at the moment from Julian Bernard. The cream of the Course
he's practiced this
motor racing team.
Do we put down these laps right here? I mean, just quiet, clean, smooth, consistent. Filippi's been catching up though, slowly but surely. But I think ever since he got back to that 6-point second gap, ever since then, Bernard's been on it again. You can do that, as the leader. You have to force those drivers behind you to come up there and basically challenge you for the lead. So he's got basically every opportunity to say, you know what, 6 seconds is where I'm going to call it. I'm going to try to keep the lead there. That's what you have to do to manage your tires and manage your car. Lots of the oval track racing I do, you got to manage your tires, and if you get a 2-second lead, you basically just drive as hard as you need to. You don't want to just put your foot down and haul for a bunch of laps and wear out your tires with 10 laps to go. You just take it easy, ride around for a little. You say, all right, once he gets below 2 seconds of a gap, I'm going to speed back up and I'm going to increase it to 3, and you can just kind of keep playing with them like that. I really feel like that's what Julian's doing right now.
I love it. And, I got a couple of questions and answers to that one at the moment. But we go back to the little ice cream. There's a massive ice cream at the moment, too, that I'm eating at the moment, and there's some team driver. But then again, you're talking about ovals, my friend, but there's a little bit of a difference. They're turning right as well as left.
Okay, you
Apologies
are getting me,
about
but
that one.
I'm right with you.
Yeah,
I do a lot
just
of
shot myself a foot of ever being an IndyCar star, professional IndyCaster for the rest of my life. Sorry, Lee Differy. One of my buddies from Australia. And Lee's
absolutely love it.
Lee will have a giggle about that one anyway, mate. He comes from Ipswich. He comes from my hometown in Australia, so he's well aware of that.
One of the best.
We'll have a joke about that because, but then again, it's a different kettle of fish when you talk about ovals versus road tracks, of course. But you mentioned it, of course, tyres are still the same, aren't they? 4 points of contact on the track there. And it's different, of course, as you said, ovals, because you put a lot of pressure on the right-hand part of the car.
Also, on oval, too, the corners are a lot longer, so you have to do a lot more management about corner entry speed, and it really just takes a while to get through all the corners, so it's just a different breed.
And slips, and I love it, actually, because recently getting a lot to IndyCar, it is a different breed, from Formula 1. And then there's a lot of people in Formula 1 go, oval or IndyCars, nothing compared to Formula 1. My friend, it's not. Look at this battle at the moment brewing, but it is a different kettle of fish. It's a lot of micromanaging, and it's a lot of work it's a lot of also, slipstream, of course. You can't just go boxing the pit lane by yourself.
Oh, boy, look at that, 2
You're
for
in trouble.
1.
I know, 2 for 1 special here right now
2
on
for 1 for
lap
Polakov.
103.
2 lap cars all in one go, and I'm sure the 33 Aston Martin car is just right now, he is cussing up a storm that he got past there. Thankfully for him, though, he has not allowed for that 720 McLaren of Sarah to get by him, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time.
I got team radio for you. Let's just tune down on the team radio. All I heard was that. That's it. Sorry, that's all I can give you.
That was a good one. I like it.
Back to that. Back to the live entertainment. Hello, everybody. Go for Aspa Esports. Godzilla. Is that referring to our team, of course, leading this one? I know the chat is referring to a lot of different splits and tiers at the moment, but I'll tell you what, there is a Nissan in this race, so I would not be surprised right now if Albert has called the correct call.
Yeah, speaking of chat, I see there's a question about what are the blue flag rules by Mr. Grant 259. The blue flag rules basically, if you're a lap down, get out of the way, be more sport. Whoa, one car and the top split spun around there. If you are a lap down or going to go a lap down, you are obliged to get out of the way of the leaders, so blue flags are in effect. But we haven't seen too many troubles with that today, at least in the Challenger split for sure. Everybody's been quite friendly about it.
Of course, because you don't want to deal with Mr. Austin
later on. You don't
want
to be that guy.
Austin will give you a bear hug later on, like break a couple of ribs, like what's his name?
Oh, yeah. It's expected.
No, we're going to give you high fives, of course. You know what's going to happen at the moment? We've already told drivers, didn't we, in the debriefing, if you don't be polite during the blue flags, you're going to have to sit there and put up with another 9 hours of casting with us. We'll lock you in a room, and we're just going to cast you in a room for 9 hours. All the drivers said, okay.
Over a boring race, too.
Yeah,
it'll be a very dull race, not as good as this.
It's the race replays for 9 hours of just watching themselves drive around a track. So they've all elected, we don't want to go through that punishment. We'll just, we'll be nice on track, and they're being nice on track. And just over to those other splits real quick there, of course, because we have the main split, the cash split, and then we have the rivalry split. I'm just wondering, what is the lead car on those? Does anybody give me some feedback on that one? Because we're just having a look. How are those... who's the leading manufacturer, per se, on these lead laps so far? This grueling 9 hours of Coda.
That's a great question. I can't even see. I could pull the timing and scoring tabs if I wanted. But right now, they're looking at cars pretty well down the field.
Jack's got it. Jack's got it right now. Split one
Porsche.
Porsche.
What a lad.
Jack's on the fire right now. Jack, you can be my spotter and engineer any day of the week.
What a lad. Okay, so
split one,
2
is a Bentley.
Split. It's the Porsche.
And you go through split 2. What's the split 2?
Oh, split 2, Bentley. Bentley in the lead is split 2. Thank you so much, Jack. It is incredible. Jack says this is him at 50%. You're doing well more than we can do, even for one split, buddy. So
he's not 50% through yet, mate. We still have 5 hours and 12 minutes to go, so you got a little bit more to go. Good on Jack. We have to definitely buy Jack a beer. In fact, I think we have to buy Jack a nice
flight of beers.
A flight, first class flight, so we can sleep all the way back to the United Kingdom after doing that fantastic work. He's going to need a first class
and
upgrade. Drive-through penalty for P4. Wow.
Oh, jeez. A 44 car.
Remember the Bentley the Aston Martin started on P2. Big trouble there. Drive-through is painful. We know that. It's like dagger in the throat. That's really a bad name to say, bad terminology, of course, but let's say dagger, right? I don't know. What's a kind T word?
Kind T word?
Yeah, I don't want to say throat. This
sure.
is too aggressive for a motor race. Let's just say a dagger, right? Because it's drive-through penalties a lot of time. Apologies about that. I don't like being very negative with words. I like being positive with words. And I can still come back to this one plenty of time.
Lots of drive-thrus cleared for a couple drivers on the old timing and scoring with the different race control. Very interesting, too. At the front of the field, though, Dean, Bernard's, his lead is continuing to fall. Now it's at 4.8 seconds over Philippi. He continues to run him down, and he is also getting more of an advantage over Sagir behind him in the 889 car. So for right now, that 711 Asset is flying.
You need to catch him. You do. I like it. Because you need to get in. You need to get in their mirrors. They're not in their mirrors at the moment. It's too much of a gap.
Oh yeah,
get in their mirrors.
Get in his mirror. Get in his mind. In the back of his mind. Force him into a mistake. Get up there.
Yep. Psychological games is how you win races. Force them into mistakes. Now, obviously, that team, the 81 car, have been handling those, everything thrown at them, kitchen sink included, held off quite well. They got to continue that pressure up at the moment, and the pressure, of course, is continuing down here. And Francisco Bonisa for the old, but certainly not obsolete racing team, trying to hold off a young, perhaps, Hyundai of Solkovich there, the 22 car. All the twos, lots of twos, obviously, in this racing first round. I'm hoping at some point in the future, you and me, my friend, will continue at later on. I'm looking forward to next round. We have 5 more to go, too.
Yeah, if you are, 5 hours left in this one, still more than half the race before we're done. I've already told Mr. Mike Yao he could count me in for next race for sure. The one I think on December 18th. After that, I got to check the old schedule. But if you're going to be here for that one, I'll be.
I'll leave that to the obviously the fantastic producers and everything. Drive-through penalty, of course, you mentioned, but yeah, I'll leave it up to the audience if they like us or not, mate, because it's based on the fans. It's up to them. If we're providing the entertainment you need, otherwise refunds. Unfortunately, we can't provide you any refunds. But then again, thankfully, you'd have to spend any money to enjoy this racing broadcast.
Yeah, this is free. This is none of that pay-per-view garbage. You're allowed to watch this for free on Twitch. There's some ads because of it when you tune in, I'm sure, normal Twitch stuff. But, after that, it's free.
Could be worse. Could be like Axl Rose performing for a Guns N' Roses concert, not even turn up or something like that. But anyway, we won't get into that, will we?
Speaking of the bands from Texas, the Goog I got, only one band I recognize.
Did you
personally.
Google that?
I had to,
not Google that. Oh, no.
I had to. ZZ Top.
Wow,
that's
really?
the only one. Yeah.
Give me some of lovin'.
Women go crazy about a sharp-dressed man.
Yeah. The beers are big in Texas, aren't they? Everything's bigger and better in Texas, obviously. ZZ Top. What are the famous bands from Texas? That's interesting.
Yeah, not a whole lot of them.
Bean barbecues, of course, in Texas. Have you ever had kangaroo on the barbecue, by the way?
I have not.
I couldn't get it through customs, mate. They would not allow me the kangaroo on the flight in. I wanted to bring some
raw meat on the plane.
Oh man, yeah. And everybody thinks of eating Everybody thinks of eating kangaroo as that cute little brown one you mentioned at the zoo, but trust me, you can't eat those. They're too cute. You got to eat the big, muscly. Yeah, the big.
Like burgers or like in what, tacos?
It's like a beef, mate. It's like you just. Cook it on the barbecue like a steak.
Ground up. Okay,
yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Well, you're not ground up. Just cook it. You can cook it on steak. Just bang.
Oh, like a steak, like a piece of venison.
Yes. It tastes very, very, very beefy.
Not gamey.
Not as gamey as like lamb or deer.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, you give it a shot.
I'll have to look into that. That code is still there, by the way. I've been surprised.
I know.
It hasn't been reset back to where it was. Very realistic.
That's because the field's so spread, mate. Nobody wants to risk their life to run out there and try to retrieve it.
I wish you get a drone or like a really, really long stick, just grab it like a claw.
Did you know, speaking of drones, that in the Monaco GP, of course, in the F1, they actually have fire drones and drones that actually have like infrared stuff, like so if there was a crash or whatever, they can have a drone to see where the driver is specifically and see how the marshals.
Did I know that?
Yeah, it's on a little boat. They used to have divers, of course, that go into the water when the cars used to go over. It doesn't really happen anymore.
That's back when racers were men, where you could die.
Yeah, but they have drones. They have 3 or 4 drones that are actual. There's a fire drone, and there's also one that recognizes. Like you saw the Grosjean crash, of course, and thankfully Grosjean was safe on that one. But when you're looking at a firestorm like that, you don't know where the driver is, right? And how the driver's situation. Well, they have drones that actually can look at through, obviously using modern technology with different infrared and everything, and then see if the driver's trapped and how they can, and actually tell the marshals immediately or the medical staff exactly what the situation is, so they can try to do something about it. They have that in Monaco. They didn't have that in Bahrain. There you go. So a little bit of knowledge.
Good emphasis on the H. That was good. Textbook pronunciation. Up at the front of the field, Felipe continues to catch up to Bernard. Now they have a 3-second gap. They battle on your screen. Right now you're seeing this is Nico Meyer in the 147 Aston Martin car, slowly but surely catching up to the purple McLaren just ahead, the 98 machine. That 98 car has been flying the last couple laps.
The 98 car exactly has been flying. Exactly. Well, kind of flying. upside down flying.
Flying in,
Yeah.
you know, relatively speaking,
Exactly.
not actually flying. We hope he
FCX
doesn't go
Petrol
flying.
Brothers. So are they brothers? I actually have looked at one up there from the Nico Meyer team. Yeah, brothers in
Yeah, good question.
steering that one. What's the siblings in that team? I'll check that one out for you guys out there. And we are approaching the 5-hour marker. We're getting close to that 4-hour mark too, my friend, which means AKA pit stop time.
Yeah, if these guys are going to pit on the hour, they should be in about 2 laps, 5 minutes. If you're going to continue to run the cars out of fuel, I expect these guys to come in about maybe 25 minutes or so. So anywhere between now and then, we'll see the entire pit cycle kind of start up and shake out as time continues. Nico Meyer, though, that bright Aston Martin car, he's been up front pretty much all day, very much in the top 10. Pretty strong, consistent run from that FCYX Petrol Brothers.
But they are Germans in the Aston Martin team. And I'm looking at Maximin Durskif, sorry, I pronounced your name, and then Ken Kardashian, not Kardashians, but Kardashians. I don't see any similar names, of course, if they're siblings, maybe the cousins and stuff like that. But even Stevens balanced their team for the German squad. And they've used 30 kilograms. 30 kilograms out of their 72-kilo budget, which is one of the highest you've seen from the Aston Martin teams.
Well, I think that's probably why they're not really up there fighting with the rest of the Aston Martins. I mean, it's basically an Aston Martin train from 2nd to 5th place, so odds are that extra little bit of weight is probably what's put them back there, because unlike some of the others further down the field, we haven't seen this Aston Martin get into too much trouble. Speaking of that Aston Martin train, the tail end, the caboose, as it were, currently the number 44 car driven by Dominic Coles. See him around the track right now. This is listening on board. Look and listen to that V8 motor.
Exactly. We'll listen to it for a little bit. Remember, they had to serve that drive-through penalty, but let's go on board and listen for a little bit for the 44.
They did a phenomenal job to recover from that penalty, too.
Absolutely. Have a listen. How are shifting up and down gears, and you guys let us know how they drive the car.
Welcome back from the sights and sounds of the 9 hours here at Circuit of the Americas, of course, Austin, Texas. Back with you live. We're going to go through some of the pit stops, of course, and then we'll head to break just about a little bit later, maybe 10 or 20 minutes from now. The battle you're viewing on screen at the moment is Felix van Deft in the 13 car, currently 13th on the field. Just behind him is the Aston Martin, number I think that's the 70 machine. Really hard to tell from this angle, but of course, just picking him up, putting him down.
Yeah, but
you see that Aston go down pit road.
Yeah, a lot of people go to pit road at the moment. Thank you very much. There,
yeah, lots of P's over on the left-hand side of the screen.
Back with the Dean, not the Dean of the University of Austin, Texas, of course, and Circuit of the Americas, but Dean, hopefully, on the microphone of the story that's occurring, because pit stops are definitely coming up. The 5 magic hour marker, and that's a 5 hour. You ticked it off your resume right now. If your racing driver's going, I survived 5 hours of COTA. Great, race 1. That's what you want. Depending on where you are or not, got to be in it to win it.
This is that Aston Martin train we keep talking about. I love that that dark, that almost like a wine cherry red color Aston Martin, that 192 machine. He right now all over the back bumper. He's got Dominic Goals in the 44 car just hounding him. I've been really interested to see just how well the 44 car has been doing. He's been up and about the top 10 all day long. Lots of these Aston Martins have been strong here today. It's really interesting too, though, to see all the guys who have taken less weight of their BOP this today, going a lot faster. Speaking of that battle for the lead, it's been heating up for the last couple laps, maybe 20 or 30 minutes. We've been seeing Luca Filippi catching up to Bernard up front in the 81 car.
Yeah, he's shaving time like a 929 stock exchange unemployment rate, isn't it? Shaving. Actually, not obviously the other way around. But I mentioned you about that rose red wine car before. Well, I'll say red wine makes you feel really, really fine or not. There it is. But this is great. This is pressure. Now, they have to go down to pit lane soon because Gasoline Alley, aka means you need some gasoline. How's that going to pan out?
But if you pit too early, then you run the risk of kind of setting yourself, offset from all the pit stops of the rest of the field. And to be honest, we've still got the better part of almost 5 hours left in this race. So losing the lead at this point in time, we've seen just how blisteringly fast this Nissan has been in the hands of Bernard's co-drivers. Just come down pit road, hand the car off to them, and I'm sure before you know it, that Aston Martin that Filippi is currently piloting will be driven by one of his teammates. Maybe one of them, maybe a tenth or two slower than Filippi. Maybe it'll, kind of swing back the other way.
You don't yield it up at the moment. You've been in the race for so long. If we can go on board right now with Luca and look through Luca's eyes, look through riding shotgun with Luca. Make sure if you are riding shotgun, put your seatbelt on right now.
Crossover.
Yeah, here's your helmet. Let's have a look. Look at the back there. The beautiful Nissan
just got a little bit better.
That traffic up the road is going to make their way all the way down into turn 12.
We'll see which way the traffic's going to go. It's just ahead of that Nissan. You can't quite see it yet. We'll see if he dives off one way or the other.
One way.
Looks like he's a bit too far ahead. He'll dive to this Nissan right now.
Oh, and now you get a tricky takedown. Sector 3, right?
To the lead cars all day long. He's probably going to duck out of the way here in another corner or two.
Where can you duck out of the way?
Luke is really grinding, absolutely taking up all the track he can.
Yeah, series of lefts down. Left over here, 19. Left 20. Lap car's going to go the way. Another lap car in the way. And also remember, pit lane, they may be diving in here. Final corner coming up in at L second. Facing the wrong part of this track at the moment. You can get all this one at the moment. I'm all confused.
Yeah, this is through 19. Now into 20. We'll see if this lap car is going to do anything. Julian's going to force his way down to the inside. This might really hurt him on corner exit. Luckily for him, though, Luca has to do the exact same thing behind him. That really hurt Luca. That hurt him a lot. He gave him a lot of time into and out of the corner. Julian only really gave him time into the corner. You see that other Aston Martin slowing down to the left-hand side of the track.
But they did box. And that's endurance racing for you, isn't it? Thankfully, there's only one class here.
Ebbs and flows, man. There's an art to passing cars. There's an art to being passed. Sometimes you catch him at the right time, like Julian did. Sometimes you catch him at the wrong time, like Luca did. I think Luca's quite a bit faster. He's going to be on him here before the end of this next lap.
Then again, Bernard's got a little bit of HyperX in the front of that car, mate. I'll tell you what, HyperX might give you a little bit of advantage.
Further down through the field here. This is for 4th and 5th position.
Here's your red wine car.
Goals.
He's a red
Well,
wine
he's
cone,
just
mate.
got this pass done on 192. We'll see if he can do sort of, mount any sort of a backwards charge, can Bjorn? Doesn't look like it up into turn 1. We'll see what they can do in the next couple corners. Back up at the front of the field.
Yeah, we have to go back to the front, of course. Thank you much, producer, because this is key. It's also key to see who's going to be...
He might get a good enough run here.
Yeah, it's kind of like calling that one. Are you going to box first, or are you going to box second? Because you're in the lead of the race at the moment, but I can jump in first. I'll give you a little bit of a pit stop information between these gladiators, of course. The 81 car, well, 24 laps at the moment. 711 car, 24 laps. They're both on the same tyre strategy.
Zone.
There it is.
I think right now, both these guys are going to have to put on the same lap, although if you're Felipe, I feel like if you're in the pit stop UK team, you leave Luke out there while he's been really fast.
I say so,
you
exactly.
Stretch another lap, try to do the, the old overcut, if that's a possibility. If you're, the Bernard guys, if you're in the 81 team camp, you might want to pull him in just a little bit ahead of time. But at the same portion, if you keep him out there, continue to kind of block Luke to make sure he can't sort of get an advantage over you, you might as well do that.
And you got to remember too, yeah, you're right, because Felipe
he's going to get him here. He's going to get him out
was faster and faster and faster as well, and now he's
going to go out. He's going to cut right here. He's going to get a monster run.
He's in there. He's been doing 208s. He was doing 207.5s before. Now he's held up. So you're right. Is he going to get an overtake here?
Man, this Nissan is a little bit too fast down the straightaways. That Aston got a really good run off the point of corner, but it wasn't quite enough.
But it's helping him, isn't it? It's helping the
Nissan
Nissan.
No,
he's made a mistake. He's going to lose it big time. He's around the outside. Exit speed. Exactly.
Too wide in the S's. We'll see which one lives. I feel like the Nissan's got to back out of it. He does.
Has to.
Very smart move there to back out. He knew he would be.
Now let's see whether or not. Let's see whether or not Felipe now being all alone now and got the job done. Is he going to make up that time that he's been losing right now?
That's a great question. It'll be interesting too. I mean, he had the clean air. Usually you see some guys, they can catch you and they'll be faster than you behind you, but sometimes they need that rabbit to chase. As soon as they get out in front, they become even slower than you. So it's really just kind of an ebb and flow, but I don't think Luke is going to have that problem. He had the clean air for a while to catch up to Julian. He should be able to pull away in a lap or two, and then he'll have to pit.
And further back in 44 cars box is exactly the Greyhound race. Who's chasing the rabbit quicker than everybody else is going to be the key, isn't it? And at the moment, look at that. He's pulled almost a 4/10th gap. So definitely the quicker driver, but we don't know the pit stop strategy. Who's going to jump first? And, well, perhaps not prematurely jump the gate at the moment there because they both lapped on 25 laps ago, and it's going to be coming very, very close. It's been even Stevens, per se, between these top two gladiators this evening. And
it really has. They've been really close, these top two cars. I'm really interested to see if that 214 car, the Klaus Nauring car, of course, that set on the pole really fast all day long. He got a little bit bobbled up in a some misfortune with another car. Had a stop-go 30-second penalty, went all the way down to 20th place, but he's clawed his way back up to the top 5.
You never give up and you never surrender as the 98 car gets a penalty for a drive-through. No doubt, track limits.
That might be their second of the day.
Yes, it can be, and you got to remember too, as you had mentioned there, with the 44 car, they've also been issued one of them. But once again, you need a little bit of Winston Churchill's advice: never give up, never surrender. You have plenty of time.
To be fair, though, there is a lot in the the racing stewards chat of accidents involving certain cars, and then they get a drive-through penalty, and then it gets cleared. So I don't know if that's cleared because they're coming down pit road. It's hard to keep an eye on all these different penalties in the cars. I haven't seen any sort of thing though about clearing a penalty for the 98. So this might be the real deal.
Yeah, yes. Once again, they also that allows the ability for the teams to ask the questions and debate about it a little bit. They have a certain amount of time to do it, but then again, we don't get to that no Mikey no situation. It's honestly, we have to respect the fantastic shooting team that do all that sort of stuff. There is no debate, of course. There's not a it's like you're going up against Judge Judy. Don't mess with her, and don't mess with anybody in the shooting team here.
That cone has been moved, Dean. It was further towards the middle of the track. I believe the Nissan might have hit it there of Bernard.
You and I was honestly ready to run out there and risk my life to get rid of that cone, but yeah, eventually somebody did.
This is looking at the 6th place driver. This is Andreas Backer in the number 118 Porsche. He's quite a bit, though, fallen off the pace from what he was doing earlier. Of course, he was involved in the accident with the Lexus just ahead of him on the track and in the timing and scoring pylon for 15th position. That Lexus currently driven by Bourne, but before that, just got a little bit loose there off of the final corner, and Forrest T and the number 118 Porsche of Backer into the inside wall. That really put a damper on their day. They'd both been running in the top 10 before that incident.
And they've been a defensive team as well, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, amazing defense.
That 267 car was all about defense in the earlier third of this race.
Now they're about offense, because now they have to find their way around. That's an unusual place and unusual.
Well, it's really interesting, too. I don't believe the car ahead of them is on the same lap. I believe that's a lap down car. That's what those blue flags were for.
Because the 889. He's not treating it that way, is he? So you have to find your way around somewhere along the line. Of course, gentleman's agreement on that one.
The 889 car is a lap ahead. Yeah, thank you, Jack. I was just going to look at the timing and scoring tab. By the way, you can look at timing and scoring on the Twitch chat if you type in !live timing. You can get a link to view the same pit wall that we are.
You know what? I think you're right there, Austin. I think we have an exclamation mark. Ask Jack. Because Jack knows everything that's going on.
He does.
Actually, let's not do that to Jack. I'm sorry, don't. Jack's got enough to do at the moment. Let Jack be Jack, of course. So here we go.
Boy,
right
this
up
is
to turn
probably
one.
really impressive he gets this move done. Because that 889 car, he is on the podium at the moment. He's going to force his way up in there.
Well, keep that Porsche in the background, bud. You can sneak it in here. No,
he's not going to let him through. He's really putting up a fight. And, of course, for that 267, he's kind of getting a taste of his own medicine here.
Yeah. Well, medicine tastes nice, actually, these days. So it's not that bad, is it?
I don't know about that. You ever had cough syrup anymore? It's still
They've
garbage.
got all sorts of flavors, stuff like that at the moment. Well, we'll see. You know what tastes better than cough medicine? Champagne.
What's that? Oh,
if you're on the bubbly stuff, mate. Top three. That's what you need to get. It's waiting for you.
Go in the champagne room. Nobody really wants champagne there.
It's actually not even champagne anymore, isn't it? It's like Ferrari Rose.
Oh, he thought about it. Looked at Bourne right there. He thought about it. Thought better of it. Of course, you can't really be too cocky right now. I mean, you're trying to pass basically a driver on the tail end of the podium.
Sorry to cut you. The banana car's up the road. There it is. This banana car. This banana car.
I'd be really risky here if I were this 889 car. You can't really give up any sort of track time here, but you got a long way up to Renard up the road. You've got a super long way back. Basically, 25 seconds on each side.
That's too bright. Gets too deep.
Oh, they're going to be rewind for a second.
He got it done.
That was impressive. Although I feel like, to be fair, Sager might have just let him have it. I don't feel like Fickery really had to put up too big a fight.
You've been too kind.
I mean, there's really no need right now. You've got 25 seconds in front and behind you to your competitors. If you've got a lap car behind you wants to be kind of silly, just let him die.
The need is to provide VCO Esports entertainment, of course, there for the motor racing of everybody that's watching as they're going to approach the banana car coming out at the moment. Now, apologies for the banana car reference, but throw some pills out there.
It might have had something weird happen.
Yes, what has happened exactly? We got race director at the moment. You might verify that one for us there, Mr. Austin.
Sorry, buddy?
Just to verify our fantastic race director at the moment.
He lost it at one. Ben did pretty good.
He's about to lose it
damage on that car. I think you might have some suspension damage.
Yeah, look at the way he's sliding
around. Oh, look at his body panels too. I think they're kind of separated. So we'll take a break from that. Fantastic battle here. This is for 8th position. Again, the 44 car once again joining him after he's made that pit stop. Look at that Lexus down on the inside. That's the 16 car of Raf Malinsky. Making a look for it. Thought better of it. Last Aston Martin behind that Lexus. I believe he is a lap down.
It gets a little bit confusing, of course. You go deeper and deeper into this race, but we'll try to give you that information as much as absolutely possible for the Challenger split, of course. Any other splits going on? We've got the cash split, the rival split. Tell you what, they're all rivaling. They're all rivaling for cash. They're all rivaling for fun and entertainment. And I'll tell you what, they're probably racing a next level racing rig. If they're not, well, maybe they need to go to a next level racing rig. And if they don't have those HyperX headphones on, maybe you might be making those overtakes. Because I'll tell you what, if you can hear that little bit of purr from the car in your left ear, as you can hear the revs as that car approaching on your left-hand side or your right-hand side, it's on split stereo. HyperX. Give me that 3D surround sound of racing headphone entertainment. I'm not BSing everybody out there. Legitimately true. Race drivers I know use HyperX headphones. Trust me, if you don't believe me, put them on there and tell me. DM me and say, Biggles, you're right. These headphones are damn great when it comes to virtual racing.
Speaking of HyperX headphones, we're going to take a quick break, and maybe while you're watching that HyperX commercial, you can go online, buy yourself a pair.
as the heat of the World Cup fever is heating up at Qatar, well, the heat at the moment, currently at the moment, between the three splits is heating up at the moment, Stephen Frost at the moment has heated his way up. The pit stops have occurred between P1 and P2, and look at this battle. Bentley versus Nissan. We're back, of course, after the race, and we're about halfway through the 9-hour grueling race here of Circuit Americas. I am Dean. Welcome back, Mr. Austin, to Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir. Glad to be here. Of course, we have our wonderful producer and director, Jack Maloney, with us, doing a fantastic job to cover this race and the second split, of course, the rival split, and of course, the cash split going on at the exact same time. If you want to look at all the different splits at the same time, you can just go ahead and type exclamation point command center in the chat to view everything at the same time. And then there's also exclamation point live timing and scoring. That one is just exclamation point live scoring. You get a link to click. That's how you can view it. The same thing, the same pit wall thing that we're looking at as well. Ryan Leach back up to the front of the field for the moment. Then he's got Stephen Frost just behind him, and number 81 Nissan. Since the drop of the green flag, race originally dominated by a Klaus Nyring in the 214 Bentley, the only Bentley in the field, qualified that thing on the pole. He lost the lead pretty soon after about 20 laps, then he spun out and had a drive-through stop penalty. That, of course, put him down to 20th place. They've been clawing their way back ever since. For pretty much basically hour two to just a couple minutes ago, the number 81 Nissan had been up front, pretty much dominating the race until just a couple laps ago, he was caught and passed by the number 711 Aston Martin.
7-11, of course, but they have pit stops to go for some of those teams. But yes, exactly, heating up, of course, the Bentley. Well, once again, I feel those drivers have been dished out some penalties, and some penalties have definitely been dished out as we're getting very, very close to halfway marker. So is your glass half full? Is your glass half empty? I tell you what, my glass is full of a little bit of the HyperX and Next Level Racing. And of course, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Challenger split, of course, that's going on at the moment. Cash split. And of course, the rival split. Everything is all going on. And of course, in case you can't understand my bad English, you can, well, your English is great at the moment there, Mr. Austin, but perhaps switch to Spanish if you would like, because they can definitely deliver some fantastic Spanish casting on top of this. It's all available, Command Center time. And what's available at the moment is positions up for grab. Maybe P5's up for grabs, as you can see. Amido for the NSX Racing team. 214 car, putting pressure on the back there of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, ever since they had their earlier trouble, this 214 car has been slowly but surely marching up the field. You can see he's all over the back of that dark cherry red colored Aston Martin. That being the 192 car, currently driven by Scheiber. Slowly catching him up. We'll see if he can get a run here out of the last corner. Does a lot of, ground making up on, the center of the corner. But, lots of top speed in that Aston. The Bentley has a similar top speed, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can catch him down the next back straightaway.
And you got to be braking under the turn one as well, too. That's all it's about. So you can have top speed as you want, but you got to have the brake pedal. You can your way down, slithering your way through the S's and filing. And we've seen a couple of those side by side through those famous S's here. Of course, S's on steroids, I'd like to say. It's basically get Beckett's, Mackett's, Chapel, and Beckett's, Mackett's, Chapel multiplied by 2. And then you have the Circuit of the Americas. And if you don't get it all sorted out there, you got to make your way down to the heavy hairpin of 11. Get the exit speed and then make your way all the way down the back straightaway, and the straight line speed difference that you're going to see into turn 12 for an overtake, perhaps.
Yeah, Mino didn't get through that fast left-hander kick there as fast as I'm sure he would have liked in order to get back up to the rear end of the Aston Martin car. They're going to go around, I believe that is the 119 car, that bright green colored Porsche between them. He's going to split him. This is not what the kids are wanting to see.
Here we go, right on board, shotgun. With Deca CSC, I'm going to pronounce your name at the moment. What is this, 214 car of the NSN Racing. Running in P6 at the moment there. Breezes on by. As you mentioned there, the fantastic delivery there. Hit the brake pedal.
A lot of ground to that Aston though.
Yeah, look at that. Good exit and entry speed there. Goes back up the racing line. And if you don't know where the racing line at the moment there, look at all the burnt rubber that's laid down on the track. Because you've had 4 hours and 37 minutes of laid down rubber on this track. And you'll have another 4 hours and 24 minutes of laid down rubber for the remaining part of the race.
Yeah, 5 minutes will be up to halfway through the race. Half the laps completed, half the laps still to go. Lots of racing has gone on so far. Lots of clean racing between these drivers. Still fierce competition between everyone. Nobody's just really pulling out of the way unless they're a lap car versus a lead lap car. But everyone is still racing clean. If guys get into each other, they make amends and right it more often than not. Up at the front of the field, it's still Ryan Leach. He's doing a great job. 122 laps down. He's got an 8-second lead now over Frost. I mean, he caught him in a flash. He's pulling away even faster.
Ain't it flash at the moment? Unfortunately for the battle you're watching at the moment, the number 5 car has to serve drive-through penalties. That'll be a switcheroo, but there it is right now. Pitches right on cue there for Pit Stop UK team. 7-Eleven, as you like to mention it, is you can check in or check out at the moment to your local gas convenience store. But at the moment, he needs to be checking himself 9.2 seconds down the road there, and it increased that, of course, there from the Nissan squad there of Mr. Frost. No driver changes recently in the last pit stop was there, but there will have to be driver changes in the future. 3 drivers per team.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that both those drivers stayed in their cars. I mean, Leach, obviously, he's been on fire for the most part of this. I was kind of surprised they didn't take Frost out of the car, maybe put in someone else, someone who's a little bit fresher. Frost had a lot of pace in the earlier going of that stint, but since then, he's kind of fallen off. I don't know if this is them kind of giving Frost all his drive time right now, and maybe they'll rely on the other two to kind of take it back, but I don't know. You know, sometimes it's nice to get out of the car, reset yourself, take a little bit of a mental break, get back in it, and then you're flying just the same on your second stint as you were in your first. But sometimes it is easier just to stay in the car.
Well, one thing, Austin, I'm telling you right now, it's not easy to beat a McLaren at the moment because we're seeing the McLaren battle again and again and again up into turn 1. Look who's nursing in the background here at the moment. We're talking very much at the Nissan driver, trying to get past them, but they're battling each other. What about Frosty at the moment? Sitting there at the moment going, well, I have to be cool, calm, and collected at the moment. I'll tell you what, right now, because these drivers are not thinking about you in the background. They're thinking about overtaking each other.
Oh, boy, look at the switcheroo they pulled. Look at too wide. He's going to have to take advantage right here. Yeah, good job by Moritz there to just kind of back out of it, let the Nissan on through, and I'm sure he didn't want to do that, but you can't force to at that point.
It's killed his battle. It's killed his battle, but you have to, don't you? It's a gentleman's agreement, isn't it?
He kind of killed the battle himself. He just went a little bit wide there, and you could tell that, you know, the angles he was taking, he was cutting off those corners just a little bit too much. You need to just be a little bit more finely tuned in those S's, because it's just like at Suzuka, any of those places, even Maggots and Baggots, maybe Cobbs as well. You mess up one of the corners, the rest are just going to continue to get worse and worse and worse.
No, Austin, I disagree. I disagree. He's going to turn around and go, well, I lifted because I only realized that I didn't want to get in that battle. That's what he's going to say, of course. And here we go. I don't think there's going to be a disagreement in this one. Further back in the field here. It's not further back, of course. We're talking about P10. It's all heating up. This is the hot zone right now. You want to be trackside right now with your tickets here at Coda. I'd tell you, right there is the corner you want to be on, because that's where the action pack is, of course, Jack, mate. Oh, he's got all the camera action. I'll tell you what, I'll follow Jack wherever he goes in motorsports around the world, because this man can put a camera on the right place at the right time, every time.
I feel like we need to ask Jack what the Powerball numbers are going to be or the lottery, because he'd probably know that before it happens.
He already knows, mate. He's already a multi-billionaire. He just secretly doesn't tell us that. Here we go.
Look at it, Benny Wood here in the number 16 car. This is the 8th place Lexus. This is the Yeet machine. He's been doing a really good job to stay quiet and consistent. He's given that car a good couple of yeets so far today, but he still kept it all in one piece. So honestly, you know, 4.5 hours into a race around here, that is an accomplishment in and of itself.
It took you about 3 hours to say the Yeet again, didn't it? So
it took a lot longer than I would have preferred. This guy, you know, Benny, if you could, why don't you get up to that 147 car and put on a show for us? 4 seconds up the road.
Oh, I like it. Oh, I'm telling you what, he's got 4 hours to get it done. Absolutely, for sure. So the action pack's done, and we had our, we're getting up to our 4th pit stop at the moment. Generally, you're looking at about an hour per se in change per driver, per pit stop. About 30 laps is pretty much the stretch. If you go over 30 laps there, you're running on vapors. That's been the scenario at the moment. Now, let's switch through a little bit. Some people are lapping a little bit earlier and lapping not, but at the top of the timesheets at the moment, they're lapping and boxing at the exact same time.
How about the 214 car? Dixer taking back the fastest lap.
Bentley's back.
Yeah, Bentley's back indeed. He just put down a 206.105. He is flying right now. He's got the fastest Sector 3 time out of any other driver on the track.
I think somebody would. I think at the moment you've got a little bit of a message at the moment said, okay, let's get the job done. I'm just going to try to pull up the information.
Dean, by the way, that the drive-through penalty for the 192 car, that was cleared by the steward, so he did not have to serve
great.
that.
All right, fantastic. That's the reason why you have your race engineers and your race, debated to the race control. You say no, Mikey, no. And
yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, it's not
and
right.
And if you do throw your headset down, it better hope it's a HyperX, because that one probably won't break.
That's fantastic. You're absolutely right. There you go. Toto Wolff and Mercedes, pay attention to that one. That's
yeah,
the
why,
reason
Michael?
Hey, maybe at some point in the future we'll do a HyperX versus Bose headphones throwdown challenge from the engineers.
Literally.
There you go. Yeah, tune in for that one in the future. For right now, tune in.
I don't know why they don't just hire us to continue on their brand and put a bunch of these things to the test.
We're not British enough. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, we're not British enough for that. But anyway, let's go.
I mean, in the 214 car, I mean, he's flying. He's got 10 seconds to gain to the car ahead before he's going to start passing them for a position. Now we're looking at the 333 car driven by Andrew McWilliam. He's been in his car for quite a long time. A quite consistent drive. We've seen him get in a lot of fierce battles with some other cars, but I really like the attitude that Andrew's been taking more often than not, especially this 333 car in general. I've seen a lot of these guys, they'll fiercely battle other cars. They'll take advantage of, the misfortunes of other cars, but as soon as somebody gets there and they're in like a hotly contested battle, when they know they're beat, they do oblige and make way for the other car. Not losing themselves a bunch of time, but I do like the sportsmanship of it.
What I love about the Lamborghini course you're watching there for the R3 racing team is that they love the threes in their name, and they've been dished penalties tooth and nail. It must feel like you're a young Max Verstappen, isn't it, getting all those penalties from race control. You've got to remember, they had to box a little bit earlier. They did 5 laps for their 5th pit stop. Then they had to go to their next pit stop, which currently at the moment they're on fresh 6-lap tires. So it doesn't matter how many penalties are dished at them tooth and nail. They are continuing to race currently in 14th and quick and still. You cannot deny it. You can throw penalties at a driver, but you cannot deny the speed that they can put into that car.
Decazer continues to catch up to the driver in 4th place just ahead of him. There's a lot of close battles going on. Lots of 2-second gaps. You got Bourne to Backer. You've got Whitty to Karstens in the Yeet machine. These guys continue, the ebb and flow of endurance racing. Gaps are going to increase, gaps are going to decrease, and especially there's always someone to pass or someone you're catching up to. Take McWilliam, for instance. He's right now catching up to the Audi in front of him. This isn't for position. This is a lap down car. He's going to try to take it to the outside here, get himself a big run down the backstretch.
He's playing catch up, of course.
Hopefully that car pulls over
because once again they had to dish penalties and penalties and penalties. So we got to get the job done. He's got fresh boots. I'd imagine it should be no problemo. Maybe taking him down into turn 12. Is he last late breakers? No. He will tuck in behind there and maybe no. Actually, no, it is. No problems. Trusting the brakes.
That is position.
Oh, it is. Absolutely correct. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, the time you're scoring
takes the Audi.
Now, he was about 1/10 of a second behind for the most part. And again, that's that 333 car. That's the car the same way he gets past. Hey, I'm alongside you. Why don't you yield? Let me by. And they did. It's the kind of sportsmanship you love to see. Of course, there's still half the race left. There's no need to fight tooth and nail for any of these positions so far.
And the 333 car likes the number 3, don't they? 13 now. So.
Oh yeah, they're just digging the spot.
I tell you one thing they're looking for. It's P3. But then they got they're a lap and change down the road. But then again, they're only halfway through the race.
Now the 333 car's got about 14 seconds to make up before he catches another bright green color car, that being the Porsche of Gulka, just up the road. Speaking of Gulka, this is him currently in 12th position, the number 119 car, bright colored green machine. You talk about another car that's had an up and down race due to penalties. This is one of them. They've been assessed penalties. They've had some contact with other cars. They've gotten spun out by other cars. It's just been a really rough go for them. So to still be in 12th place with a shot at the top 10, they should be proud of this run today.
It's the mean green Lippo shopping racing machine. There you go. I might have messed up the name, but it's still mean and it's still a machine and it's still green. And they're racing tooth and nail as fast as they possibly can. Porsche, of course, hugs those corners like your favorite grandma. And well, just hug everybody at the moment. Hug your favorite fan. Hugging your team, perhaps, if you get delivering results. First round of 6. So you don't have to always win or get a podium and taste the bubbly stuff. It's about getting points. Of course, points are up for grabs. Points are there. Everybody's guaranteed points, but how many do you want really in a day? How many have you requested from Santa Claus on your Christmas stockings? See a little bit of the damage on the front of that car. Nothing that doesn't buff out a little bit later on. Thankfully, the Nissan car at the moment, of the 81 that I borrowed to that team, is running in P2. So I have no... well, they're paying for it anyway. They do. But Leach is just delivering, isn't it? Once Leach got control of that car, once Leach got past the 81 car, he's a man and a machine on a rampage. 18-second gap. Now.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. The last time we talked about that gap, it was only at 8 seconds. That's surprising to me, just how much he's been able to pull up a gap like that. And I don't feel like it's just him. I feel like even Pratama, excuse me, he's also in the 889. He's been catching up to that 81 car, so I think this is just Frost maybe falling a little bit off in terms of lap time. Talk about Dexair. He's currently catching up to this lap car. That's the Aston Martin just ahead of him. That's not the 44 machine. That 44 car, a lot more white on that thing with some blue stripes down each of the sides.
Oh, racing stripes is what you like, isn't it? Racing stripes and racing time. Halfway through this race, give or take at the moment, HyperX is going to be producing this fantastic racing series. And of course, our fantastic producer behind the scenes doing all the work. Just to give everybody an update at the moment, because there are 3 streams occurring at the moment. We are looking at a challenger split. There's also the cash split, and there's also the rivals split. So you can get all those splits at the moment. If you do exclamation mark, shout it, come on, Center, in the chat. And you're going to be commanding your way into whatever pictures you want to be able to view it. Of course, and you need to view that in Spanish. El hablo español. El fantástico commentators will be doing that job. And they're going to be like, Biggies, please don't practice your Spanish again. You're doing it horribly, but let them do the El Español commentating for us. And
Speaking of Betty, he's caught up to that 147 car just ahead. This is going to be a battle on track. This is for P7. Going through the S's here, this is where I think that Lexus has been really strong all day. That Aston is really good in the straight line. I think we're going to see that Lexus catch up to him. Like the line that Benny's taken through here a lot more. He's going to gain a ton of time in this one. Double right-hander here.
That's what he's running
back to the left.
Yeah, put your seatbelt on at the moment.
He's trying to get about 2 feet closer through this corner, and then they're going to do this switchback right here down the hill.
That's up to you. I'll send get those Yeet references in the moment because we're on board the Esports team.
Well, I don't think he's going to yeet it quite yet. I think anymore it'd be an ill-advised yeet. I think right here he's going to swing a little bit wide, then tuck back inside and try to see if he can't get around. I still think he's a little bit too far back to yeet it. They're looking for something either. If it's not into turn 20, the final corner, it's into turn 1.
And if I was the yellow banana car, of course, up the road there, I'll be throwing a couple of bananas up there and trying to get a little bit of a slip there. It's not a Donkey Kong race, of course. It's not Mario Kart. This is real sim racing, of course. And if you have no doubt, probably in your next level racing seat, and strap yourself
look at the Aston went a little bit wide here. This might provide for a crossover opportunity.
Now you're down the drag strip, of course. Now you're going to lose a little bit of traction on the racing line, of course, because they're slippery now.
Oh, boy, he's all over his rear end.
Yeah, you got S's,
I got a bit of a bobble, though. Yeah, this is where that Aston really comes back. Whoa,
that's
costed. That was hard.
Now you're going to lose the exit speed.
He's going to lose the exit speed, but he's still going to have the inside here for the next 2 corners. That first one isn't bad. The second one is always what kills the outside.
I'm surprised he has any feel in his back right now. He didn't know his
see if he can get any closer here into turn 20. I don't think so. He might get a foot or 2.
Yeah, get a good exit here. You should be taking him on turn 1. Here we go. Let's go on board if you don't mind now, Benny. And let's have a look. Benny's perspective is he climbs his way up into like a mountain into turn 1.
See, I don't think he's still close enough. He's looking. I don't think he's close enough. Just getting a little bit of air on the front end of his car. Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you brake it time.
He's not going to have the inside, though. He's got to stay out there. I feel like he's going to have to fall back.
Yeah, it tucks in now, for sure.
Yeah, better luck next time. This battle that continues to heat up. Oh, thought about it.
No, exit out of
Ill-advised. I would
now.
not
Now
use the
you're
car
thinking
there.
about 11, right? On the team radio, you're thinking about 11. Exit at 11.
Well, if it's not 11, you got to get a good run into 11 to get a good run out of it into 12.
Exactly, you're right. Right on the money there. Yeah, nothing goes wrong with Austin. In Austin, of course, that's Austin, your fantastic car star. In Austin, Texas. That's not just irony. That's actually legitimate. That cone's still on the track too, by the way, but it's moved a little bit.
Oh, he's all over him.
It's got to take it now.
Well, Dean, if we were in Dean, Texas, you'd be all over this race too. You'd probably be the best commentator. Oh, look at how wide he went. He's going to be too wide. Going to be a drag race.
Oh, if he doesn't, there's a car in the background as well. The stats just went up to
He's going to get a good
himself.
grab. If he can poke his nose out, he might be able to get a side drift on that car. Force air onto his spoiler. Might try to outbrake him here.
It's a bad exit. I don't think he can do it. It's too far back.
This is Leach just behind him too. These guys are about to go a lap down.
Brian's going to watch this one.
He's lifted. Really backed out of it.
Yeah, he didn't want to be part of that party.
Although right now, I mean, to be fair, you know, if you're Witt right now, you've got to make sure you don't hold up the leader too much.
True.
You have to let it by. There is an art to being passed as well. You got to let it by, but you can't give up so much time that you allow for Carson's to get right back by.
You casted Le Mans races before, isn't it? When you get throw a couple LMP ones and two in the mix as well too. When you have so much speed difference, thankfully they're all in the same class here, just different classes, different car classes.
It's good that the closing rate is lower, but it's also bad because it's so much. Everybody is separated by so little. It's a lot harder to make that move when you are the leader and the guys you're trying to pass are only maybe 0.3 of a lap slower. So I'd much rather be 5 seconds a lap faster or something like that.
That's why you're a part of the best in the world, my friend, a part of this league and this tournament, because you've got to be earning your paycheck, of course. And we, being the 3 drivers per team, remember, it's a team effort here, on top of the extra people that are supporting them as well, too. Their spotters, their engineers, everybody else, everybody in the chat, of course, that's supporting the team, mates. It's a group effort. And
spoke about the 2 lime green cars. Oh, getting closer together. As soon as we're about to talk about that, Lawrence goes for a little bit of a shaky ride. I said it wouldn't be too long before that lime green Lamborghini caught up to that lime green Porsche. He's a lot closer now than he was before. There was a lap car just ahead of these guys. Let's see what kind of moves Andrew can put on right here.
Yeah, so you're drinking the tequila with the lemon and lime, right? Well, there it is. Lemon and lime. Tequila, it's not too far back here from the Mexico border. Lots of great tequila here in Texas. And by the way, if you're under 18, you can't drink tequila. Not you would ever want to, because trust me, everybody's drank tequila before and had many nights. So anyway, no, you're going to talk about that.
If you do, though, you got to eat.
You won't have fun. Put it that way. Let's go. You want to have fun? Race right now. And race as hard and as fast as you possibly can.
Andrew McWilliams done a really good job to catch up to the rear end here, the 119 of Gulka. We'll see if he can do anything to dispatch him before too long. Looks like the lap car might let him by. No, he's going to continue to stay out in front. You will say, but that's an Aston. Is it not the 45 car? It is not. Mohit is basically 12 seconds up the road from this battle. I don't know which car that is. Maybe we could try to take a peek to see which of the Astons that might be. I believe that's the 33 car.
You're right, there's a lot of Astons on.
And he's down in 24th. So that is Viglione, just ahead of these guys. We'll see how fast he can get out of the way for him. He's not in too much of a hurry to do that right now.
He did a 208.3. That's a good lap because the leader did a 208.8. So he's on the pace.
To be fair, though, the leader last lap got held up by those 2 cars in front of him. So
stop defending the leader. Give me some encouragement for the other drivers because they're putting in some great laps. You have to give some encouragement for the 118 car, the Andreas, and I really struggle with pronouncing the A with the double dot, so a double dot over it. But let's say Barker for now, and you can shoot me later if I'm wrong on that one.
As soon as we go look at that one, that's McWilliam just up the road, kind of shoved it in there a little bit deep, but yeah, there's going to be no contest. That was a good enough overtake there into turn 12. Of course, this is the Porsche strong suit, so he's going to have to try his best to stay on the rear bumper here at McWilliam, but I don't think he'll be able to get it done. All McWilliams has to do is hold on to it right now until they get out of this 3rd sector, and then he's basically, golden at that point. He can just continue to pull away just as he caught up right here to Mikolaj Kalka.
I'm going to throw this pun right now because you said old McWilliams, like old McWilliam had a fun.
What's he farming there? Overtakes or lap time?
Yeah, there you go. I let that one to you, but there it is. Welcome along,
I appreciate it.
Shall
Set him up, I'll knock him down.
It is a podcast. Sometimes it's a puncast, but we still bring you the action and entertainment because we don't bring you the entertainment. We know that for a fact at the moment. Who brings us that fantastic production there,
Jack
Austin?
Maloney.
What's his name again? Sorry, I didn't invite you.
Jack Maloney.
All right, I got that one twice. Where do we find Jack? Not the beanstalk. Let's go. Anyway, no more puns. We are over halfway officially in this race.
Yeah, 4 hours, 14 minutes left. It's been flying by. I mean, I had to wake up before 5 a.m. for this. What time did you wake up, Dean? For you, probably 4 a.m. too, 5 a.m.?
Yeah, absolutely correct, mate. I DM'd you, so let's go, mate. Let's wake up.
Oh, buddy, that was like 5 hours before.
I'm hitting the snooze button. I'm like, no, come on, mate. We have to do it, all right? Come on.
I was.
It's Austin and Dean. Let's do it. Let's get it done, and we're getting it done, of course, and I hope everybody's appreciating it. Give us a thumbs up. Give us a like, of course, and subscribe.
Dean and Austin.
Yeah, if you don't, well, you won't hear from us again. And
at least follow the channel. At least follow us.
Yeah, follow everybody that does the work.
Twitch.
And if you don't, get some HyperX gear at the moment. There's some HyperX giveaways too, so don't you go anywhere, of course, because they're not going to announce who gets those fancy free tools if you're not hanging around for the rest of the race.
Backer continues to hunt Bourne right here.
Yeah.
A 267 Lexus. This has basically been their entire day. The 118 has been following the 267 pretty much since the drop of the green flag. They've been running, in step with one another. As soon as the 118 car gets a good run, the 267 basically pulls away. It's been really interesting to see. You got Brock in though, the 13 looks like he went down pit road. It's hard to see that Pete went away just as soon as it appeared.
Because the Cryonics racing team we saw before, that's the, it's like a beautiful lime green. You look at the back of the car, it's a completely different color. Defending 101 Masters, isn't it? Daniel now has to do all the defending. They have been doing. Remember they held up that train of what, 5-6 cars?
Oh yeah, for a
now
while.
a couple of hours earlier. They did a brilliant job there. Eventually they yielded one position. But once again, just 101 Masters class driving there and securing some pretty good points at the moment. Still plenty of time to go and still plenty of racing to go. But Cryonics racing team, thumbs up there from the Biggles and Austin.
Yeah, and to be fair, I feel like a lot of the fastest cars today are, again, we'll talk about that weight budget. Basically, for the balance of performance, or BOP, every car on the grid has a budget in terms of kilograms, how much weight they need to take over the course of an entire season. So if you're in an Audi, basically, like the number 13 from Des Racing, they have a budget of 84 kilograms. In use today, 27 of those kilograms. If you're the number 16 Lexus, that Esports car, their budget is 30 kilograms. They've chosen to take that entire thing today. So they're going to be slower today to make up for being faster in the future. And again, if you're that, all the way down through the field, like that Bentley we talked about, that 214 machine, they have a 31 kilogram budget, and in use today, none of them, zip, zero, zilch. That's why they're so fast today. Same for that 333 Lamborghini. Their budget is 57. In use today, only 8 kilograms of that. So it's very interesting to see what all those drivers are doing. All the Astons, their budget is 72 kilograms. Most of them are hovering about between 25 to 15. The least budget I see on an Aston is that 192 car, and that's why they continue to be so fast, currently riding around in that 6th position.
Absolutely, Austin. Great Scott. Back to the future, or maybe the future is the past at the moment. And just to elaborate to everybody, because I know you're crunching those numbers and you're feeling the pain there having to work in the metric system. You're talking about kilograms. What are you referring to? Obviously, for everybody else that works in the other old system, give or take. I mean, pounds. Okay, as we're talking, so give or take a little bit there, but. How much does it hurt you to have to work out the metric system to the pound system?
I don't. I've just stopped. Ever since college, I don't convert it. I just read it out what it is.
Put it this way, it's weight, and it's added, and it slows you, right? Give or take. It's like picking up the groceries and the kids in the back of the car.
It's basically, 1 kilogram, fast math, 2 pounds. Really, it's 2.2 pounds.
Perfecto.
But 2 pounds.
That'll do. Just crunch the numbers like that. Yeah, exactly. So good on you for doing that, my friend. And that's very admirable because there's people from all around the world.
Pi equals 3. You know, you're going to get some bad math, but it's close enough for all intents and purposes. We're right on board right now with the 214 car of the Kaiser. He has caught all the way up to the 44 machine that Aston just ahead. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name. That's Steinhauer. That's probably pretty close.
You got it.
He's done a really good job to get close. Look at this launch on the inside.
That's an overtake.
Oh,
for sure.
that was a hit there.
Absolutely.
I think that was a hit.
Well, we saw it on board. Now, I have to say, this classic 101. I mean, even if there was a little bit of a love tap there, of course,
I mean,
you know.
I feel like if there was, that would have been the Aston Martin kind of just taking his corner.
Well,
but,
if he feels he, if he feels he did it wrong, he'd lift off and let it through.
He's going to pull away. You kind of can't be too mad about that. I'd be pretty ticked because it's a dive bomb, but you know, you got to take your opportunities when they come.
Absolutely, but you know, and again, I feel if the driver felt it was a little bit bad and a little bit greedy, they should lift and let it back. I feel like it's done. No doubt, I mean, we'll be debating between the race engineers and race control at the moment, and they're not throwing down any of the HyperX headphones because he can throw down Bose headphones if you like. They're cheap and they're not as good as HyperX headphones. So, yeah.
I know they're expensive. They're just cheap.
That's why you throw the Bose headphones down. And you go, oh bang! It's like you imagine Toto Wolff would be like, I don't think I'm going to throw these HyperX headphones down. No. I want to keep them. I want to keep. Let's see. Anyway, Friday racing to come. You know, looking at the moment currently of the Morez. He pronounced his surname there. Is that Hizel?
Yeah, Moritz. I think it's Husser.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
so
boy, look at that
names.
slide he had at Apex in turn 1. This car is quite ill-handling for him. For as fast as this thing was earlier in the going, it has certainly slowed down as the day has gone on. And you know what? I think I know why. The track temperature earlier on in the race was about 33 degrees Celsius. At the absolute peak of track temperature, that McLaren was flying. That was at 36 degrees centigrade. Right now, it is only 26 degrees Celsius track temp. So yeah, the track is getting colder and colder, and everything I've heard about this McLaren so far really enjoys the fact that when you have a warm track. So I feel like that's probably the reason he's fallen off quite a bit here late on the going. It's easy on the tires, but being easy on the tires means it doesn't put a whole lot of heat in them compared to the other cars.
So the petrol racing team at the moment need to get those leaf blowers out there, or those heating guns out there, and heat every one of those corners there to help his teammate out there, perhaps, as we're looking at Oleg.
Even Oleg, to be fair, has fallen down.
Jeez, you're so good at these names. You're absolutely correct on that one. You can see his best lap 207, his last lap 208, but 208 is the average at the moment for everybody's pulling
It's good.
around
That's
here.
a good lap time.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to wave past you and me.
He got pretty
Give us
sideways
a
off the
wave.
corner, too.
We're in the booth. And right now he's giving us a wave. You can't see him inside the steering wheel, but he's doing it. He makes lap 10-1.
Yep.
Yeah.
He wagged a finger.
Yeah, he's like, guys,
whether that's
pay attention.
Or disapprovingly.
It ain't over yet. We go up to P3 at the moment. I mean, all the 8s, of course, of the numbers. 81 in P2, 889 in P3. The Legion of Motor Races.
Tell you what, Pratma continues to catch up to Frost. He's got that gap down to about 6 seconds, so he gets ever increasingly closer. I feel like he might catch him. It'll be close compared to when we end up coming down pit road, but he's getting closer and closer. I'll be really interested. I believe the 44 car is close to him. I'm going to take another look at my timing and scoring on the pit wall. He is, yeah. That's the Kaiser, though, still pulling away.
Loving it. The Nissan in P2, the Bentley in P4, and then they're surrounded by a montage, a legion per se, of the Aston Martins. As the Aston Martin you're looking at the moment of the Legion of Racing currently in P3. And he's, give or take, as you mentioned, is a little bit down the road, but he's putting in some fast laps. Last lap at 208 flat, 208.4 for our current race leader. That's between the Nissan. For the A89, sorry, my apologies, 207.1. So he's shaving.
He's
time.
a quick boy.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, he continues to catch him. It'll be interesting. I feel like he's going to get right up to his back bumper towards the end of the this stint, kind of the same way we saw the 711 car catch up to the number 81. We saw Leach get right up to the back bumper of Frost. I think we'll see that again with Pratma on Frost. I'll be interested to see, though, too, later in the race if that Frost car, the 81 Nissan, can recover from this.
Well, it worked, didn't it, for the 711
It
car?
did. Well, I mean, to be fair,
because they got the jump.
faster.
They got the
Yeah,
jump on.
he
Yeah,
pit.
they got the jump before the pit stops. They came out of the pit stops. They're in the lead of the race. They got 13-second gap since then. So maybe this is the inspiration exactly that the 889 car needs to say, well, if that's working for them, let us try it. But further back in the field there, let's see where Mr. McWilliam can try the old threes. Unfortunately, if he does overtake, he's going to be in the 11 club, but it doesn't matter. He's in the 11 club practically. Oh, no, he had left.
Oh, boy. That was kind of I'm going to say he cut him off there. He slammed the door.
Yeah, slammed the door, but it's bold and brave not to send one inside, but, and that's what happens. But we understand, we don't watch all the racing all the time. That might have occurred 3 or 4 laps earlier as well, too. Remember that. So we know who's slamming doors.
It looks like Andrew's just eating him up right here,
Kind of like you have an argument.
That McLaren's got a really bad rear axle.
It's like having an argument with Gofford, isn't it? You slam the door, and then the next day somebody else slams the door. Anyway, slamming door at the moment. Slamming way up into turn 1 is where you'd be slamming the brake pedal right now. Where are you going to hit it? Now. Tries to tuck in the racing line, but decided there was a car there and elected not to cut him off. Should be able to cover this one off,
I mean,
Andrew.
it's rough, too, to do that, too, when you slow these cars down. You know, you get your foot on the brake, you basically want to brake in a straight line. It might be more advantageous for cornering speed and your tires if you just swing the car out one lane, but it's really risky to do.
That's why they call risky for the biscuit, my friend, but I'm mean, biscuit's going to pick up and go around sake of the Americas. But then again,
William up to 11th spot, and look at, palindrome of a number, palindrome of a position.
I'll tell you, the Bentley's still in there and doing a solid job. Fastest lap.
He's catching up to Protma, too.
Yeah. You got to remember, they've just suffered like tooth and nail. I've been thrown at them. They've had not the best of days. But the good thing about it when you're in an endurance race isn't that you have time on your side. And if you have time on your side right now, you can go to HyperX and check out the deals that you're going to get on your HyperX headphones and gear right now. If you don't, well, I'll tell you what right now, Mr. Austin and myself might fly to exactly where you are, and you know what we're going to do? Give you a big hug and ask you why you haven't, and we'll maybe throw some discount codes into your Christmas stockings for Santa Claus. Anyway, HyperX competition's on, so don't forget to remember that. And then
look at that lunge, the 214 car. I like that. That was decisive. He knew what he was doing. He committed.
That's what you do, my friend, when you put your head down.
Flash the lights to say thank you.
You were talking about your engineering degree earlier. You failed once or twice, but you end up getting an engineering degree, didn't you?
I
get the job done.
First try. Everything first try. Bombed a couple tests.
Yeah, first try, but you got it done.
Yeah, bombed a couple tests.
Yeah, see?
I failed no classes.
If first you don't succeed, try again.
I got to get that GPA up,
That's what life is about.
Get a 60% on the first test, you got to recover. You need some 90s to get that average up to 80.
I failed my driving exam twice. The first time I did it for it. So yeah, you know what? Yeah, do you think I'm never going to drive again because I failed it? Absolutely not. I give it a go. Give it a go. That's what you do. Here we go. Well, Mikolot giving it a go. The 119 up into the turn. It's so fun getting up the hill there and back down again. The elevator changes are brilliant. There's missing a big, huge Texas flag. Is that up in the turn 1 that added for Formula 1 this year?
Yep. Yeah, this track, of course, only created back in 2012, so it's a much newer circuit, relatively speaking. So, lots of great ambition with this track. Really did a lot to kind of just liven up everything around here, motorsports-wise. Look at that. Mikolaj, man, he is just driving this car to the absolute limit.
And why not? Because you have to drive the absolute limit because there's no refunds. That car is, you can refund it and put it back in pit lane. But obviously, as an American, as a patriot, all right, giving it to this, obviously before you had the Circuit of the Americas, you had Indianapolis for the Formula 1. Which would you pick? And by the way, overall, if I was to give you any track in the United States, whether it's grade worthy or not for a Formula 1 race, which would you pick?
I'd have to say Road Atlanta. It's probably my favorite road course track in the U.S. Though, for permanent circuits, I feel like you could still get some overtaking down there. But really, a street circuit would be cool if I could really say Belle Isle. But they kind of tore that track down.
I think you're absolutely right. You know what? I'm in casting for a couple of years right now, and casting with a lot of fantastic people in the United States and all around the world. I'd have to say 90% of the people out there, if I've asked that question before to, say Road Atlanta. And I'd like you guys out in the chat to say that as the subs are coming in thick and fast in the chat. So be in the chat, of course, if you want to pick up some of those fantastic subs. But you're right. I'd have to say maybe upstate New York as well there. Obviously, we're talking about tracks that aren't graded for Formula 1 or whatever, but we're talking about classic tracks that should be on Formula 1 calendar. They never will be on a Formula 1 calendar, as you know, because they're not going to pull the millions and millions of people for the showmanship. But as true racing drivers as we are, that's just our own opinion.
Yeah, and isn't that the great thing about sim racing too? We can take, whether it's Assetto Corsa or iRacing, you can go into these things and you can drive whatever car you want or whatever track you want with people or with AI and have an absolute ball of a time.
I mean, and you've done GT3s around Bathurst, of course, too, a classic track at the moment. Look at this. Bow, Brian.
Oh, boy, too wide coming off the corner. You look at the 15th. This is Nico's hand taking the 67 car. He's been up and down all day long. Oh, he just got a drive-through, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be but then again, he's fast and furious at the moment.
Yeah, he's got to throw it just ahead. This might be cleared by the stewards too. I'd continue to take a look at this as well.
Yeah, get your engineers and your teammates to fight that one on the radio, and just drive until it's deemed that you have to do it. You never know what's going to happen.
Just behind him, of course, you've got that's the Audi back there. I believe that car is a lap down. No, it might be on the.
We did know it was getting a little confusing as to get the cars there.
Nope, he is going to take the drive-through.
Oh,
yeah, this is what the stewards weren't going to clear.
Now, would you drive a swap? There's somebody coming in the background. Would you drive a swap?
I think you'd have to drive a swap. I think he's been in the car for a while. I think you can try and do 3 hours in a row, but I feel like that's a little bit much.
Let's keep this for a second just to see, because it's also important to see the drivers. So you imagine that if we could really just peek in on that chat right now, I'm sure there'll be a few words, but either way, it's you can't take it. It's a drive-through, so it's just go straight through. You can't do a driver swap, but
no, you can't even service the car in any way.
How fuming are you when you have to sit there and just lose
all that time? If you could hit that bleep button, I don't know, maybe 20 times on the way down pit road, you're just like cussing up. Yeah. Yes, perfect, Morse code style. It's just the worst thing in the world because A, you're mad at yourself. You went on track to get that drive-through, or you hit somebody else to get the drive-through, and B, you have to go down there and take the time to do it, and it's absolutely gut-wrenching to drive down pit road at what, 50 mile an hour, where everybody else is doing the better part of about $1.87 down the front stretch.
You know what you do as your teammates, but you remind the driver there are 3 hours and 58 minutes left. That's what you
it's
do.
A long way to go.
You focus on the glass being half full and not half empty. That's always the way you do it. It's frustrating, it's bad, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, and there's still plenty of time. And we're also, speaking of time, we're getting close again, about 10 laps and change away from another pit stop.
Yeah, I think you can see the pit window is open. You got Bourne there in the 267, that Lexus down pit road. That's that first P you see, 13th position. I think if you're going to run the car completely out of fuel, you'll be down in about the better part of 17 minutes when we get to that 3:40 on the time clock. Speaking of number 44 car, it's just passed by the 214 car a while ago. This is Christian Stubhauser. One of those drivers having just a really solid day. We passed those two McLarens back-to-back. That's Hent and Andrew Reppy. 67 and 27.
Great driving. Yeah, we expect to see everybody coming in to the
Sarah
pit lane soon.
And Hent.
Challenger split, of course. If you want to see all the other splits, little exclamation mark command center. And unfortunately, we don't have exclamation mark Ted pit lane because we don't. But that's what we rely on everybody
could you imagine being ready to talk about something, and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, hold on, Ted, 1 second." Like y'all could just wait on the radio.
Well, we have to cut Ted off. That would be our job, wouldn't it?
No, we'd have to. Yeah, we'd be the bad people to Ted.
Sorry, Ted. Sorry. I feel for Ted. Yeah.
Lots more P's on the timing and scoring pylon. Lots more drivers down pit road. You've got Rapi in a 27 car, Sarah in the 720 car, and then Mohin in the Aston Martin. So a lot of McLarens down on pit road. See if there's any driver swaps. Oh boy, now, look at it. Look at Prapa is about 2 seconds away from Frost. What did we say during this stint? I said at the end he'd be right on him. He's currently our leader. He's got 10 seconds over Frost. Wait, just 10 seconds.
Yeah, I told you, you called it, and I'm not denying you, man.
Yeah, 10 seconds. He's like half the gap. It was just like 13 seconds, wasn't it? From first pack to second.
Yeah, you're right.
He must have
He's
used
putting
up
the
his
pressure
tires
on because
something
it's pit lane time. Exactly, he knows it's
Look
pit
at
lane time.
There's that purple car. That's that purple Aston Martin trying to catch up. He's in third place. He's hunting down second for the moment. That's the two cars in question.
It's great. This is when you apply the pressure. Because we saw the switcheroos, didn't we, during the pit lanes? And we're going to see it switch again. It's all about getting it done. And they're going to be driver switches, perhaps. And you get a little bit of a message from race control saying
this time.
Minimum 30 seconds if you want to swap a driver in and out of that car. Just strap them in, seatbelts tight, tray tables upright.
All knowledgeable Jack Maloney. So thank you, Jack.
Jack knows what I'm going to eat for breakfast later on, or dinner or lunch. Doesn't matter. Jack knows. Jack will broadcast it as well too, live. Although don't tune into that one; it'll be very boring. Tune into this race, of course. It'll be much exciting. Here we go. Pit stop time coming up very soon. They're on 22, 21, 26 laps between some of the top guns and top tiers. So the top tier, of course, challenger tier. Other tiers, of course, no, we can't keep an eye on that one. We don't have enough time. Or we don't have enough skills to be able to keep an eye on 3 races. So leave that one currently to Jack. He can keep an eye on 2 races.
This is the F1 Memes Racing Team, number 98 McLaren, currently driven by Oleg Erkolov. Just got his way around that 118 Porsche, but it's currently still hounding him. That 118 car is currently a lap or 2 behind him, so there's no big deal to pass him
through the corners. Look at it!
Oh yeah, that Porsche is all over him.
But has he had a straight line speed? That's the key. That's the key. He's going to send a dummy up the inside. No, you have to back off
too
here.
far back to do it, but he's going to come in.
No, he is.
I might have overshot it a little bit.
Yeah, leave the straight line speed, perhaps. No, held off. I'll eat my microphone. Got the job done. Yeah, I don't think you can send you're bump drafting right now down here, but you can't bump draft too much. Just go into the corner right now. Now you have to send up the inside. No, he's happy to sit behind.
Yeah, just gonna kind of bide his time for right now.
It worked because it's sending him into the corner wide. Ooh, that's gonna hurt your back once again. I'll tell you what, I'm being chiropractor for sure here.
Pop a couple of Advil for that one. Getting closer and closer to pit stops, especially for our leader. Up at the front of the field, Prama's got within 1 second of second place Frost, so he's getting closer and closer as time goes on.
The dummy? I like how drivers sort of dummy pit stops. They go, I'm going to go in, and then they just switch them on last minute. Right.
Yeah, Jack, if you're listening, if we could get the third place car, he's caught up to the second place driver, Prama on Frost.
Got it right on cue.
Thank you, sir. Moreno's been catching up to Steve in the last couple laps. He continues to get closer and closer. The gap between these two cars now within 1 second. DRS was available and be active from Prama right now.
I think the speed has gone the skyline through there as well, too.
Oh, yeah.
And
his line is just way better. He's cutting the corners a lot more. He's much tidier through there, especially.
Here we go. Get on the power.
Just going to gain another 2 feet from here because this angle he takes is going to cut it right here, get all the way out, and then cut back.
Exit speed.
This in. Yeah, he's all over him.
The back there, the rear slide.
He's going to stay wide here and then cut back.
Yeah, braking to the left.
Look at him staying a lot wider here. That Nissan had to go in there defensively. He's going to cut back. Not as sideways as he got out of turn 9.
Climb. Too far back?
Back stretch. Oh, look,
he's
zigging and zagging. He's in his head now. This is mirror driving.
Absolutely. You call this one, my friend. You're doing a fantastic job.
He's just mirror driving him right now. Hard braking into turn 12. Not going to be able to do anything. He's too close. He's not far enough. He's not close enough right now. They're going to go through these next couple of corners. He's going to continue to get closer. I think the Nissan likes more of these winding corners, but I think the line out of the Aston Moreno Pratama taking a lot better lines through here right now.
Full-wheel steering, full-wheel drive, full power, but mirror driving, you said. You don't want to be mirror driving.
That's why he blocked him. He just wanted to upset his run. He's doing a lot of defensive driving right now as Frost.
Also, pit lane looming. That's the key as well.
Yeah, this is one of those opportunities where if you're Pratama, you want to pit opposite. I don't know if you want to pit 1 lap earlier or something. That might kind of mess up, derail the rest of your race. You might see all these top 4 drivers come down pit road.
But they didn't go in.
Sure on the same lap.
lap traffic up the road, but a little bit too far back. Can he make it run up turn one?
Not coming this lap, but coming at the same time.
I think he's too far back. He's too far back. He's happy to settle on this one. I think he's thinking turn 11.
I think he's going to try to do it down into in turn 11 if he can.
11,
he's going to get a good run through these S's. His line through the S's is much better, but the Nissan, the Frost's line through sector 3 is a lot better.
I would never imagine that a Bentley would outdo a Nissan through the S's. You can see the Nissan powering through the S's actually getting a little bit, just a little bit. But as you said, it's all about tires, about fuel.
Well, it's about the line too. I mean, even if you have new tires, if you're going up against a guy who's taking a really poor line, you can have a lot more used tires, but still do a lot better than him just because you're hitting the apex just right. This is coming out of turn 9. There's the fast left-hand kink of 10, and into 11.
This is it.
Not
it's all
close
about
enough
the
this
exit.
time by. He's going to stay wide here, try to cut back.
Oh, he's going to have the exit.
Oh, look at how close he got. He had to check up on exit.
Yep. Now he's going to slip straight all the way down here, and then they're going to weave to try to break it. Of course, you can't weave
look
into
at
the
how
corner.
much speed the Nissan has, though.
It's true. And it's also
he's pulling away. He's got the brake, too.
He's got the slip from the car up the road. He's got the slip up the car up the road as well, too. Not too far back. There you go.
I mean, slipstream, sure, but it's a lot less than Thomas getting right now. If you're Pratama, you're angry because you're getting the slipstream, and he's still pulling away down the straight.
I'll tell you what. Not pulling away from the fantastic entertainment of racing they're giving us. Thank you, guys. I hope you watch this one back later on. Cheers. We'll ting a couple of Sylvesters later on that one. That's a brilliant job.
And Frost is having to drive really defensively through here. Again, though, his line in Sector 3 is much better than for Thomas, so I'll be interested to see what happens off this last corner. But I think it's just, if for Thomas going to get him, it's got to be because he messes up in one of these, technical sectors, because he for sure can't pass him, and then, he's got to get way out in front. Oh, he blew the corner, did Frost.
Oh!
This is going to be
I was just about to say,
now.
because maybe he shouted HyperX out there. HyperX, HyperX, HyperX. Shout that out right now.
Yeah,
And that's obviously giving him the
close enough to
boost.
think about a dive bomb, but he won't do it here. I think if Pratama can just stay clean through the S's, he will be able to pull away unless he outbrakes himself. No, he didn't. He did a great job through one. Great line, great braking point. Really easy on the throttle to get off, but not giving up too much time by not spinning the wheels. And look, he's just going to pull away here through Sector 1. I mean, A, he's giving the dirty air to Frost, but B, he's just going to pull away. His line through here is so much better.
If you don't mind going on board with Frost at the moment for the Nissan, I want to see how. Yeah, well, I'm surprised the Nissan can't hook it up there. Obviously,
I mean, it's not hook it. I think he's just staying a little bit wide. He's not cutting the corner as much as Pratama is. And you can see it just in the angle of that car when they go through there. Here's the fast kink. And yeah, he's got it now.
He's talked to some Bee Gees about staying alive. They're going up to that rose wine car, as you mentioned there before. About to be lapped. And no vineyards too far away here in Austin, Texas, but at the moment...
let's just talk about, though, how good a job that Pratama did to stay on him until it counted. He tried to make a boost, but at the end of the day, he just was mirror driving, stayed in his mirror, stayed in his head, forced him into a mistake, made him make an error.
You talk about the mirror driving, that's the exact reason why I removed the mirrors from the cars if I'm an engineer and say there are no mirrors.
I like to leave the mirrors on, but I never like to block a car. I'll just take my own line. I dislike blocking. It's very dirty.
I've actually cast the drivers before where there was no race information. I remove all the race information from the drivers, and the only information they can ever get is by talking to the engineer. They don't even know what position they're in. I give them the lap delta on the steering wheel, but that's it. If they want to know what position they're in over, they have to ask the engineer. It's interesting.
That'd be pretty cool.
But it's also relying on the engineer on that one big time. Anyway, but that's depending on how they want to pan that situation out. But they have, of course, it's a different scenario because they have two team members at the moment sitting on down the pit road watching this race or sleeping, perhaps, or whatever they want to be doing. Ready to get back into the roll of that car.
Well, these guys should, speaking of brakes, I was just going to bring up that our podium position should start to come down pit road anytime now. You can see Constantine Veronin back down onto pit road as well, taking that Acura NSX down there. As soon as they're taking a break, why don't you say we take a quick break here, Dean?
Absolutely. We need to get a little bit of HyperX, hypering ourselves into this one. We need a break course from Jack, myself, Dean, and Mr. Austin in Austin, Texas. We'll be back in just a minute for more fantastic racing We have 3 hours and 45 minutes remaining to go.
Welcome back to virtual Austin, Texas. We're here at the Circuit of the Americas for the 9-hour VCO Low Fuel Motorsport race here, sponsored by HyperX. You can see there's an absolute battle on track. It's been heating up as the track temperature continues to drop. This is a lot of lap cars fighting against one another, and every once in a while the leader will come through. They have to make the way. You see all the big people that we've talked about all day today in the top 10 that have fallen back due to misfortune, some of their own doing, some not of their own doing, especially the 118 and 119. You've got the 267 Lexus in there, as well as a couple of those McLarens, Dean.
Top of it as well, you got P2 at the moment. The Bentley's in the pit lane. You have Yeet in the pit lane. You have the Lamborghini in the pit lane. Also the 333. So action everywhere, as you call it. Right on the money there, thanks to our fantastic producer there of Jack, capturing the action when the action needs to be captured. And I'll tell you what, you still have 3 hours and 36 minutes of the action captured. And as you can see right now, 13 car capturing his way up in the turn 1.
Doing a really good job. All these guys doing to manage each other, racing in a pack here, doing a great job to kind of keep it clean and consistent with everybody.
Clean and consistent has been a key word, hasn't it, for this race?
It really is. I mean, all endurance racing needs to be. It's not a sprint, you know. It's a marathon. You can't just get it all done in one course. Speaking of getting it done in one corner, a couple of cars getting together there on corner exit.
Looking at the rear camera at the moment of those 3 cars trying to make it their way into the S's and all.
Which one of those Astons is that? I feel like that might be the 33 car. Check the old timing and scoring here. I believe that's the 119. Really hard to tell. They're all in one big old gaggle.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, there's 2 Porsches in that mix. That's for guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, those guys have been fighting for position pretty much all day long.
All day long, of course, has been 6:33 p.m. local track time, but all day long, of course, 3 hours. I'm moving up all day long. That's good.
There's what we have. I woke up, I got online for this race. That's all I've done so far. Oh, big slide there out of that Audi. My goodness.
Oh, it's the pink machine versus the green machine. And here we go.
Drag race down the backstretch. We're going to see who's the last of the late breakers. Looks like for right now, it's going to be a Polyakov in the 98 car. Lap there on that Acura.
Yeah, Jack, like
the Bentley just behind. He's hunting him down
Jack,
now, too.
The producer of the year award, capturing every action when it hasn't. Jack is the action. Well, Jack should be a scientist. Every action is an equal and opposite reaction, isn't it? He captures
He's been catching up here to this this Acura head. Oh, snaking down the track.
Trying to break the slipstream here, like even right.
Yeah, this is the 714 car, the 720 just behind him. This is riding aboard the 720. This is Louis Plaza. Looks down to the inside. I think he's going to think better of it.
Yeah, it's too far back on this one. But can he take a little bit of switcher and get the exit speed would be the key.
I'm sure he thought about it, but again, too far back to try anything like that. Once he gets closer, he'll be doing it all day long. Trying to hunt down the Beamer just ahead of him. Single Beamer in this race.
I know. I feel bad for the old BMW team, but it is what it is. They choose those cars at the start of the season. And that's what you're committed with at the moment. Either way, I'm pretty sure out there in the chat, nobody would disagree with having any of those cars parked in the garage for free tomorrow, if you could. Unfortunately, you're not going to get those cars for free.
Well, what about the car that's currently in my garage? Was that, do I get a free garage space, or where does that go?
How about we talk to you on race 6?
Okay.
See the season through. We'll find out what's going to happen. But I'll tell you what, maybe throw out a couple of HyperX goodies your way.
Oh, yeah. Spam HyperX in the chat. Well, don't spam it. Enter it once when you see everybody else doing it. Giveaways to be had.
Yeah. And more positions to be had.
Yeah, plenty more positions to be had. There's currently 3 hours, 33 minutes. There was 33 seconds left. We should have honorarily put that 333 car up into the
Damn it, we missed the 3s. Oh, we're getting rusty, so mate. Close. We had all the 3s on the clock, too. Oh, well.
Yep, we did. We sure did. How about that 33 car?
Rewind that one back, and let's add a 3 to the clock there, but you can see it through the S's.
Yeah, Louis Plaza continues to do a pretty good job in that 720 McLaren car. All the McLarens are super fast earlier on in the going when the track was hotter. Ever since it started to cool down, though, I think it being easier on the tires really just, well, every other car was hitting theirs up. The McLaren kept their tires in that in the optimal range of where you want to keep them. Luckily, though, Nikolai Polyakov, he's kept his McLaren up in the top 10. I'm very surprised. He should be proud of this run. That entire team should be. That F1 Memes racing team, they've been up there pretty much battling for a top 10 since the drop of the green flag. Looking for a spot on that Aston there.
When the going gets tough,
position 2.
The tough gets F1 memeing, absolutely memeing their way up through the field there. I wonder what their actual F1
147
meme
car.
would be.
Karstens goes back one more spot, and he's got the Bentley just behind. Bentley, of course, not fighting for position. He's on the same lap as that. Or excuse me, he's at one lap ahead of both these guys. It's a 147 just up ahead. So both the 98 and 147 are on the lead lap. The Bentley just behind him is one lap ahead.
Yeah, Bentley about 29 seconds down and change down there from the race leader. So still holding.
Yeah, so these guys got lapped a
getting
while
the job
ago.
done.
Oh, wow. He really forced it down to the inside of the axle. McLaren a little bit too far up the road.
But that's because the Bentley driver, of course, realizes, hey, you know, I'm 29 seconds down the road from the race leader at the moment. I'm going to get in a kerfuffle, as you were mentioning earlier, with the rest of the lap drivers. I want to get this puppy up there on the top of the timesheets and take it to the Aston Martins that are P1 and P2 currently at the moment. What happened to our Nissan? What actually has happened to our Nissan driver?
That's a great question.
It's down to 21 at the moment. Uh-oh. I'd have to say there's a massive uh-oh. There's been an accident. There's something wrong here. Our P2, P1 contender is in big, big trouble.
Yeah, the Nissan has dropped off the face of the earth.
See if we can get the information back on that one. Because that's scary territory right now, exactly. Now, granted, our fantastic producer Jack has got a lot of work to do at the moment. He's producing multiple streams, so he's got multiple action. We'll keep an eye and we'll get feedback on that one. So the Nissan driver, I believe,
yeah, they're
currently
3 laps down. They must have come down pit road. They continue to stay still.
That must have been a
see them on track
accident.
or the pit road.
That had to be
see them on the pit road.
Or that, or hopefully not the. I don't want to say the D
word.
Oh
wait, now they're coming back. I don't know what's happened with the timing and scoring. They've all of a sudden jumped now back up to 18th. Now they're only 2 laps behind. It's gone back down to 3. Not sure what's going on.
Far back. Yes, way too far back after that. If they had took a pit stop anyway. That's.
Now they're back out on track. So they put
2
Chamberlain back in the car, but they're 24th.
Yeah, they took a pit stop 5, very short, and a pit stop 6, very short. There might have been an accident or massive damage. And if anybody in the chat is well aware of it, please give us that feedback at the moment there.
Could they have run out of fuel if they went for a fast pit stop? Maybe they ran out of fuel. They left the pits with minimal fuel, had to stop, maybe get a tow or something.
Not a place you want to be towed around here, of course, when you're doing 206.
Getting word here, likely a driver disconnect if they swapped a driver. Oh yeah, no. Should have thought about that. Yep. Thank you, Jack.
I hate to see that.
Not only is he good at directing, he's also the brains of this operation as well.
Yeah, you know what, Ted? I'm sorry, you're a great guy, but your contract's up. Jack's in town. We need Jack in pit road. As you see that you heard before that just went past? That was probably the car that just recovered that Nissan, put it back to pit lane.
Yeah, so disconnect from that Nissan up front. Boy, that's going to be heartbreaking for them. Sole Nissan in the field gets a driver disconnect, and of course they lost at least about 2 laps of time. So hate to see that for them. They had such a good run going. We'll have to see they only have 3 hours to climb back out of this hole they've dug themselves. Catch all the way up to now Pratama in the lead, or excuse me, not in the lead, he's still in second. Currently in the lead is the 711 car, currently being driven by, I believe that is Luca Filippi.
Luca Filippi again. Yes, that's a familiar name.
He's
familiar
fast.
territory.
They've kept him in that car.
Yes. Yep. I'm pretty sure when they had to do the seat, what do you call it, seat adjusting, of course, when they did the seat testing. I'm pretty sure they did that around that driver, that fantastic driver at the moment. But the Bentley's back. The Bentley's back in P3.
Yeah, crucially though, he's got a lot of ground to make up before he climbs another one of those steps on the podium. He's got 29 seconds to catch up to the leader. And to be fair, I mean, Pratama's only 2.4 seconds behind the lead, so still really close up near the front.
I'm just seeing currently at the moment a little bit of poor things in the chat there saying they're disconnected on the lap. That's the chat currently at the moment because everybody was asking what happened to the 81 car.
Yep.
Sorry,
it's
guys.
Connected on the outlap. And Alex DeLue, what happened for the GTR? Assuming you're talking about the Nissan. That's Plasma, just above you in the chat, disconnected on outlap. You hate that for those guys.
You must see, they must feel like, of course, this is a great, I mean, it's good and bad things. Real life sports, cars break down. In esports, technical issues, and this is the exact same scenario, isn't it? I mean, you must feel like a real race
It's the same
driver
thing
when
as
it
they
breaks
left the
down.
pit road. They go out
Yeah.
there and immediately they have a tire going down.
Exactly.
Not their fault. You might have just broken the valve stem off the tire.
But it is sad, but you're still currently running in 23rd place there, and get it done. See if you can get something done at the moment. Get some crucial points, because points are points. You will get points. You still have 3 hours and 27 minutes away, and the pace is certainly not something beside you, but you can't take the fact away that, hey, we had a chance to win this race. It slipped between our fingers because of technical issues. We'll rebound way back into round 2. Let's just deliver what we can deliver tonight and put some practice in there. Get some laps under your belt there, and, you know, get up. You're already upset about it. It's fine. Just focus on the next race at this point right now.
I mean, it's basically one of those things where it's already happened. What can you do about it at this point? It's basically the same thing that would happen in real life. If you did have a tire go down or something on your out lap, you're forced to come back down pit road, and you're forced to go slow on your in lap because you do have a flat tire. You don't want to rip apart the bodywork on the car, so you basically limp it back home, change the thing, and go back out there and try to get after it. I think right now you're going to see just how much pace Chamberlain has in this car.
And you're right. And on top of it, once again, this is what I always said to race drivers, and you sign up for a league to race, right? Whether you're racing for an hour, 2 hours, 10 hours, 9 hours, 24 hours, you're committed to that time, right? You've said, okay, to your girlfriend, to your family, lock your door. Okay, I'm racing for this time. I'm going to do this, okay? I'm committed. Now, even if something goes wrong, you still have that time committed, right? So you got out there and do some more laps, do some more times, and just practice. You're just going to practice anyway, right? For future races, it's not a practice session at that point, even if you're not going to score the points you want or deliver the results that you're expecting to do because of issues. Still put the effort in. You're a team. You win and lose as a team, but still get the effort in there, because as much as you could do time trials, as much as you could do practice sessions by yourself, it's not the same in race day conditions, isn't it? When you have to get past lap cars, you got all the marbles that we mentioned on the track. It is all the changeable additions. Just get out there, have some fun, deliver the results, and think about the next round.
Well, I think it's important, too, to remember this is a 6-round championship. At the end of the day, any one of these other teams could have problems later on through the season, and you really need to be there to get all the points you possibly can. That's why you still see Chamberlain out there trying to put down the best laps he possibly can. And there's still points to get before the race is over. They can still pass people based on raw speed. And, you know, some other drivers can wreck out of this race. Even they can have some disconnects, or, you know, heaven forbid, a hardware failure for one of these other teams. So there's still a lot of points on offer before the day is done. And of course, there's still 5 more races after this. You know, you can't bat 1,000 in all these races. You're going to have one bad race. I feel like you can still have a single mulligan and recover before the end of this 6th race season. So still lots of ground to be made up.
Exactly. That was in the chat. We are going for it. I love the attitude. They're up to 18th right now as well, too. You mentioned that. And you got to think, just what was it, a couple of seasons ago, you had Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen battling it out for crucial final laps there by what? Separated by a point. Now, you would imagine you're in the first race of the season, okay? Imagine if they got down to round 6 and they're battling it out for 1 or 2 points in the championship. This is the very day you're going to roll back and go, damn, if we just finished in P15 or we finished in P13, that could have changed the whole outcome of this fairy tale story. So, yeah, once again, exactly. Well, enough about that, of course, and I'll tell you what, the team has proven, the 81 Nissan team, they're back out there.
Yeah, making another spot up for 21st here. Yeah, doing a really good job as Chamberlain. He's absolutely cutting them up out on the racetrack. Up further through the field, of course, in the lead is still the 711 Aston Martin, followed by the number 889 Aston. And then, of course, you have the Bentley, 2 more Astons to round out the top 5, that being the 44 and the 192 car. Splits between the two. Bert Thomas caught up to Luca Filippi by about a second or so since the last time we talked about it. Unfortunately, that Bentley continues to fall off to our leader.
And Luca. I mean, what can you say about Luca?
He's just fast, man. really consistent laps out there all day long. He's put that car everywhere he's needed to, but look out for Pratama, though, just behind him, because that guy's been very much the same kind of strategy that Luke has been all day long.
Can you believe that we've had 5 hours and 40 minutes into this race and they're separated by 2.1, give or take 3 seconds?
No, it's pretty surprising just how close these races continue to be as the day goes on. We've been racing for the better part of, 5 3/4 of an hour, and these guys are separated by 2 seconds. And it's not just them that's separated that far apart. All the way up and down the field, these guys are separated by about, on average, maybe 5 seconds between a lot of these positions.
5 cars on the lead lap. 5 cars on the lead lap. And that's after the pit stop that they all took recently on the hour, every hour. Well, they're about halfway through that pit stop strategy. Driver changes course. And I have to say, a lot of this team have been pretty proud of the work that they've done. Aston Martin domination, of course, for P1 and P5, the Bentley breaking them up in the middle. But the fastest lap, of course, still anybody's game. Bentley can win it. And we see the classic overtake there of Jonas into turn 1. Gets the job done. For the Lexus, and the other Lexus, of course, running in P6 at the moment. The only 2 Lexus on the grid. How's our other cars on the grid that only sold cars? Of course, we already mentioned the Nissan before. What about the Bentley? We know where the Bentley is. And any other sold cars? BMW running P19, there it is.
Yeah, so BMW on the field doing a pretty good job to represent that make and model. Another Lexus, got a couple Lexi in the field. This one, the 267, driven by Johannes Press. This is the Cryonics Racing machine. This car was up in the top 10. He was the car, if you remember earlier on in the race, Dean, he was the one that was out in front of that 6-car long train of cars. Did a great job to defend. Lost one of them, and then just got a little bit too squirrely off at turn 20. Got it sideways and forced him and the 118 Porsche into the inside wall there. Took those 2 cars out of contention. It looked like for a top 10 for a long time, but, as time marches on, the cream always rises to the top.
That's why we have pasteurizing, isn't it? But then again, probably because they're an next level racing rig, that gives you a little bit of extra tense. We forgot to mention Marble, of course, there as one of our sponsors. Now, Marble, they're techie. They're techs. They crunch the numbers. They do the job behind the scenes there. They will code anything you need to code, how to code it when it comes to motor racing sports. And of course, if you want to find drivers and casters, if you want to find a Michigan, of course, Michigan, not Michelin, oh God, I'm going to get that one. You want a North American snow machine of a caster versus the Panamanian canal of a caster. That's the Beagles and Austin. Here in Austin for your casting and everybody else. Yeah, 3 splits, of course. Hashtag? No, what do I say? Hashtag? Exclamation mark. Command Center to see all the streams and translate that one to Espanol. You don't need to. You have Spanish commentators.
Looking at Alexander Dankowski, the 192. This is the Aston Martin. We always call this the cherry red, wine red. See him blasting through the corner. He's got about 1.2 seconds to road to Mr. Ross in the 44 Aston Martin. We've seen a lot of Aston on Aston battles all day today. It's amazing how many Astons there are in the field, and most of them are in the top half, top 10 even. I believe half the top 10, 80% of the top 5, and I'm going to say 60% of the top 10 so far, all Aston Martins. They've really come out in force.
It was the car of choice, wasn't it, at the start of the top show when we were mentioning about all those cars in the grids?
Yeah, and they've got about a little over a third of the cars, and they make up 60% of the top 10.
Obviously, it's a great car to have, and why not? I mean, as I said, James Bond likes it.
I mean, it's very drivable. All the drivers I've talked to about this car, they enjoy how drivable it is. They enjoy the fact you can rotate it on the throttle. That, of course, doesn't mean you can abuse that rear axle on this car. You still need to treat it nicely. You can't just put your foot down and, and deal with the oversteer coming off corner exit, because if you continue to do that, you'll have to do that more and more as the race goes on, and then you won't go anywhere out these corners. You're just going to be gobbled up by the field behind. This is Fahad Ghafour, 45 machine, another Aston Martin. He's the last driver in the top 10. Currently, though, it doesn't look like it'll stand for so long because he's got that 267 Lexus Caprice just behind him.
711 car leading the race there for the Aston Martin now. We talked a little bit about the old strength, right? The old weight, of course, how much shopping you're putting in the back of that car. They've elected to use 20 kilograms of shopping to start this race with. The budget's 72 kilograms. They've used 20 of it. They have to stretch that out, of course, across the whole racing distance of 6 races. And that gives them a little bit extra, because most of those Aston Martins, my friend, used about 30. Now, I'll give you a little bit of a run for your money there. The 889 car has used 30. So they're really just, you know, a couple more of bags of groceries in the back of their car with 10 kilograms extra weight running in P2.
Well, you say that too, and I just had to look at this math ahead of me just one more time in front of me, rather. The 192 Aston Martin, they've only used 15 kilograms, so it's very interesting to see how these teams are kind of divvying up all the weights. We were just talking about that 267, the Cryonics Racing Lexus. Of their budgeted 30 kilograms to use, they've used a total of 5 kilograms for today. So especially as the season goes on, the 4 races are in these GT3 cars, we're going to have to see how these weights play into things, because, you know, this track, we've only got 2 long straightaways, but as the season goes on, we get to some of those other tracks in the future, you're really going to have to plan out where you want to take all your weight.
And that's an interesting question, Austin, because I like to rely it to the techies out there in the chat, of course, and I know a lot of you guys out there, guys and girls, are fantastic supporters of Racing League and race yourselves and supporting your friends and family. What do you guys think? What does 5 to 10 kilograms add you in track time per lap? And how much more stretch does it give you for fuel saving, etc., for pit stops? That's one for you guys out there in question. I might give that one to Austin to answer, because Austin probably will answer it. I certainly won't give it to our fantastic producer out there of Jack, because he will know the answer in a heartbeat. We'll let you guys answer that question, because we have
and just in case you know the answer in pounds, basic math says that 10 to 20 extra pounds.
Yeah, that's a. I tell you what, if you want to lose weight, that's not a bad little diet to be on, isn't it? Moment, we'll see. I mean, obviously, Formula 1 drivers lose what? Almost 8, 9, 10 pounds per race.
Yeah, same as an NASCAR driver, they can lose up to about 10 pounds in a single race just with how much, you know, sweat their body exerts.
There you go. Exactly. So that's that gives you an indication of the weight.
And Johannes has slowly but surely been creeping up to the rear end of this 45 car. He's on him now. This is the heat is on right here for this top 10 spot. Of course, you still do have 3¼ hours to go left in the race, but Johannes has slowly but surely been catching up to him. If you're right now, G4, you've got to be sweating bullets at this point.
I guarantee they're sweating.
Well, he's going to have a look down to the inside. Thought better of it. He's all over his rear end, though. He might have a lunge here into turn 20.
Lexus have been strong. Goes the other Lexus up at a P6. Can this Lex be up into P9?
Oh, he gave him room. That was fantastic racing there. You got to give a big round of applause there to G4 in the 45 car for giving him the room, allowing him to kind of pull that off. But look at this. It's a double right-hander here. The first one isn't bad. The second one is what really kills taking the outside line. But you know what, with how well he pulled that off, I feel like it shouldn't be too hard now that he's this close. He's going to have a couple opportunities here. He's going to try to get a run off for turn 20 into turn 1. Aston gets a little bit loose. I don't think he'll be close enough, but he just might get there.
He might send a dummy. If he doesn't, once again, comes down to the old classic 11.
Oh, he's going to go a little bit wide here. He might try the crossover.
It's a switcheroo. He had to brake a lot earlier. He didn't want to do it because the other car broke down.
He's going to force him wide, even if he
had to back off. And now you have to think about 11. Think about 11. If we don't mind going aboard currently at the moment, if we can, of the Lexus, go on board in, obviously, cockpit view. Remember, our director's directing multiple races at the moment, multiple cameras at multiple times. I want to see how he makes his way out of 11. That'll be the key, isn't it? Get that power down early as possible.
I think most of it, though, for right here, you know, you got to get to 11, but when you get to 11, you got to be right on his tail end, so you got to make sure you put all the S's together as best as you can. This is out of 9, fast kick of turn 10. The Aston gets through there a lot better than that Lexus, it looks like.
Here it is. Got a kink in there.
I might have nudged him.
Yeah, it's nothing. And it's, here he is, climbing up the hill. All important turn 11. Perfect camera angle.
He's riding
aboard. Cryonics. It's all about getting the exit.
At this point, but think about it.
No, he's going to go wide, I think. And if you go wide, take out as wide as you can. And right now he's doing it. And then take the cutter, switcheroo, tuck in behind, perhaps.
Watch out, though. He's going to prevent it. The 45 car slid up just enough to make sure he couldn't do that.
Bumping
bounce on the curbs like a kangaroo.
Hey. I'll give you a Vegemite sandwich later on, mate. I'll have to wait a couple more hours for
we'll
that
take
one.
it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I'll tell you what. Who wants to take that P9 position? That's the one's up for grabs at the moment. It'll be defended or will it be offend? Good.
See, Forrest fighting with for his life. I mean, he's certainly swinging out wide. We're getting close to pay window being open, so don't blame him too much. You're trying to defend this position, but they're racing pretty hard for it. Look at 267. Johannes is going to go wide. He's going to look down to the inside. Oh, door slam.
Oh, don't slam the door just yet. Climbing your way up into the hill. Look at the elevation change. It's brilliant. It's kind of like you're going through a rouge, isn't it? But you're not. You're in the Second Americas. Good defense. Very good defense.
I like that. We'll see if Johannes can be better this time through the S's. He's got a lot more ground to make up on that S than if he wants to be close enough for turn 11.
That's where you'd sit, isn't it? If you got golden tickets to the golden ride of Coda, I would sit in turn 12. Honestly, I would sit in turn 12 any day of the week. Isn't it? I wouldn't even want to carry him at a grandstand. I'll take 3-day passes and just sit there with a fold-up chair, just like Fernando Alonso. Put my head in the sky there and enjoy the entertainment as we're about to enjoy it. No DRS activation, slipstream, but not enough.
All over his rear end. He's a lot closer this time. We'll see if he makes a move down to the inside. I think if he fakes him out fast enough, there we go. Just what we wanted to see. Might be able to go wide here. Outbrake him. See if he can go wide. Push him wide. He's going to do it. We'll see if he can complete it. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's the stuff. Make him taste his own medicine. Oh, he might stick back there. Oh, he's still down to the inside. He tried to force it. Not going to be able to make the move, though.
You're going to have to make your medicine taste a little bit nicer, because look at this. It ain't over yet, my friend.
Oh, he's going to try another crossover, slam the door on him. That's just exactly what he had done to him. It's Johannes in there now, position 10 out of the last couple of corners.
You have any slamming door problem over up there in Detroit?
It's just a NASCAR
not Detroit,
turn, man.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. All right. I felt bad because I went to the bathroom before. I was like, did I slam the door a little too loud on you when I left the casting booth? I was just worried about that one. Okay, here we go. All right. Andreas.
This is Andreas Backer. Yeah, 118 car. See what he can do to catch up to either of those guys. You got the 45 of Cat Ford just ahead of him, and then a little bit further up the road is that 267 car. 118's been just a tick slower than the 267 all day long, so he should be able to get up to and pass the 45 car, but I feel like that 267 for right now is just a little bit faster.
I'd like to read the chat at the moment there. La Cerveza, something like that. I can't read that one at the moment anyway, because that's because our fantastic casters out there are casting that one in Spanish. Tell you what, they're obviously doing a fantastic job, mate, because the engagement in the Twitch chat has been a lot in Spanish, so yeah, congratulations. Mi amigos are doing a little fantastic job there.
I feel like La Cerveza, it's a beer. I don't know what Maitres means.
Cerveza is definitely a beer, my friend, but the rest of it, well, ask them. Tune in.
Yeah, out of all the classes I took in high school, Spanish was the one I did by far the absolute worst in.
Same with me, mate. But I didn't even have that opportunity in Australian schools. But it doesn't really matter too much because I hopefully know a little bit of English. And if you can understand me in English, kinda. It is what it is. We're getting down to
look at how much closer Backer has gotten to the rear end of Gafford here.
Porsche
a lot
through the
faster
corners,
than I thought
mate.
he'd be able to.
Yeah, that's what it is, mate. It sticks, it glues.
Man, he's fighting with him now. He got to his outside. I did not see that happening to 45. He must have gone a little bit wide there in turn 12 because I did not think he'd be that close to him. But you know what? After he just broke a little bit long, missed his braking point, went wide on that corner, and forced him into another mistake. Now that you know there is a chink in his armor, you can get through there.
a little chink in the armor, of course. You need to be up in that sky observation lounge up there at the moment to see all the action. 360 degrees here around the Circuit of the Americas. But then again, he's elected to go, you know what? I'm going to go on the pit lane right now and sign your autograph for you, Mr. Austin.
Yeah, I like the strategy. He's going to come down pit road. He's going to try to go for the undercut. He was quite a bit faster than him that time by, so if he gets to come out, you know, on track and clean air, he should be able to clear by the time the 45 car comes back out of pit road. We're looking at Michael Mraz, the 44 machine, Aston Martin. He's currently the last driver in the top 5.
Now, Mikey has, been doing for pit times on their 44 car at the moment, last lap. 2:08 flat, not the best of times you want to be setting, which means indicating to me that it's pit stop time.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the exception of the Bentley, everybody else, and the Britama, the 889 Aston Martin, they're the only 2 cars in the 206s. Leader just put down a 207.3. 207s are bad. A 208 flat isn't bad, but you're leaving quite a bit on the table compared to some of the other cars on the track. But again, you know, if you could put down a 208 solid, you know, 208 flat every time, you'd probably be over the course of the race, I'm going to say in about 4th or 5th position. So really not too bad.
Crunch those numbers. Says you do 163 laps, so do 163 multiplied by 208 flat, and then calculate that from the race elapsed time, which is 5 hours and 34 minutes. That'll give you an indication of your mathematics 101.
Watching you honest,
you're probably crunching that right now, aren't you?
No, definitely not.
All right, here we go. Bentley still P3. We got Felipe there in the 711 car. You mentioned that, the 889 car.
30 seconds from Priest in the 267 to the 333 car. So quite a long ways to go up the road until he catches him to move himself up another spot. We'll have to see if he continues to gain on him.
I'll get a bit of a cheer squad in the background. You might hear them every once in a while. They're cheering for some cars out there on track. I haven't asked them what, because it's in Spanish. I'll have to go obviously to the Spanish channel. But they are happy and they're excited. We are absolutely excited. I haven't heard any HyperX in the chat recently as well too, so I don't think we're getting hyper enough here in the South America.
Maybe gave away all the giveaways already.
He probably has. He has all the HyperX. Is he rating his HyperX gear that he has? His fantastic production studio? That's what it is. If you haven't seen his fantastic production studio. Wow. That's probably the best esports, what do you call it, producer and caster on the planet, isn't it? I mean, that man has everything. He's even got a kitchen sink right next to it. It's a kitchen sink, but it's got everything.
Yeah, he's really proud of that kitchen sink.
It's got all the tools, man. It's got all the tools, I guarantee you right now. But, yep, but then again, he can only produce those tools. He can only show the tools to the drivers that do all the work on the track, which these drivers right now. And
yeah, Marino Pertama in the 889 car, he's fallen quite a bit off of Luca Filippi in the 711 Aston Martin. It was about 2 or 3 seconds when the stint started, when we first started talking about this. He's fallen back considerably, and not too far out of touch, but a decent amount just to be like, where did that guy go? But, you know, sometimes, too, that could be lap traffic, just getting lucky versus unlucky. Tell you what, though, that Bentley continues to put down some of the fastest laps out on track. Wouldn't be too surprised before the end of this race to see him back up there, at least fighting for P2. P1 might be a little bit more out of touch, but even 24 seconds as it stands, that's going to be a lot of ground to make up.
This is the crucial part of a race right now, everybody. It may seem like there's not a lot of action occurring, because there's not a great deal of action occurring. But then again, if you've ever watched any motorsports in real life before, you get to a point where there's not a lot. But guarantee you right now, we've had 5, almost 6 hours of this racing entertainment. And practically this is the first point, isn't it? Hasn't it been, Austin? The first point of this race where we haven't seen absolute wheel-to-wheel racing. 5 to 6 hours, we've yet to see, for the first time, close racing. There's not many motorsports in the world you can ever watch to have not that entertainment, of course. But now, which means drivers have to put their best possible times in. They are no longer racing against the cars, they're racing against their own times. But one thing they are racing against as we approach that 6-hour marker is the extra pit stop they have to take soon. So will they be able to take it? But speaking of the devil right now, we are seeing battles occurring on track right now for the Bentley driver. Taking it to the yellow mellow machine. That's a blue flag car, of course, so it should be easy peasy taking up on turn 1. There should be not too much of a fight put on there. But yes, over to you, Austin. You know that right now. It's lap times versus lap times versus lap times.
Oh, it's so interesting too. When I first started doing the endurance racing, it was pretty much just it was the car against the clock, and can the car even last that long? Anymore now, the cars aren't the weak link anymore. We've engineered these things to be practically bulletproof, even over the course of 24 hours, much less 9. So it's really not too surprising to see so many of these cars lasting throughout the entire endurance event. Anymore, I would say the human is the weak link because, we actually get fatigued, before the end of these races. The cars, not so much. I think anymore the weakest point about these, if it isn't the fuel burning off, it's the tires because we have to change those. We get so many sets of tires, so we only use 3 drivers.
And tires, of course, help you from retiring. And at the moment, in the chat there, and I like that from Plazzy, of course, this is the Nissan team driver. That's the 81 car. They're on a rampage comeback from the disconnect. They're down to P19. But he said our team is putting in a 208 point. Oh, they're dropping it at the moment. It's Stone. If you don't mind getting back to what happened there currently at the moment, because they're 21st place. There it is, right on cue. Not quite sure exactly what happened. Now, over a net code, they're back up into 16th place because he mentioned right on cue in the chat. He said, we're pulling 208s there, Dean. And you're exactly right because I'm looking at all the cars around and they're pulling 210s. And I'll tell you what, if you're pulling 2 seconds a lap, you're pulling a pretty damn good lap around the Circuit of Americas.
Yeah, 206 flats is up there with some of the best laps on the field. I'd be really interested to see if they can't go out there and get that, beat that 206.1 that we saw that Bentley be able to throw down earlier in the race. I'd be really interested to see how close they can get to that.
I think they're in P17 or something. I'm just seeing a little bit of a telemetry gizmo jazzy.
Yeah, I see 18th on my timing and scoring.
Well, it'll
I think it just, goes with clicking through the different cars.
Yeah, it will absolutely sort itself out because I'm just looking at the times. And put it this way, the drivers that they're around at the moment are doing 35s, 19s and stuff like that. So pretty much do the math on that, mate. They're pretty quick. You said the leaders are lapping 206s and 208s and 207s. They're lapping 208s back there. They are definitely on a rampage. I love to see that spirit back, No DC is going to deny the Nissan 81 team from getting points.
These races, I always view an endurance race as a lot of fun. You want to be as competitive as possible, but it's a really nice time to just enjoy time with your mates. You get on here with your friends, your buddies, you hang out, you have a good time. That's what these are about. If you do well, that's fine. If you do great, that's awesome. If you don't, you're just hanging out, shooting the breeze.
I'm calling them out too because they're in the chat. And they're providing the spirit. That's like, when here Max Verstappen go around a corner in the Netherlands, don't you hear the Dutch army cheering him on? Flares are going off, obviously in Austria. We're hearing that right now there for that team. And guess what? If you guys out there want to support your teams, get out there and shout them out. And that actually encourages, believe it or not, Jack pays attention. Jack will switch that camera over to any of those teams that you're calling out. Jack's not shy. I love Jack. And, it's all about that. It's an interactive experience here. We're not a TV network. This is a two-way interaction. You give us a hug, we'll give you a hug back. Social distancing, of course. How about a fist bump, by the way?
Yeah, I don't want to get that cold. Lots of cars down on pit road. Lots of white, black peas over there on the left-hand side of the screen. We're at that market, aren't we? 6-hour mark, and this is pit road time.
I think if you're going to stretch the fuel window from now on, you might be down around that 2-hour, 35-minute mark. If you're really going to stretch on fuel and you have all day, you see Dominic Goles, 5th place Aston Martin car, number 44, coming out of the pit road, giving his tires a good little wiggle, put some heat in those tires before he gets back out on the track.
It's nervous time, driver time. We are 30 seconds. Change is going to cost you for a driver swap at the moment. They're going to be swapping those wheels and slapping the gas into the back of the gas tank. Getting ready to roll your way around for perhaps, well, it won't be the last pit stop, of course, maybe 2 to 3. Once again, you mentioned that maybe able to stretch at the 2 strategy at play on that one. That's fuel saving 101 as we're watching Yeet racing. Well, once again, you missed a little bit of the Yeet racing. Well, guess what? It's back.
Yeah, 6th place. These guys having a really good run. 16, car number 16. You got Tobias Prang in that thing right now. I think this is the first time we've seen Tobias out on the track. So he's probably going to be in this thing until the end of the race.
Hope so. Absolutely hope so. And it will be. And we're hoping to see everybody else here for the end of the race, of course, because I don't see a shout out for HyperX, but HyperX will be shouting something out at the moment, and that's because they'll be shouting something out there for the cash split there, as well as the rival split. We are in the Challenger split with the Dean and the Austin in Austin, Texas. You know, Austin, Texas. What a name. I love it. At least you get called out first at school, don't you, when they're calling out the roll call? Hey,
yeah,
Austin?
it's pretty nice.
I had to wait for the D's.
Yeah, I don't need to pay attention for too long. I mean, to be honest, the D's aren't too far away either. It's really bad when you got like a T for a name, you know, or like a Z for Xander, you know. Oh, you're waiting forever.
You can just skip out class, come back for an hour. Anyway, don't skip class because you might end up
stay in school,
a little
kids.
further back. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you agree or disagree with school, it's still just tick that one off the box. You have to tick everything in the box. Trust me, if you're racing in ACC and you're racing in iRacing, they're just going to let you go to the top of the timesheets. You have to build your rating up, don't you? Your safety rating and your iRating. Same thing in ACC.
Yeah, you got to go to school to get that diploma. Got Prels in 10th. We continue to have a lot of the cars, at least in the top 20, pitting. We still have yet to see any of the drivers in the top 4 come down pit road. Interestingly enough, we've already seen Gulls in the 44 car come down pit road. We haven't seen the 16 car pit just yet. And the top 4 still have yet to take a pit stop. I'll be interested to see when they do that. I feel like those cars have been running all the fuel out of those things in hopes to make one less pit stop than the rest of the field.
Unfortunately, the fax machine broke, so they haven't got the memo at the moment. You can't fax it through to say it's box time.
I guess they're rolling one down the ramp from the garage area and it kind of just got let go.
They still have a pit board, don't they? If you can spot that one traveling down the main straightaway at 200 miles an hour and try to spot those little letters on that say you are P1 or you P2 or you P3 and box or not. Old-fashioned communication, right? 20 laps for the race leader. And 18 laps. Ooh, wow, 18 laps to the A89 car. Oh, a massive alternative strategy is going to occur between those two drivers.
Oh, look at this lunge down the inside of the 98. Oh, and the 267 is that? No, that's the 16 of Prang. These guys been going at it. What a battle we got. See if Prang's got anything else for him in terms of a blocking move. Polyakov just behind him in the 98 car.
Right shotgun right now, of course. Get your seatbelt strapping up to your chest there. Tighten yourself and get ready for some racing around Coda as we're riding shotgun at the moment from Nikolay Polyakov. Riding and just in the back of there. Of course, he's sitting there to the left there. Don't distract the driver, of course. Don't talk to the driver. Don't hold up your cell phone and say, check out what happened on the latest Instagram post of you racing around here. No!
Boy, that was a big wiggle. He's going to have a moment at the inside.
Hit the loud pedal. Does he get it done?
He's going to have the outside. Oh, he actually got so squirrely on the outside, didn't Prang? He ended up letting Polyakov right on through.
To the other side. Yeah.
Let's see what Polyakov
You're talking about slamming doors, mate. I think you just slammed the doors quite on that one.
He just opened it right up there down the inside, just outbroke himself in that corner. See if we'll see if Prang can mount a charge here. Wouldn't be too surprised if he could. He's not going to be able to eat the car up the inside just this time, but maybe next time by.
Oh. So you eat the car up the inside. I go, all right, okay, that's good. That's good.
The banana car up in front.
Yeah, he's like Donkey Kong throwing those bananas out there, trying to trick. It's a solid job actually, but puns aside, of course, the banana car is doing a banana job. And once again, you mentioned the yeets. Have you eaten all the yeet puns yet? Oh, I don't think you have. You got more up your sleeve.
Yeah, we got more.
You got 2 hours and 53 minutes of more yeet puns to come, my friend. Is there 2 for now?
Prang's doing a lot better job setting this car up for corner exit. He's just not quite close enough. Woo, look at that. That was slick there. Getting just around that banana machine. Look at that cone. Shout at the cone on the outside there.
He peeled his way past that one, didn't he? There it is.
Oh,
you
that was a
that
good
one. Oh. Don't you worry about that. Guys, tune in. There's more to come. Hey, it's not us.
What a great job getting
We're
through
not
the center of that corner.
scripting this movie, okay? We're not scripting this race. The drivers are the ones that are creating the content. We're just delivering the story.
And these guys have been going at it. We'll see if Tobias Prank can send the car up the outside. A yeet maneuver. He's going to think about it. Boy, that was a good cover move there from Polyakov. Oh, but he went wide. He went too wide.
Yeah, make sure you come back and don't take him out. You have to let him on by.
No.
Surprised
if that was a steward getting involved to say, "Hey, you got to let that spot by and
you
give it
have
up
to
or
lift.
something."
That's
Too wide
off-road.
here. We'll see if Prank can send it up the inside or something to a crossover right about now. Not going to be close enough.
I would. You have to yield that one, wouldn't you? But then again, I'm not a steward. But you run wide like that, then again, you also hurt your back a little bit, didn't you? You probably did a little bit of damage to the car as well. But that is what it is. Game on, race on, and we're on lap what? 117, my friend. 117.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't gain a huge advantage. I don't think you got to protest it. I think he could. I just, sportsmanship of it, let him go. Just catch him up and pass him again.
You have what? Basically 3 hours to get it done again. So I don't think time's that much. If that was like 10 minutes ago, of course, once again, we spoke about that earlier. That would be probably something debatable at the moment. Don't worry about it.
Oh, man, tried to outbrake himself there. Last time, he got really loose through there as well. Last time through turn one, Prank gained a lot of time on Polyakov. This time by not so much, losing a little bit through there.
And on top of it, you got to remember the banana car in the background's keeping with him now too. So it's supposed to be essentially, I feel bad to say it, but it's supposed to be a slower car, but it goes to show how this battle's slowing him down because, even overtaking cars are just catching up to him.
Yeah, and to be fair, a lot of these cars are lapping in and about the 208s, maybe a 209 here and there, or a 207. A fat chance of getting a 206, very, very slim margin. Very hard to do that, especially with how late in the race we are. But, it's very hard to pass a guy here when you're only about 2 or 3 tenths of a second faster, because most of the time you're gaining on somebody, it's through the corners, and you can't pass somebody in the S's.
You can. Then you might not remember if you wake up from a coma 6 months later saying, do you remember what happened? No. Well, you tried to overtake somebody through the S's in Coda. Oh,
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times where somebody kind of bobbles in the S's and the car behind just barely is able to scoot on through. Very few and far between are those opportunities.
I never thought anybody would take each other through. The old Max Verstappen versus Lewis Hamilton moment in Silverstone. There's places that you overtake and there's places you don't try to overtake. Lessons learned. Let's see. We still have a lot of drivers who are yet to box at the moment, approaching the pit stop window, of course. 23 laps, 21 laps, 20 laps, give or take. I have to say, 192 car, 4 fresh laps. 44 car, actually. Running in P5. Fresh tyres. Looking pretty solid here. They should get a lot of time here. They're a lap down.
Yeah, he's got really fresh tires compared to the top 4. It's been a while since we've seen any of those guys pit. I'm awfully surprised.
They're going to make those the time back, but the pit stops, obviously the pit stop time. Not going to be enough to gain those positions back, but they're going to be getting quick. They'll be back on the lead lap, I expect, from the top 3 box soon.
I think so. I wouldn't be too surprised. They're going to gain all that time back, but it's going to be a while before they have to end up coming in the pit.
Well, Harley, we heard that in the chat there, of course, there from the teammate. Oh, they're the team. Saying, we are not giving up. We're not surrendering. We had the Dixie issues, but we are back, and we're back in town. Nissan Revenge, the 81 car, putting the pressure right now on the Midnight Blue machine. Just up the road there, sponsored by HyperX there, and the Brit team is under massive pressure. And I have to say, there it is. Harley, Chamberlain, and the cream of their course are back, and they're back up in P19.
And doing a good job charging up the field, up into 18th position now. Looks like they got about 16 seconds up the road until they get to 17th here. Be interested to see just how far up the field they can get. I feel like anymore after a driver disconnect like that so early into a stint too, I feel like 15th is the highest they could get. Maybe a top 10 if they're lucky, but we'll have to see.
You're right. Apologize about that one. You're absolutely correct. It was 18, not 19. got that one. Yeah, but you see, this is the thing too. Other teams can study the tape flight. They're going to watch all the stream back there and go, damn, they're quick. If they had the DC issue, could they have won the race? That'll be the questions in the mind of everybody else. At the moment, they're just damage limitation. That's all you need to do. But once again, it's the people, the other drivers in the team that got to study. Who are we going to be worried about when we go into race 2?
I think too, especially, I mean, these guys are kind of saving their fastest people for right at the end. You know, we finally just put Chamberlain back in the car. They still do have another one of their riggers yet to get back in. But most importantly, for that Nissan, I don't think they took any of their BOP weight, or if they did, it was a very small amount. So, you know, that might have been a force to reckon with for this race, but maybe in one of the other races, they might be further back through the field. Yeah, they had a budget of 25 kilograms, or using 6. That's about splitting it in a quarter, yeah.
And now they can, and that's the thing now, after race 1, you're going to see how they're going to adapt in race 2, isn't it? Because you can switch things around depending on their results. If you are obviously in the top 3 and you finish in a podium, are you going to take a little more weight per se going into the next couple of races and make it easier for you later on or not? That'll be the key question. And if you need to deliver some results early, then you'll probably take less weight, and then try to get more race pace with the key. That's the beauty of this scenario, isn't it? It's micromanaging, as I said, taking the groceries to the store and see how you pan out. At the moment, HyperX is panning out this fantastic series. And of course, the series, of course, is 3 different splits. We're a Challenger split at the moment. We have the money top dogs there for the cash split. Cash starts with a C, has money in it. And the other tiers at the moment. How are you going to find that one out? Exclamation mark. Come on, send if you want to watch all 3 at once. And no excuses if you don't have 2 monitors. You have a screen and you have a phone. And if you're watching it on your phone, that's great. And if you need another phone, just talk to your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, your granddad, whatever. Anybody's got a phone. Go knock on your next door neighbor's door. Yeah, bang, bang, bang. Read my mind, didn't you? Hey, can I borrow your phone for a minute? There's an exciting racing going on in the moment. I don't want to miss all 3 of those splits.
I need all the screens I can get.
Absolutely. And if you have access to a Jumbotron, any of those fantastic super stadiums in the United States of America, throw that up on those.
Yeah, you
fantastic
can even do just
screens.
the one command center on that. It's big enough.
It is. Welcome along. Well, we are getting very, very close now to another pit stop window.
And next couple minutes here, I expect to see the top 4 cars come down pit road to make their pit stop. Speaking of pit stop, I can go for a quick little break. I'm sure you folks at home could too. What you say we don't go to the fridge, get some meat real quick, and come back in a couple minutes after this commercial break, Dean?
Absolutely. Jack, our fantastic producer, let's go for a break, and then we'll probably catch those pit stops coming out very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the virtual state of Texas. We're live here in Austin at the virtual circuit of the Americas. You're watching the VCO LFM FLExTREME race here, 9 hours. We're currently just over 3 hours in this thing, 3.5 hours about. As you see a Mayan Suisse go a little bit sideways. And Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 car. Just a little bit wide in the S's, getting it a little bit crossed up. Rejoining the track now, the number 88 car. Currently leading the race, of course, the same as before we left, the 711 car. Currently that's being piloted by Luca Filippi. Then you've got the 889 car of Bertama. He's been falling further and further back as the stint has gone on. And then, of course, there's the Bentley that sat on pole. They've been doing a phenomenal job to climb back up through the field. Now they put that 214 car into the third position, followed by the 192 Aston Martin, and then the last Aston Martin in the top 5, number 44 car.
Absolutely, the fastest lap currently at the moment still owns the Bentley, running into the 214 car. But the leader's 9.5 seconds and change down the road. The pit stops, of course, occurring between P6 and P7 at the moment. Getting those pit stops over and done with. We're a little bit overextended, of course, in the pit stops. Remember, they were pit stopping basically on the hour, every hour, but not on the hour, every hour at the moment. Just emitted a little bit of a noisy truck in the background there, trying to build some of those cars back. It's getting a sundown situation. I was to say it's sunset, but it's not actually, because the Earth is rotating away from the sun. But pit stops. Leader is now boxing as well. There, Mr. Austin.
Yeah, we've got the 711 car of Luca Filippi down onto pit road. Of course, I'm Austin Belke. With me in the commentary box is Dean Hopton, with, of course, our producer, and director, Jack Maloney. Welcome, everyone. Pleased to be here with you as well. Thank you for joining us. This is Marino Pratama. He's retaking the lead because he's staying out. Looks like he's going to make his stint 1 lap longer. Of course, he can go 1 more lap because, of course, he pitted last time 1 lap later. So Luca came in after his 30th lap. I would very much expect for Mr. Pratama to come in after 30 laps as well. Then, of course, you've got that 192 car. He's only on 27 laps, so it'll be very interesting to see here before too long. And of course, then you've got the 214. He should be in next time as well.
Yeah, Luca in P2, or currently P1 at the moment, the 889 car. Well, expecting they did 28 laps, so they did the element on the cup. Look at the battle at the moment here, P7. There's that pink machine. Of course, the F1 means a racing team. 98 car.
Oh, look,
he's on fire.
He says,
you guys can kerfuffle all day long. Have your town meeting into that turn, and I'll take my turn ahead of you guys and make my way up to P6.
My goodness, that was a big old kerfluffle going into turn 12 there, and he just took advantage of Mr. McLaren going, 2-for-1 special there. That was almost 3 cars at a time. Not the same McLaren, of course. That's usually the 67 machine, but how about the 98 car making it up?
That's what you get, mate. You keep everybody sleeping at the moment because you're getting to the endurance part of the endurance racing, isn't it? People get a little bit tired, of course. Now, the drivers have already done a few hours stint each other, but I tell you what, few hours concentrating yourself around the Coda.
Well, both the cars behind him going into pit road. That's the 147 and the 333 machine.
Now he must feel alone, the lone starter state, isn't he? Like, where is everybody else on track?
How about this driver from Chamberlain? Still got his foot in it, still continuing to give it his all after that disconnect from one of the guys. Then they had to go out, basically take another pit stop, really set them back a good about 2 or 3 laps from the rest of the field.
I'm loving the attitude and the spirit, isn't it? You never give up, you never surrender. Once again, Mr. Wilson Chamberlain. Sorry, Mr. Wilson Chamberlain. Oh my God, I screwed the one up there. You all know what I'm talking about.
A basketball star.
Yeah, well, he's a basketball star as well, huh? They are a star at the moment, I have to say, than the 81 team. They got
really
so what happened?
Be on route for podium today. Without that disconnect, they'd definitely be in the top 5.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they're not giving up and never surrendering. And that's why they're frosty. Frosty ice cream, of course. The Crema de la Course team you're watching on the screen. It rhymes.
Thinking about making a move here on the 27 McLaren just up ahead of him. This is for position. I think it should be a little bit easier with just how fast they're lapping, but even for these guys, this is for position. That's that 27 car can actually defend on the Chamberlain machine. Luckily for Chamberlain, he's lapping about just as fast as the leader, so should make pretty quick work of this 27 McLaren. And indeed, he is going to shoot the car down to the inside, get it broke just in time, slow down enough, make the corner easy overtake.
It's like taking candy from a baby, as they say, but it's not as easy as it looks. And the only way to do that is to drive that car yourself. Drive-through penalty for the Yeet team. Whoa!
Oh, they might have yeeted a little bit too hard.
Yeah, you got to look at teams like Harley Chamberlain right now. Get a little bit of a motivation boost, saying, well, you might be able to get another position here. 16 is better than 17.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of run he can make back at the end of this if he does indeed have to serve that drive-through penalty. We'll see if he needs to. Sometimes those do get cleared by the other people, the racing stewards as time goes on, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. I'll keep you appraised of the situation.
I have to go in the pit lane right now, but and swap those boots and swap fuel. A little bit of pain, damage limitation, but plenty of time to go. Currently at the moment, well, the Bentley's surrounded in a storm of Aston Martins. Aston Martin P1, P3, P4, P5, McLaren P6, and the Bentley in P2.
And speaking about P2, we'll go. Owen O'Leary is here to tell us about what's going on in Split 1. Owen, what you got?
Thanks very much, Austin. Yeah, it's been a very, very exciting race indeed in the cash split so far, but very much a two-horse race, what we've seen so far. Bastian Richter is currently at the wheel of the Unicorns of Love Porsche, which is leading the way right now. A little bit of an incident, a little bit of damage for Williams Esports at the end of the most recent stint has cost them about 5 seconds in the pit stops also. That means the gap is now out at 15 seconds between 1 and 2. But both of those are a good 40 seconds or more ahead of the rest of the field. It really is a two-horse race, but battle's still going on up and down the field. It's been a very, very exciting start to the FLExTREME Championship in the cash split.
And Owen, just real quick there, what lap are you guys currently running at the moment? How much time do you have left in that race and for the top split?
Well, we are quite a long way behind you guys because I think we started qualifying quite a long time after the race. So we're at 3 hours 50 remaining, lap 1:45 just for the moment.
Excellent.
Thanks, you. So what are you seeing about different cars doing well versus some struggling today?
So as I mentioned, Porsche on top for now, but we do have 6 different manufacturers inside the top 6, which is a really good thing. I think with what we've seen in the cash split, because these guys effectively decided some of the ballast with the popularity ballast we saw, it's meant that there's a very even spread, and the top teams are kind of spread across different manufacturers. So we've got great variety here in the cash split, but it's been the same in all 3 really. It's been very well done so far in terms of getting all the manufacturers in with a chance of winning.
I can't wait to see that one, of course, an exclamation mark. Come on, Senate, to catch that action. And I'm really looking forward to listening to that one back there from the top tier split there between that. And that sounds like it's very exciting, of course. We'll get to watch it back later because this race will finish before you guys. You keep up the great work. And, of course, hope you're wearing your HyperX headphones, my friend, because you need to hear the clarity of those engines purring their way around Coda.
Yeah, thank you, Ewan.
Thanks very much, guys. And, look forward to seeing out the rest of your guys' race as well.
You too, buddy. That was Ewan O'Leary. He's up here to tell us about Split 1. We thank him so much for doing that. We've been wondering, Dean and I, what's going on up there? What are they seeing? Because we're really focusing on our race. We don't quite have the brain power of producer-director Jack Maloney to watch 2 races at once.
You ask and you shall receive, obviously, in this fantastic league, isn't it? It's all about asking, isn't it? Nothing wrong with asking a question. And guess what? We got the luxury of the fantastic casting crew there to come in there and just give us the feedback of what's happened. I love it. Thank you very much for that.
Absolutely love Ewan and his voice. It's always a real treat to watch or listen to anything that he commentates or works on.
Yeah, David Croft, look out. The future is coming, and the future is esports, and the future right now is, what's going to happen in this situation? Because we are, 181 laps.
Yeah, Yannick Schmidt taking over control here of the 711 car. Another couple of driver swaps throughout the field. You've got Rackman in the 889 machine. Of course, we put Decaser back in the 214 machine. Interesting to see all these guys now completing their pit stops as time goes on. Be really interested to see what happens to that 44 machine. I don't know if they've timed it out perfectly so that they'll complete the stops all even, like, and all maybe the first top 3 or 4 cars really just
maybe having to take a little bit of a slower, really fast stop towards the end.
So it's on term strategy as well too. 14
A little bit
laps
too
that they've
close,
done.
early to call, really.
14 laps, that's it on those tires. So you know for a fact that they're only halfway through that stint. You know for a fact that 30 laps is it. You're running on fumes at that point. We've seen the 711, the 889 running P1 and P2. They've just boxed recently. How far can you stretch it is the key. Stretching it like that is stretching a pretty good job there.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job to try and reduce that gap up to second place. Of course, the gap from first to second has continually increased steadily as the race has gone on, but I'm really looking at this 214 car to march his way right up through the field. They've still got a really good shot at the victory here if they keep this run up.
Can you pull the blinds down at the moment? Because that sun is like really streaking into my eyes. I feel for the drivers at the moment because that does affect you a little bit, of course.
Oh yeah, you're
Almost
right
like that
along
night
with one of these
racing,
guys.
isn't it?
Yeah, they're gonna make sure they brought that tinted visor before long.
It does hit you as you climb your out because the elevation changes here at the Circuit of the Americas. You get that sun just smacks you in the face as you're trying to brake at 200 miles an hour. Concentration levels are through the roof because you're trying to set the crucial times right now. This is it. This is when you start putting the battles down, the challenges down, because there may not be a massive amount of close action on track, but you got to stick to those deltas, stick to those times, because when you go to the final countdown, that is when it'll be not a European showdown, of course, from the European band, but it will certainly be the Circuit of the Americas showdown here. How many musical references have we done this evening? It's enough. You gave me
at
one
least
Texas
25.
bed. Just
Or
one
6 to
Texas
4.
bed. That's all you've ever given me here.
And a little bit of Chicago in there as well. But does anybody really know what time it is? Of course, it's 7:43 p.m. here, Texas time in Austin. Sun continues to get lower and lower. Before too long, these guys are going to have to illuminate the entire track with their headlights.
Yeah, what happened if you replaced? Actually, I lost actually one of my. I told you about driving before with my driving exams. And unfortunately, I used my car and one of my indicator or blinker lights was out. And I got a big strike on that one, exactly. So I hope the teams replace those light bulbs because they're very much going to be having to be used. And get right on cue, my friend. The rain is pouring down on me here in Panama, but luckily no rain's pouring down on anybody in the Texas.
Yeah, track completely clear here. Dry, absolutely. Got some rubber buildup, obviously, off the racing line, so make sure you don't venture too far out over there. Looking on board here, this is Felix van Delft, the number 13 Audi car. This is in 15th place. Just behind him, he's got that Porsche.
You know for a fact that the Porsches are doing quite good. You just heard before from the top split. So that's a bit of a switcheroo,
you
isn't it, between the cars?
just how fast that one Porsche was. 2-horse race, but mostly on up to that Porsche. Got a couple of fast Porsches in our field as well.
I was actually curious to know because they're very busy to see how the Nissans, the BMWs, and the Bentleys were going in that split. But guess what? You don't need to ask them. Exclamation Command Center, and you can find out for yourself, and you can post in the chat what you wanted to know about that situation. And if you want to hear all the clarity of these beast machines purring their way around this classic motor track, well, HyperX will give you the high definition sounds that you need in your earphones. So exactly in my earphones right now, I can hear a very clear and a very smooth sounds of Austin in his casting for the first time with me in the casting booth, presented of course by our fantastic producer there, Jack, in the background.
Yeah, buddy, been an absolute pleasure, and it's only going to get better as the daytime continues into night. I absolutely love nighttime racing, even if it's on a road course like this. I'm used to doing it on oval short tracks, especially get the short track Saturday night shootout. That's what these guys are getting ready for here today. Road course racing with the lights on. Tell you what, if you had to drive, if I were going to make you drive, Dean, and pull you out of the commentary booth box, you have to drive. You want to drive during the daytime or drive at night?
Okay, good question. I've driven at night before, and I've been really sleepy driving on some very lonely roads in Australia before, and I've had to pull off to the side of the road and say, something too tight, which is what you have to do, of course. Fatigue kicks in. Yeah, I prefer driving at day, my friend. If I have long distance trips, I always get up early in the morning and drive all day. Nighttime racing takes massive amount of concentration and energy. And driving is concentration. Whether you're on a road, just chilling and not driving at 200 miles an hour, driving the speed limit or not, it's concentration. So, yeah, I would recommend driving at daytime if you could choose it any day of the week.
You know what? I understand what you mean completely. If I were to take fatigue and tiredness out of it, I would definitely choose to race at night. I so enjoy racing at night. Every time I get the opportunity to run the Daytona 24 in iRacing with my team, Western PA iRacing, I always ask to be in the nighttime. At least one or two of the stints of mine be at night because I absolutely so much enjoy it.
Have you taken esports? Absolutely. Oh, sorry, yeah, because I'm talking about real world scenarios. Yeah,
real world, I don't mind.
But yeah,
look out
esports? Absolutely, I would love low time racing. That's great, actually, because you got the reflections, you got the lights. If you're illuminated track course, you're doing ovals, sure. But have you tried like Le Mans and stuff like that and 24-hour races? That is tough. All you're seeing is brake
like
lights and
Bristol
headlights.
Or Martinsville, whenever it gets late at night, turn on the lights there. That's always a good time.
Not turning out lights on these drivers at the moment. We still have the 711 car leading this one from the 889, Aston Martin 1-2 in the Bentley in P3. 4 and 5 the 44 and 192, another Aston Martin duo. Good luck for the McLaren driver team, of course, there in the 98.
Yeah, Bears doing
special.
a good job.
Couple laps
Ralph
down, but still in it.
Yeah, Ralph Molensky in the 16 car, the Lexus in 7th. 8th, obviously another Aston Martin. That's the 147 machine by Deschick. And then you got Bourne in that 267. He's been in that car quite a long time. He'll probably be getting ready to get out of that thing. And just behind him is this car, Christian Carlos Guiaro, the 333 Lamborghini machine. Doing a really good job to stay quiet and consistent all day. And speaking of quiet and consistent, this 13th place car, the 67, currently being piloted by Nikos Hank. This car is super fast at the beginning of the race. Got as high up as like 5th position. Ever since then, it's kind of fallen back down the racetrack, but they've got to found. They must have found some sort of speed because this car has climbed back up the leaderboard.
Motivation, energy, and dedication. Maybe a bit of sim grid that they've found, haven't they, to boost their motivation. But yeah, exactly. I mean, all these drivers, remember, some of them had those DT penalties, those drive-through penalties they've had to serve, which is driving through the pit lane at the slowest speed you ever want to be able to do, but within the speed limit. Get back out there, get on with it. Endurance races, it ain't so bad to have a drive-through penalty. In a 3-hour sprint or a 1-hour race or whatever, that's pain with a capital A-A-N, without the S, of course, because you're not in Spain. 67 car livery we're looking at the moment. Cool, calm and collected there. Nicholas is handling that car in the Hantley. I'm sorry, Nicholas, if I'm going to pun on your name there, but you're doing a pretty good job there for the Petrol Racing team. That's
good old Petrol Aficionados Racing.
Yeah, he's not the fastest McLaren in town. Love to go up in the P6 for the 98 car on that one, which is what the overtaking 2-for-1 special, I think you mentioned. But look at this battle.
Yeah, Luca Gagliardi in the number 33 car, currently in 23rd place. Trying to hunt down that McLaren just ahead. That is Louis Plaza, that 720 car.
Absolute motor racing action for the 33 car. And there's a lot of cars on track at the moment.
Just ahead. 16 machine. Whoa, look at the dive bomb there. Going to go over those rumble strips, bouncing the car around pretty haphazardly there.
It's kind of like when you take that rental car back there and you're not supposed to drive it over there and you go on the opposite ripple strips that cause that punchy tires. Bang. Drive-through penalty all for the Honda and the P16. Another one of those off-track limits drive-through penalties, which will cost them a little bit of time here. Currently, you know what's going to help out there? The old Nissan team in an 81 car. Couple of laps back, but they may well put them back into play.
Looks like the 16 drive-through penalty was cleared, so I'm kind of surprised to see it back up. Purple lap for the 214 car, though, the last 2 laps back-to-back. They got a 206.097 and then a 206.017, so they continue to get faster and faster as the race goes on. Won't be too long before we see them up there.
But
kind of battling with that car ahead.
They are boxing at the moment. I was going to wonder, who did you bribe with a couple of those Cervezas to get that information? Because I didn't get that at the moment, but if they're in the pit lane at the moment.
16 car, yeah, they're obviously going to have to serve this new pit lane penalty.
Oh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sorry for the noise in the background, because it's pouring down rain and it's bucketing down. Don't worry about the rain for me. I guarantee it's sweaty and sweaty and sweaty. Still, the Bentley has the fastest lap, believe it or not. Nobody stole that 206 flat almost time.
Yeah,
Set
I
back
wouldn't
a
be
few
too
laps early.
surprised if before the end of the night the temperatures start to drop. These guys can really start using those tires. We get down into below the 205s. That'd be pretty cool.
We did kind of like wonder if it's going to be a 205, didn't there, in this situation later in the race? I don't know. You never know. As you said, the cool temperatures help those boots in town. Best boots are walking in Texas. Well, Luca needs those best boots walking at the moment. He's putting pressure there on the Absolute Motor Racing team. You can see the white livery versus white livery. Different car manufacturers, of course. That is Aston Martin versus McLaren.
Yeah, McLaren has it. Aston Martin wants to get it. Oh, dive down to the inside for the Aston. He's going to try to pull the old switcheroo on what happened this same spot last time. McLaren goes a little bit wide again there. See if the Aston can clear him. Doesn't look like he's going to challenge. Oh, he turned him. See him slowing down. I think he's going to try to give it up. I don't think the stewards are going to appreciate that, though. He still might need to serve a penalty.
I got a little bit of race control from inside the car. You ready for it?
Amen, brother.
That's what I'm hearing at the moment. Yeah, we got to get back on it. Remember, there's still time to go. You still have 2 hours and change to go in the race. You do not give up right now. If you want to give up, don't think, well, if you do think about giving up, think about the 81 car running a P18 at the moment. They had that disconnection issue. They're now running up there. So
drive-through penalty for the 22 car was cleared. Accident involving the 33 car has been noted. Getting word now from race control. We'll see if they have any more actions for that. And it's interestingly enough that the 22 car, it looked like it said that they were going down pit road. So I don't know if that's them serving the penalty or if that is race control kind of clearing it for them or not. But regardless, they're still in 16th position.
16th position and big grid is a great position to be in, of course, because it's crucial for the first round. Remember, first round. Yes, it's points, points, points. Once again, you don't want to go back to that situation in Formula One back in Abu Dhabi last year when you're going to be battling it out for 1 point in a championship. You got to think of these days right now to go, wow, if we only got P14, if we only got P15, that would have made all the difference.
Yeah, so Dean, in the last couple laps, the 889 car has caught up to the 711 car by 1 second, and the 214 has ran them down by about 3 seconds. These guys, second and third place, continue to lap in the 206s. 889 continues to get high 206s. 214 gets in the low 206s, but that 711 car continues to lap in the low 208s, so he's going to run out of lead before he gets to the end of this race.
Boxed a couple laps earlier as well, too. 9 laps on those tires, 7 laps versus the A89. But the big difference at the moment, they're running the Bentley car, still needs to box. They're 20 laps currently on those boots. Still haven't visited pit lane at the moment. They have a lap up currently on P4. Will it be enough for the other Aston Martin? I'm sure the Bentleys don't want to have an Aston Martin still in the P4 away from them. Well, once again, still have a couple more driver changes maybe to go there. And certainly at least one more, I'd have to say, their Austin box pit stop for the final time. Maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm awfully interested to see just how the run for that 44 car can shake out, because they are about 10 laps, pitting sooner than the rest of the field. I don't know if this is something that they've planned all day, or maybe this is just them just running with the punches and getting what's real, rolling it, excuse me. We'll have to see before the end here. This is looking at the 889 car. This is Fadi Rachma. He's currently doing a really good job to bring this car around here. Continues to catch up to the leader. And he's also being caught, though, as well by the car behind him, the 214 of Dexter. He's got a bunch of lap traffic to navigate up through ahead. This could be what proves costly to his race, is how fast you can get through this lap traffic, the ebb and flow of lap traffic in an endurance race.
Yeah, Rushmore, you're watching at the moment there. They're lapping 207s. Pretty much separately. He lapped a little bit quicker on that one. I was going to say the last lap, he lapped about a second quicker. And then just behind him, believe it or not, the Bentley just lapped a 206. So he shaved a second out of them. So the three-way battle is brewing and brewing and brewing. Because, well, I'm not quite sure what brews you're going to have here in Texas, but either way, I'll tell you what, it's going to taste nice if you can get yourself into that podium position.
Yeah, I think before pit stops, we should see all three of our front-running podium cars get together before we come down pit road. I would expect for that to happen, so it'll be interesting who catches who first. I feel like because they're all spread apart, pretty equidistant, they'll all come together right at the same time. So they're catching each other pretty equally for right now. Wouldn't be too surprised if we had a three-way battle on our hands just before pit stops. And then it's who do you have left to put in the car and how fast do you think they can go?
Are we gonna see an old-fashioned Western showdown here in Texas, mate? Whoa, you couldn't script a movie better than that. I think we're
I think it's
Hollywood
definitely
right
going to
now,
be
couldn't
close.
we?
Up ahead
Yes.
here, Fadi Richmond, you've got the 333 car. That's a Lamborghini. He's in 10th position. Just behind him, our sole Acura in the field. That's that number 22 machine. He's going to go to the left and brake pretty hard, pretty early there to let him by. See if that 333 Lamborghini lets off anytime soon to go ahead and let Fadi by as well. He's going to go to the outside. Are we trying to let him by? Yeah, he really got to orchestrate that better.
He's like, okay, get on by, but I'm gonna put up a bit of fight. You can see
really
the
loose
Lambo
on
switching in
corner
the back.
exit there.
Exactly. And now, is he gonna let on by the next car behind? Of course, that's battling it out in that crucial battle for the crucial points. You said foaming at the mouth, my friend. Foaming at that champagne. Well, how are they really drilling for it? It's 2 hours and 11 seconds to be drilling at it right now.
I would expect so. I mean, at this point, it's a little bit too early. You know, don't count your tadpoles before they hatch, as the old Kermit the Frog would always say. So I wouldn't do that too early on right now. But you really, I mean, you know, you got to put your ducks in a row. You have to continue to plan this race like you're going to be up in the top three positions to kind of basically say, this is when we're going to pit. This is who we have left to get in the car. I think for the end of this race, it's still going to continue to be Jan Schmidt in the car for the 711 car. I feel like Fadi Rachmat is going to continue to be there. For the 214, I feel like Dexter has already driven a stint before this one, so we might have one more stint left from another driver on that Bentley.
And Austin, the sun is setting in downtown Austin, Texas. You can see right now, there's no more glow from the big burling helium and nitrogen ball in the sky. It's all the brewing of the engines that are firing up at all cylinders at the moment here in our Challenger Split Series. Coming down to the wire, the showdown in Texas. Everything's bigger and better in Texas. It's going to definitely be, well, Cowboys versus Renegades or not. Either way, we do guarantee you it'll be an Aston Martin somewhere on the line. Are we going to see a Bentley on the line? Are we going to see a surprise there? Maybe get a McLaren there or a Lexus? Anything can happen. It's bigger and better in Texas, and the race is getting bigger and better and heating up at the moment. It's cooling down more than it is heating up at the moment, isn't it, Austin? But I'll tell you what, don't tell those drivers right now, because it's hot, steamy, and their heart rate is through the roof right now.
Yeah, you talk about obviously the sun now setting, so this track is no longer being heated by that big ball of fire in the sky. The air temperature and track temperature are both 20 degrees Celsius, so the track is going to continue to get cooler and cooler from here on out, and I expect lap times to drop just a smidge over the next couple of minutes here until they're probably going to bottom out to maybe about a half hour before the end. But this is riding aboard here. This is looking at Amido Decasaire, 214 car. These guys, as much as I said they were going to end up catching up to the leader, the lap times have stayed pretty much consistent here. I don't know what slowed down the second and third place drivers, but you know, ever since we talked about that, there's the reason. The 711 car, Yannick, he's picked up the pace quite considerably. Still losing maybe a tenth or two each time, maybe about 7/10 of a second to the 214, that Bentley machine, but he's picked up the pace just enough to be able to hold on to this lead, I think, until after the pit stops.
Tell you what, we're going to get Mr. Carlos Sainz, Carlos Sainz, of course, Windy Carlos Santos in here. It's a hot one, like 7 inches from a midday sun. Yeah, that's exactly the song you want to be hearing at the moment there, because I'm hyper. I'll tell you what, I'm not hyper enough unless I add HyperX to my name. And if I add HyperX to my name, maybe I'd be getting some goodies there from HyperX at the moment. Either way, I'm still hyper. It doesn't matter. And I'm hyper about this race, as you said. I wouldn't want to be 7 inches from the midday sun, that's for sure. We already had that. We were already sunburned, weren't we, from that grueling 6 hours and 52 minutes earlier. I told you to put your suntan lotion on, my friend. Make sure you protect yourself. Skin cancer is nothing you mess with.
I think I might have gotten burned today.
You definitely pasty, mate. You live in the northern states. Slip, slop, and slap, as they say in Australia, right? Slip on a hat, slap on some sunscreen. And yeah, watch some fantastic racing around Coda.
Yeah, Martin Fernhardt in the 192 Aston Martin. Just behind him, he's got the leader, that Schmidt car, the 711 machine. He's got a considerable gap, though, both the positions in front and behind, so he's not under too much precedent here to worry about losing time to this leader.
Yeah, that's the rose red machine, isn't it? It kind of feels like you're in a vineyard at the moment. You saw over the rear wing there of promoting, and we'll see how it can handle the situation, because at the moment the headlights are on. I'll tell you right now, my friend, I told you those drivers seem to be stepping out of the shadows and into the spotlight, as it's race time here as the sun sets down. 2 hours is going to end at night time, but I guarantee you there's going to be 3 drivers and 3 teams, 9 drivers illuminated on that podium celebration here in Austin, Texas.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be an absolute big celebration for any of their drivers tonight. Still, you look at Martin, he's been going pretty fast. I was kind of surprised how long he'd be able to hold on to this. And ever since talking about those gaps, in second, third place cars catching up to our leader, he has continued to just put down some heaters of laps. Currently lapping in the 207.2s, so he's turning up the wick, man.
So I have 6 9s for P2. Interesting as well, but shaving a couple of tenths off here off a 2-minute lap is not a great deal, but when you have 2 hours and change to go, that is a great deal. And the great deal at the moment is the great deal between P4 and P6 and P5, and here it is at the moment. That's McLaren at the background, but Twitchy Richie coming out of the corner, making their way down the long back straightaway. There it is. Do you like your wine red or white? I think you like your wine red at the moment.
Yeah, probably red, yeah.
Well, maybe. You might be seeing blue.
Oh, bit of a pinch there. He wasn't too happy about how he'd been raced for a while. This is a 15th place car. Felix Van Duff bringing the 13 numbered Audi machine down pit road.
Just above where we are in the box. Commentating box at the moment, just us, of course. We do have the other fantastic crew there. Jack is there. We sent Jack down to get us a couple of hot dogs and snags. Oh, we have a pit stop there from the Audi in P13, P15 in the 13 car. Out pit road. I'm going to go up with that observation tower view later on, mate, and watch that race up there. We can see if we get the wireless microphones and sit there and watch the sun setting down here on Austin, Texas.
Oh yeah, get us a couple of beers. Sit up there, feet up in the air, hands behind our back, just do it.
I'll tell you what, mate. Everybody thinks this. That little, it looks like a slide, doesn't it? It runs down the side of the tower. It's got to be a slide, doesn't it? Wouldn't that be a slide if you had to just slide your way back down? Why would you want to walk back down the stairs? Take the slide.
Oh, I take the slide in a heartbeat. Oh,
I don't think it's a slide. It's not a slide. You've been to this track before, haven't you? But there's no slide, but we'll turn into a slide.
Oh yeah, just put some rails on it and turn it into a fine slide.
It's a 300+ meter slide. That'll be interesting to see if you can slide you.
Probably pretty darn close to terminal velocity before you hit the ground.
Don't try that at home, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure the authorities are not going to allow you to do that one. I'll tell you what, if you want to slide, my friend, slide your way into the top of the timesheet. It's 192 laps. We're going to click over 200.
Oh man, that one car was flying, literally. I don't know what that was about. You see Pascal Cerny come down pit road to bring the 118 Porsche down.
He's already in heaven, mate, looking down on the rest of the race at that point.
Oh, yeah. He is ascended. Maximilian Deschek in the 147 Aston Martin, currently in the top 10. Waiting on a couple pit stops from him. I think he should be due down pit road in the next couple laps or so. I tell you what, though, our leader continues to kind of bobble up and down with the times he's been putting down. I don't know if this is because the lap cars, aren't getting out of the way fast enough or what, but the lead continues to kind of tumble down towards nothing. It's now at about 5.2 seconds on my timing and scoring.
Awesome, we've seen this before, but this is when the pressure mounts, isn't it, from the other teams? They realize,
it's almost like they realize pit stops are coming in, and they choose to either drive harder or softer.
Absolutely. They kick up an extra gear. They say, okay, well, all of a sudden they tell the driver there is an extra gear available, and the driver says, what, you didn't tell me that earlier? Bang, kick it up into another gear. That's what they do, because now it's the pit stop change scenario. That's when you do deliver it. Remember, Michael Schumacher has won many championships before. He won majority of his championships in the outlaps, in the pit stop strategies. And that's where you get it done. We'll see what's going to pan out here at the moment. 2 hours, almost 2 hours as we tick-tock down our way. What a race it's been. The energy has just been through the roof, hasn't it? You've kept me awake. I don't need coffee, my friend. I just need a little bit of Austin in the casting booth with me.
Oh yeah, I have my Pepsi to wake up in the morning. That's my quote-unquote coffee. I don't need any more caffeine. Booling up here in the booth with you, buddy.
And of course, Jack at the moment always keeping us sharp on our toes, making sure we know exactly what's going on, because Zach knows exactly what's going on. Zach's providing all those fantastic pictures as we see our current race leader, the 711 car on the Pit Stop UK team, delivering what they need to deliver. 5.3 seconds, but under a bit of pressure, as you mentioned, from the 889 car. Aston Martin's delivering here in this tier, in the Challenger split tier, and of course you want to see what's happening in the other championship tiers. You need to hit the exclamation mark command center. And we did hear a little bit before that, Porsche is doing well, and the other teams and the other manufacturers are doing quite well as well, those tiers, which you can check. I believe we are the first so
yes,
far, so we'll see the checkered flag before the other tiers, which will give us the opportunity, of course, to sit back and watch them later on. We'll see how it all pans out. Almost 2 hours to go, mate. And you have to have a cheers with me on the 2 hour mark to go, and I'm sure all the other drivers will be cheering and way as we count down under a minute to go for the final 2 hours of our exciting start to a season. Race 1, believe it or not, just race 1. We have 5 more of this fantastic racing series to go.
Good job again, kind of floating around that 5.4 second delay here. Good job though. And just kind of keep it calm, cool, and collected. I mean, you can totally, completely nurse this lead here for a while. You don't want to give up too much of it, but it really just seems like as time goes on, he continues to lose a little bit of time. I don't know if this is traffic, because just down the road, you have 5 seconds of a gap right about there. It's that second Aston Martin in line. That's that 889 car, and then about an additional 7 seconds, behind him is the next car in line.
And still the Bentley at the moment, the 44 car that's running in P4, not the Bentley, my apologies, but they have to box. They have to box. They're running 27 laps, a complete alternative strategy at the moment. And is that going to pan out for them? That could be interesting. Are they going to stretch this to the end of the race? At the 2 hour marker, well, that's a big stretch. But is that definitely going to pan out? What's it there? Oh, I'm trying to see the gap at the moment apparently between them. They have a lap up on the 192 car behind them. This is very interesting, man. I hope you paid attention in math school.
So 5.2 seconds separating first to second place, and then you've got an additional 7 seconds on behind them, and then it's almost an entire lap back to the next car. So definitely a lot of ups and downs for this. It'll be interesting too to see when everybody comes down pit road. Currently, all the leaders have been averaging about a 30-second lap stint, so it'll be interesting to see when they all come in. The first place car, Yannick, he pitted about 16 laps ago, and then Rahman, he pitted about 14 laps ago, and then Deshik, he pitted 15 laps ago. So lots of other cars getting ready. Tell you what though, that 44 car in 4th place, they ought to be coming down pit road in about 2 laps from here, Dean.
And we had to be going down pit road for a little bit because we're approaching that marker where we're going to have to go, obviously, to a little bit of a short break in a minute. Drive through penalty, obviously going down for 33 car there in P21. But the action is going to resume. The action will definitely resume. And, well, of course, we have to have a fantastic crew. 9 hours, of course. You can imagine the drivers get a break. They have a bit of a swapperoo. We get a little bit of a break. And, of course, HyperX is going to give us that fantastic break entertainment. Everybody out there, pay attention and have a little bit of a breather for a minute there and check out the other streams. We're back in just another monito or two for some fantastic racing for the Challenger Series Round 1 here in Coda.
Welcome back to the virtual Austin, Texas. We're here at the Circuit of the Americas. I'm Austin Belke. Alongside me in the booth is Dean Hopton with our director and producer, the man behind all sorts of the cameras in different angles. Excuse me, Jack Maloney. Had a little bit of a burp there. But we're back here. The lead continues to get closer and closer between our three front runners on the podium. Just a couple laps ago, we saw the 711 Aston Martin come down pit road. Since then, the 889 has come down pit road. You saw him just now coming back out of the pits. Now the 214, the Bentley, the pole sitter car, the car that led the first couple laps, is back out front now, leading the next few until he, of course, is forced to come down pit road. This is when we get a really good idea of who the front runners are and just the gaps between them as we come down to now the final pit stop. There's only going to be one more from now till the end of this race if you're everybody but the 214 car.
The 14 car boxed on lap, but we'll get that one information in a second. Of course, you mentioned exactly, 26 laps currently.
I expect him to come down pit road any time
27
now.
for P2, of course, there for the Aston Martin, and
a little bit 25 laps for the 889, so they can come down pit road basically whenever they want. They will have the advantage though of running the car out of fuel right now. I think if you're gonna, the faster you go is when the less weight you have. I think if you can reduce that weight and go faster, you might as well do that. I will say though, I'm not sure if I like what's going on right here, because the problem is, right, you see this 214 car currently up front. The 711 is right behind him, so even if he does go down pit road, he's going to have a lot of ground to make up. Unless, of course, we've missed something.
You got an hour generally you get for the amount of times you get for those laps that you can for the fuel and tires. Anybody bold and brave to stretch it out to 135, which means you have to take another pit stop? That's going to be an interesting question on top of that one too. That's something that's actually occurred all the way down to the 44 car at the moment. The 44 car at the moment have just boxed 9 laps. They could stretch a whole alternative strategy, but of course the top 4 you're talking about, well, they're on similar 26, 27 laps on those tires, getting ready for their pit stops. But they're going to have to be too early, aren't they? There's no way they can stretch it to 1 hour mark.
You know what? I'll correct myself too, Dean. Big mistake here. Yeah, you see Ruckman coming down on pit road. We must have had a bunch of passes here while the stream was down for you folks. It was also down for us as well. So lost a little bit of the action here from the ACC server. But of course, so we've had a couple different moves for position on the track. So basically as they run, that's how they are, with the exception, of course, the 889 car has just now come down pit road after about 26 laps on that set of tires. So he should be good for the rest of this race. They are confirmed as being down onto pit road. So the 214 car is the leader.
Yeah, my apologies about that one, Austin. You said no pets into the casting booth. Well, my dingo had that cable and chewed on it a little bit, and we got that patched up and fixed up, of course, courtesy of our fantastic man out there, Jack. He's
Jack
pretty good
Maloney,
with soldering iron as well, too,
working
isn't he?
miracles.
But, yeah, unfortunately, my dingo had to leave the booth there, but we're back at the pitches, of course, as you mentioned.
So, Dixer currently in the lead. The man we're looking at right now, Maximilian Detchik, in the 147 Aston Martin. He's currently running in 7th position, that brightly colored car. Been up in the top 10 pretty much all day long, trying to see if he can't run down that 16 car of Ralph Malensky. The Yeet machine just ahead of him, about 2 seconds up the road. This battle's been getting closer and closer the more time has gone on. Very quick, similar to that lead, in fact, as well.
Been waiting for that little bit of the Yeet machine, haven't we? We're missing the Yeet machine.
Yeah, I haven't been able to say Yeet in a hot minute. Oh, you see the Yeet machine
Yeet's
down
in the
on
pit
the road.
I think they're missing you, my friend, and they decided to come and visit you.
And I would like a Yeet autograph.
As well as the blue machine there, of course, the midnight blue. Sophia going into the pit lane.
Sophie, she's been doing a really good job all day long. The 714. I love that dark blue Aston Martin. Such a great color.
Midnight blue, my friend, as you will be approaching. Not midnight.
I don't know, royal on it, but it's midnight. I do like it quite a bit.
Midnight Halloween's over, my friend. Ooh,
more of a lapis color, maybe.
Yeah. Interesting, but still the top runners. They're approaching the 28-29 marker. Who's going to jump first?
Yeah, this is the point where if they stay out any longer, they are going to run out of fuel before too long. All these drivers, though, once they come down pit road, they'll have to make another stop before the end of this race. They do feel like
7-11 in, mate. 7-11 in. You called it.
7-11 down pit road.
Yep.
Running aboard
The
this
Bentley's
is
back on
Fadi
top.
Rockmit.
do you believe the Bentley's back on top?
Yeah, he's been up there. He made a pass for the lead a little while ago. I do expect we'll see what Rockmet can do. He was pretty far down the order before he came down into pit road. We'll see if that fresh rubber can do anything for him. These guys will have to make another pit stop within the half-an-hour mark to go. I do wonder, though, you run the car out of fuel and then decide how much to put in it, or do you pit around the hour mark and then basically go to the end?
I'm more curious to see whether or not the 192 car in P4 can stretch it. They boxed earlier, they're 11 laps. Oh, that's a big stretch, but they're going to be an alternative strategy. Interesting call, man, but everybody else is on the similar strategy. They do the 30 laps, of course, and they all boxed a little bit earlier. They're all boxing currently right now. That's what I said, mate. Well, you don't want to listen to your engineer correctly in your headphones. Maybe you'll hear him correctly if you have your HyperX headphones on, mate. Noise cancelling, microphones, all that jazz. Is looking at the rose red of Martin for the Apex Lava Racing. Lava. Definitely heating up.
Oh yeah, things continue to get hotter and hotter. The sun has gone down. The track continues to get cooler and cooler as time goes on. You see Maximilian DeChick in the 147 Aston Martin come down pit road, move the number 98 car of Nikolay Polikov into the 6th position as he comes by the front stretch this time, but I didn't quite pass the 147 car just in time.
But time. Now, if everybody is new and welcome along, of course, with the VCO Racing Series. Well, if you ask questions at the moment, if you're familiar, you're not tuned into this one, you've never even seen races like this before, ask the questions, we'll answer those. We have a walking Wikipedia of knowledge here between Jack and Mr. Austin. Answer those questions for you. Is 7 and 8 are in pit lane. 7 and 8th position that is in the pit lane. That's 147.333 as my voice breaks a little bit. Can't blame me. We're doing, what, 7 hours and 30 minutes? My voice should continue for another hour and change.
If you're just now joining us too, you're in the Twitch chat. If you're just only watching the one screen, you can type in !command center. It'll come up with a link. You can click that link, or next to the follow button right below that big screen in the middle, there is a command center button. You can click on that to view all 3 of the races going on at once. There's the cash split, the rival split, and then this the challenger split. They're all split by about the rivals about 5 minutes, and there's about another hour and a half before the cash split went live, because they of course had a much larger in-depth and covered qualifying sessions. They're quite a far bit behind us. We'll finish up a little bit before they will. And then if you also want to look at the live timing and scoring, live timing, it'll bring up the pit wall website. You can see all the raw data that we're looking at here in the broadcast booth at home at your leisure. So you can go ahead and do that whenever you want. Live timing.
An exclamation point achieved. Ian, one of the blokes that I know for way back, of course, has followed myself there and has followed many of the racing leagues that I cast for. Thank you very much, Ian, for tuning in there. Asking a great question as well, too. Are these a 3-man team? Ian, my friend, Senor. It's 3 per this team, sharing the wealth there of minimum hours and what they have to put in together as a team, win and lose as a team, but that is exactly the correct answer to that one. 3. You win and lose together as a 3-team member. And thank you very much for tuning in there, Ian, as well as everybody else. Welcome along. We're getting down to the business hour, my friend. Mr. Austin, 1 hour and 28 minutes. Can you believe we've done 7 hours and 31 minutes already? It's time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, I certainly can. This race has absolutely flown by. If you're just now joining us too, that Bentley, the 214 car, qualified on pole, followed by one of the Aston Martins, and then the sole Nissan in the race, the 81 car, started in 3rd. After a while, the Bentley started to fall down the field, and then he had a drive-through stop-go 30-second penalty, was forced to take that, put him all the way back down in 20th position, and then the Nissan started to absolutely dominate this race. That number 81 Nissan, currently being piloted by Mr. Chamberlain. He was leading for a while. They got that car out to a big lead. Mr. Frost held on to that to the best of his ability, slipped back into the 2nd and then the 3rd place, and then when they did another driver swap, they got a disconnect. So one of the drivers basically just timed out of the session. They had to put someone else in the car. That dropped them down to about the 22nd position. They've been clawing their way back through the field. Unfortunately for them, they did it a lot later in the going than, of course, that 214 did. That's why they made their way all the way back up to the front of the pack. We've got pit stops going on currently. We expect a couple more laps, and then the rest of the field will have made their pit stops. And then after that, I expect the rest of the field to come in maybe about the 20-minute mark. That's, of course, when they'd run out of fuel before the end of this race.
If they run out of fuel, some teams, of course, most of them will. And yeah, you got to tell you what. Well, yeah, Captain Scully, you mentioned about piloting. Well, I tell you what, the Nissan team, of course, after having the disconnection issue, have powered their way into P16 at the moment. So, well, you know, we're going into the Hudson. Not quite going into the into Austin, Texas, but landing past that car at a place that you wouldn't expect to land it after those massive communication disconnection issues.
See Harley Chamberlain, he's brought this car all the way up back to P16. He's lapping right about the same lap times as the leaders. That just shows you how much pace they've had in this car. That disconnect really set them back about the better part of 3 laps or so. That's just the kind of deficit they've been having to fight back from. They continue to get closer and closer to the front, but there's only so much you can do when you've got about 3 hours left. Just behind Harley, you see the overall race leader, that 214 car, the only Bentley in the field, trying to come up to Harley to put him yet another lap down. I don't think he'll be able to get quite all the way up there before he has to come down pit road. On my timing and scoring the pit wall, it says that the 214 car has already come down pit road. I updated it just to make sure, but yeah, it says he's pitted.
You are correct. He absolutely just pitted. And the top 3 have just pitted. So nothing gets past you, Mr. Austin in Austin, Texas, of course. Well, there's a reason why you have Austin in your name. Have you been to? You have been to Austin, Texas before, watching some Formula 1 races?
I've never been west.
Oh, I thought you had.
Further west than Wisconsin.
We'll have to get you some tickets down here, my friend in the future, of course, in the virtual world. You are here in the booth with me, enjoying those Texas barbecues.
He's absolutely hauling the mail. He is on something special right now. Of course, has the purple lap time, fastest lap. Of course, if you're wondering what all the colors mean on the left-hand side, that purple versus black. Purple means just the fastest time of anyone. If we're on a red car in the field, instead of being a black number, it'll turn red. That's just how you can easily see who the camera's on, with the exception of Klaus. If we're on Klaus, it'll stay purple.
So on the moment there, and racing the 214 car in the lead of the race by 3 seconds and change. Bentley's back and leaving those 4 Aston Martins behind, but still early days to go. I'm still looking out for the key alternative strategy for the 44 car currently running in P4, driven by Stein Heluba, if I pronounce that one correctly. I can't really do that, but he's 14 laps on those tires. Alternative strategy. He's going to box probably in the next 20 or so minutes, but they go to the end. Whereas we do know the other drivers may very well have a box. That's going to be a showdown in old-fashioned Texas. Yeah, welcome along, everybody. Next level racing. Yep.
I was just going to say, I think the 44 car is a little bit too far back to mount any sort of challenge. We'll see if they can do that based on having to pit one less time than everyone else, but I think he's a little bit too far back, even just timing-wise. He might be out of this, but obviously, you know, it's not over until it's over.
An Alamo showdown, I have to say, wouldn't it? But that's San Antonio. We're not too far away from San Antonio, are we? But yeah, you never know. Alternative strategy may very well pay off for them. We have to see how it will pan out. But either way, guaranteed if they can continue to do those results. Points. Race 1. Remember, it's a clean straight. And still, to this moment, Mr. Austin, apart from the qualifying points, everybody is on 0 points because this race ain't over yet. And you don't see that checkered flag. You're still on 0.
Well, it's important, though, to remember, you know, you're not tied for first. As Ray Evernham would always say at the starting of the season, everybody is tied for last. You need to prove yourself able to be first.
Can I punish my poor Nissan drivers at the moment? 81 team have a drive-through penalty. Ouch. I mean, everything's going through.
We'll see if they have to serve it. They are down pit road already.
They're serving it now. Oh, this is going to be painful. I mean, they've dished everything at them. But you know what? Once again, you're on 0 points at the start of the season. So you've got nothing to lose. If you had that going into the round 6 in this championship and you're battling for the lead of the championship, that's when it might really start to, you know, jab and hurt a little bit. At the moment, just deal with the situation and put your head down. They have put their head down, haven't they? They've had everything thrown them out of tooth now. And no commentating cursing, of course, I don't think, from you, but just get back out there and keep doing it. Get some points. Points,
yeah,
as I say.
Philip Bellowender back out on the track in the 67 car. We haven't seen him since the earlier stint of this race. He was one of the fastest guys out on track for a while.
Yeah, petrol racing, my friend. Felipe. And wasn't he the 2-for-1 special master at the start of the year?
Oh, he certainly was. He was Mr. 2-for-1.
See if he can deliver those results again. He's done. Certainly a driver to be looking out for in this series. Absolutely. If I want an autograph from most of these drivers on the grid, he's right on top of my autograph list.
Oh, definitely. He did such a phenomenal job to catch up to people and then pass them almost as soon as he got up to him. He could just put that car anywhere he wanted to in the earlier stint to this race. It was just phenomenal to watch. We'll see he's got 4.0 seconds up to Heinen in the 118 Porsche just up the road.
Oh, you get a handshake, and that'll be down to 3 seconds in a couple of laps. What do you reckon, mate?
I think so.
And not a gambling man, but I guarantee one thing: gamble on a couple of channel points there on the Twitch. Doesn't cost you anything, and you won't lose anything. And any other surprises at the moment as we get down to the 121 remaining here, 221 laps, because we will be probably the first of 3 broadcasted streams here this evening that will be crossing the line first. And of course, if you don't understand what we're saying in English, you can hablar español for their fantastic Spanish team, and exclamation mark command center, and you can just click on the buttons at the very top there. It says channel streams there. Click on those. Multiple phones, multiple streams, anything you have, pull it up. Once again, Jumbotron. If you can take over the New York Yankee Stadium and put it up in the Jumbotron. Don't do it at the moment. I would steer away from Qatar trying to put that up on the Jumbotron screens there. You might upset a few thousand million people around the world. But any other jumbo screen?
Oh, that
Ferrari. Yeah.
Man, I was looking at the rival split. Somebody almost spit it pretty hard. Looking at the chat here again, issue for the 81 car. Yeah, they had another drive-through penalty, so that's going to put them further down the field. They only really bumped them down to 17th place, so they only lost 1 place. But of course, the further you get down the field, the larger the gaps are between these cars, because they just continue to have larger and larger problems as time goes on. So unfortunately for Charlie, he did have to serve that drive-through penalty.
But you got thinking about points overall for the season now, isn't it? Because you get those gaps forming up there with an errant change in endurance race. It's you're just contemplating right now bringing the car home, aren't you? Just like, all right, what are we going to do? Maybe another driver swap towards the end, or no, another pit stop, and then just think about those points, start crunching those numbers. If you can deliver those results you need to deliver, it's easy peasy to change in an endurance race. Has anybody ever predicted the whole scenario right now for our top 10 at the moment at the top of the hour? I don't quite think you get any 100% on that one.
I don't think so. Yeah, nobody. I will say, too, it's really interesting to look at. We'll talk about it one more time for you folks at home that aren't sure about the balance of power. That's basically if one car is more powerful at a certain track than others, they will sort of what's called a balance of performance. So bring them all back into kind of an equal playing field by adding weight to certain cars. So, for instance, at one track, the Audi might be really overpowered, so they're going to put 100 pounds of ballast in the car just to slow it down so it's not as fast. These drivers are given what's called a weight budget in terms of kilograms. Let's just say we'll take an Aston Martin for reference. The budget for that car is 72 kilograms. Most of the teams today, they need to use that 72 kilograms over the course of a season. So you can use nothing, and then all 72 kilograms at once. You'll have a fantastic drive in the first 4 races we use these GT3 cars in. But for that last race, you are going to be absolutely dogging this car, because it'll just be so slow with that extra basically 140 something pounds in the car. At that point, it's probably upwards of 150. So these teams can choose to use how much they want to use at a time. Most of these Aston Martins are about between 30 kilograms and 15.
That's why it's called BOP, my friend, balance of power.
And especially the Nissan as well. They're going to choose to split theirs up almost equally along the 4 races. So they have 25 kilograms of a budget. Today they're using 6 of them. So 4 times 6, 24. At some point they'll have to take that extra kilogram and get 7 at a time. So for them to be this fast with that much ballast relative to how much they should have, I'd say they got a lot to hold their heads high about.
Absolutely, you're correct on that one. That's where the mathematics can come into play a little bit later on during the season. But now it's about just delivering what you have to deliver for the final remaining, and getting into that nighttime, as you said. Like, some drivers are going to have to handle that endurance. It costs us endurance because, once again, you have to split this racing up between 3 drivers. So they've had to do the effort here, had to do the work. There is limitation, of course, on how many hours you can do as a driver. You can't have one driver just driving the whole race. have to split between your teammates because there is no iron team. They've been doing it quite well. Some drivers have elected to go a little bit longer than others. That also brings, when you go longer, man, you do a couple of hours of a race. That means you also settle a little bit of fatigue, and that's a risking it for the biscuit, as I like to say. Here we go. Welcome along, everybody. Don't forget the old HyperX, and it is old HyperX. HyperX has been around for a long, long time, and they've been delivering the absolute results. And we have to shout them out because fantastic sponsor for a fantastic series that's just starting. Remember, just starting. We have so much more to go over the Christmas break and into the new year. New racing, new league, and new sim racing. And of course, if you don't have your sim racing rigs, well, talk to the next level. I'll set you up for that one, won't they?
Yep, certainly will. And of course, this is a 6-race season. Of course, we'll be in the GT3 cars for 4 of these events, including this one. So after this, we'll have 3 more races. There is also, I believe, a Porsche GT2 split, and then a BMW. So that don't quote me on those cars, but they for sure are pretty much kind of a stock car race where everybody's in the same equipment for those races as the season goes on. Currently up front, it's still Klaus Nyring in the 214. He's got a 3.2 second lead over Yannick Schmidt in the 711 Aston Martin. Behind him, it's another Aston Martin to round out the podium. That's Fadi Rahman. He's 10 seconds back from Yannick.
I want to currently see the alternate strategy. And the alternate strategy at the moment is a 44 car running in P4. Steinenberg is 18 laps. Now, you know, I want to see if they can stretch that down to the 1 hour mark and go to the end. This will be very interesting.
I feel like they'd be close. Let's look at it. So they got 19 laps. They could probably do another 10 laps before they're forced to come down pit road, maybe even close to 11. I think at that point, I think they could definitely make it. I mean, we've only got, how many minutes left of the hour? 15? They're basically doing about, 1 lap every 2 minutes. It's 7 more laps. I think they could definitely make it down to an hour.
Now, the 83 seconds away from the leader. Now, the leader being the top 3. The leaders are boxed. They have 5 laps, 7 laps, and 8 laps on their tires. Can they go to the end, or will they have to pit again? Now, if obviously that 44 car can stretch it, they won't have to pit again, which means that 88-second gap is going to close down significantly, of course, not having to box again. But
yeah,
if
I don't
those lighters don't have to box.
I don't think the first 3 cars can stay out because at this point, even if they were to pit right now, they'd still basically have, the better part of, I'm even going to say, an hour and 10 minutes on their tires. Even if you split it up to say you do 1 lap every 2 minutes, that's still like 35 laps. You can't do that.
That's one for the chat, exactly, because nobody stretched it past 30. 30 is the,
basically
gas
70 minutes.
Is, yeah.
If they were to come down pit road right now and leave pit road with an hour and 10 minutes left, you need to do 35 laps on a tank of fuel, and you just can't. It's not feasibly possible at the race pace these guys are pulling. So I do feel like the 44 car, as we get closer and closer to seeing how everything is going to play out, I do think they have at least maybe a hand close to gripping the trophy. I feel, though, for right now, these podium guys, you really can't count any of them out.
I feel like you and me, mate, we're going to drive back to the airport at the moment. I'm going to undergas the car and see if I can run that up. When the fuel indicator's flashing at the moment, I'm going to be sitting there with you and me going, can we make it to the airport, mate? The level's down to 0. We're running on vapors, the fuel tank. How much do we have in reserve? Be like, Biggles, just keep pushing it, or do we go on the gas station? That'll be the biggest question, isn't it? Like a Seinfeld
push
episode.
The clutch in. If you don't have a manual transmission car, just go and grab that gear shifter, put it into neutral.
So what are you doing on the 44 car at the moment? 20 laps now. They're going to come in.
If I'm in the 44 car, I run this thing dry, and I'm always a big proponent of running the car dry because you go faster towards the end of the stint. Why do you do that? One main reason, the less weight you have in the car, the faster you go. It's the same reason we add weight as a BOP adjustment. The less weight you have in the car, the less fuel you have in the car, the less weight you're going to have in the car, the faster you're going to go around the course of the lap.
I think they're looking good.
That, run the car almost dry.
They're looking good. Okay, 42 minutes they've been running on those 20 laps, 43 minutes now. All right, we know that an hour is pretty much the bubble of your tires and your fuel. So now, if they stretch it to the hour mark, and this is really, really stretching, 12 minutes is all they need. 43 minutes they've been running on. They stretch it, a quick in and out pit stop, there to the end, knowing that the 3 cars up the road have to pit, but they have an 84-second gap. They're up for a podium. That's interesting. This is the first alternative strategy you're really starting to see here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because even though they're so far back and they can be the first ones to pit, they're basically going to have to run the car dry to the end, whereas everybody ahead of them is going to come down pit road for a lesser amount of time because they really only need about a half a stint's worth of fuel. They might not need to take tires, and that might save them some time depending on if you can refuel and take tires at the same time. But it just all depends on how fast you can come down and get back off of pit road. I feel like while they're close to being on the podium, they might be a little bit too far out of touch for the win.
You're not confident enough in the alternative strategy, my friend.
I'm going to change by them having a hand on the trophy at this point. I don't think they're close enough, but I'd love to see something happen for them.
Another tough step of the podium. It's more about the actual podium itself that they're stretching for. And I like to see the alternative strategy because it's indicating to everybody else what you could do, what you could possibly do. And once again, they just need to stretch it out. They're out on the bubble, 21 laps, of course. They're only going to go to 30, max. That's what they could do. That's all the car's going to handle. We've seen it from all the drivers here this evening we know. I think pretty much we have to say we're experts at the moment, my friend, because we're almost 8 hours into this. So we kind of got a little bit of history books there. Spreadsheets. If we talked to some of the other casters before, they're talking about spreadsheets, right, mate? Yep. Spreadsheets are there.
I think so, yeah. I'm an engineer. I like spreadsheets.
You should, yeah, exactly, my friend. I'm honored to have you as and engineering your way into all that data. You love data, right? You love crunching numbers.
Oh, big time.
I just want to see how far obviously they're going to have to stretch it to the max. They're going to have to run vapors. Have you seen? I haven't seen anybody stretch it 31 laps yet.
No, I haven't seen that. And to be fair, as long as you can come down pit road pretty much once every hour, you're not going to save yourself a pit stop before the end if you stretch it. That extra 5 laps, because how many times does 5 go into 60? Is that extra hour? It's 12 times. If this race were 12 hours long, I would say definitely run this thing dry, take it to that 30th lap, see if you can get that extra 5 minutes out of the stint. That way, if you do it 11 times, you won't have to pit that 12th time. You're just going to be really close to finishing the race on fumes, maybe running out of gas. Otherwise, in this race, it's not long enough. You pit every hour.
Well, that's their strategy right now. That's their strategy to take that little bit of a gamble there. Whether or not they will have enough gas in that tank to just cross the line is what they're gambling currently at the moment. If you want to gamble on it at the moment, you want to gamble on winning a prize. HyperX, shout it out right now in the Twitch chat. You may very well win some friendly, fantastic gear there from HyperX, and you type that in there. Just type it in there. So we'll go back and review it there for the competition. And nothing hurts you. It's free to type HyperX, and you may very well get free HyperX gear. We can't, of course, because we're part of the competition. We won't get that, but I'm already wearing HyperX gear, mate, so I give it to somebody else that needs it or wants it. I'll tell you what, if you don't have it, I wouldn't be able to listen to your fantastic voice there at the moment, Mr. Austin.
Philip Bellwender, he's getting a lot closer and closer to that car just ahead. That's that 118 Porsche just up the road. You can see it's that light gray color machine. These guys go through that fast left-hand kink of turn 10 down to the hard braking zone of turn 11. Trying to set this car up for a big old run down the backstretch. And Porsche not very good at these long straightaways. That's the McLaren's strong suit in this battle right here.
I'm loving this track is not actually illuminated at night too, so somebody's could have cranked up a couple of generators there and thrown a couple of floodlights. And more likely, the actual laser lights in the background, isn't it, there to celebrate the party town that you're going to have here in Austin, Texas a little bit later on. So you're only what you basically have to see at the moment is those little illuminated lights on the front of your car and a little bit of the red lights on the back of your car as you have to navigate you around and spot your braking points, of course, that aren't illuminated on the side of the track. And great battling. Here's Felipe again, once again. Wow. Well, here is Mr. 2-for-1 Special. He's back in town.
Yeah, Mr. 2-for-1 Special getting closer and closer. It doesn't look like he'll be able to continue that name because these guys have 3 laps all the way up to the rear end of Mick Williams in that 333 Lamborghini, who's currently in 10th place. So top 10 currently just out of reach for these guys, but never say never. Something could always happen before the end of this race, but I certainly do believe Philip is going to have himself a position here in the next couple laps or so. He's just too fast earlier on in the going.
Too Fast, Too Furious. Question out there, which is actually a fantastic question. Is there a list of kilos for every team in the round? I believe that information is on the social media. So if anybody is listening to me right now, please find that link and please share it in the chat there, because that's a very interesting question as well. We had that information up here. Maybe you can post it or somebody else can post it. That's a great question. We would like to obviously show that information. It has been posted in various of the 10,000 different social media networks. It was mentioned at the top of the show, but hey, you know what? It's we're 9 hours, almost getting 8 hours into this race. So of course
we had a disconnect, Dean. I believe we've lost the 67 car.
Oh no!
Yep. Looking at the timing of the scoring, he is just set just before you get up to turn 1. I was wondering where he was, because that 333 car and the 27 just up the road, as well as that 118 car, he's currently going into turn 11. So we might have had a driver disconnect. We'll see if Jack can confirm that for us. But I do believe he's gone.
Oh no!
Yeah, Bellawanda has disconnected. So you hate to see that for him.
That
They're
is
having such a good drive. He was really on the move up through the field too.
Damn you, technology. Why? I'll tell you what, all I can say right now is...
That was perfect. I need to get me one of those, but you're going to have to teach me how you do that.
Sorry, yeah, I feel for the team, of course. But you know what? Lift your head up. It's race 1. You got more
it's
racing
race
to
1.
go.
You're going to have a lot more opportunities to come back into this thing. And, you know, I'll say it again. You can have one mulligan in the 6-race series. You're not finished yet.
You could talk to Chamberlain, of course, there in the Nissan Team 81. They've experienced that same very much painful difficulty. And once again, we mentioned this, isn't it? Real life motorsports, the car just breaks down on you during a race and you're like, start kicking in if you're Max Verstappen. And it's the same thing happens in the virtual esports world. Something goes wrong with the disconnections and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, you're in that same scenario. Get your head down. Happens to everybody anytime randomly. But don't take it away from your racing speed and a racing spirit and a racing team. And thankfully, once again, look at the positive side of this. It happened on race 1 and not race 6.
Exactly, yeah. Looking at here, this is Benny Whitty, the Yeet car, the number 16 machine. I never pass up an opportunity to say the Yeet, especially in a serious area like this for commentating. He's got a little bit of ground to make up before he gets all the way up back to Polyakov. Just behind him, though, he's got 4 seconds back to the Aston. That's that Aston in question. That might have been a Mercedes. Yeah, there's that Aston way back further in the picture. 4 good seconds is just a little bit longer of a gap.
That's one way you're trying to find the Mercedes, mate. I don't see any Mercedes in the grid at the moment. Let's go back down 24th position at the moment.
Yeah,
that's because, you know what?
It's a 9-hour race. We're 8 hours in. These cars are all sorts of jumbled up, because there's the 7 machine, and then here's a Mercedes. Clearly, it's a Mercedes, and the car behind that was the Aston Martin in question.
And no
see
fun
the taillights
Mercedes,
here.
But my friend Bose headphones compared to HyperX headphones, there's no battle on that one. HyperX can handle Toto Wolff slamming them now. Key at the P44 car at the moment, 24 laps. There it is. But the problem is at the moment, they're 24 laps. They're lapping 208 flats. Everybody else around him, including the driver in P5 at the moment, is lapping 206. His leaders are lapping 207s and 208. So, powerhouse there for the 192 car.
Saw a question in the Twitch chat asking if there was a list of all the BOP, the kilogram budget for each cars and what they were taking. We're trying to see if we can get that out there. Not sure if we can get that found and in time for sharing for you guys all at home to view.
Yeah, don't give Jack too much more information to go. Okay, everybody else help out in that one. I think it's on the Twitter and the social media. So I mentioned that before.
Yeah, I checked
out
Twitter.
There. Yeah.
And make sure you
check
follow VCO, by the way. Follow all the stuff involved with this so you know when the races are. Hit the follow button on Twitch as well. It might be down in the description, too. All sorts of important links. We're actually going to show the results table on the screen. It'll have the ballast of each car as well. So we'll be able to see that in just a second, too. Thank you, Jack.
You'll have to hang around. And right on cue. Thank you
very
much, Jack. Bang. Jack is
There's the handicap, and as you can see that Bentley up front, they've got 30 kilograms to take before the end of the season. They've elected to take a whopping goose egg of them. So far, you can see everybody else pretty much hovering around that 30 kilogram limit.
That was the average, wasn't it?
Thank you so much, Jack.
Yeah, look at the surprises, but P9 and P10 usually a little bit underweight there, 5 and 8 kilograms. I'm not surprised.
Oh, yeah.
On that one. Well,
Yeah,
I am
to be
surprised.
fair, there is no sort of comparison for how fast that Lamborghini is going to be, or the Bentley for that matter. They're the only cars here. Big shout out to that Nissan, though. I think that group's going to get
P4's
faster and
boxing.
faster as time goes
Sorry
on.
to cut you
Oh,
off. P4 is boxing. I knew that, but then again, they're boxing currently at the moment. What are they on? 25 laps. They're going early. This is a stretch to the end. You're on the 1 hour mark.
To be fair, I don't think this is early for them. This is just hitting right on the hour. You know, they've been doing right around
They gotta go
sometimes
to the
20
end.
laps, sometimes
That
19.
has to be the end right now.
I think they can make it, to be fair. They're going to come off a pit road with about 1 hour left. They'll be all right.
Get me excited, man. My heart rate went through the roof. And well, I'll tell you what, my heart rate went through the roof. Jack is on fire at the moment. Jack, I can't believe how much
Thank you so much,
the best
Jack
producer
Maloney,
on the
director,
planet,
producer,
Jack.
camera
Everybody,
guy.
I want to see a shout out from Jack in the chat, please.
If I could clap my hands with my finger on the push to talk button, I would totally do that.
Here's one for you, Jack. Here we go. Ooh, this battle at the moment.
And
Flashing
good
lights at
swear
the
words.
moment. Ooh, a couple of drivers here a little bit upset about having the lap traffic.
Ooh, I tell you what, though, that 44 car has to be careful. He's got to make sure this tires are warmed up because there's him. There's the Aston Martin just behind that 147 car. So he's got to be pretty, or excuse me, the 192 car. He's actually passed him. So he got through. So he's going to have to make up some ground
it's
here.
Crunch time, isn't it? You got to get those tires up the temperature. But the problem is the 44 cars just lapped in the traffic, isn't it?
Yeah,
They
and it's a
got
lot
this
harder to
traffic
do
to
right now,
deal
too,
with.
because the 192 got through, and it's a lot colder as well. Harder to get the temperature and pressure into these tires.
It's 94 seconds, so it cost them, give or take, what, got 88 seconds and change away from the race leader. So that's a little bit. Look at that behind them. Look at that fantastic camera angle. Looking over the back there of the number 4 car there of Dziskowski, the 192. That's the car we're looking at, of course, at the moment. And this 44 car wants to get by him because he's got fresh boots in town. Can they make it go? Let's see a 3-way run here. I can't even remember what turn we're in at the moment, mate, because there's no illumination on this track at night.
And speaking of musical references, how talk about the heat is on for that 44 car. He's got to get that thing cooking, make his way up through the field. He's got to dispatch these lap down cars and then catch and pass that 192 car. And that'll be for position. He is not obliged to get out of the way.
And they're realizing, because they're out there on the pit lane strategy, the alternative strategy, they know that the top 3 cars had to box. So every tiny second counts right now. And it's costing. But then again, what are you going to do? That was a late strategy call, different strategy call. They had to come out somewhere. They come out, unfortunately, in traffic. And, well, they get it done. And, well, we know currently at the moment who's going to yield and who's not going to yield. Welcome along to the HyperX Motor Racing. It's been exciting. Challenges to split, of course. We do have the other splits that's going, and they're still, believe it or not, in daytime, believe it or not. Well, they are, not all of them, of course. The main split is in the daytime, we're at the nighttime, and I believe it or not, the other series is in the nighttime. Finally here at the moment for the final time. 1 hour remaining in our VCO virtual competition racing.
And if you want to see all the splits going on at once in the Twitch chat, you can type in ! Command center. You can see them all going on. You can turn them all on and off individually. And if you're not too good with the Englishes, or then hablo español, you can also turn on the Spanish broadcast as well.
I'm not good with English or Spanish, my friend, but I'll tell you what, I'm good at looking
I'm
at
pretty
cars
poor at
trying to
both.
make their way around Coda, at least. How are you, you're Americano?
I'd say well versed in it.
Do you know what a real quick question was in this battle at the moment forming? There's your 44 car, of course. Dominic is taking control of that car at the moment there.
Yeah, fresh tires versus old tires and low fuel.
Fresh driver too. See how he can run that
Oh
one.
yeah, Dominic Goals just got back in the car. Yeah,
They
good
call
eye.
the Italian the Tifosi. What do they call the American drivers in the Assetto Americas? American
I have
fans.
no idea. The next, I'm not sure.
Oh, up on the inside, make it stick.
Oh, and he forced him wide too.
Yeah, you got the best boots, but remember, that's a lot more confident in your tires because you know that the other drivers are running on a little bit older boots.
Yeah, we should see him kind of scoot away here, and just behind these guys, there's that 333 car. And you know what? With that that disconnect that we saw out of that McLaren, with that 333 car up now in a 9th position.
The heat is on. Race leaders have to come in soon. They're on 14 laps for P1.
Yeah, I think
16
they've got
laps for
about
P2.
a half hour before they come down pit
I think
road,
you're
I'd
right.
say,
Yeah,
on
it's
meters.
splash
You might
and
as well
dash
run the
towards the
car
end.
out of fuel. That's the fastest you're going to be.
Splash and dash, mate. That's what they say.
The only question I do have, though, at this point is, do you risk, being out there for another half a stint on those older tires? Can you do that, or are the tires basically spent?
No way, mate. No way. You're looking at an hour max on those tires, and tires and fuel. They're 30 minutes for P1, 34 minutes for P2, 36 minutes for P3. So do your math on that one. 56 minutes remaining. No way you can make it to the end. Remember, you're also at the end, at the very end of the race, but then again, still, there's only so much you put in that fuel tank.
Yeah, these teams are going to have to do the math at this point to say, well, if we are going to run, for this many minutes,
98
what percent of
McLaren's
that
in,
is,
mate. He's
an hour?
elected. 98 McLaren's in, so he said, okay.
Oh yeah, Polyakov down pit road. And
Yep.
of course, you can see that too. You don't have to be on the front stretch to know that, or do the old pit wall. It'll give you a little P on the left-hand side of the screen, that timing and scoring column. A little white P in the white box will tell you that they're down pit road.
I'm sure some of these drivers at the moment, once they elect to change over, they go, I need to go pee, because I've been driving that car for a little bit of time for the F1 memes. There you go. It's an F1 meme for you.
Fani Rahmat, the number 889 car, trying to see if he can't hunt down Yannick Schmidt.
Is that 98
what,
car?
Schmidt's
The 2
falling
for 1
off
special? Is
of,
that the 2
Klaus
for 1
Nyren.
special? Is it the 2 for 1 special car we were talking about earlier at the top of the hour?
Yeah, the McLaren car, the 67 Bella Winder. Oh, he's back
67. Yeah, you're right. That time flies when you're having fun, isn't it? And considering we've had 8 hours in fun.
in. Oh yeah, been an absolute blast so far.
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me, and I'm probably sure it's around a similar time for you, mate. We got it early for this one, and that's what we like to do, of course. Drivers have, you gotta remember, we talk like, it's we've had to suffer the pain of doing that. But you can imagine the drivers, mate, the amounts of hours they put practice in, all 3 of the drivers per team.
Oh yeah,
we were sleeping,
usually when I do these
practicing.
endurance races, it's probably about 10 to 20 hours of practice for me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When we're sleeping, they're practicing.
At least 5.
And it's been good. It's been absolute fantastic racing so far. It's been very good, clean racing, very admirable racing. I guess people will once again realize this is a 6 race round series, so they're not always like just put it this way: F1, Formula One, Media Limited Group are like, can we have clean races like this in Formula One? Because it's just been fantastic so far.
Not a chance. Not a chance. No offense to the goat of Formula One racing, but I don't think Latifi could crack it in this league.
VCO produces much more of a great show. Drive-through penalty for the 119 car. Ouch! And that's one of those off.
Yeah, it's been there for a while. I wasn't going to talk about it until he either got it cleared, but the race control is not going to clear it, so he's going to have to come down pit road.
Not too bad, of course, at this part of the stage. You might lose maybe a position or so because you're talking about lap cars down at this point. Just to give everybody an indication, everybody on the lead lap currently at the moment is only the top 3 cars. Everybody else is a lap down.
Yeah, you talk about that, and to his credit too, Gold's in the 44 car. He would be on the lead lap, but he already made his last pit stop. So after the 3 podium drivers come down pit road, he will then be promoted back to the lead lap.
Yeah, that's their alternative strategy that they mentioned.
And
they're not looking for a race win, but I'm thinking they're trying to see if they get past the 889 car to steal the final podium position.
I think they've got a shot at it. I think it's a long shot, but again, I think it's just them saying, you know what, I don't really care about race strategy. We're just going to pit once every hour on the hour, and we should be about even Stevens with the rest of the field.
And why not take a gamble? You have really nothing to lose because the other drivers that are around them from P1, P2, P3, and P5 are all on similar strategy, which you'll have to box soon. They're 34 minutes,
one car
16
around
laps.
Philip Ballawender had some issues.
That's a 2 for 1 special.
Around. Yeah.
Oh no! Is this that nighttime racing kicking in, as you mentioned? It's concentrating at night. It's very difficult, as you know.
Yeah, I don't know if he made a might have had a hardware malfunction before, and that's why he disconnected. Maybe he had to restart his PC, or maybe that's just something else, or might have had some contact with another car. We'll have to keep our eyes on the drive-through penalties. The 119 car is now down pit road to serve theirs.
So the midnight blue action, of course. I tell you what, those blue cars really do highlight themselves at night time, don't they? I was surprised that that deep blue purplish color. You see? Oh, wait, it sticks out. Getting down to the business hour of the business end of the racing. We're under an hour to go. 225 laps. Bentley in the lead. The 214 car. 711 in P2. The Aston Martin duo, obviously an Aston Martin domination there. And then 889 in the 44 car. But the top three have to box. They had last boxed P1. 16 laps on these tires. 18 laps on these tires for P2. And 19 laps on the tires for P3. So we know that they could stretch them, but I tell you what, even if you were 16 laps for the 214 car, the Bentley leading it, there's no way you could take that at the end. Could you?
I don't know. That's a great question.
That's a stretch.
Nearing out front, he continues to do a great job. He continues to pull away from the driver in second place, went down some really good lap times. The lead is now increased to 12 seconds. You know, tell you what, the 214 car continues to put down laps well within the 207 range. They've been doing a phenomenal job to kind of keep your lap times low and consistent. Yannick Schmidt is putting in some 208s every now and again, but Rahman, he's down in the 207 still.
But keep it on that 44 car, mate. The one that took the alternative strategy. Did it at 206.5.
I'll be interested to see if Rahman can run down and pass the 711 car for P2. It'll be interesting. I think he's going to get close enough if he continues to run this pace before the end of this race here.
And just let everybody know if you tuned in late or early. Yeah, on average, the lap around here, I'd have to say for the 9 hours would be a 208. But now, because they're getting to the very end of the stint and the cooler tires and the cooler temperatures, they're getting down to the 206s, 207 territory you had seen earlier. And of course, on top of it, you've got that extra gear and motivation, because now this is the time where you can make your overtakes and get the job done. Because after that, basically 50 minutes from now, the checkered flag will be waving and the race will be over.
Yep, pay window is going to open up really soon here. Time's going to get down to crunch time, and these drivers are going to have to basically lay in their bed. They've made it at that point.
Hope everybody's doing okay. Thank you very much, everybody. HyperX, of course, sponsoring this one, Next Level Racing. And just shout out HyperX at the moment. If you don't, shout out HyperX, please do, if you're listening to us in the chat, because there's a chance you may very well win some fantastic HyperX gear just by typing that. That doesn't cost you anything at all. Maybe it cost you, what, 6-7 letters on your keyboard to type it?
A couple of calories, that's about it.
Just type it. You may very well win. More racing, of course, is occurring behind us in the other tiers. So these drivers will finish first. First you have to finish first, as they say at the moment. Well, hopefully at the moment the 711 car wants to finish first, the Bentley, but they have to go to the pit lane, so they have to go sign a Sharpie and autograph to you, Austin, and say thank you for racing in the pit lane.
Well, Dean, I think we've got about 48 minutes left on the overall race clock here. Why don't we say we take our last break here and then carry the race through the end?
Absolutely. We give Jack a break, of course. Jack Martin and yourself there. Let's be back in a little bit. Don't you go anywhere. And in fact, go to look at those other streams. We'll be back in a little bit.
welcome back to the Challengers split of the VCOLFX FLExTREME, here for the 9 hours of Circuit of the Americas. Joining us live here in Austin, Texas, my name is Austin Belke. Joining me in the commentary booth is Dean Hopton, and in the production trailer controlling all the cameras, of course, is Jack Maloney. You're just now joining us. We're just past 8 hours and 20 minutes in the race. We've got about the better part of 41 minutes left. As I said, this is the Challengers split. The first to go out of the three, it'll be the first to finish, as it was the first to start. Currently in the lead is Klaus Naring. He started on pole. He led about the first 20 laps of the race, and then he was soon overtaken by the rest of the field, namely the Nissan, currently driven by Chamberlain. That number 81 car, the sole Nissan in the field. He led for a big portion of the race until he was overtaken by another car or two. He still held on to a podium position until a teammate got in the car, was disconnected, lost him about 2 or 3 laps. They dropped down to 20th place. They've clawed back from there. That 214 car rode around at the podium as well until they had an off track. The stewards decided that was their fault ultimately and gave them a stop-go 30-second time penalty. That dropped them down to about 20th position. They've done their best to claw their way up, and now they're fighting in the lead. And this is, of course, a hard-fought lead. That they are legitimately, though, in the lead. It's not due to a pit stop trickery or anything like that. They are just super fast today. They've got about a 16-second gap here back to the 889 car, currently being piloted by Fadi Rahmat. Dean, it's been an excellent race so far.
It has been 28 of the best in town have delivered the results they had at the start of the hour. Of course, we're going, obviously, as you said, 8 hours and 20 minutes into this one. Getting down to the business hour, 40 minutes. Nighttime, of course, as the sun sets, and stepping out of the shadows in the spotlight will be some of the gladiators this evening. Down to about 26 and change drivers at the moment. But as you mentioned, alternative strategies are starting to kick into play at the moment. The 711 car, that is Mr. Leach. I think it's changed to me. It's Leach that's elected to box a little bit early in that strategy. Usually pit stops have been about 30 laps, but they've elected, knowing that they're getting down to business end at the moment, they've gone 22 laps and they've got fresh boots on. So they are now currently running 77 seconds away from our race leaders, who probably, definitely, if not anything, have to box. The last time they boxed, 22 laps for our race leader. 25
you know what we haven't talked
laps.
about, Dean?
Yes,
drive
sir.
time. These drivers have to drive for 165 minutes each guaranteed. That could be the deciding factor. These guys could be saving their ringers to get in the car at the exact second they need to. That's what I think they've done in the case of Mr. Leach. Now that he's back in the car, he's definitely one of the faster guys in this split.
Oh, as you said, Francisco making their way around the 27 car there. But, getting it done, of course, at the night time. If you can see the cars.
Yeah, 2 McLarens
Look at
back to
that
back.
tower. There you are. The tower, you can see all the trackside. At the moment, you can hopefully see all those tracksides. Boxing right now. At the moment, P6 is in the pit lane. We don't think anybody can really go
Yeet.
to the end. I don't know. Yeet, of course, you mentioned.
And I think everybody but him and the 44 car, and of course I believe the 711 machine, everyone else but those 3 or 4 drivers still has to come down pit road one more time.
This comes down to how well you've done your mathematics at school, how well you've crunched your numbers, how well you've worked out your strategy. Can you deliver? 38 minutes to go. We know that the limit has been from anybody so far in the 8 hours and change of racing. Nobody has stretched past 31 laps. Now, you don't have to worry about 31 laps at this point, because 31 laps equals about an hour of racing. Well, at this point, you've only got 37 minutes left of racing. But if you are currently the 214 car in the race, you've done 49 minutes of racing. So do your mathematics on that way. There's no way they can stretch an hour out of that car, regardless of the coasting saving you do. You've got to have the box.
Yeah, the best they could do is to stretch an hour out of the car since they last came down to pit road, but they could not stretch that gas until the end of this last hour of the race. So they're going to have to come down pit road one more time. Currently, it's only the last 2 drivers that have a legitimate shot to win this thing. They don't barring any unforeseen complications with anyone else left to come down pit road. They should both come back out onto the racetrack quite a far distance ahead, though, of Mr. Leach. But we'll have to see what happens. It's not over until it's over.
Until the checkered flag, of course, because it's still at the moment. I mentioned that before to you multiple times, and everybody else has tuned in. Thank you very much, and tuning in, and welcome. Hello, hello, hello. High fives, fist bumps. But once again, just remember, Austin, at the moment, everybody's on 0 points. race.
Yeah, good opportunity to get out here and earn some points. Good opportunity. You know, there's 6 races left in this series, so you know you can have one mulligan. That could be today, but it'd be much easier for all these drivers to start out with a whole heap of points, especially if you get in this top 10. Top 10 in this split, very hard to come by. You see a lot of drivers really had to grind tooth and nail for these positions, especially for a top 10, put you in a good points position for the rest of the season.
I tell you what, you've had to do something, haven't you? If you had done 8 hours and 23 minutes of racing, of course, share between your 3 teammates. Yeah, you've definitely done a little bit of work, a little bit of homework. Of course, a bit sweaty. Have you got some fans out there? I hope you're hydrating.
Yeah, definitely going to have to take a shower after this one.
Yes, of course. I'm not quite sure if we're going to go down to the pit road there and conduct some interviews at the moment. We'll do that
Rock
maybe.
Mott, 889.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
889 car down on pit road. That's the Aston Martin. You see that being the one that's
P2's
closest to the camera.
You're right. They're going in. They have to go in. Because we
Now looking for that 214 car. He's all the way on the opposite side of the track. He might come in this time by, but he doesn't need to. He's still got a lot of fuel on board that Bentley.
What about 711?
711 car
They're
is
out.
currently rounding through turn 19, but again, he's about an additional lap down, isn't he, from the leader? So he
gonna
might
unlap
be able
himself.
to pass him.
Yes, he has to pass himself because he already boxed earlier. In pit lane is the
Well, he's not a lap
889.
down. I think he's going to overtake the 889 car.
You're right. Here we go, zooming on by. That's going to be painful. Is it enough?
This should be him right here. Hold on. Yeah, 711 car is already down into turn 1. There's the 889 just there. Now comes back onto the racetrack. I'd like to timing and scoring. It should settle in here on the left-hand side of the screen.
It will
should
settle in a
update.
second, exactly. Absolutely, it will settle itself. Just bear with it for a minute or so. Less than a minute,
My
hopefully.
pit wall screen, it shows the 711 as being about 1 turn up the road for the 889, about maybe, I'm going to say, 5 to 7 seconds up the
You're
road.
right. It's 5 seconds right on cue. Nothing gets past Austin and Austin, Texas, of course. Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas. Austin, mate. Yeah, it's a coincidence that your name is the same as the city that we're racing in, by the way.
Yeah, well, my dad always likes to say I was named after the car, the Austin Healey, because Corvette and Camaro wouldn't fly by my mom.
Wow, okay. I'll tell you what, this is going to be a showdown in Austin, Texas, because 5 seconds. You got to
Talking
remember,
about more
they've been
music
racing
pieces.
for 8 hours and 30 minutes almost, and you're coming down to the tooth and nail of 33 minutes to go, and they're separated by just 5 seconds. Could you believe it?
Yeah, these drivers start to working on their night moves. Ryan Leach is currently, I'm going to say, a good 3/4 of a track behind our leader, but of course it's all going to come down to the end. As soon as that 214 car decides to come down pit road, that's when the heat is going to be on. Pit window's going to open. That 711 car, a handy overtake of the 889.
They're going to be pumping the laps right now. This is when you get showdown done. Exactly, get the
Oh, yeah, we're
laps
talking
in.
about Showdown. There's the ELO song, Showdown.
When do you box at the moment? You have to
Ripping
box,
out
of course,
these-
for the leaders.
I think you run out, you box as soon as you run out of fuel, if you're the
I'm
leader.
trying to keep an eye on the times, of course, because they come out of pit road for the other drivers, so we can't give you their fantastic laps they've
Well, he's
been
got
cranking
clean
in.
air too, he does the 214, so you wouldn't need to pit just yet.
Yeah,
You're gonna run out of
207.
fuel. I pit as soon as you hit some lap traffic.
So at
and
least
they
at a
stay in your way.
207, with a 207 flat, 207.9, so about 8/10 shaved between P1
Well,
and
810
P2.
shade, but he did just have to work around the lap car being that 147 behind him. That 147 car, they are not slow at all. That is a car with top 10 speed, so nothing to scoff at. The 147, I mean, he's in 6th position, so that was not a slow car to have to get around. That's a challenging one to pass.
Showdown, absolutely. I tell you what, passing in cars at the moment is an achievement to make, especially at the nighttime here. As it's all going to come down to the absolute tooth and nail. Thank you very much for tuning in here for the Challenger Split. Of course, there's other motor racing that's a little bit behind us, of course, in the different laps, so a little bit less laps, more racing entertainment. But this will be the first of the finishes here for the first race of the season, and it's getting
About 5
down to
minutes
the wire.
behind us is the rival split too, Dean.
Yeah, well, 5 seconds is the rival split between P2 and P3, and 5 minutes, of course, is the other splits. Still, the leader has to box. Now, pit stop time, Anybody give us an indication of the pit stop time? Because it's 76
Really?
or so
You know,
seconds
it's-
between P1 and P2 at the moment.
It's going to be hard to put an exact number on it because it's all going to come down to how much fuel they take. If this were just a regular pit stop, like they'd be taking full fuel and 4 fresh feel-good tires, I'd say for sure I could give you an exact number for just how much time you're going to lose down on pit road. But because he's basically only needs to take about a half of a load of fuel, it's really hard to judge how much time he's going to spend on pit road.
I'll tell you what, Jack's probably ready to crunch those numbers for you.
Oh, I
Fantastic
guarantee he
cruises
knows it.
throughout
I
there.
guarantee he knew how much fuel he was going to have to take before we even started the stream today.
Yeah, Jack could give us. Oh, Jack's saying a 112. So Jack's saying 112. I bet I see it that moment. The moment.
Ah,
Jack's right on the
112?
money.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Well, 112, but it was 76 seconds. So do your math on that one. That's the separation between P1 and P2. Tell you what, I'm going to need some HyperX headphones to tune into this close battle. 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, if it is a 112, they're going to come off pit road. He's going to be 3 seconds clear. So yeah, Jack's further breaking down his math. Will be about 32 seconds for the car stationary, and it takes about 40 seconds just to go in and out of pit road. Once you hit, of course, you have to obey the pit road speed limit. So thank you very much, Jack.
Yep, Jack's back, of course. And, well, everybody out there, please tune in for the final dying stages at 30 minutes. So you kind of like saying final dying stages. After a 9-hour endurance race, 30 minutes goes by like nothing.
Oh, Rahman is even caught up. He's now just 3 seconds behind the 711 car of Leach. This is looking at the 333 car of Andrew McWilliam. This car has been fast all day long. I've really appreciated the R3 Racing, just their stance on this whole affair, that, you know, how they've carried themselves in this race. They should be really proud of the run they've put on. And of course, the attitude that they've taken. I'm a big fan of this team, big fan of their attitude for the race. I hope so many good things come for these guys as the season goes on.
Well, they're flashing at the moment, isn't it? The Lamborghini team have just been delivered everything, haven't they? Everything's been thrown at them.
Just solid, consistent. If somebody fast catches up to them, gets to the inside, they yield the position. And to be fair, you know, they're racing people how they want to be raced. There's been a bunch of guys, as soon as this car comes up to them, they race them the same way that the 333 races. So it's been awesome to see. Here's a guy we haven't talked about much today, Nicholas Urbantat, the 853, and the BMW currently running in 18th place. We haven't had a whole lot to say about our lone BMW in this split, which, to be honest, in an endurance race, is kind of what you want to have happen for you. You don't want to be out there making the flashy headlines. You just want to have a quiet, consistent day.
That's because BMW's trying that camouflage livery, of course. You couldn't spot him, could you? But now you can spot him.
Yeah, he's
I'd
pretty
be
hard to
spotting
see,
him
to
up
be
at the
fair.
turn 1. That's where you'd be spotting the BMW
Oh, throwing a
driver.
haymaker.
Yeah.
He's going to get it done, too. What a move.
Brilliant.
Especially on Mr. 2-for-1-2. That 67 to Bell Winder. He is no slouch. He was one of the fastest cars earlier today.
Crucial points, of course, remember. I mean, 20 positions, points, of course, make all the difference. Bringing the car home is making all the difference with 28 minutes.
Fifth place car has come down pit road. The 192 car, the Aston Martin of Diakowski. This will be their last stop. So at this point, I would expect the Bentley in the lead to come in any second now.
Yeah, I
After
was going to
27
say,
laps.
They're stretching it to 27 laps exactly. Everybody else
He
around
could
is
probably
15.
make it another 3 minutes or so based on what his last couple stints. Or I should say that team's last couple stints. But his lap times have slowed down quite considerably based on the tires. So if I were him, then I'd want to come down pit road this time. But I don't think he's going to. And crucially, you talked about Jack calling that, 1 minute
drive-through
12.
penalty for P9 as well is going in
Oh,
there
for
somewhere
more
along.
than
Just ahead of this
267,
battle, you're
Lexus.
watching a little bit. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Once again, they may be on the radio there as a team trying to discuss that one and
Wow,
negotiate it. We'll see.
How about the purple lap for McWilliam?
Wow.
A 2:05.770. My goodness, last time by, he is flying.
He was at the pace in the 333 car at the moment, and knowing probably at the moment, maybe a little bit of consolation award, knowing that the P9 has to move over and give him that position. Well, it has to move over.
I'll tell you what, though,
that.
Dean, I was going to bring it up before I noticed that new fastest lap set by Andrew. The gap, Jack said he's going to be stationary. He's going to lose about 1 minute 12 seconds worth of time. That's 72 seconds. Currently, the gap was about 75. It's now fallen to 74. That Bentley, he has been coming into a little bit of trouble as Klaus the last couple laps.
He's on 28 laps. The 30 is the cap. The 30 is the cap. I have not seen anybody bold and brave to go over 31 laps. You're running on vapors at that point. He knows he's got 26 and so changed minute. His team, of course, knows.
Run the car out of fuel, but don't bring it, don't bring it in on absolute fumes. You want to, kind of be a little bit on the safe side here. Man, look at Andrew. He is hounding this Lexus. The Lexus continues to stay out. He doesn't want to serve this drive-through penalty. I think his team is going to go ahead and fight this, but I'm not sure there's too much fighting. This, of course, was the Lexus we saw being so defensive earlier from that big old train of cars. And, who was it that got by earlier? I think it was Andrew that got by the first time. He's looking down to the inside, shoves the car down there. We'll see if he can make it stick. Oh, he does. Great move.
Yeah.
That was textbook.
Andrew, my friend, you're going to be my driver back to the airport later on, okay? You've done it, mate. I'm pretty sure you get me to the airport quicker than everybody else at the way you're driving.
Oh, he could take a 30-minute drive in 20 minutes.
Nice job. Good positive attitude there. Points are points are points. The gap between P2 and P3 is 2.4 seconds. That's growing. We still have to see our race leader. It has to come in. There's no way you're going to take that 214 car on 29 laps. 1 hour. Must be running out of vapor right now for the Bentley that's leading the race. You gotta be running on fumes. Absolutely. I welcome everybody, of course, in tuning in. And if you don't understand my bad English or Mr. Austin's bad English, you have Espanol commentaries. No, I just screwed that one up as well. Doesn't matter. Here we go.
It doesn't matter. If you want to do the Spanish stream, you could, of course, in the Twitch chat, type in !command center. You can view all 4 of the streams at once if you really want to, turning them on and off as you wish. You can view this, the Challengers split. There's also the Rival split, and most likely when you came in, the big time is the Cash split. That one is going to be going on a considerable amount of time longer than this one.
You can still see it's a daytime, can't you, as you're looking at the other
There is a little
streams.
bit of sun, yeah.
The Bentley has a 1.3 kilogram fuel tank, 1,321. Not liters,
132
yeah,
liter fuel tank. The Aston
I'm
has
getting all
only
confused,
120.
So it's got a bit of a gas tank.
Oh yeah,
But that's not the one. The Bentley's the one that has the gas tank that needs to make that gas go to the end. There's no way, but 29 laps. It's got 24 minutes left. You're burning so much per lap. When are they going to box button? Look at the gap. Look at the gap. 74 seconds to P2. We were debating about that whole 32 seconds plus 40 seconds in and out. Ooh, tight. But it's splash and dash, remember. You don't have to put so much gas in at that point, do you? Because you're not gassing for an hour.
It is a splash.
You're gassing for 20 minutes,
gas and
really.
go, just a splash. But I mean, to be fair,
no tires,
I think
I'd imagine.
Jack is already. I don't know. I don't know if you. Well, I asked you earlier. You said you have to take tires. I feel like you're right. But that's what at least what everyone had said when I was at Indy for that race. Look at the leader is in right now. This is where it's all going to come down to.
Yeah, here we go.
So
Game time. Keep an eye at the 711. Where's the 711? That's the car that's running in P2. 711's down.
11.
Yeah, he's got all the way down the straightaway. He's got 3rd sector to go, but remember, it's a long pit stop.
That's him right there in the Aston. He zooms by. He's going to go now down into turn 12.
It's going to be close.
Oh, one car spinning in the back. That's the 119 Porsche. He went for a big old slide.
From the fence. Let's have a look. Well,
and Jonas.
the 711's into turn 13. Still in the pit lanes, 214, the race leader. Sitting there waiting. The moment they're going, hurry up to the team. Of course, can't do anything much about it. Trying to take
penalty
that
for the
fuel.
853. That drive-through was clear. Getting word now from the racing stewards. 711 now going through turn 15. The 214 is still stationary. Now he's going to go through that triple, almost quadruple right-hander there. The 214 has already left the pits.
Out. Yeah, he's got the turn 1. That's easy peasy done at the moment because now P2 is just coming out of turn 20. And
but now, did he take enough fuel? No one's for sure. Nobody knows for sure.
True.
You can't know for sure unless he took too much.
There's still 22 minutes remaining. You're exactly right. Anything can happen in 22 minutes in an endurance race. Wow. Oof, mate. I've been excited this whole race. Now I just got my heart rate through the roof again. And I'm sure I got 22 minutes of my heart race. And you got the defibrillator ready, mate? Can you just defibrillate me if I happen to have a little
I think we got one in the booth over here. I'll go ahead and I'm gonna break the glass right here.
You need one in the casting booth. This is coming down to the wire.
Okay, I got it out. Okay.
Look at this battle for P2 and P3.
And
This
look
is
at
pit
Leach,
stops
he's all the
done
way
and
up to the
dusted.
back end.
This is it. This is it to the
Yeah,
end.
he's got Leach right on the back end of Vermont.
711 car versus the A89. Now, I have to say at the moment, the lead's pretty much secure, done and dusted unless there's major mistakes, but this is the crucial part for the bubbly stuff, the P2 and P3. They're still going to get bubbly stuff, mate, but you would be a
It's
little
just
higher.
how big is the champagne bottle?
Yeah, exactly. Here we
Oh,
go.
man, I like that exit there. I like that exit. Lots of good straightaway speed. Not close enough for that to really impact the driver behind you. You want to make sure you get a good run out of that corner as possible. Minimize the draft.
It's also the traffic that's come and play as well, too, because that can very much give you a little bit of an edge or not. Legion of Motor Races there for Badil Ajman. I think the A89. Once again, I butcher your name. I apologize about that one. But don't worry about that, my friend. You're in P3. You can butcher me later if you get that P2 position currently in the championship.
It's all going to come down to this. We've got about 20 minutes left. That's about 10 laps for these guys to all sort it out. To be fair, I don't know if Leach has got any bit more left in the tank. I feel like Fadi caught him. No, he's going to be able to pull away before the end of this thing.
I wonder if a fantastic director out there, of course, and we've called him out so many times, Mr. Jack, would give us a little bit on board there from Mr. Leach, the 711 car, and see how it drives around here in the night time here as the sun settles into the wild west of Texas. Look at this, on board, on cue, driving shotgun with Ryan Leach. As you mentioned, for the Pit Stop UK team, has he got enough in the tank with under 20 minutes to go to try to get that, steal that P2 position?
Yeah, we'll see if he can get up there and has anything for him. I feel like, to be fair, though, wasn't it the 711 car that came out in second place and then jumped the 889? I can't quite remember all this.
Yeah,
all this having to do math in my head.
It was. Yes, it was. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I feel like for right now, I feel like Fadi's got the faster car. We'll see if he can pull away. We'll see if maybe he's kind of roasted his tires here and Ryan can get back up there.
How about roasting your tires this late at night
Absolutely
time?
amazing.
Yeah, you're talking about 7 and 11. Well, hey, I'm sorry. This is not something I've scripted. It's 7 laps for the 889 car and 11 laps for the 711 car. That is a tire difference. I just read that
look
one.
at that.
711, and for the 711, we're on board the 711 car of Ryan Leach. They have time. Absolutely has time. So what do you do right now? Just creep in there and just have a look at and focus on your sector times. Now, you want to focus your sector times out there, guys. We're not the only ones. Right there, click the button. Live timing, it's there. You can look at it. And you want to look at the live timing right now. This is the Challenger Series. Click on that one. And you can keep an eye closely, an eagle eye on those sector times, because that's, I guarantee, what the teams are looking at.
And of course, if I recall correctly, I believe Jack did mention within 20 minutes to go, we'll be up in and around about the main channel there for the VCO Esports today. So this, of course, the challenge is split. If you are just now joining us, of course, we are almost the entirety of the 9 hours into this race, 8 hours, 40 minutes down, about 20 minutes to go in this race. If you just now joined us, the Klaus Nyring, that 214 Bentley car, sat on the pole and led the first maybe 20 laps or so, and then he quickly fell down the field in the first couple podium positions. He was taken out in a wreck that the stewards deemed was his fault. They were awarded, I should say penalized, with a 30-second stop-go time penalty. That dropped him down to about 20th from then on. He slowly but surely climbed his way up through the field. After that point, we had Aston Martin go to the lead for a brief bit of time, and then it was that 81 car, the lone Nissan in our split, that went up to the lead. He led for about 4 hours until they had a driver swap. Then he fell backwards. They actually got a disconnection from one of their drivers. That penalized him about 2 laps, having to get that car towed back to pit road, get the driver back in that machine, and now they're back out there. They're all the way 22nd. They've climbed up to 15th, and ever since then, boy, that Bentley has climbed up through the field, back to take this lead away. And of course, this is how they stand until right now. This is how they'll probably finish. Of course, you might have some couple last lap passes, but pretty much everybody has taken their last couple of pit stops.
What a fantastic way that Austin has summed up an Austin race here in 8 hours and 42 minutes. Summed up all the action. Of course, there's a lot of action that's occurred behind the scenes there, but summed it up there, hasn't he, in about 20 seconds for 8 hours and 43 minutes, 16 minutes remaining in this race. It's gone down to 1.3 seconds. I did say to you, didn't I, Austin, that I just under the assumption that this is going to go down tooth and nail. And well, it's the battle for P2 and P3 in tooth and nail. I'd have to say the Bentley's cool, calm, and collective there as a little bit of lap traffic gets way out of the way. Don't want to be a part of that party right now. Certainly not in the dying stages of this race, because the 889, the 711 car are going to go for tooth and nail. And guess what? They're in the same car as well, too, for the Aston Martins. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're on the same weight category they've elected to choose over this race season.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gap between them now. It's about 3/4 of a second, so there's still a lot to be gained and lost between these two cars. You can see the gap between them. It's almost minimal at this point in time, one Aston to the next. And, of course, now they're having to work their way through lap traffic. Now it's, whoa, one car. Oh, they're spinning. Colliding. That's the 711 going around.
This is not good.
Get away to turn that car around. And, Dean, you talked about that 44 car having a chance at a podium. This might just be it. This car has a lot of damage. I'm not sure what happened between the 889 car. I believe that was an Audi that might have stopped just up the road between them.
I'm gut wrenched at the moment, isn't it? It comes down to that.
See what
isn't it?
Ryan can do with this now busted up car.
You got to deliver it right now. There's no way you can get a pit lane. 15 minutes to go, because
That car sounds hurt. It looks awfully hurt.
If we go on board at the moment and have a listen to it, I don't want to feel the pain right now of Ryan driving the pistol
this car. He's got a lot of front downforce issues now, though.
Oh, I can
he lost
imagine what's going on.
35 seconds in that turnaround. I don't know what in the world happened between he and the 889. As, of course, you're probably wondering, the replays are a bit few and far between because, of course, director Jack Maloney is currently watching 2 different streams. We just don't have the amount of resources to go back in time and look at that before the end of this race.
I think he might still be okay, thankfully, but a little bit frustrated because that battle course for the P2's
I'll tell you what, though, the gap is falling down steadily. It was 11 seconds by the time he got turned around. It's decreased to about 10 and a half. I don't know how badly hurt Fadi's car is.
It's true. That's very, very true.
Fad Lee. Might be Fad Lee. Fad Lee? I don't know. Rockman.
You're right. Well, if you want to see those telemetry information at the moment, it's in the chat there in Twitch. And of course, if you want to hear all the great action, just slap those
car doesn't
fantastic.
look too badly damaged, so I think you might be okay to continue in the rest of this race. But of course, I don't know what the stewards might say about that most recent accident. Of course, if he was to blame for it, he might be penalized here. I'll have to keep an eye on the penalties handed down. His car must be hurt, though. He just let those 2 lap cars by.
Got traffic out the road as well, exactly.
Yeah, looking at the drive-through penalty for car number 22 is clear. That's the last thing I heard from the stewards. So I don't see any penalty coming down for him just yet.
I think 10 seconds is it seems like an eternity, but you have at least 13 minutes to go on the race. So, yeah, you slap a second or so a lap quicker, you're down in the business end again.
Cars behind him now coming down pit road, although I don't think that's Ryan Leach in the 711 car. I think he's a little bit too far back. I see that 119 car finally has that drive-through penalty. It looks like they are pitting to observe that.
Telemetry is showing at the moment they are lap down, but they're not a lap down, believe it or not, at the moment there. The top 4 drivers are on the lead lap. So just ignore that little bit of the information that's on the right-hand side. As Ian was asking, has the Bentley led all race? Absolutely not. The Bentley has done a fantastic job to crawl their way back in there. We've had race leaders from Nissan.
Whoa, look at that wiggle there.
Ooh, wiggle.
That 889 car is handling very, very poorly.
Yes, a bit of trouble there. We'll keep it on those time deltas as well, too, once we get a decent lap in.
Like we mentioned,
2:14 was the last lap. 2 minutes and 14 seconds there for the 889 car. Compared to our race leader, 2:08 and 2:12 there for the 711 car.
Yeah, you're talking about, though, the 214 car, that question in chat. Yeah, you summed that up perfectly. No, they fell down to about 20th place and had to claw their way back up. They had a little bit of off-track excursion there with another car. They were deemed responsible for that, so the stewards handed them a 30-second stop-go penalty.
You don't mess the stewards around here at the moment. They're going to make sure that they do a sharp, but it's been very clean at the moment. The stewards' decisions haven't been throwing it out tooth and nail for everybody, making it as fair as possible. As you look at the battle, of course, resuming between P8 and P9. The L3 cars been everywhere, haven't they, this evening? The Sol Lamborghini putting the pressure on at the moment there of the Lexus. And Lexus, of course, is in the Lexus sandwich. There's Lexus down the road.
Yeah, Lexus up the road, Lexus down the road. This, of course, is the leading Lexus of the two of them. This is the 16 car, the Yeet machine, currently being piloted by Ralph Belansky, and then behind him the other Lexus to round out the sandwich between the Lamborghini. Currently the Lexus sandwich is, of course, Bourne, and then you got Mick Williams there. Oh, fastest lap just now taken over by Chamberlain in the 81 machine. Talk about this to put it pretty much a bookend on what's been a pretty poor day for him, but you know what? They're still clawing their way back into this race. They're saying, we're not done yet. We'd like to get as many points as possible. Now up into 14th for the Nissan.
With a 2 minute and change, so 2:12 to 11 to 8 to 7s we're going to be bringing in at the moment. We only have 11 minutes left of a race, so give or take, you only have a few more laps to go. Yes, so this is it. Crunch time to get it done. And a little bit of the action that was brewing. I have to say Bentley should be pretty comfortable to take this one. 44 car. I did tell you that alternative strategy, mate, very much it paid off. It certainly has. They got himself a podium. I thought they were probably going for a P3 at a podium, but that went pretty good for a P2 podium. That's not because of, well, that's because of the action that happened a little bit further back there. Next Level Racing bringing that action, of course, on HyperX is delivering the action in your ears and your headphones and in your speakers. And if you haven't got that action, of course, Pitbull Live is going to provide that one for the telemetry and command center.
Yeah, if you want to see any of the live telemetry while this race is ending, and you can view this for any of the splits you want, whether it's cash, rivals, or challengers, type in the Twitch chat !, live timing. It'll give you a link. You click that link, and you can view exactly what Dean and I are looking at for the timing and scoring. And of course, you're already looking at what we can see for the actual racecraft going on. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy there. Talked about not being able to pass here in Sector 3, but man, these two guys are going at it. This is Nikolai Schroeder in the 222 car. And then, of course, I believe that is another car. That should be the 98 machine, I believe, of Mayer, just up the road. You just completed that pass.
Well, you don't pass in hour one of a 9-hour endurance race, but when you get down to the business end of 9 minutes to go, you
it's
maybe gamble. Yeah, it's actually.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
But you got to remember, there's points up for grabs, and you don't want to be spinning the wrong direction and reversing your way across the line.
Oh, certainly not. 88 car.
Surprise.
Me and Sosi doing a really good job in that machine. Currently in 24th place. They've been on the back foot really all day. Lots of bad luck in the earlier going to this race. Made sure to get out of the leader's way every chance they had. Doing a really good job there to have just a quiet, consistent race. Not a scratch on that car. And to be fair, after 9 hours, really, in about 10 minutes at any track, to not have a scratch on your car is a feat in and of itself.
Well, Chamberlain P14 minus in Scotland has a few scratches on them, but look at the way they clawed their way back up those technical issues. They were probably wondering, why aren't we battling with the Bentleys? Why aren't we battling with the Alfa Romeos at the top of the timesheets? That's because of the old DC connections, but they battled their way back into crucial points paying positions, and they remembered that, hey, I've loaned that car to you guys out there, and I want it back in my garage later on, and good on you, Harley, Chamberlain, as well as your racing team, to deliver that car in crucial points. Hey, I'll tell you what, mate, this comes down to race 6, and you got a couple of points in this championship. This is the moment they're going to look back and go, we're glad we put our heads down and we battle our way back up through the field.
Yeah, I mean, if they basically just ran around where they were when they rejoined this place, they were going to have earned 8 positions less worth of points for this thing. So they're doing a really good job to keep their heads in it and stay consistent about this. And to be fair, this might be a mulligan in terms of if you ran in the top 5 every race, but I think they can still be proud of the speed they had in this car today. And of course, I think they're going to be just as fast every single race because they've really only taken a quarter of their balance of power, their weight to budget.
And back to that P2 position, I was kind of gambling on that alternative strategy because you got to remember they boxed a lot earlier than everybody else. And I thought that was a massive gamble. We thought that was a massive gamble because of that little bit of an incident that occurred. But look at that. Just cool, calm, and collective. Now the Aston Martin up into P2, getting that podium position that they gambled on that strategy, and it has certainly paid off. I'd have to say, the 711 car of Leeds probably had a little bit more pace, but hey, pace doesn't make a difference in an endurance race when you have 7 minutes and change to go. Because time is not on your side currently in the moment, but they're still going to get the bubbly stuff, which is all important. But can't take it away from the Bentley, can you? And you can't take it away from the team that has been struggling for the endurance race, up and down, over and over again, but somehow the Bentley's always be there. The only B is in an Aston Martin sandwich for most of the race.
Oh yeah, it's the only Bentley in the top 5. The rest of the top 5 is comprised solely of Aston Martins. The Astons make up 50% of the top 10, 80% of the top 5, as they've done pretty much since about midway through the race. So not too surprised to see a bunch of Astons there in the top 10. Of course, they make up a complete in total third of this entire split, so 10 of them in this 28 car field. So not at all surprised to see so many Astons up and down the leaderboard, but it's a pretty big feat for them to make up, half of the top 10, considering there's so many makes and models in this league and this race alone.
And Klaus Noering, of course, the man that started the race there for the team, the Danish driver. He's also paired up by a couple of fantastic Belgian drivers. The pair up of his racing team has they delivered what they needed to deliver. He's delivered. He started the race with a strong NSN racing team there for the Bentley, and he's going to finish this one off comfortably. Smile on his face. I wonder at the moment what's going through your mind and your team's mind. Like, okay, I mean, for a fact that they're sitting there seriously going, okay, guys, just bring it home. But
they're asking Klaus right now, get your mother off the internet, get your dad off the internet, make sure the wife and the kids aren't on their tablets right now. Everybody close down the internet. Nobody go anywhere near the router. Nobody turn on any microwaves or toasters anywhere near my room because I don't want to blow this fuse. This is what's going through their heads right now.
You're right, because believe it or not, the old microwave's 2.4 frequency, isn't it? You cook the food on. You don't want to be interfering with your Wi-Fi, presume. Not on Wi-Fi right now for the NSN racing.
You don't want to blow a fuse either. Let's be real about that as well. You don't want anybody else on the track to have any sort of problems, because you could run into the same problem that Faldi and Ryan did with that lap car as they were going up to pass him. He must have got sideways, knocked the absolute snot out of both these guys, really put them out of contention in terms of fighting for a podium. I mean, these guys were within about 3/4 of a second there for a while, and now they're 10 seconds apart.
It still was absolutely fantastic, isn't it, my friend? The fact that we are down to the 4 minutes and change remaining in a 9-hour endurance race, and we have 4 cars on the lead lap. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. With all the action that we've had, can't wait to see what's going to happen in the future. And of course, I can't wait to see what's going to happen a little bit later on too with the other splits that are occurring straight after this, because the first splits are going to be crossing that line, but there's more racing to come, no doubt. But you got to give it there to Klaus. Well, I don't want to do the Santa Claus references there, but the Danish driver is very much getting his Christmas presents delivered early for him and his team, the Bentley team, the GT3 214 NSN Racing. Should have a smile on their dial, because they know, hey, you want to win? You win in style for the first one. And that's a way to. But then again, you have a target painted on your back now, don't you, going into race 2?
Oh yeah, you're the leaders. You're the people that everybody wants to beat from now on until the rest of the season. Everybody is going to race you either a little bit harder or a little bit easier, depending on what you do in those situations. It's really going to make up how the rest of the competition views you as a person and as a team. You saw Dominic Goles, number 44 Aston Martin car, currently running in the 4th position, dive down to the inside of that lap car, the Audi behind him. Now he goes through that fast-flowing left-hand turn kink of turn 10 into the heartbreaking zone of turn 11, getting that car slowed down. He's got quite a considerable gap up the road until he can reach the 3rd place car of Ryan Leach and that other Aston Martin, the 711 machine. Of course, he's got some pretty decent damage, but I think he's just a little bit out of reach for right now.
You got to nurse at home. I'm surprised at the moment. I need the infrared vision that you have at the moment to even see where the track corners at the moment here. As we've gone from daylight into nighttime, the heat of the desert, not really the desert, of course, in Texas, but Austin, Texas, that's the music capital of the world, is delivering another showdown in Texas. And the showdown, of course, has been for the 214 car of the Bentley and the Aston Martin domination there, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If it turns out what it is, McLaren splitting up the top 6, the second 6 there for the Aston Martin. Lexus gets the P8. Perhaps we'll pan out how that one goes. Unfortunately, BMW is not performing what they needed to do. The Nissan came back there, fastest lap there from that little bit of a DC as Chamberlain. Let's go ready to racing, everybody. Welcome along, of course. All the multiple streams and multiple everything. Give us a thumbs up, give us a like, and give us a shout out. It's coming down to the tooth and nail wire for the first race competition here for VCO. I am Dean, and joining me by Mr. Austin. Austin, Texas, mate. Well, did you expect this? I certainly didn't.
No, I did not. I didn't expect for the race to be this close. I also didn't expect for the leading Bentley, the guy who qualified on pole, good old Klaus Nyring, did not expect for him to do so well, lead the first couple laps, then fall through the field. And then after, of course, he went off track, he was involved in that accident, got that 30-second stop-go penalty from the racing stewards to fall all the way down to 20th position. And then he just worked his way all the way up there. I saw that penalty, wow, that car was really fast. It'd be an absolute shame for them to not finish up there in the front of the field, not even in the top half. But before long, they cracked the top 10, and they cracked the top 5. Now they've just taken another lap here in the lead. They started first. They're probably going to finish first, but it has not been that simple in the slightest whatsoever. You see them now navigating the turn 1 and 2 complex into the S's. Back further through the field, this, of course, the driver in third place. This is Ryan Leach. He is limping that car home. Just recently got a ton of damage to the front end of that Aston Martin, Dean.
Yeah, gotta limp it home. You have to limp it home. Just think of the clock. Tick-tock's 56 seconds. That's all you need to do. 7-Eleven, well, maybe don't be calling 911 right now. It might not be an emergency. It'd be an emergency if you don't get that done, but I think you'd be certainly okay. Well, close there. Further up there, will be getting very, very close to cross the line for the final time. 9 hours and change time later. That's just the lap car that Ryan's going to be happy to leave through. He should be okay. Bit of a gap there, 18 seconds to change down the road. Even
he's
limping,
got a long
even
gap
nursing.
behind him.
Yeah, a lifting coast at this point. Get out there and push the car if you have to.
Oh,
and
yeah,
wave
these guys
to the
could
crowd.
definitely do that. Yeah, wave to the crowd as you go by. Of course, time ticking down on the clock. We're 9 hours into this thing just about. We've got the final 10 seconds left before the end of this dealio. And then we'll come by to get the white flag, of course, and finish off the race. Of course, we'll go look at the 2:14 now. So this is the white flag. Time is officially out on the clock. So this is going to be his race done and dusted. He just has to make it through these last couple of right-hand corners before he's got to go through turns 19 and 20. See around that big old observation tower lit up, always changing multicolored. Beautiful circuit here. Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. This is the number 214 car as Klaus Nyring brings this thing home. 2 more left-handers to go. He started first. He's going to finish first. It was not that simple. He gained a whopping 20 positions since about hour 2 of this race. He's going to come off turn 20 and take the checkered flag here in the VCOLFM FLExTREME race. 9 hours at COTA.
Delivered from the Bentley as represented to everybody else in the Aston Martins, the GT3 car, the 214 car, NSN Racing. Congratulations, you are the victor of the USGP. Austin, Texas is yours, Bentley's yours, and the NSN Racing have won the first round of the Challenger Series.
A commanding victory, too. I mean, look at how far back the second place guy. Absolute domination of the field today by Klaus and the entire 214 team. Congratulations to those drivers. All 3 of them did just a phenomenal job from the start of the race until the absolute finish. Checkered flag in the air. The rest of the podium now going to come by to finish the race. You see Flatty Rockmott, he's going to come down about 10 seconds behind. He's coming through the last 2 corners right now.
I'll try through
second
there
place.
for the 44 car. Should be okay, bud. Oh, champagne tastes sweet, doesn't it? If you're on the top steps of the podium.
Here comes the 7-Eleven machine. Ryan Leach for the Pit Stop UK. All the first 3 guys on the podium, lots to be proud of. Of course, he brought that home thing in shambles. I'm sure he thought his race was done. Yeah, I thought his race was done for him. This entire team absolutely almost gutted. Look at him. He's going to bring it all the way down. Waving to the team, waving to the crew members and the fans.
Wave to everybody being to deliver that car home after 9 hours of a grueling race.
And unfortunately for Dominic Goals, that 44 Aston Martin team, a split strategy didn't quite work out for them. They're going to come home in 4th position, but you know what? It was hard fought. They gained a lot of time before the end of this race. Still have a lot to hold their heads high about.
Worth the gamble. They didn't lose anything, did they? They were in P4.
No, they did a fantastic
job.
In
P4.
I can't fault it. They had a flawless strategy today. Pit once every hour on the hour. They did a phenomenal job to hold that gap.
What a race. I can't wait to see the extra racing that's going to be occurring later on during the season for the different splits. We have extra different splits to look at the moment. Once again, I'm glad I have my HyperX headphones in.
Should be going to the Rivals split anytime now.
Yes, we should absolutely be going to the Rival split. Hats off, isn't it? The Bentley team have done it and delivered. So that's obviously the Dane and both of those Belgium drivers there, Emilio and Bram. I won't pronounce your surnames, of course, because I might very well make a mistake on that one. But fantastic job. You are the winners of the first race. Circuit America is yours. Austin, Texas is yours. Let's go take some shots there and cowboy around Texas.